Li Yi experienced a vivid dream. In this dream, he was relentlessly pursued by countless undead creatures, robbed of sustenance by shameless neighbors, betrayed by a beloved companion, and left to languish in a dark, damp room awaiting death. The putrid faces and rancid breath threatened to engulf him entirely. He fled desperately, yet could not escape the clutches of that terrifying nightmare. Just as the zombies were about to seize him, Li jolted awake, sitting up and gasping for breath. His surroundings consisted solely of his bare self and a large, white circular bed. Instinctively, he reached for the blanket, feeling its soft, plump texture. As he lifted the cover, a delicate face came into view. The girl lay naked, her arched eyebrows and long, curled eyelashes exuding a playful charm. Beneath her petite and straight nose was a cherry-red mouth, with lips as vibrant as her teeth were white. Zheng Yaoyao. Li Yi's mind was blank. The school beauty from his past lay upon his bed. He could only recall drinking excessively at a bar the previous night, muddled until he reached the hotel. Then a fire ignited, spiraling into an uncontrollable affair. The trash bin overflowed with used condoms. Memories of Zheng Yaoyao flooded back to him. She was the epitome of beauty at school, proud and graceful, akin to a swan. He had once summoned the courage to confess his feelings publicly, only to be met with the stinging retort. A toad dares to covet swan meat. Those words had pierced his heart for 4 long years. Now, the vivid crimson hue on the bed unmistakably indicated that he had indeed won over Zheng Yaoyao, and it was her first time. It was simply unbelievable. Doomsday survival system successfully activated. Zombie Zheng Yaoyao, threat level low, killing her grants 10 survival points. Coexisting within a certain range for 24 hours yields 1 survival point. Accumulated survival points can be exchanged for rewards in the system mall. Li Yi touched the girl beside him. Zheng Yaoyao lay atop him, her complexion rosy, flesh and blood evident she was undeniably alive, entirely unlike a zombie. Opening his phone, he found no reports of any attacks in the news. Outside, cars flowed by, a scene of prosperity, civilization, and harmony, devoid of any apocalyptic signs. Yet alarms blared incessantly in his mind. Zombie ant approaching, danger level moderate, killing her grants 20 survival points. Zombie elementary school student approaching, danger level low, killing him grants 5 survival points. Zombie fitness coach approaching, danger level moderate, killing him grants 30 survival points. Suddenly, Li Yi began to comprehend his doomsday system seemed to have arrived prematurely. You have coexisted with zombie Zheng Yaoyao for 24 hours. Reward, 1 survival point. Remaining survival points, 1 point. At the same time, an ethereal screen appeared before him, revealing the system mall point 100, 000 Hanxia coins. 1 survival point. Ham sausage, 2 survival points. Infinite bullet handgun Desert Eagle, 5,000 survival points. Single soldier rocket launcher, 7,000 survival points. Heavy tank, 500,000 survival points. Aircraft carrier, 100 million survival points. Planetary spacecraft, 500 million survival points. Upon seeing the spacecraft, Li Yi was astonished. What shocked him further was that redeeming 100,000 Hanxia coins required fewer survival points than a single ham sausage. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, the system determined that it was indeed the apocalypse, and money in such a scenario appeared to hold less value than a mere ham sausage. Li Yi clicked to redeem, intending to test the waters. Redemption successful, consumed 1 survival point. Remaining survival points, 0, ding ding. A text message arrived on his phone. Commercial banker account ending in 5654 has successfully credited 100,000 yuan, current balance, 113,056 yuan. Gazing at the string of numbers, Li Yi realized the system was no jest, everything was genuine. With this knowledge, he deemed it essential to prepare for the impending zombie apocalypse. Drawing upon his years of experience from novels and films, he concluded that a shelter was indispensable. However, constructing a shelter required money, an exorbitant amount of it. 100,000 Hanxia coins in this first-tier city wouldn't even suffice to purchase a toilet. Fortunately, as a real estate agent, he possessed extensive property information. Finding a relatively inexpensive property to renovate into a shelter would not be overly difficult. Putting on his pants, he gave a firm pinch to a smooth part of the woman beside him before dressing and leaving the hotel. After a night like that, he was utterly drained. He had important work to attend to. A wealthy woman was set to sign a property purchase contract with him, and the commission alone was substantial. Hastily arriving at a mansion in the affluent district, Li carefully entered the luxurious villa. In the spacious, bright living room, his female client reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The woman donned a light blue fitted gown that perfectly accentuated her curves, her slender legs adorned in sheer black stockings. Upon hearing his entrance, she glanced up, revealing a stunning countenance. Her skin was fair, her face smooth, and her crimson lips appeared luscious and inviting, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Zombie Xiao Xinmei, threat level low, killing her grants 10 survival points, coexisting for a day grants 1 survival point. Xiao Li, you're here. Xiao Xinmei set her phone aside, rising to greet him with a voice that was particularly gentle. Given their frequent interactions, their relationship was quite amicable. Li nodded, smiling. Sister Xiao, I'm here to finalize the property purchase contract today. They sat facing each other, Xiao Xinmei crossing her legs, the sheer black stockings subtly revealing their form in the play of light. Little handsome, this is my 4th property purchase with you. How do you plan to thank me? Sister Xiao, rest assured, once my salary comes in, you'll be the first I treat to a grand feast, Li replied with a grin. Though she was merely in her 30s, this woman was a bona fide wealthy heiress, having bought over a dozen properties from him alone. Receiving the contract, Xiao Xinmei casually glanced at it before signing. Sister Xiao, aren't you going to review it further? Xiao Xinmei smiled. It's fine, I trust you with your work. Have you eaten? I was just about to cook. Would you like to join me? Feeling his stomach, Li nodded. After a night of activity, he had yet to eat anything. You youngsters really must eat. Well, only then can you grow tall and strong, winning the favor of girls. Xiao Xinmei said meaningfully, a subtle smile adorning her face. While waiting for the mature woman to prepare dinner, Li Yi began to devise future plans. Since the system had arrived, the apocalypse was merely a matter of time, and he needed to be proactive. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled outside, torrential rain poured down, and the glass rattled from the impact. After finishing dinner, due to the downpour, Li Yi could only sit indoors and wait for the rain to cease. Before he knew it, he found himself sitting there until 10 at night. Xiao Xinmei had changed into a snug black lace camisole, quietly seated across from him, absorbed in her phone. As Li Yi lifted his gaze, he was instantly captivated. Her ample bosom, accentuated by the black lace, appeared even more enticing, her long, fair legs drawing his gaze irresistibly. Noticing Li Yi's stare, Xiao Xinmei felt no anger. As a woman who valued beauty, being noticed by a younger man indicated her well-preserved allure. Are you feeling any reactions? Xiao Xinmei gazed intently at Li Yi, a flutter in her heart. She understood well that men in their 20s were akin to powder kegs, easily ignited. In the next instant, Li suddenly leaned closer, lowering his head to gaze at her. Feeling the breath of the young man so near, her heart raced, and she clutched her chest. What's wrong? Sister Xiao, you have something on your lips. As he spoke, the young man reached out, gently wiping away the grease from her lips. Xiao Xinmei shivered, filled with unease. She had truly been lonely for far too long. This simple act ignited the flame deep within her. Little Li, the rain is too heavy. Why don't you stay here tonight? Xiao Xinmei said calmly. Thank you, sister. May I take a shower? Sure, just be careful with my clothes. Those stockings are quite expensive. As Li Yi stepped into the bathroom, Xiao Xinmei hurried to her room to check her reflection in the mirror. For reasons unknown, the first time she laid eyes on Li Yi, she found him particularly charming. Today, as he drew closer, her heart raced even more. She couldn't comprehend why she felt this way, yet she could not deny that her body yearned for contact with this young man. She had indeed been lonely for far too long. She had even consulted a doctor, who merely advised her to avoid abstinence. A 30-year-old woman without desires was the true anomaly. Only through nurturing could a flower bloom ever more beautifully. Recalling the doctor's words, a long-lost blush crept onto Xiao Xinmei's cheeks, her gaze becoming dreamy. Gazing at her perfect figure in the mirror, her skin rivaling that of a young girl, her lips painted a striking red, Xiao Xinmei felt dizzy and her body burned with an unquenchable heat. Chapter 2: The Desires of a Wealthy Woman. Before long, Li Yi emerged. He beheld Xiao Xinmei sprawled upon the living room sofa, her eyes tightly shut and her delicate brows knitted in distress. Sister Xiao, what troubles you? Li Yi hurried to her side. bending down to gently place the back of his hand upon the young woman's forehead. The searing heat startled him. "Xiao Li, please take me back to my bedroom." Xiao Xinmei's voice was faint, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. With no other option, Li cautiously lifted her entire form. She was surprisingly light, yet her body felt astonishingly soft. Xiao Xinmei instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her lustrous black hair cascading over his shoulder, carrying with it a subtle fragrance. Her ruby lips hovered near his ear, swaying with his movements, brushing against him repeatedly. The warmth of her breath and the softness of her touch quickened Li Yi's heartbeat involuntarily. He gently laid the beautiful woman upon the bed, tucking her in snugly. As he prepared to depart, Xiao Xinmei suddenly reached out, grasping his wrist. "Don't go. I'm frightened." Her voice, fragile as a feather, stirred something deep within Li Yi. Having already been somewhat entranced by her embrace, he lost his balance and fell forward into Xiao Xinmei's arms. In an instant, a gentle fragrance enveloped him, the unique scent of femininity mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma. Xiao Xinmei's soft form pressed tightly against him, and he could distinctly feel the astonishing softness and elasticity of her bosom. In the next moment, her arms encircled his neck, holding him close. Her eyes sparkled with an intoxicating allure, that fervent gaze seemingly capable of melting one's very being. "What do you think of your sister?" Her voice was low and husky, tinged with a hint of provocation. Locked in each other's gaze, Li Yi's breath grew increasingly heated. He could feel the warmth radiating from Xiao Xinmei and the rapid thudding of her heart. "Sister Xiao, I sell houses, not my body." "Such a sharp tongue," she giggled, her delicate hand caressing his cheek, her fingertips grazing his skin with a tantalizing thrill. "Do you think my figure is appealing? Would you like to touch it?" Her voice grew bolder, her eyes more entrancing. "I would, but only if you consent," Li replied with a smile, his fingers brushing against her slender waist. "Humph, dreaming." Xiao Xinmei huffed lightly, her gaze becoming more languid, her crimson lips biting down as if in hesitation. "I can't help you, but if you retrieve that little blue box from under the coffee table, I'll let you touch." A surge of excitement coursed through Li Yi. This was a blatant invitation. Soon, he returned with a box of implements, but when he attempted to push open the bedroom door, he discovered it was locked. Realizing he had been played, he shook his head with a rueful smile. He had to admit, he was still too green, completely outmaneuvered by a married woman. With no other recourse, he returned to his guest room to sleep. As night deepened, an unknown duration passed before the bedroom door creaked open. Xiao Xinmei swayed as she stepped out, clad in an even more seductive nightgown, a silk camisole that clung to her figure, revealing her exquisite curves without reservation. The straps of her nightgown had slipped down halfway, exposing her fair, rounded shoulders and the enticing line of her décolletage. "Just this once, just once," Xiao Xinmei murmured to herself, biting her lips, her heart in turmoil. Rationality warned her against this reckless act, deeming it too dangerous, too insane. Yet, deep within, a fiery desire consumed her reason, drawing her inexorably toward temptation. Approaching the door to Li Yi's room, she gently turned the handle and found it surprisingly unlocked. "Just once, it should be fine," she resolved, taking a deep breath, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The guest room was dimly lit. Thick curtains blocked the outside light, allowing only the faintest sliver of moonlight to seep through. In her line of sight lay the young man, sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber. His sleeping position was far from dignified, even somewhat comical, yet it provided Xiao Xinmei with an inexplicable sense of comfort. She tiptoed to the bedside, cautiously sitting on a nearby chair, her movements deliberate to avoid disturbing the sleeping youth. Her gaze was fixed on Li Yi, filled with complex emotions, desire intertwined with confusion. "Xiao Li, are you asleep?" she whispered, her voice tinged with anxiety. There was no response. His breathing remained steady and even. Leaning closer, she called again, "Xiao Li?" Still no answer. Confirming that he truly was asleep, she began to speak to herself, as if rationalizing her thoughts. "Locking the door doesn't mean I refuse you. It's that I'm afraid I want to be able to control myself. A young man's vitality should withstand a few encounters. Right? Today, seeing you, I felt as though I had wasted my past. You need not treat me to dinner. You can repay me in other ways." Her voice was soft and low, as if fearful of being overheard. or of disturbing the slumbering young man. Seeing that he remained still, Xiao Xinmei fell silent for a prolonged moment, seemingly engaged in a final battle of thoughts. Finally, her eyes shimmered with emotion, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling dramatically. She stood, walked to the nightstand, gathering her cascading hair, tying it into a simple ponytail with a hairband. Before long, strange sounds began to echo in the darkness. Upon awakening, Li Yi felt invigorated, a refreshing clarity enveloping him. You have coexisted with the zombie Xiao Xinmei for over 24 hours. Reward: 1 survival point. Warning: you have been bitten by a zombie. Please check for signs of infection. Sitting up, he glanced down at his pants, which had slipped to his knees. He shook his head incredulously. His dear sister had been so engrossed in her own pleasure that she neglected to help him with his attire afterward. This sister was quite adept, indeed, leaving this young man in his 20s feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Thankfully, he had endured until the end. Stepping out of the room, he found a glass of milk and 2 slices of bread awaiting him on the dining table. More remarkably, beside the breakfast lay a black gold card. As a symbol of wealth, the black gold card was a rarity possessed only by a select few affluent individuals. Naturally, Li Yi could not refuse it. After all, he had a delicate constitution, and a bit of soft living would be beneficial. Even if it meant being a scavenger, it was not entirely unpalatable. After completing this transaction, he could earn a commission of 100,000. Xiao Xinmei dealt exclusively in villas, resulting in exceptionally high commissions. Zombie taxi driver, low danger. Listening to the report in his mind, he began to contemplate how to rapidly accumulate survival points. After all, constructing a secure fortress required substantial finances. Currently, he possessed a vacant building. That building, located near the university town, was a 6-story apartment inhabited by numerous students. He could easily reside there and leverage the students returning to their apartments daily to earn survival points. 1 student equated to 1 point. With 100 students, that amounted to 100 points, translating to 10 million Hanxia coins in a day. With sufficient funds, he could exploit his position to transform that building into an apocalyptic fortress. Upon reaching the company, after securing his commission, Li made a beeline for the most luxurious restaurant in the city center, the Grey Whale Restaurant. After all, he had expended considerable resources over the past few days and desperately needed to replenish himself. Entering the exquisitely decorated restaurant, 2 impeccably dressed waiters in crisp suits and white gloves approached him immediately. "Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The waiters bowed slightly, their tone respectful and polite. Despite their courteous demeanor, Li Yi could detect a hint of disdain in their eyes. "No. Is there a problem?" "Apologies, sir. Our restaurant only accepts reservations. Without one, you may not dine here. I must also inform you that entry requires formal attire. Your outfit does not meet the standards." But the next moment, his pupils widened, and his smile froze. For in his hand appeared a black gold card. As staff at a top-tier restaurant, they were fully aware of what this card represented. The owner of this establishment merely possessed a gold card. Before the bearer of a black card, they were relegated to a lower tier. The waiters took a deep breath, striving to maintain their composure. "Sir, please, step inside. I will notify the manager right away." Regaining their composure, the 2 waiters hurried into the restaurant without a backward glance. Chapter 3. Have I struck rich with the wealthy second generation? Yao Yao, let me tell you, the caviar in this restaurant is more expensive than gold. Each pearl costs several hundred. In the restaurant, the wealthy second-generation heir Sun Tianhao attentively regarded the woman before him. Taking a sip of red wine, Zheng Yaoyao pursed her lips. "Tianhao, I feel our relationship is progressing rather quickly. I believe meeting the parents should be approached with caution." "All right, you enjoy your meal. I'll step into the restroom for a moment." Sun Tianhao's spirits dampened. He had already spent hundreds of thousands in pursuit of Zheng Yaoyao, yet she remained indifferent, refusing to share a bed with him. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. If he could win her over, capturing the moment on video would surely incite envy among other wealthy heirs. While beauties were plentiful at school, there was only one campus flower. Emerging from the restroom, he glanced around and spotted a familiar face, his classmate Li Yi. Their relationship had always been fraught with tension, frequently resulting in conflict at school. Upon observing Li Yi clad in ordinary attire, Sun Tianhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Li stood before a massive aquarium, admiring the ornamental fish. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lie momentarily froze, instinctively glancing towards the source of the sound. Sun Tianhao? As he beheld the figure of this exceedingly familiar individual, memories of past unpleasant encounters surged forth. Sun Tianhao, arms crossed, wore a sneer that dripped with disdain. He scrutinized Li Yi from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt. Oh dear, Li Yi, how is it that just a few months apart have led you to this pitiful state? Surely, this isn't where you belong. You aren't here to apply for a waitstaff position, are you? I came to dine, Li Yi replied. Dine? With your current standing? Sun Tianhao erupted into laughter, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Please, spare me your antics. We are classmates. After all, there's no need for you to put on airs in front of me. Rest assured, my brother has connections. I could certainly help you secure a job cleaning restrooms in this establishment. Fool, Li Yi shot a disdainful glance at the arrogant scion, dismissing Sun Tianhao as he resumed his observation of the fish. Hostile intentions emanate from Sun Tianhao. Please exercise caution. A system notification suddenly echoed in Li Yi's mind. The remark incensed Sun Tianhao, who gritted his teeth in frustration, but given the crowded nature of the restaurant, he refrained from making a scene. After shooting Li Yi a venomous glare, he returned to his table. His mood darkened. Noticing Sun Tianhao's foul demeanor, Zhang Yaoyao arched an eyebrow, her expression laced with curiosity. What's the matter? Who has upset you? Nothing much, just a pathetic soul who clings to his pride while suffering in silence. A poor man will always be a poor man. He deserves to toil for a lifetime. Zhang Yaoyao, you should keep your distance from those destitute losers. Don't get tainted by their misfortune. After a few minutes of waiting, Li finally spotted a waiter sprinting towards him, desperately attempting to maintain composure while gasping for breath. The restaurant manager trailed closely behind, equally out of breath. Their hurried entrance piqued the interest of numerous elite patrons, who turned their gazes in confusion. Such behavior was utterly unbecoming in a premier establishment. Upon reaching Li Yi, the manager wore a look of contrition. My sincere apologies, sir. We appreciate your patience. We will arrange a table for you momentarily. The sight of the manager groveling left all the elite patrons in stunned silence. Soon enough, a table by the window was vacated. As Li Yi appeared, Sun Tianhao initially intended to hurl further insults. However, upon witnessing Li Yi seated and personally attended to by the manager, he was utterly bewildered. What on earth? This fellow truly came to dine. And the manager is serving him? Zhang Yaoyao, too, recognized the man who had taken her virginity, her lips pressed tightly together. After that fateful night of drunkenness, she had stumbled into a room with Li Yi. To shield herself from Sun Tianhao's wrath, she concocted a web of lies. Alas, her association with Sun Tianhao stemmed solely from his wealth. Should Sun Tianhao discover that she had been with Li Yi, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. The loss of such a well-off partner would be a significant blow to her aspirations. Meanwhile, the manager and several foreign chefs lined up to apologize to Li Yi. Mr. Li, I deeply regret the inconvenience. The menu favored by Mr. Xiao requires a week's notice for preparation. Currently, we only have lower-grade ingredients available. Would you be amenable to that? That will suffice. Upon hearing Li Yi's agreement, the manager exhaled in relief. Accepting the menu, Li Yi began to place his order. To his astonishment, the prices were staggering. Even the cheapest drink cost over 1,000 yuan. Were it not for the support of his black card, his remaining 200,000 yuan would hardly cover multiple extravagant meals. After finalizing his order, he leaned back in his chair, casting a sidelong glance towards Sun Tianhao's table. Turning his head, he spotted Zhang Yaoyao. Today, she wore a white blouse with a black tie and a pleated skirt, exuding an air of innocent charm. Naturally, a woman deemed a campus belle would possess such qualities. Upon noticing Li Yi's gaze, Zhang Yaoyao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Recalling the aftermath of their night together, her waist ached as if it might break, and the memory of that soreness lingered vividly. Her legs trembled to the point where she struggled to walk normally all day. Despite Li Yi's calm demeanor, Sun Tianhao remained convinced that Li Yi was mocking him. After all, he was dining with his girlfriend. How could he allow anyone else to steal the spotlight? With that thought in mind, Sun Tianhao straightened his clothing and confidently approached Li Yi's table. Li, don't think that just because you're dining here, you're something special. Do you see that woman at my table? Sun Tianhao gestured towards Zhang Yaoyao, wearing an expression of triumph. If I'm not mistaken, she was once your goddess, right? How does it feel to see the woman you coveted fall into my hands? Li glanced at Sun Tianhao as if regarding a jester, nearly bursting into laughter. This foolish, rich heir truly had no idea that Zhang Yaoyao had succumbed to him on numerous occasions. Having exhausted 2 boxes of protection, most importantly, he had taken her virginity. If Sun Tianhao were to learn of this, he would likely be driven to madness. Observing Li Yi's complete indifference, Sun Tianhao returned to his seat. Satisfied, Yao Yao, you were wise not to accept that foolish advances, and no matter how handsome he is without money, he is of no worth. I see him as nothing more than a pretender. If you stick with me, I'll ensure you dine here every day. Yes, you're the best. I just need to freshen up, Zhang Yaoyao replied, her face alight with cheer. After awakening that day, she had gone to check the hotel surveillance footage. Upon discovering that it was Li Yi she had spent the night with, she nearly choked on her own breath, fainting from shock. She had initially feared that Li Yi would inform Sun Tianhao of their encounter. Leaving her unsettled, however, it seemed that he had drunk too much and forgotten all about that night. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her as she lightly made her way toward the restroom. As Zhang Yaoyao descended the stairs, Li suddenly conceived a bold idea. Since Sun Tianhao enjoyed ridiculing him, it would be only fitting to give this foolish heir a taste of his own medicine. Li rose and headed toward the restroom. Chapter 4. The struggle in the restroom. Inside the restroom, Zhang Yaoyao hummed a cheerful tune, meticulously retouching her makeup in front of the mirror. After applying a luscious shade of lipstick, she pressed her lips together, revealing a satisfied smile. Should Li truly have suffered from amnesia due to intoxication, she would no longer need to live in fear. As the object of admiration for many, Zhang Yaoyao understood well that Sun Tianhao was not solely enamored with her beauty. More importantly, he coveted her body. This understanding fueled her determination to withhold her physical self as leverage to secure Sun Tianhao's affection, ultimately achieving her goal of marrying into wealth. Once she acquired a marriage certificate with Sun Tianhao, her ambition would be realized. Even if their relationship soured and led to divorce, she would be entitled to half of his assets under marriage laws. With a creak, the restroom door swung open. Zhang Yaoyao caught sight of Li Yi in the mirror. Her body jolted, and the joy in her heart was instantly replaced by terror. In a panic, she turned, pressing her back against the cold wall, attempting to create distance between herself and Li Yi. What on earth are you doing here? This is the ladies' restroom. What business does a man like you have here? Li Yi approached her leisurely, a bemused expression gracing his face. Nothing much, I merely wish to have a chat with you, to reminisce a little. Get out now. I have nothing to discuss with a loser like you. Even if you can dine here, it does not alter the fact that you are a nobody. Zhang Yaoyao was frightened. She dreaded that the secret of their night together would be unveiled, especially to Sun Tianhao. Thus, she sought to maintain as much distance as possible from Li Yi, hoping to avoid any mention or recollection of their shared past. Are you certain you wish to expel me? Li Yi halted just 2 steps away from her, smiling as he inquired. Go Zhang Yaoyao. His smile resembled that of a devil, sending shivers down her spine. I am certain. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Zhang Yaoyao feigned composure, her hand trembling as she reached into her designer purse for her phone. Very well, Li Yi shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. However, I have a little quirk. When I drink, I tend to ramble. If I happen to say something untoward when I step outside, and your boyfriend hears it, don't hold it against me. Li Yi's casual tone detonated like a bomb within Zhang Yaoyao's heart. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Zhang Yaoyao rushed forward, slamming the restroom door shut, her expression a picture of fury. What do you mean? I suddenly recalled a particular memory from that night at the hotel and wanted to share it with someone. Li Yi's words struck Zhang Yaoyao like a thunderclap, rendering her utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that Li Yi would retain memories of that night. Don't push your luck. I will report you for that night's assault. Zhang Yaoyao bit her lip, her voice shaky yet fierce. How amusing. Go ahead and report me. It would be best if you retrieve the hotel surveillance footage. I'm quite curious to see if our night of passion was consensual or not. Li Yi smirked, his lips curling upward. You? Zhang Yaoyao's brows knitted in anger, her body trembling with rage. Yet, deep down, she knew that after an evening of intoxication, she had been the one to initiate their rendezvous. Even choosing the room herself, if she were to truly call the police, aside from revealing her indiscretions to her boyfriend, Sun Tianhao, it would yield no benefits for her. Zhang Yaoyao's breath quickened, her ample chest heaving violently as she struggled to regain her composure. Finally forcing out a sentence, "Speak. How much do you want to keep quiet? Name your price, and I shall acquiesce." Upon hearing her words, Li Yi merely chuckled. "I do not desire money. I desire you." His gaze roamed unabashedly over Zhang Yaoyao, laced with a hint of amusement. Observing the woman who once held herself so high, looking down upon him, Li Yi felt a surge of emotions. He recalled his own school days, where his innocence and naivety led him to believe that kindness towards women would win their hearts. Instead, he found himself relegated to the role of a backup, summoned and dismissed at will, never to rise again. With the apocalypse looming and the world on the brink of destruction, he resolved to live boldly for once. To be a true man, no longer subjugating himself, "I will give you 10 seconds to decide. Let me leave, or let me stay." Li fixed an impassive stare on Zhang Yaoyao, beginning the countdown. 10.9.8. His low voice struck each number like a hammer against Zhang Yaoyao's heart. "Fine, I agree. Tonight, I will book a hotel room." Zhang Yaoyao bowed her head, her previous bravado completely evaporated. With no other option, she acquiesced to Li Yi's demands. "No, it must be here." Li resolutely rejected her suggestion, his tone firm and unyielding. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yaoyao exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Li Yi would make such an outrageous demand. Fortunately, the restroom's soundproofing was decent, drawing no attention from others outside. "Do you realize this is a high-end restaurant? Anyone could walk in at any moment. You may be shameless, but I still have my dignity." Zhang Yaoyao's emotions surged, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "That it's fine. As long as we lock the door, no one will disturb us." As he spoke, Li Yi twisted the handle, locking the door with a resounding click. Zhang Yaoyao's grievances and insults from the past could fill a day and night without end. Moreover, she was currently Sun Tianhao's girlfriend, so she certainly could not let him off easily. "Lift your skirt," Li commanded coldly. Upon hearing his order, Zhang Yaoyao's body froze, her hand trembling as it reached for her hem. The humiliation was unbearable. As the school's recognized beauty, pursued by countless admirers, she had never experienced such treatment. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," Li urged impatiently. Tears streamed down Zhang Yaoyao's cheeks, falling like pearls from a broken string. She felt like a soulless puppet, at the mercy of Li Yi's whims. "Continue undressing." Reluctantly, Zhang Yaoyao gritted her teeth and complied with his instructions. After a considerable time, the restroom doors swung open once more, and Li Yi emerged, looking refreshed. He felt as though he had transcended time, experiencing the unique pleasure reminiscent of Cao Cao's era. Warning: engaging in sexual relations with zombies is extremely dangerous. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, which he chose to disregard. Meanwhile, Sun Tianhao was like an ant on a hot stove, restless and incessantly messaging Zhang Yaoyao. He simply could not comprehend why a woman would take half an hour in the restroom without responding to his messages. Upon seeing Li Yi, Sun Tianhao sprang to his feet. "Hey, Li, have you seen my girlfriend?" "I don't know. Perhaps she went to discuss business. Something worth billions," Li replied with a meaningful smile. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yaoyao returned to her seat. Her face flushed, though she feigned nonchalance. Her legs trembled beneath the table. When Li returned, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Exquisite plates filled with enticing aromas were laid out on the table. Sun Tianhao craned his neck, eager to see what Li had ordered. After all, if one truly put their mind to it, one could enjoy a meal at this restaurant. The sight of Li Yi's table brimming with top-tier ingredients from various countries was astonishing. Tender, juicy Kobe beef, black truffles from the United States, caviar from Russia, white truffles from Italy, Australian lobster, Norwegian salmon. An array of elite delicacies left one awestruck. Watching Li savor his meal with such ease, Sun Tianhao felt a surge of intense discontent. He waved to summon a waiter. "What is the meaning of this? Why don't I have these ingredients? Isn't that caviar limited edition? Why is he allowed to indulge?" "I apologize, sir, but our caviar is indeed limited. However, for that particular customer, we have no such restrictions," the waiter replied with a smile, his response impeccable. "Damn it. I'm hundreds of times richer than him. Why can't I eat? Bring your manager here." Sun Tianhao was utterly enraged. How could a man he looked down upon indulge in top-tier delicacies while he could not? Moments later, the restaurant manager approached with a smile. "Are you the manager? I demand an explanation." Why am I not allowed to order caviar? Because your status is insufficient. The manager replied coolly, still smiling. What? My status is insufficient? Sun Tianhao froze for a moment, incredulity washing over him. Chapter 5. The Green Tea Princess, Zhao Maya. That gentleman is a VIP customer at our establishment, hence he is entitled to unlimited caviar. You, however, are merely an ordinary patron, limited to a certain quota. Sun Tianhao's lips twitched. It was the first time in years he had heard such words. As the son of a wealthy businessman, he was being overshadowed by a mere real estate salesperson? Do you know who my father is? He is the chairman of Yunjie Company. What is that beggar to me? Sun Tianhao glared at the composed Li Yi, nearly driven to madness. Sir, please mind your language. Mr.Li is a valued guest at our restaurant, and if you continue to speak disrespectfully, we will have no choice but to call security. Zhang Yaoyao stared blankly at Li Yi enjoying his meal. Perplexed in her memory, Li Yi came from an ordinary background and should not possess such wealth. Yet now, the restaurant manager treated him with utmost reverence, allowing him to indulge in limited caviar with abandon, which exceeded her understanding. Could it be that Li Yi was a hidden super-rich heir, wealthier than Sun Tianhao's family? If that were the case, she might need to reconsider her choices. Hearing that he might be thrown out, Sun Tianhao was truly furious. He had never endured such humiliation. To hell with this, I'm done eating. Grabbing Zhang Yaoyao, he stormed out of the restaurant. The restaurant manager remained unfazed by Sun Tianhao's departure. He knew the difference between offending a small wealthy heir and a black card holder. After satisfying his appetite, Li Yi began contemplating his future plans. Transforming an entire building would undoubtedly require an astronomical sum. Therefore, he needed to ensure that enough people remained nearby. The best method would be to have the rent and waive all utilities. This way, many would flock to the apartment building he managed. However, since he aimed to attract tenants, why not draw in some beautiful women as well? This way, even when the apocalypse arrived, he would have something to occupy himself with. While Li Yi contemplated, he remained unaware that two pairs of eyes were fixed upon him from outside. Outside, Bai Jie stood on tiptoe, her eyes glued to the glass as she whispered to her friend beside her. Isn't that your backup, Li Yi? How did he come to dine here? Look at that caviar and Kobe beef. This meal must cost 50 or 60,000. Zhao Maya was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief at what she was witnessing. What had happened to Li Yi? How had he suddenly become so wealthy? As she spoke, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Li Yi in the restaurant. Her gaze was filled with a complex mix of emotions, surprise, envy, and a tinge of regret. Look at that Australian lobster. It's longer than my arm. Ordinary people definitely cannot afford such things. Zhao Maya extended her arm, comparing it to the lobster in the restaurant, her envy palpable in her impression. This restaurant represented the upper echelons of society, a place where only the rich and influential could enter. Li had once pursued her. She had neither rejected nor accepted him. Throughout college, she had merely viewed Li Yi as an ATM, temporarily playing the role of his girlfriend when she felt like it. Yet now, seeing him seated in the city's most luxurious restaurant, enjoying a lavish meal, was beyond her imagination. Xiaoya, should you go talk to him? He seems to be doing quite well now. Bai Jie eagerly encouraged, knowing that if Zhao Maya could once again secure this former ATM, she would also reap considerable benefits. If she could post a photo from the restaurant on social media, it would surely incite jealousy among other women. Zhao Maya gazed at the spread before her, swallowing hard. All along, she had dreamed of finding a super-rich heir, becoming a wealthy wife, transforming from a commoner into someone of significance in high society. If Li Yi truly was a wealthy heir, then manipulating this backup would be a piece of cake. As a seasoned player in the dating scene, Zhao Maya knew that during times like these, one must not appear too eager. Doing so would only make a man perceive you as cheap. In order to make a man wholeheartedly devoted to you, one must maintain an air of aloofness, occasionally offering a taste of sweetness to keep him firmly in your grasp. The two individuals waited at the entrance, preparing for a chance encounter. Li settled the bill with the funds from his card and, feeling quite satisfied, exited the restaurant. You have exited the restaurant filled with high-level zombies alive, earning 5 survival points. Just as the system's voice echoed in his ears, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Li Yi, what a coincidence. Zombie Bai Jie, Zombie Zhao Meiya. Following the sound, Li Yi's gaze fell upon Bai Jie and Zhao Meiya. Zhao Mei skillfully rolled up her originally long dress, creating the effect of an ultra-short skirt that showcased her long legs, drawing the attention of passers-by. It's been a while. Zhao Mei smiled sweetly, revealing two dimples. I just saw you dining in this restaurant, and I thought I must have mistaken you. As she spoke, Zhao Mei played with her hair, exposing her fair neck. Is there something you need? Li Yi replied coldly. In his previous self, such a question from Zhao Mei would have filled him with delight for days. Back then, even a mere smile from her would keep him awake with excitement. However, having seen through the true, materialistic nature of these women, he now felt a wave of nausea. His heart brimmed with disdain and disappointment. These worldly women spoke of love, yet their hearts were consumed by business. Oh, nothing much, just wanted to greet an old classmate. Zhao Mei moved closer. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Yi turned to depart. Don't rush off just yet. Let us exchange WeChat. Zhao Mei clung to Li Yi's arm, pouting and asking in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. I don't have time. We can talk another time. Li Yi shrugged her off, inadvertently making contact with her softness. Zhao Mei, unfazed by the encounter, sweetly repeated her inquiry, trying to ascertain Li Yi's identity, wondering if he was a hidden wealthy heir. However, as Li forcefully withdrew his hand, she stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. The view beneath her skirt was suddenly exposed, drawing the gazes of those around. Li Yi admired it for a mere few seconds before hailing a taxi and departing. He had important matters to attend to. He could not afford to be hindered by a woman. Watching him leave, Zhao Mei stamped her foot in frustration, feeling not only rebuffed but having also been inappropriately touched. En route to his apartment, Li exchanged his remaining 5 survival points for Han Xia currency. In an instant, his bank account swelled by 500,000 Da. With ample funds, he could finally execute his next plan. Renovating the apartment. Chapter 6. The first apocalypse task. Li Yi was responsible for the sales of a 6-story apartment building. Its diverse residents a result of its proximity to the talent market. Due to the property management's negligence, he was reluctantly thrust into the role of overseeing daily maintenance. Upon returning to the office on the ground floor, the door swung open to reveal a delicate face, Bai Shui, one of his attractive tenants. She wore a fitted white chiffon blouse paired with a sleek black blazer, tied at the collar with a simple black ribbon. Her black, straight-legged trousers draped elegantly, accentuating her curvaceous form, cinched at the waist with a slender black belt. As an employee at a nearby company, Bai Shui epitomized a successful career woman. She entered the office, walked straight to the desk, placed her bag aside, and casually sat down with a slight lean. One long leg crossed over the other. She propped her ankle upon her knee. Why, water heater is broken. Please find someone to fix it promptly. Leaning back in his chair, Li replied. If something is broken, that is your own concern. Why do you come to me? Bai Shui frowned, seemingly displeased. Since you are the building manager, you naturally have a responsibility to oversee it. Listening to her, Li Yi scoffed. Ever since her arrival, she had treated him as a free handyman, seeking his help for everything from faulty sockets to ineffective heating, all while expecting him to bear the repair costs. If he refused, she would threaten to lodge complaints. However, with the impending apocalypse and his awakening system, Bai Shui's threats had lost all potency. A smirk crept across Li Yi's face as his gaze audaciously roamed over Bai Shui. I can help you fix it, but you must spend the night with me. What? Sleep with you? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Bai Shui's expression froze, anger flooding her features. If you're unwilling, then I have no other choice. Please leave, Li shrugged, feigning indifference. Hey, don't go too far. You're just a pathetic loser. You're not even worthy of such an encounter. Bai Shui bit her lip, glaring daggers at Li Yi, grabbing her bag and storming out of the office. Zombie Bai Shui has developed hostility towards you. You are in danger. Challenge task. Kill a low-level zombie within 24 hours to earn a reward of 10 survival points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Yi found himself in a quandary. If the apocalypse were upon them, he could kill zombies without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, the apocalypse had not yet truly begun, and he could not bring himself to commit murder. Otherwise, he would land in prison, and when the actual zombie outbreak occurred, he would be doomed. 10 survival points could be exchanged for 1 million Han Xia currency. This task could not be ignored. Li scratched his head, pondering for quite some time. Yet no clarity emerged. Just then, the door creaked open, and a young man in a security uniform entered, his eyes red-rimmed. Ego, I need to discuss something with you, and my grandfather is critically ill. Could you please visit him in the hospital? The captain 1T grant me leave, and I'm at my wit's end. Huh? Li Yi was taken aback, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. If this system could miscalculate the onset of the apocalypse, it was likely not very intelligent. Perhaps he could exploit this confusion to complete his task. All right, Li Yi agreed, purchasing several fruit baskets and 2 packs of cigarettes before hastily making his way to the hospital. In the ward, a frail old man lay on the bed, connected to a respirator, barely clinging to life. Upon learning that Li Yi was there in place of his son, a middle-aged man, covered in paint and with dark skin, merely sighed and said nothing further as midnight approached. The old man's children had succumbed to drowsiness. Li Yi, seated in a chair nearby, felt fatigued but forced himself to remain vigilant, keeping a close watch on the elder's condition. As time passed, the old man's heart rate slowed. Li Yi rose and approached the bedside, waiting silently. When it became evident that the elder was nearing his end, Li Yi positioned his hand near the old man's neck, mimicking a choking gesture. Moments later, the old man's head drooped and he fell silent. Zombie Ma Jiangwo killed. Mission successful, rewarded with 10 survival points. Li was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within him. He verified that this system was indeed remarkably foolish. He had merely performed an action and completed the task. 2 fruit baskets and a brief vigil netted him 1 million Han Xia currency. What an extraordinary profit. After leaving the hospital, he swiftly returned to the apartment building. As soon as he entered, a cacophony of system notifications flooded in, dozens of alerts chiming in succession. These notifications were generated by the zombie tenants of the building. As long as he spent 24 hours with them, he would earn survival points. Yet for Li Yi, a daily income of several million was not sufficient to satisfy his ambitions. No one could predict when the apocalypse would truly arrive. So he needed to accelerate his earning potential. Consequently, Li Yi posted an advertisement online. Rental advertisement: this apartment building is actively seeking tenants. Any beautiful woman who moves in will receive a 50% discount on rent, with all utilities waived. The environment is elegant, facilities are comprehensive, and security measures are stringent, ensuring a safe and comfortable living experience. Whether you are a single beauty or a university student seeking a warm abode, this will be your ideal choice. Contact number 1325 XXXXXX. Apartment address number 36, Jinhua Community, Dahuai City.to. Enhance the visibility of this advertisement. Li Yi even registered an account on a short video platform to promote it, investing a considerable sum in advertising. Before long, various comments began to flood in beneath the advertisement. Haven't T seen a woman? So desperate. This person must be a scammer. Ladies, don't believe him. Hey there, is this for real? How much is the monthly rent? Just asking, can I get a discount if I bring my boyfriend? Why can't men get a discount? Isn't that gender discrimination? Li Yi, unfazed by the skepticism directed at him, merely needed a select few tenants to respond. He accessed the panel and exchanged 10 survival points for Han Xia currency. After deducting his expenses at the restaurant, he still had 1.13 million remaining in his account. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Li Yi answered, and an accusatory female voice immediately filled the receiver. Li Yi, what on earth is going on? How dare you unilaterally change the rental prices set by the company? Come to my office tomorrow and explain yourself properly. Chapter 7. A new official takes office at Jinlong Real Estate Company. Li Yi arrived at the office early. He needed to leverage the company's identity to execute his renovation plans for the apartment. Ego, good morning. Not long after arriving at the office, the beautiful young graduate Wu Mingming approached. Holding a cup of milk tea, I accidentally bought too much milk tea. This cup is for you. Upon receiving the tea, Li Yi chuckled. Ming, this is already the 5th time this week that you've bought too much. The girl before him, fresh to the company, exuded youth and vitality in every aspect. Wu Mingming playfully blinked, a hint of shyness in her voice as she remarked, oh dear, I'm always so careless. But Igu, you seem to remember this quite well. It appears you hold me in your thoughts. As a seasoned veteran, Li Yi understood that this was merely a common tactic employed by women to garner attention. By the way, the supervisor is looking for you. She seems quite upset, so be cautious. After Wu Mingming departed, Li Yi knocked on the door of the female supervisor's office. Come in. Upon entering, he found his supervisor engrossed in her materials, while a young man sat on the sofa nearby. The supervisor looked up, slightly furrowing her brow, her expression serious. Xiao Li, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Lei, who will soon be taking over as my new supervisor. Xiao Lei. Li recalled that Xiao Xinmei had adopted a boy named Xiao Lei in her youth due to not having children of her own. The young man shot Li a piercing glare before speaking in an arrogant tone. Who allowed you to unilaterally alter the company's rental fee? Do you have any idea how many calls the company hotline has received because of this? He continued, I now present you with 3 options. 1. Retract the advertisement and restore the original price. 2. Pay the difference out of your own pocket. Or 3. Face demotion. Choose wisely. Although Xiao Lei had yet to officially assume the role of supervisor, he was already displaying the airs of authority. I choose the second option. I will compensate for the rent that the tenants are short. The female supervisor was taken aback by Li Yi's boldness and quickly interjected. Li Yi, don't joke around, and I'm aware of your financial situation. The monthly rent for those tenants is in the tens of thousands. You cannot afford to cover that. Xiao Lei, eager to establish his dominance as the new boss, was thrilled to see Li Yi challenging him. All right, it's settled then, by noon today. Ensure that the rent for next month is deposited into the company's account. Otherwise, pack your things and leave. As Li Yi exited the office, a throng of colleagues gathered around him, offering their counsel. Xiao Li, there's really no need to clash with the new supervisor. He clearly wants to make an example of someone. Don't put yourself in the line of fire. Indeed, your monthly salary isn't high. There's no need to take such risks. Ignore that new supervisor. He's just a fool. I'll treat you to dinner after work. Looking at Wu Mengming's lovely face brightened Li Yi's mood considerably. Since Xiao Lei was deliberately provoking him, he decided to vent his frustrations on Xiao Xinmei. A classic expletive flashed through his mind. CNM. Upon entering the restroom, Li Yi transferred 500,000 to the company's account. After all, as long as there were 100 tenants in the apartment building, he could earn 10 million Huanxia coins in a day, making this deal quite profitable. As noon approached, the office doors suddenly swung open. The female supervisor hurried to Li Yi's side, a look of suspicion on her face, her brows furrowed. Instantly, all eyes in the office turned to them, whispers of concern filling the air. It's over. Li Yi is going to be fired. I told you, opposing the boss brings no good. This time, he's really in trouble. The next moment, the female supervisor spoke, her breath rapid. Li Yi, I've just received the accounting report. Someone deposited 500,000 into the company account, and it was under the name Li. This couldn't possibly be you, could it? Where did you get such a sum? As soon as she finished speaking, the office fell into a hushed silence. A document slipped from someone's hands, and they stood frozen in shock, eyes wide as they stared at Li Yi. A nearby colleague gasped. No way. Did I hear that correctly? Are college students really this wealthy now? 500,000. Enough to buy half a house. Amidst the astonishment, Li Yi stood up leisurely, furrowing his brow. It's me. Is there a problem? With this declaration, the office erupted in chaos. The young girl Wu Mengming was starry-eyed, gazing at Li Yi with admiration. That statement was simply too impressive. He seemed more authoritative than the supervisor. Simultaneously, an unprecedented wave of emotions surged within her. Excitement, thrill, adrenaline. She had indeed not misjudged him. Li was truly a hidden gem. Upon hearing Li Yi's affirmative response, the female supervisor's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped. Stunned into silence, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Since you've paid the rent, you may continue managing the apartments. Observing his still dazed colleagues, Li Yi smiled and said, What are you all standing around for? Let's go. Lunch is on me. When he brought a few close colleagues to the Gray Whale restaurant, their faces lit up with surprise. No way, Li Yi, you didn't really win the lottery, did you? A meal here costs no less than 100,000. Indeed, while I may earn over 10,000 a month, I wouldn't even dare to dream of dining here. Wu Mengming licked her lips in anticipation. What would they eat? Lobster, steak, or foie gras? After the meal, how would she express her gratitude to him? Upon entering the restaurant, the group looked around in awe, their expressions filled with wonder. Just then, Xiao Lei also entered. Upon spotting Li Yi, his face darkened instantly. As a pampered rich kid, it was perfectly normal for Xiao Lei to dine at such a high-end restaurant. However, he never expected an ordinary person like Li Yi would also appear in this establishment. Initially, he had left the country because he felt that his home was too backward, suffused with a sense of poverty. During his time abroad, He had considered himself superior. Yet, in just a few years, he found that one of his subordinates could afford to dine in the same restaurant, a reality he found hard to accept. Xiao Lei's expression grew increasingly sour, and he waved his hand to summon a waiter. "What is going on in your restaurant? You're letting people in here without proper attire." The waiter bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Li is a VIP guest of this restaurant. He may wear whatever he wishes." "What? He is a VIP? How is that possible? The only black card holder I know is my mother. He couldn't possibly have won." Xiao Lei was filled with doubt. "I don't know about that. You can ask him directly." To dispel his suspicions, Xiao Lei set down his cutlery and approached Li. Chapter 8. Slapping the boss in the face as he reached the table where the group was seated. Xiao Lei maintained his superior demeanor, looking down his nose at them. "I heard from the waiter that you're also a VIP at this restaurant. But as far as I know, the VIPs here are all super rich. How could a mere employee earning 3,000 a month have a black card?" He crossed his arms, adopting an air of superiority. As the saying goes, a poor person shouldn't have lofty aspirations. "Are you using a fake card to deceive us? If you tell the truth today, I might still respect you." Upon hearing the mention of a black card, the colleagues nearby became restless. "Supervisor Xiao? There's no need to make things difficult for Li Yi. Black cards are exclusive to super-rich individuals. He couldn't possibly possess one." "Exactly. If you want a reason to fire Li Yi, just say so. There's no need for the roundabout approach." Unfazed by the dissatisfaction of his subordinates, Xiao Lei was solely focused on embarrassing Li Yi publicly. Watching Xiao Lei's arrogant demeanor, Li Yi felt pity for Xiao Xinmei. How could such a gentle woman raise such a scoundrel? "How about we make a bet, Xiao Lei? If I pull out my black card, you call me Dad. If I can't produce it, I'll call you Dad. What do you say? Deal?" Without hesitation, Xiao Lei accepted the challenge. Ego. "There's really no need to take such a bet. He is clearly trying to provoke you." Wu Mingming looked worried and gently tugged at Li Yi's sleeve, clearly not wanting him to engage in this wager. If her future supervisor boyfriend were to get fired, it would be a tremendous loss. To everyone's surprise, the next moment, Li reached into his pocket and swiftly produced a black card. Slapping it down on the table, "Supervisor Xiao, feel free to take a look." Xiao Lei scoffed, his face displaying a hint of disdain. He picked up the black card and examined it closely. The nearby colleagues leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse. As time passed, the arrogance faded from Xiao Lei's face, replaced by confusion and astonishment. His eyes fixated on the black card, scrutinizing it repeatedly. After a prolonged examination, Xiao Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized that Li Yi had indeed produced a genuine black card. His fingers traced the card's surface, its texture and patterns unmistakably indicating its authenticity. Even the card number seemed vaguely familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "This is impossible." Xiao Lei's expression darkened visibly. The corners of several colleagues' mouths twitched. They could see from his demeanor that Xiao Lei had lost, and quite thoroughly at that. "Supervisor Xiao, what do you think? Since you've lost, you should call me Dad." Li Yi's tone was calm yet resonated like a hammer striking Xiao Lei's heart. "You?" Xiao Lei glared at Li Yi, filled with regret and frustration. Being compelled to call someone Dad in a high-end restaurant was tantamount to a death sentence. However, if he refrained, his subordinates would likely mock him mercilessly in the future. With no other choice, he resigned himself to the situation. Xiao Lei's teeth clicked together, and he finally squeezed out a word through his clenched jaws. "Father." With that utterance, the others could no longer contain themselves and burst into hearty laughter. "Don't get too cocky. We'll see how this unfolds." In the taxi home, Wu Mingming, having eaten her fill and packed an abundance of food, felt a pang of reluctance. The sight of Li Yi taking out his card to pay truly captivated her. A staggering 150,000, and Li Yi didn't even blink. He was more extravagant than a tycoon. Adjusting her posture, Wu Mingming leaned closer to Li Yi. Their proximity allowed them to hear each other's breath. "Ego, you slapped Supervisor Zhao's face in front of the entire restaurant today. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation?" Li merely smiled. He was confident he could handle Xiao Xinmei and had no fear of Xiao Lei. He chose not to resign for now, simply to accumulate points for survival in the apartment, and once his funds were sufficient, he would undoubtedly quit in a youth rental apartment. Wu Mingming's best friend, Su Ting, set the table and awaited patiently. She had seen the message from Wu Mingming and eagerly anticipated the takeaway meals. After graduation, unemployed and striving to save money, She had survived solely on instant noodles for an entire month. There was no other choice. Good jobs were exceedingly hard to come by these days, and without connections, one could hardly make progress. Ding! The doorbell rang. The girl opened the door and immediately spotted the takeout bag in Wu Mengming's hands. Swallowing hard, lobster, abalone, caviar, Kobe beef, various delicacies entirely beyond her means. Su Ting's eyes sparkled as she accepted the takeout bag and began to feast. Ming, what's up with Li Yi? How did he suddenly become so wealthy? You must be incredibly lucky. Stuffing a piece of beef into her mouth, Su Ting couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Mengming, brimming with delight, pouted, "You won't believe it. Guess where we dined today? At the Gray Whale restaurant." Gray Whale? Su Ting gasped. She had heard of that restaurant during her studies, where the waitstaff were all tall and handsome, and the chefs were top-tier professionals hired at high salaries from abroad. For an ordinary person, a single meal there could consume an entire year's salary. The fact that Li Yi could afford to dine there spoke volumes about his capabilities. Su Ting sighed. She believed her looks rivaled Wu Mengming's. Yet she was taken aback that her friend could associate with such a wealthy individual. She felt a twinge of envy. Ming, since the opportunity has presented itself, make sure to seize it. We women only have a few years of youth and beauty. And with men interested, we must secure a reliable future. Don't worry, Wu Mengming replied. I've already sensed that Li Yi is extraordinary. Otherwise, I wouldn't be delivering him milk tea every day. Plus, just now in the car, I seized the moment and kissed him. Did he reciprocate? Su Ting couldn't help but pride. He did. I plan to intensify my efforts to win him over. All right, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Su Ting beamed. If her best friend could latch onto a wealthy man, perhaps she could leap to prosperity too. If she could secure a connection with such affluent individuals, who knows what opportunities might arise. Oh? Wu Mengming's brows furrowed as she glanced at her phone. EGE's managed apartments are surprisingly renting out at half price, with utilities completely waived. Ting, should we consider moving there? The rent here is exorbitant. Is there such a good deal? Su Ting was astonished. In this coastal city, where every inch of land was precious, a single bathroom could sell for a staggering price of 100,000. The high cost of living had driven countless young people away to work in smaller cities, and now someone was offering half-priced rent with utilities included. This was practically charity. Chapter 9. Arrival of new tenants. Upon returning to the apartment, Li spotted a throng of people gathered at the entrance, bustling with activity. The majority of the crowd consisted of young women, with a few men interspersed, occasionally straining to catch a glimpse. Upon noticing Li Yi's return, the security guard, Xiao Wang, brightened as if he had seen a savior and hurried over. Brother, you're finally back. These people have been here since dawn, clamoring to rent from you. It's driving me crazy. Li remained composed. It's all right. Have them line up, and I'll review them one by one. Once back in the office, he took a deep breath, collected himself, and prepared to greet the first new tenant. To his astonishment, the person who walked in was none other than Bai Shui, who had visited him the previous day. Today, Bai Shui wore a light makeup, donning a trendy crop top that showcased her slender waist, paired with denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Approaching the desk, Bai Shui propped one leg onto the table and said, Li Yi, what's your intention? Why have you suddenly have the rent for new tenants? Do you regard us old residents as insignificant? Sister Shui, please don't be angry. This is a company decision, and there's nothing I can do, Li Yi explained with a smile. Hemph, do you think I'm a fool? I already called your company, and they informed me that this decision was yours. Bai Shui slammed her hand on the table, causing the documents to jump. I don't care. I want my rent halved and utilities waived. Sister Shui, I've mentioned before that there's no such thing as a free lunch. My request is simple. Accompany me for one night, and I'll agree to your demands. Li's gaze roamed unabashedly over Bai Shui. You? Bai Shui trembled with anger, pointing at Li Yi, but found herself at a loss for words. The rent for her apartment was around 2,000 a month, and with utilities added, it was quite a hefty expense. If she could have her rent halved, it would be a significant saving. Li, don't push your luck. Take a good look in the mirror. Who would want you? Even if I end up homeless on the streets, I want to let you lay a finger on me, Bai Shui exclaimed, furious, as she kicked the desk in front of her. Sister Shui, don't speak too definitively. You might change your mind later. Li replied, still smiling, leaning back in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head. Bai Shui was still putting on a brave front, but once the pressure mounted, she would likely present a different demeanor. Change my mind? You wish? I wouldn't even give you a second glance. As Bai Shui reached the door, she paused, throwing out one last sharp remark. Li Yi, just give up on that thought. The next to enter was an extraordinarily overweight woman, whose footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly, her flesh jiggling like waves. The woman leisurely made her way to the sofa and plopped down, causing it to sag significantly. She then extended her thick legs clad in black stockings, gazing at Li Yi with a hint of expectation. Handsome, could you rent me a room? Don't worry. I'll make sure to repay your kindness. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Li Yi, nearly causing him to regurgitate his lunch. Ma'am, this is an apartment, not a breeding ground. I suggest you find another place, Li Yi replied, frowning and gesturing for her to leave. Although having more tenants could be beneficial, he also had his pride. If his apartment were filled with unsightly characters, it would surely be a laughingstock. After a busy afternoon, the apartment successfully welcomed over a dozen new tenants, 9 of whom were quite attractive women, alongside a few couples. His advertisement had proven effective, drawing in numerous interested parties. Soon, the door swung open once more, and Wu Mingming and Su Ting entered side by side. Upon seeing them, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly grasped the situation. If others could see the advertisement, his colleagues could certainly do the same. In this age of rapid information dissemination, it was unreasonable for them to remain unaware. Wu Mingming approached Li Yi, linking her arm with his, and sweetly implored, Yigu, could you arrange a room for us? The rent at our current place is simply too steep, and we'd like to find somewhere more affordable. Of course, I would be delighted to have 2 beautiful ladies as tenants. Thank you, Yigu, Wu Mingming replied with a bright smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei drove his Porsche to the villa where Xiao Ximei resided. Ever since he turned 18, Xiao Ximei had not lived with him. What brings you here today? Xiao Ximei regarded her son with gentle eyes as he walked in. Mom, I came to ask you something. Are there any wealthy individuals with the surname Li in the city? No. Why do you ask? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Today was my first day at work, and I encountered quite a troublemaker. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, the fellow pulled out a black gold card, which left me the subject of ridicule. I figured you might know who possesses such cards, so I thought I'd inquire about his identity. Upon hearing the term black gold card, a flicker of panic flashed in Xiao Xinmei's eyes, and she forced a smile. After that passionate night, she had acted impulsively and left the card with Li Wide. Theo her dismay. Her son had now clashed with him, placing her in a difficult position. After some contemplation, Xiao Xinmei decided to fabricate a white lie. Xiao Lei, it's best not to provoke that young man. The young man you mentioned is the illegitimate son of a wealthy individual. I frequently engage in business dealings with him worth several billion. So you mustn't jeopardize our collaboration. Is that so? Now I understand. I thought there was no way that guy could have a black gold card. Xiao Lei stroked his chin, deep in thought. All right, since we need to work with him, I'll let it go. Xiao Lei shrugged, his tone considerably more relaxed. Observing her son's belief in her, Xiao Ximei secretly sighed with relief. However, she also realized the necessity of reclaiming the black card. Otherwise, over time, it could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Once Xiao Lei departed, she dialed Li Yi's number. Li was lounging on the bed in his office, examining the balance in his bank account. Currently, there was just over 800,000, undeniably a sign of poverty. Yet, he felt no concern. By the end of the day, the apartment building was fully occupied with a total of 103 residents. As long as he survived another day, he could earn 103 survival points, redeemable for over 10 million Hanxia coins. With this money, he could commence the development of his doomsday apartment. However, at this moment, he needed to return the black card to Xiao Xinmei. Soon, he would have money. He didn't need the black card to maintain his facade, and accumulating too many debts of gratitude would be troublesome to repay later. Arriving at the luxurious villa, he pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing the wealthy woman clad in a strappy dress that accentuated her collarbone and fair skin. Due to her voluptuous figure, the dress struggled to conceal her curves, leading to a revealing décolletage. You're quick to arrive. Come in. I've just prepared a meal, Xiao Xinmei said with a cheerful smile as she stepped aside. After that night, her mind was filled with images of Li Yi that she couldn't shake off. Those scenes repeatedly surfaced in her thoughts, leaving her heart in a tumultuous state. Chapter 10. Zhang Yaoyao's threats seated across from one another. Xiao Ximei gently adjusted her dress, crossing her beautiful legs. My child was just here. It seems he had a conflict with you. I hope you can be understanding. I've spoiled him too much, which has contributed to his poor temperament that I understand. Children from single-parent families often exhibit such traits. Li Yi nodded, his expression reflecting understanding. After dinner, the phone suddenly rang. It was a call from a colleague. Hello, what's up? Li Yi, you rascal. You've lured our office's beauty to your lair. So, what's the status? Have you two been to bed yet? The voice on the other end was loud, prompting Xiao Xinmei to glance over with a raised eyebrow. Stop joking, Li Yi coughed awkwardly, clarifying that she was merely there to rent a place. I get it. We're all men here, nothing to be shy about. But let me tell you, you need to be cautious of women in their 30s. The saying 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger is sent without reason. Women of this age can be quite alluring. Be careful, or you'll be left with nothing. The caller grew increasingly animated, recounting tales of his own romantic escapades. Sensing Xiao Xinmei's displeasure, Li Yi decisively ended the call. Sister Xiao, my colleague tends to exaggerate. Please don't take it to heart, he explained. It's fine, young man. I can understand, Xiao Xinmei replied, moving her chair closer to Li Yi's. Their bodies brushed against one another, and he could smell the captivating fragrance of her perfume wafting into his nostrils. So, can you tell me, how old do you think I am in your eyes? Xiao Xinmei inquired, tilting her head to gaze at Li Yi, her eyes laced with anticipation. In my eyes, you are forever 18? Li Yi responded, his lips barely moving, sending a thrill through Xiao Xinmei's heart. How mischievous. How many young girls have you seduced with that line? She teased, playfully poking his forehead, the gesture imbued with affection. As her face drew nearer, allowing Li Yi to feel her warm breath. Yet, Xiao Xinmei seemed unwilling to relent. She lifted her hand to gently cradle Li Yi's chin, drawing his gaze back to hers. Look at me. Are you speaking from the heart? Sensing the situation veering into uncomfortable territory, Li Yi hastily produced the black card, placing it between them. Sister Xiao, here is your card. I have matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Watching Li Yi's retreating figure, Xiao Xinmei pursed her lips and sighed softly. Back at the apartment, Li Yi tidied up the office bed. From this day forward, he intended to reside there, utilizing the influx of residents to amass survival points. Spending a night at the wealthy woman's home would only yield 1 survival point, whereas staying at the apartment could yield hundreds. As he lay on the bed, Wu Mingming sent him several adorable emojis. Egu. I had such a good meal today. Do you think my outfit looks nice? Wu Mingming inquired. Not bad, but there's room for improvement, Li replied. Then let me change a few outfits. And you can give me your opinion. Moments later, a photo arrived. In the image, the woman donned a classic JK uniform, a white shirt paired perfectly with a black tie, and a blue and white checkered short skirt, complemented by sheer white thigh-high stockings, resembling a youthful and vibrant schoolgirl. Is there more? Li Yi typed. Yes, just a moment, Wu Mingming responded. A moment later, another photo arrived. This time, the woman was in a black bodycon dress. Her beautiful legs encased in shiny black stockings, accentuated by red stilettos, presenting a striking contrast to her previous youthful appearance, exuding a different kind of allure. The bodycon dress is a bit short, and I'm not wearing any undergarments. Would Ego like to see? Wu Mingming teased. Sure, Li Yi replied. Then let me start a video call. As the WeChat video connected, Wu Mingming revealed half her face. Clearly a bit nervous. I'll start filming now, she said, and the camera began to move. Moments later, the video call ended, and Li Yi exhaled in relief. The video had been incredibly stimulating, more so than any adult film he had previously watched. Women could be quite daring. Wu Mingming had surprisingly chosen to forego any undergarments altogether. Taking a sip of water to soothe his parched throat, he received a friend request. To his surprise, it was from Zheng Yaoyao. Feeling mischievous, he was curious to see what trick she had up her sleeve. Accepting the friend request, Zheng Yaoyao sent a voice message. Come to the 10th floor of Xinghui Company tomorrow morning. I have something important to discuss with you. Li knew without a doubt that she intended to silence him. The next morning, before the sun had fully pierced the mist, Li Yi stood at the entrance of the Xinghui building. This towering edifice showcased the formidable financial power of the Sun family. Aware that Zheng Yaoyao worked here as a junior executive, he stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 10th floor. As the doors opened, a bustling scene greeted him. The office area was filled with cubicles, the sounds of typing, ringing phones, and the hum of printers creating a cacophony of noise. He approached a workstation and politely inquired, "Hello, could you please direct me to Supervisor Zheng's office?" The young employee looked up, scrutinizing Li Yi for a moment. "Supervisor Zheng's office is at the very end. Just take a left down the corridor." Li Yi thanked the employee and followed the indicated path. Along the way, he overheard several staff members whispering, "Look, another one here to see Supervisor Zheng. TSK, how many is this now? What can you expect? She's the boss's girlfriend. I heard she has only been here a month and has already secured several big contracts. But honestly, Supervisor Zheng is truly beautiful and has a great figure. It's no wonder the young master is so smitten. I heard she is quite virtuous. The young master hasn't he managed to win her over yet." Pushing open the door to Zheng Yaoyao's office, Li immediately spotted the woman seated at her desk. Zheng Yaoyao was clad in a tailored dark blue suit, complemented by a white silk blouse, exuding competence and elegance, with a pair of gold-framed glasses perched on her nose. Undeniably, Zheng Yaoyao was stunning. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and even in professional attire, she radiated an enchanting allure. She resembled a natural model. Any clothing donned by her appeared impeccably fitting and visually pleasing. Upon noticing Li Yi's entrance, Zheng Yaoyao furrowed her brow, setting down the documents in her hands. She lifted her gaze, her expression cold as she regarded Li Yi. "You're here." Zheng Yaoyao retrieved a bank card from her drawer and slapped it onto the table. "There are 2 million in this card. Take it. From today onward, we're squared. Don't come looking for me again. And I won't contact you either. How about that? With your salary, you'll never afford a house in this city. You might as well take this 2 million back home, build a house, marry a wife, and live a stable life. That would be your best choice." Zheng Yaoyao's gaze bore into Li Yi. Tinged with a hint of mockery and pity, Li Yi looked at the bank card on the table, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. He stepped closer to Zheng Yaoyao's desk. Leaning forward with his hands planted firmly on the surface, locking eyes with her, "Do you think money can solve everything? You're rather naive, aren't you?" Zheng Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback by Li Yi's assertiveness. Evidently unprepared for his refusal, "Li Yi, don't push your luck. This 2 million is already my absolute limit." Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil, even as she attempted to mask it. "Let me tell you. Don't think I won't do anything to you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zheng Yaoyao's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with menace as she glared at Li Yi. Her initial plan was to have Li Yi accept the money, then promptly report him for extortion, sending him to prison. In doing so, she would not only rid herself of Li Yi's entanglement, but also salvage her reputation. Although 2 million is not an insignificant sum for her, in comparison to her reputation and future, it pales in significance. She has no desire to jeopardize her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family because of a penniless boy like Li Yi. She is not foolish enough to hand over 2 million to Li Yi without reason. Chapter 11. The helplessness of the campus belle speak. "What must I do for you to let me go?" Zheng Yaoyao trembled. "Manager Zheng, your office is quite spacious. It seems well suited for a bit of exercise," Li remarked, leisurely loosening his tie. "What do you intend to do?" Zheng Yaoyao's pupils constricted as she instinctively took a step back. "I warn you, Sun Tianhao is right upstairs and could come down at any moment. You would do well not to entertain any ideas. Not to worry, as long as we lock the door and keep our voices down. There will be no issues." Li chuckled dismissively, approaching the door to securely fasten the lock. "What are you planning? My employees are outside. Are you not afraid I will call for help?" Zheng Yaoyao's heart raced as fear surged within her upon witnessing Li Yi's actions. "Call away. I too am curious to see how Sun Tianhao will react upon discovering us in the same room." Li advanced a step closer, leaving Zheng Yaoyao with nowhere to retreat. "You are shameless," she hissed in a low voice. "Shameless? During our school days, you borrowed my living expenses to indulge yourself and insulted me behind my back. You have no right to accuse me of shamelessness." Li Yi's gaze turned icy as he seized Zheng Yaoyao's wrist, pulling her toward the desk. "Undress, or face the consequences." Tears welled in Zheng Yaoyao's eyes as her trembling hand slowly reached for the buttons of her shirt. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Zheng Yaoyao seized the moment like a lifeline, struggling to flee, but a single cold glance from Li froze her in place. "Manager, Boss Sun asked me to inform you that he would like to take you out for lunch." "All right, I understand. You may leave. I am still discussing business." Zheng Yaoyao's voice was hoarse, her face rigid. Although the girl could sense that the manager's voice was unnatural, she did not dwell on it. After all, it is normal for leaders to exhibit various tones in front of subordinates. You see, someone could walk in at any moment. I cannot gamble with my future. Zhang Yaoyao pleaded, attempting to persuade Li Yi to spare her. To her dismay, Li Yi disregarded her entreaties entirely. I will count to 3. Continue undressing, or face the consequences. Point 1. With each number he counted, Zhang Yaoyao felt her heart sink further. Point 2. Her body trembled more violently. Silent tears streaming down her cheeks as she realized there was no escape. On the 11th floor, Sun Tianhao was intently selecting a restaurant for lunch. Ever since he had mocked Li Yi at a restaurant, he had been blacklisted from the Grey Whale restaurant and could no longer enter. The thought of it ignited an inexplicable rage within him. Damn Li Yi. Although he was furious, he felt powerless. After all, the Grey Whale restaurant had a formidable background that he could not provoke. After choosing a restaurant, Sun Tianhao picked up his phone and called Zhang Yaoyao. After a long wait, the call was finally answered. Hello, Yaoyao. I am about to start a meeting. I will come find you after it's finished. Okay. Zhang Yaoyao's voice sounded somewhat flustered, fragmented. Yaoyao, what's wrong? Are you unwell? No. I have something to attend to. We will talk later. Zhang Yaoyao hastily hung up. After the call ended, Sun Tianhao was left bewildered. He set down his phone and stroked his chin, lost in thought. Strange, why was Yaoyao's voice so fragmented? However, with his girlfriend just downstairs, he dismissed the thought. He put aside his concerns and began preparing for the upcoming meeting. After a while, Sun Tianhao completed his meeting and arrived at Zhang Yaoyao's office. Pushing the door open, he found Zhang Yaoyao standing before a mirror, fixing her makeup. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist, Sun Tianhao spoke softly, You have worked hard, Yaoyao. You need not exert yourself so much at work. Look at your makeup. It's all smudged, and your hair is a mess. Let us go eat. As they exited the office, the gazes of subordinates turned toward them. Hey, why does Manager Zhang's skin suddenly seem so youthful? Indeed, it appears to have improved remarkably, as if she has used some expensive skincare product. Could that person earlier have been selling skincare products? I wish I could buy a share. Several female employees chattered quietly, their discussions not reaching Sun Tianhao's ears. Leaving the company, Li Yi felt invigorated. Simultaneously, he received a notification from the system. You have coexisted with 90 zombies for a full 24 hours. Reward, 90 survival points. Please proceed to the system mall to redeem. Suddenly affluent, Li Yi began to explore the mall. Upon doing so, he was astonished. IT was truly a post-apocalyptic system, with everything geared toward survival. Flamethrower, worth 100 survival points. Capable of inflicting effective harm on all living beings within a 10-meter radius. Healing potion, worth 500 survival points, capable of curing all ailments and even regenerating severed limbs. Sleep pod, worth 1,000 points, allowing one to sleep within and awaken automatically after 10 years. Laser cannon, worth 20,000 points, capable of precisely striking all targets within a 100-meter range for 5 minutes. Moreover, he found numerous spell scrolls resembling techniques of cultivation, though their prices were exorbitant, requiring points sufficient to purchase 10 aircraft carriers. Li Yi was overwhelmed, ultimately realizing that the Hanxia currency was of the utmost utility. With the apocalypse yet to unfold, exchanging for miscellaneous items would only bring him trouble. His immediate priority was to utilize his funds to renovate his apartment, transforming it into a fortress. Yet, undertaking such renovations was not as simple as it seemed. Approval from relevant authorities was essential. Otherwise, it would be deemed illegal construction. At that point, even if the zombies did not demolish his building, enforcement personnel would compel him to do so. After careful consideration, Li decided to first purchase a good car and enhance his personal image. In this society, appearances often dictate how one is treated. If he dressed too plainly, he might not even be allowed entry by security personnel when conducting business. Converting all his survival points into Hanxia currency, he found himself with over 10 million in his account. Without further ado, Li promptly headed to a clothing store to have several suits tailored for himself. Once dressed, he proceeded to a Porsche dealership to order a luxury vehicle. However, just as Li stepped out of the store, he overheard a commotion. It turned out that a couple was arguing in the BMW dealership across the way. The woman was none other than Zhao Maya. It appeared that Zhao Maya was embroiled in a dispute with her boyfriend over a car issue. Yet, this matter was of no concern to Li Yi. He had no interest in spectating. Now, He needed to settle matters with the relevant departments to obtain the permits for renovating the apartment building. Chapter 12. Zhao Maya's breakup. After a long day of toil, Li Yi finally managed to complete the majority of the paperwork. Thanks to his expensive suit, the efficiency of the various departments increased significantly. He even received a few flirtatious glances from several female clerks. In the end, he was left with only the approval from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. However, Li Yi faced a predicament. The director of the bureau was none other than Sun Tianhao's uncle. Upon entering the office, a bald man was lounging back in his chair, leisurely engrossed in his phone. When he noticed Li Yi entering, the man's eyelids flicked up, revealing a hint of impatience. "What brings you here?" "Director, I am here to process the paperwork for the housing renovation," Li Yi replied, extending the documents in his hand. The middle-aged man slowly set down his phone, took the materials, and began to peruse them. "Li Yi?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. Just a few days prior, he had heard his nephew Sun Tianhao grumbling about this very individual. He hadn't expected to encounter him in person today. He scrutinized the information on the documents, and all the details matched. After a cursory glance, the man tossed the materials onto the desk. "You can go home. I can't process this. All my paperwork is in order." "Why can't you process it?" Li Yi suppressed his anger, knowing that this man before him was abusing his power for personal vendetta. "I said I can't process it, so I can't. Hurry up and leave. I have a meeting to attend." The man resumed watching a gaming live stream, indifferent to Li Yi's presence. Seeing that Li Yi remained unmoved, the man frowned. "What's wrong with you? When I say no, it means no, that I cannot alter the rules for you alone. If you don't leave, I will have to call security." With no other choice, Li Yi had to depart. Despite his wealth, he was powerless against authority. Just as he exited the Housing Bureau building, a phone call came through. "Hello, Mr. Li. Your order for the Porsche Silver convertible has arrived. Where are you located? We will send a driver to deliver it to you." After providing his location, Li Yi began to wait patiently. While he waited, he spotted Zhao Maya in the distance, dressed in a flowing white dress and seemingly on a phone call. Upon seeing Li Yi standing by the roadside, Zhao Maya appeared surprised. In her mind, she had presumed that Li Yi must be wealthy. Standing at a bus stop seemed inconsistent with that image. "Lie, what brings you here? Are you waiting for the bus?" Seeing that Li Yi ignored her, Zhao Maya was not offended. Initially, she had thought Li Yi was a rich second generation, which had piqued her interest. However, upon seeing him at the bus stop, her thoughts shifted once again. A person who doesn't even possess a car, how could they possibly be a second-generation rich kid? It is only thanks to her current boyfriend, who, at her earnest insistence, bought a luxury car to chauffeur her to and from work. With a roar, the engine echoed as a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the roadside, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The doors swung open, and a young man clad in sunglasses leapt from the vehicle. Goodness, it was none other than the S-Class Mercedes. This young fellow is certainly exceptional. A Mercedes S-Class must cost no less than $1 million, damn it. Why isn't my father like Jack Ma, leaving me to subsist on instant noodles? Consumed by envy and resentment, Zhao Maya listened to the astonished murmurs of the crowd. Her heart swelled with joy. She silently congratulated herself for the choice she had made. Had she ended up with Li Yi, she might very well be squashed in a bus right now. Just as Zhao Maya was about to get into the car, a tow truck unexpectedly approached. The vehicle came to a stop, and two staff members donned in white gloves jumped out. Behind that tow truck, astonishingly, was a pure silver Porsche supercar. Oh my goodness, a pure silver Porsche. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. This must be worth $3 to $4 million. Wait a moment, this isn't just any ordinary Porsche. It's a limited edition. I've heard about it. It seems to be valued at over $9 million. No way. Really? With that kind of money, one could buy a Rolls-Royce. This is beyond extravagant. Suddenly, the Mercedes S-Class pales in comparison. The staff member pulled out a phone and made a call. Coincidentally, Li Yi's phone began to ring. "Hello, Mr. Li, your vehicle has arrived at the designated location. Could you please come and sign for it?" "All right." Under the gaze of countless people at the bus stop, Li Yi approached the staff member and signed the paperwork. After completing the formalities, the staff member nodded respectfully, then began unloading the vehicle. How is this even possible? Zhao Maya's breath quickened. Is that $9 million sports car really Li Yi's? Shaking her head, Zhao Maya frantically denied the reality before her, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Having been classmates with Li Yi for 4 years, she knew his family situation all too well. Lie came from an ordinary household. He could hardly afford even a beaten-up Volkswagen, let alone a sports car. Had she misjudged him once again? Staring blankly in the direction Lee had driven off, her heart was in turmoil. If Lee could afford such a luxury car, then he must possess assets worth billions. Her own boyfriend had taken out a mountain of loans just to buy a decent car. The disparity was glaringly apparent, but before she could inquire about the truth, Lee had already driven away. The young man in sunglasses, recovering from his astonishment, grasped Zhao Maya's hand. "Maya, stop staring. Let's go back to I'll treat you to a grand meal." However, to his surprise, Zhao Maya shook off his hand. "Go eat by yourself. I'm not in the mood today." The young man was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a reaction from Zhao Maya. "Maya, what's wrong? Is it just because of a car?" "Mayang, I think you need to work harder in the future. Just because you drive a Mercedes doesn't mean you're exceptional. Look at that guy, 5 years younger than you, driving a supercar, while you're still taking out loans to buy a car and using my salary to pay it off." Zhao Maya couldn't help but voice her grievances. Upon hearing this, Ma Yang's temper flared instantly. "What do you mean? Are you interested in that guy from earlier, just because his car is better than mine? You're smitten?" Ma Yang bellowed in fury. "Why are you shouting? Yes, I am interested in him. I do think your car is inferior, so what? I want to get into his car. I want to sleep with him. What's wrong with that? You." Ma Yang was so enraged he trembled, pointing at Zhao Maya but unable to articulate a response. No man could accept such words. "You shameless woman, get out of my sight." Ma Yang was beside himself with rage. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhao Maya across the face. Stunned, Zhao Maya couldn't process it. She had never been touched by her parents in such a manner throughout her life. "Ma Yang, how dare you hit me? You're not a man. It's over." Zhao Maya screamed hysterically, scratching at Ma Yang's face before storming off, covering her face in indignation. After walking for a considerable distance, Zhao Maya's emotions began to settle. She paused, pulling out her phone. Since she had already broken up, she naturally needed to find a new partner quickly, and the one driving the prestigious supercar, Li Yi, was undoubtedly her best choice. Chapter 13. The new beautiful boss in the Sumu Manor Villa located in the Punanu district. Xiao Xinmei, donned in a black lace nightgown, looked at the beautiful girl before her with a gentle smile in her eyes. The girl lounged lazily on the sofa, dressed in a black trench coat, her impossibly long legs casually draped over the coffee table, one hand cradling a plush toy while the other idly played with her hair, her face reflecting reluctance. "Aunt, I just returned to the country, and my mother is pushing me to go on blind dates. You should say something to her." Xiao Xinmei peeled an orange and handed it to the girl. "Shui, you are no longer a child. It is time to find a boyfriend." The girl straightened up, a hint of discomfort crossing her features. "I don't want to find a boyfriend right now. I just obtained my Master's in Business Administration from an Ivy League school. I want to focus on work first." "All right then, you can go to the company where Xiao Lei works. I'm friends with the owner there. With your capabilities, you should have no trouble landing a managerial position." Xiao Xinmei looked affectionately at the girl, her brother's precious daughter, whom she had always adored. "Thank you, Aunt. Please help me talk to my mom. I really don't want to go on blind dates with those people." The girl's face lit up with joy as she quickly set down her plush toy and planted a kiss on Xiao Xinmei's cheek. "Okay, you focus on your work. By the way, there's a young man named Li Yi at that company who often comes to chat with me. If you can help him out, please do." "Sure, Aunt. I'll take my leave now." The girl, brimming with joy like a little rabbit, opened the door to her Ferrari supercar, elegantly slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and roared away. In the early morning, Li Yi awoke leisurely in his apartment. After stretching widely, he habitually reached for his phone, only to discover a multitude of missed calls from colleagues. Wu Mingming had also left him a message on WeChat. "Digu, hurry to the company. A new leader is coming to Lie." Not daring to delay, quickly freshened up and sped off to the company in his sports car. Upon arriving, he noticed that his colleagues had already tidied up the office meticulously. Approaching Wu Mingming, he lowered his voice and asked, "Mingming, why is there a new leader? Didn't Xiao Lei just arrive?" "Manager Xiao has been reassigned to another department, and this time it's not a supervisor, but a department manager," Wu Mingming replied in a hushed tone, her expression tense as her eyes frequently darted toward the door. As they conversed, the sound of high heels approached, growing louder. The crisp sound echoed like a drumbeat, causing everyone to tense up. They straightened their backs, all eyes fixated on the source of the sound. Moments later, a tall woman clad in professional attire and sporting a bun entered, flanked by a throng of admirers. Her expression was as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. She showed little interest in the warm welcome from the crowd, merely casting a fleeting glance at everyone before striding into the office. Shortly thereafter, the female secretary emerged. "Manager Xiao wants to see this year's work reports. Everyone prepare them." Upon hearing this news, the crowd immediately sprang into action, scrambling to gather the relevant documents. "Hey, have you heard? This new manager is quite the figure. She drives a Ferrari worth over 10 million and graduated from a prestigious overseas university. They say she's chillingly aloof, I heard too. Her surname is Xiao. And it's obvious she's related to manager Xiao." The crowd buzzed with excitement. The secretary rushed out again. "Lie, Manager Xiao is looking for you." This announcement, everyone gasped, their eyes converging on Li Yi. The incident from days prior, when Li Yi had jokingly called Xiao Lei dad, had already spread through the company, and now, being summoned by the new manager, the anticipation of a reprimand hung in the air. "Oh no, it's over for Li Yi. He is surely in for it now." The murmurs of concern rippled through the colleagues. "If you find yourself threatened, blink twice if they ask you to resign." Their gazes were filled with a tragic understanding, as if Li Yi were embarking on a path of no return. With a heart full of trepidation, Li stepped into the office. Inside, Xiao Ruoxue appraised him carefully from head to toe. "Zombies are observing your fresh meat. Please take protective measures." "Are you the one who bullied my cousin?" Xiao Ruoxue furrowed her brows. "Yes, but he started it," Li replied, maintaining his composure. "Interesting, that guy had it coming. He thought a bit of wealth made him untouchable." "You did well." A slight smile graced Xiao Ruoxue's lips. "All right, you may leave now. Focus on your work, and don't think that just because you know my aunt, you can slack off." Her gaze carried a hint of warning, her expression serious and earnest. As Li exited the office, he felt a bit dazed. He had expected a harsh scolding followed by packing up to head home. Seeing Li emerge, his colleagues quickly surrounded him. "So, did the manager assign you to observe nuclear explosions up close, or are you off to work in an African slum?" Wu Mengming's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lamented. "Egu, if you leave, we'll miss you." Just as Li was trying to comprehend the situation, his team leader stormed over furiously. "Lie, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and organize the materials. If the new manager is dissatisfied with your work documentation, you will have to write your resignation letter and leave." This man has always held a fondness for Wu Mengming. Every time he sees her delivering milk tea, he grits his teeth in frustration, which has led him to create trouble for her. Just as the man was being aggressive, the secretary stepped forward once more. She approached the crowd, cleared her throat, and announced, "Manager Xiao has stated that, effective today, Li Yi will serve as the new team leader of the office." This proclamation, the bustling office fell suddenly silent. The man, who had been looking for trouble, froze in disbelief. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Li Yi has been promoted. What on earth is happening?" Colleagues exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Simultaneously, a notice appeared in the company's HR group. HR announcement. Former sales representative Li Yi, due to outstanding business acumen and solid work ethic, has been promoted to office team leader. This is hereby announced. Upon reading this news, his colleagues were even more dumbfounded. "Come on, team leader Li, have some water." A quick-thinking colleague immediately approached with a cup of water, a broad smile on their face. "Egu, I'll take care of the materials. You just sit back." "Team leader Li, are we having dinner tonight?" "It's on me." Meanwhile, the man beside them twitched his lips, unable to accept this reality. He had worked for several years to become a team leader. Yet Li Yi, having been employed for less than 6 months, was now his equal. It was simply unacceptable. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. "You have coexisted with 108 zombies for 24 hours, rewarding you with 108 survival points." Chapter 14. Seeking assistance once again. A 10 million yuan sum had entered his account, filling Li Yi with a profound sense of accomplishment. At this rate of earning, it wouldn't be long before he became a billionaire. With a mere blink, after a restful sleep, his account swelled by 10 million. Anyone would be exhilarated. However, what he did not anticipate was that with such a colossal influx of funds, a text message arrived. "Commercial Bank, Your account ending in 5654 has had its funds flagged as abnormal and is now frozen. The current balance is 11,801,222 yuan. Please bring relevant asset documentation to the bank within 3 working days. What the hell? Li Yi nearly coughed up blood. This system was indeed rather foolish. The money it provided could be subject to bank risk control. If he failed to resolve this within 3 days, it was likely that the police would come knocking, and facing charges for the crime of unclear sources of wealth was not out of the question. After a moment of calm contemplation, Li Yi thought of the only person who could help him now, Xiao Xinmei. However, he was reluctant to approach this affluent woman. The reason was simple. It was quite taxing on his health. After leaving the villa last time, he had to consume a great deal of lamb kidneys to recuperate. Yet now, it seemed he had no other choice. During the lunch break, he declined Wu Moming's invitation to dine and sped off to Sumu Manor. Upon arrival at the villa, he spotted Xiao Ruoshua's Ferrari and Xiao Lei's Porsche. As he pushed the door open, he looked up to see the 3 individuals seated on the living room sofa. The wealthy woman was clad in a white lace camisole, her ample curves prominently displayed. Xiao Xinmei reclined lazily against the backrest, her eyes filled with affection, her gaze fixed upon the 2 individuals beside her. When she saw Li Yi enter the room, both Xiao Lei and Xiao Ruoshua furrowed their brows in unison, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. What are you doing here instead of at the office? Xiao Ruoshua was the first to inquire. I came to discuss the property contract with MS. Xiao Lie glanced at Xiao Xinmei. The memories of that wild and intimate night flooded back, causing Xiao Xinmei's complexion to flush instantly. Like peach blossoms blooming in spring, her cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red, spreading from her face to her ears, exuding a unique shyness. Let us talk in my office, Xiao Xinmei softly suggested. Her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly, captivatingly alluring. Li Yi inhaled deeply and followed her inside. Once the door was closed, he reached out and pulled the curvaceous beauty into his embrace, lowering his head to meet her gaze. He spoke in a hushed tone, Sister Xiao, I need your assistance with something. The woman, taken aback by this sudden move, gasped softly. Her eyes glazed over, as if veiled by a thin mist, rendering her utterly enchanting. Don't do this. The children are outside, she stammered. Gripping her waist firmly, Li asserted, I don't care. Who told you to bully me that night? Noticing a crack in the door, Xiao Xinmei felt flustered and anxious. Playfully admonishing him, let go, or the kids will see us. I promise to help you. However, Li Yi did not relent. Instead, he dominated her lips with a passionate kiss. Her soft, delicate lips parted and closed, and Xiao Xinmei found herself powerless to resist. Her body quickly yielding, devoid of strength. Her legs pressed tightly together, trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand firm. She appeared both radiant and helpless. After their fervent kiss, Xiao Xinmei placed a finger on Li Yi's lips. Her own lips pursed as she savored the lingering sensation of the kiss, feeling as if she might faint from embarrassment. With her son and niece in the living room, separated by a mere wall, the shame was overwhelming. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Li Yi whispered his request in Xiao Xinmei's ear. Upon hearing that over 10 million yuan had been frozen in his account, Xiao Xinmei's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Although she had purchased numerous properties from Li Yi, she was well aware that most of the commissions were siphoned off by the company. Logically, it was impossible for him to have amassed such wealth. Tell me, have you attached yourself to some wealthy woman? Xiao Xinmei feigned anger, pinching his waist playfully. Rest assured, this is all my legitimate income. I even brought you a gift this time. Li retrieved a pearl necklace from his pocket and presented it to Xiao Xinmei. The necklace had cost him over 200,000 yuan. Though it was a trifle for this super-rich woman, it still bore significance. Yet, in the next moment, the enchanting beauty before him suddenly knelt down. Xiao Xinmei chuckled softly, her legs bending gracefully. Her legs came together, her knees gently resting on the soft carpet, her delicate skin contrasting sharply with the dark fabric, making her appear even more stunningly fair. Li Yi stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. As Xiao Xinmei knelt, she picked up a hair tie, expertly gathering her cascading locks. During this process, she unabashedly revealed her alluring figure. Her fair neck and delicate collarbone were fully exposed before him. Through the thin lace of her nightgown, he glimpsed a breathtakingly alluring sight. At this moment, Xiao Xinmei, half kneeling, exuded an irresistible charm. She raised her head slightly, her gaze soft and inviting as she looked at Li Yi. Her lips parting slightly. Come, help me put it on. Li Yi casually draped the necklace around her neck, and the woman beamed with joy. You did well today. I've helped with your request, but how do you plan to thank me? You don't think a necklace will suffice, do you? Under her heated gaze, Li felt utterly exposed. Sister Xiao, I have matters to attend to today. How about this? In a few days, once I finish my business, you can prepare a nice meal for me. After speaking, Li Yi exited the room. At this moment, any reckless actions could lead to trouble. If his superior, Xiao Ruoxue, discovered that he was involved with her aunt, he would undoubtedly be packing his things and leaving. For now, he still needed his position in the company to cloak his actions. In the living room, Xiao Lei had already departed, leaving only Xiao Ruoxue, who was frowning as she scrolled through her phone. What are you looking at? Hurry back to work. With a glare from Xiao Ruoxue, Li saw no point in making things awkward for himself and left the villa. Moments later, Xiao Xinmei emerged from the room, her face radiant with satisfaction, a glimmer of pride and fulfillment in her eyes. Now that Li had a need for her assistance, this was undoubtedly what she had longed to see. Secretly, she began plotting how to thoroughly ensnare him, leaving no stone unturned. What is wrong, Xiao Shui? Not happy? Xiao Xinmei inquired with concern as she looked at Xiao Ruoxue, who was seated on the sofa. Clutching a toy, Xiao Ruoxue sighed softly. Auntie, my mom called again, insisting on introducing me to someone. It's driving me crazy. Can you help me think of a solution? Annie doesn't have a good solution either. But if all else fails, you could find a fake boyfriend. That way, your sister-in-law shouldn't pester you anymore. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Ruoxue's eyes brightened as if a glimmer of hope had appeared in her dark world. But I just returned to the country, and I don't know anyone. Who could I ask to pretend? Chapter 15. Xiao Ruoxue's plan. Xiao Ruoxue's mind raced as she searched for a suitable candidate. This person must possess a certain emotional intelligence, not be unattractive, and have decent financial standing. Otherwise, their facade would easily be exposed. Moreover, it was crucial that they be single and compliant, ensuring that no hints of deception would arise. As her gaze shifted, Xiao Ruoxue spotted Li driving away from the window. Oh? Her eyes suddenly sparkled. This employee of hers seemed to fit her criteria perfectly. Above average looks, a height of 1.8 meters. And as a sales representative, his emotional intelligence was certainly commendable. The fact that he could afford a sports car indicated a solid economic background, and given that she was the boss and he was an employee, he should be easily manageable. At this moment, Li Yi had arrived at the bank. Upon inquiring at the counter, he discovered that his bank account had been unfrozen. A single phone call from Xiao Xinmei had resolved his predicament. A wealthy magnate's guarantee is a pressure that even banks cannot withstand. With the financial issues resolved, only the approval procedures for the apartment renovation remain incomplete. However, he is not concerned, for with Xirok Xinmei by his side, the approval process should pose no problem. Even Sun Tianhao's uncle, no matter how foolish, would not offend a wealthy individual on his behalf. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Yi unexpectedly received a WeChat message from Zhao Maya, who wished to invite him to dinner. Yet, the current Li Yi is no longer the naive youth of yesteryears. He is acutely aware of Zhao Maya's intentions. It is merely a matter of treating, beheading, or accepting her as a pet, common tactics employed by women. Upon returning to the office, Li Yi began contemplating his next course of action. To renovate the apartment, he must seek a professional construction company. Although his own company is a real estate firm, it has never constructed a safe house, rendering it inadequate for this task. After much deliberation, he resolved to enlist the services of the renowned Jinlong Security Company, a well-established state-owned enterprise with branches across the nation, specializing in civil defense projects. As Li Yi settled into his workstation, barely taking a moment to catch his breath, Wu Mingming approached with a beaming smile. She plopped herself onto his desk, her slender legs clad in black stockings swaying provocatively before him. Li team leader, how does it feel to be promoted? You mustn't forget us now that you've ascended, she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In less than 6 months, Li had already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, would he not soon become a supervisor? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the girl became increasingly exhilarated. Good brother, hurry, conquer me, dominate me. I want to bear your children. Her imagination began to conjure up exceedingly shameful postures, igniting a peculiar sensation within her. That sensation caused her heart to race uncontrollably. and her breathing quickened. Warning, zombie Wu Mingming has developed a craving for your flesh. Please take precautions. The system's warning echoed in Li Yi's mind. Mingming, do you know anyone at Jianlong Security Company? His question abruptly pulled the girl from her daydream. I don't know anyone, but it seems Team Leader Wang's younger brother is affiliated with Jianlong. Team Leader Wang, the very person who had previously made things difficult for Li Yi and harbored a secret affection for Wu Mingming. What do you need Jianlong's people for? I recall they deal with security facilities, right? Wu Mingming's gaze returned to Li Yi, filled with curiosity. Nothing much. I've recently watched a few apocalyptic zombie films and suddenly felt the urge to learn about certain things. You're not talking about Resident Evil, are you? That film is from ages ago. I think the zombies move too slowly to ever destroy the world. Wu Mingming scoffed, her disdain evident. Oh, it seems you have some thoughts on this. Why do you believe zombies cannot bring about the end of the world? Li Yi's interest peaked. He genuinely wanted to hear a different perspective. Consider this. With technology being so advanced today, if a zombie outbreak were to occur, the news would undoubtedly leak. The authorities would surely suppress the zombies with force. Given the modern weaponry available, sluggish, thoughtless zombies would stand no chance against a coordinated military response. Soldiers can hide in tanks. Surely, zombies cannot bite through steel, can they? If zombies cannot even handle tanks, let alone aircraft and missiles, a little bombardment would suffice to obliterate any flesh and blood. Thus, I believe the only scenario in which zombies could annihilate humanity would be if, prior to the outbreak, everyone had already been infected. The virus would need to erupt simultaneously across the globe, leaving no time for humanity to react. Only then could the authorities find themselves unable to respond. After all, issuing orders and operating weapons require human oversight. If those giving and executing commands were to mutate, then even the most robust systems would collapse. Li nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, as you said, modern weaponry is overwhelmingly powerful. If zombies are merely the remnants of humanity, a single blast would likely leave nothing but ash. So, Igu, if you were to become a zombie, would you eat me? Wu Mingming suddenly posed the unexpected question. Li Yi's gaze roamed over her, imagining the scenario. Of course, I would eat you. Mingming is so beautiful. You would surely be a delicacy in a zombie's eyes. Wu Mingming leaned in closer, her large eyes blinking innocently. Which part would you plan to eat first? I'll eat wherever is the softest. She stomped her foot playfully, feigning annoyance. Igu, you're so bad. I won't talk to you anymore. After the enchanting girl departed, Li Yi sought out Team Leader Wang, who had long harbored feelings for Wu Mingming. Upon seeing Li Yi, the man's expression shifted. Isn't this Li Team Leader? What brings you here on such a fine day? Li Yi paid no mind to the man's attitude, smiling as he said, Team Leader Wang, I heard your brother is an executive at Jianlong Company. Could you introduce me? I have a few questions. I don't have time. I'm swamped with work. Perhaps we can discuss it when I find a moment, the man retorted brusquely, waving him off. Not perturbed by the man's disdain, Li Yi understood well that this single, older gentleman harbored affections for Wu Mingming. While Wu Mingming favored him, it was only natural for there to be some resentment. At that moment, the manager's secretary entered the office. Drawing everyone's attention, Li, manager shall request your presence in her office. The man watched Li Yi's retreating figure, filled with envy and bitterness. What is so special about being on par with me? How long can he bask in his glory? Chapter 16. Pretending to be a boyfriend as Li pushed open the door, he immediately spotted Xiao Ruoxue, seated in a spacious office chair, cradling a fluffy plush cat in her arms. Her slender fingers gently stroked the feline, her expression focused and tender, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Upon noticing the door open, she lifted her gaze. Placing the cat down on the floor, Xiao Ruoxue then arched her finely shaped eyebrows, a barely perceptible smile flickering in her eyes. Come, sit, she beckoned, indicating the chair opposite her desk. Her tone gentle, Li felt somewhat flustered by this sudden warmth. His heart racing a few beats faster. I called you in to offer you a chance for promotion and a raise. Do you want it? Xiao Ruoxue stated directly. Absolutely, Li replied without a moment's hesitation. As who would turn down an opportunity for financial gain? Moreover, with a promotion and raise, he could more easily pursue his plans for the safe house renovation. Very well, Xiao Ruoxue replied, revealing a knowing smile. I need you to be my boyfriend, huh? Li was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Taking a deep breath to steady his shock, he cautiously asked, Manager, you're not joking, are you? Xiao Ruoxue clasped her hands together on the desk. Her tone serious. Do I look like I'm joking? Li Yi's heart raced as he sought clarification. Manager, I only sell my skills, not my body. Xiao Ruoxue chuckled at his remark, unable to suppress a laugh. Her eyes sparkling with amusement. The atmosphere in the office lightened considerably. Who wants your body? She laughed, shaking her head. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend to deal with my mother. After a brief pause, she added, rest assured. Once this is accomplished, promotion and raise are yours. I always deliver on my promises. Before he could fully process her words, Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward and grasped his wrist. Leading him out of the office, as they exited, the entire office fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the stillness. Witnessing this scene, Wu Mengming's coffee cup tilted, spilling hot liquid down the side, soaking her pristine skirt, yet she remained oblivious. No, no, Wu Mengming's heart screamed, her inner world crumbling like snowflakes. After what felt like an eternity, the office crowd gradually emerged from their shock. Yet team leader Wang remained frozen, his jaw nearly hitting the floor in less than a day. His worldview had been shattered anew. Just that morning, he had been barking orders at Li Yi, and by afternoon, Li Yi had become the boyfriend of his superior. The pace of this development was astonishing. If only his superior were an old hag, he might have accepted the situation, but Xiao Ruoxue was merely 24 years old. This was clearly a golden opportunity that surpassed even the most secure job. Upon returning to his workstation, Li Yi was immediately surrounded by colleagues. Igu. Here, this honey was brought back from my hometown by my mother. Please give it a try. Team Leader Li, could you teach us a few tricks? We also want to enjoy the benefits of being pampered. Igu. From now on, we'll follow your lead. We hope you'll take care of us. Amidst the flattery from his colleagues, Li Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Observing the once arrogant office veterans now bowing and scraping, he could hardly contain his amusement. Before long, team leader Wang approached with an awkward smile plastered on his face. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to speak. Li team leader, congratulations. As he spoke, the man placed a string of phone numbers on the desk. What I said earlier was merely in the heat of the moment. I hope you won't take offense. This is my brother's number. I've informed him to fully cooperate with your work. The man who had been so defiant just moments ago had now transformed into a meek lamb as evening approached. Li Yi arranged to meet Jinlong Company's executive Wang Jia at a restaurant. Upon hearing Li's request to renovate an entire building, Wang Jia gasped in disbelief, taking some time to regain his composure. Mr. Li, I would like to inquire whether, should you require the purchase of a safe house, our company can fully meet your needs. However, I fail to comprehend why you would expend time and effort on renovating an apartment when the cost of such renovations is not dissimilar to that of constructing a luxurious refuge. That is not your concern. If your company is reluctant to undertake this project, I shall seek out others. Of course, we will accept the project. However, I must caution you that this endeavor may very well exceed $1 billion. Are you certain you possess such funds? Wang Jia felt slightly dazed. The magnitude of renovating an entire building was truly overwhelming. $1 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yi swiftly calculated in his mind. If he were to earn 10 million each day, it would take 100 days to amass $1 billion. Although the system had arrived prematurely, it did not signify that the apocalypse would not come. 100 days hence, the end may very well have arrived. It seemed he must hasten his efforts in accumulating wealth, for the provisions necessary for survival would require funding. Rest assured regarding the finances. I will transfer 5 million as a deposit into your company's account tomorrow. Please expedite a renovation proposal. Excellent. Collaborating with you, Mr. Li, is indeed a pleasure. I shall present the renovation plan to you without delay. As he exited the dining establishment, a voice resonated in his mind. Survival task. You have survived for 3 days in the apocalypse, and your food supply has been depleted. Please find sustenance within 3 hours to satiate your hunger. Gazing at this task, Li could not help but chuckle. He had just concluded his meal when this task materialized. With no other recourse, he had to re-enter the dining area and feign another meal. Upon finishing the food on his plate, a reward was bestowed upon him. Survival task completed. Reward, Strength Enhancement Potion X1, Evolution Points 20. A golden light suddenly appeared before him, causing him to instinctively squint. As the brilliance subsided, a delicate glass vial manifested in front of him. This vial was entirely transparent, containing a golden liquid. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, an intense warmth surged through him, akin to a raging inferno coursing wildly within his body. Gradually, this sensation of heat dissipated, and he sensed that he had transformed. His physical prowess now rivaled that of an athlete. Opening the system mall, Li Yi began to search for items he could redeem. With only 20 evolution points, he needed to be frugal. Spending all his points on Hanxia currency would be quite wasteful. After thorough searching, he opted for the most cost-effective antidote pill within his budget. This antidote could neutralize a myriad of toxins, costing 10 evolution points per pill, ensuring that he would not succumb to transformation after a zombie bite. Though each pill was single-use, having one on hand was a prudent choice. Just as he pocketed the antidote pill, a screeching halt echoed nearby. A sports car came to a stop before him, occupied by two familiar faces. Sun Tianhao flung open the car door, storming out with an air of aggression. "Li, I heard you have been harassing Yao Yao at my company. If you dare to show up again, I will break your legs." As he approached Li Yi, he intended to seize Li Yi by the collar without a moment's hesitation. Little did he expect that the current Li Yi was no longer the same. Seizing Sun Tianhao's collar, Li Yi executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing into a roadside flower bed, mouthfuls of mud engulfing him. "You're seeking death," Sun Tianhao exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and charging at Li Yi with a raised fist. However, Li Yi was swifter, delivering a kick to Sun Tianhao's midsection, causing the wealthy heir to double over in pain. Lying on the ground, Sun Tianhao grimaced, unable to comprehend why, despite his height and build, he was no match for Li Yi. "Li, mark my words, I will make you pay." After delivering several more kicks to Sun Tianhao's abdomen for good measure, Li Yi felt a sense of relief as he departed. Speeding toward Walmart, the largest supermarket in the city. With the safe house now a priority, he recognized the necessity of procuring provisions. However, after perusing the aisles, he quickly discerned a dilemma. The majority of food items had short shelf lives. If he stockpiled them in the apartment's basement, they would spoil rapidly. To maintain freshness, he would need a multitude of refrigerators, which would pose a significant electricity consumption issue. It was a chain reaction that would affect every aspect of his plans. Even if he were to purchase several diesel generators for power, diesel fuel, being flammable, required real name identification for purchase. If he acquired a substantial quantity without a legitimate reason, not only would the fuel be confiscated, but he could also face jail time. Yet, a thought struck Li Yi. It was impractical for one person to buy excessive diesel. However, if he enlisted several individuals to do so, it would be feasible. Truck drivers, accustomed to fueling up for thousands of yuan, could easily sell him diesel at double the market price without raising suspicion. However, as the apartment was still in the early stages of renovation, he lacked sufficient space to store these resources. He would have to wait until the basement was completed before purchasing supplies. As he pondered this, a cheerful female sales associate approached him. "Sir, I noticed you have been in the food section for over an hour. Do you require any assistance?" "Yes, indeed," Li Yi nodded. "If I were to purchase food in bulk, could I receive a discount?" The sales associate's eyes brightened. "Of course. Our store primarily engages in wholesale transactions. The more you buy, the greater the discount. However, if your wholesale order does not exceed 10,000 yuan, we do not provide home delivery." "Very well. I intend to place an order for 10 million yuan. Please prepare a list of products for me at your earliest convenience. Ensuring all food items are of the latest date, I will return in approximately a week to settle the balance." The sales associate's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Sir, you're not joking, are you? 10 million is our monthly revenue. Are you truly certain you wish to order so much?" "I am certain I can provide a 1 million yuan deposit up front." The sales associate's expression shifted from disbelief to excitement, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Very well, sir. I will arrange everything immediately. Please hold on." With that, she hurried away to organize the necessary arrangements. Exiting the store, Li made his way to a car repair city, a hub for large trucks throughout the city. In his pursuit of accumulating diesel promptly, he infiltrated the truck drivers' WeChat group. "All members, hello. I am in urgent need of a large quantity of diesel and am willing to purchase it at 3 times the market price. Interested parties, please contact me at 138xxxxxx." Upon reading this message, the group erupted in excitement. 3 times the price. Typically, filling a truck's tank costs over 2,500 yuan. Reselling it would yield a profit of 5,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall. Moreover, they frequently refueled and were well acquainted with the gas stations, making their purchases unlikely to raise suspicion. While some members questioned the legitimacy of his offer, many others called Li Yi to express their interest. After scheduling the transactions, he exited the group to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. As night fell, Li Yi drove to a luxurious restaurant. Standing at the entrance was Xiao Ruoxue, poised and elegant in a flowing gown, her long hair cascading gracefully. Upon spotting Li Yi's vehicle, she rushed over, pouting slightly as she complained, "Why are you so late? My family is already here, and I need you to behave yourself today." "I do not wish to raise any suspicions." As he pushed open the door to the private dining room on the top floor, Li Yi's heart raced involuntarily. Raising his gaze, he noticed several refined women seated at an elongated Western dining table, their elegance and exquisite makeup captivating. Among them was Xiao Xinmei, her expression complex. Seeing Xiao Ruoxue lead Li Yi into the room, every occupant was rendered speechless. "Mom, Auntie Zhang," Li Yi greeted each in turn, as Xiao Ruoxue guided him to a seat across the table. "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Li Yi," she announced, affectionately clinging to the arm of a regal-looking woman. Listening to her daughter's introduction, Zhao's mother appeared momentarily stunned. She had organized this gathering explicitly for her daughter's matchmaking, yet her daughter had brought home a boyfriend. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. "High difficulty task activated. You have entered a restaurant occupied by high-level zombies. Survive successfully to earn 100 survival points." High-level zombies? This was the first time Li Yi had heard of zombies being categorized by rank. Concurrently, he heard the unsettling sound of teeth clattering ominously. In the corner of the dining table sat a young man, impeccably dressed in designer attire, his hair meticulously styled. Judging by his appearance, he undoubtedly came from an affluent background. At that moment, his countenance was dark and foreboding. His eyes filled with rage and jealousy, exuding a predatory demeanor that sent chills down one's spine. This young man was the suitor introduced by Zhao's mother. After Li introduced himself, Zhao's mother furrowed her brow. Their family was among the city's wealthiest, and if her daughter's boyfriend turned out to be an ordinary individual, the disparity in their social standings would be quite pronounced, rendering the relationship unsuitable. However, if her daughter was genuinely fond of him, she could not play the role of the villain who disrupts their happiness. With a gentle sigh, Zhao's mother gestured toward the young man in the corner. "Xiao Shui, let me introduce you to someone. This is Xiao Zhang, who just graduated from Fudan University in Shanghai and is the son of your Aunt Zhang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoxue pouted and, with a hint of excitement in her voice, declared, "Mom, I already have a boyfriend. Why are you still introducing me to others?" After saying this, she affectionately linked her arm with Li Yi's, making her stance clear to her family. To further affirm their relationship, she even planted a kiss on his cheek. The softness and warmth of the girl's lips carried a unique flavor. Chapter 18. The apartment renovation plan. Through their flawless collaboration, the banquet was finally pulled off. However, the blind date, who had been summoned, was left fuming, his expression twisted with anger. After exiting the dining area, the 100 survival points were successfully credited. Following their breakup, Li Yi hurried back to the apartment building. Wang Jie from the construction company was already waiting for him, clutching a hefty stack of documents. "Mr. Li, to meet your requirements, everyone in our design department has been mobilized. We have prepared a preliminary renovation plan for you within half a day. The design drawings will be delivered to you later." Upon entering the office, Wang Jie began to elucidate the renovation plan word by word. Hearing professional terms such as concrete number 32, American titanium alloy, fireproof layer, and toxic gas filter, Li Yi felt the undeniable professionalism of Jinlong Company for the first time. In less than half a day, the renovation plan was presented, proving once again that money can indeed accomplish remarkable feats. However, Jinlong Company was only responsible for constructing the shelter and its decoration. Li Yi still had to procure the necessary living supplies himself. After agreeing on the construction timeline, Wang Jie departed, leaving Li Yi to lie on his small bed, meticulously reviewing the renovation plan. After a long period of study, he discovered that the most crucial power supply system for the shelter had yet to be addressed. To ensure the electrical system of the entire apartment operated continuously and stably, an enormous amount of power was required. Only with a properly functioning power system could the cold storage maintain its operational state, preventing food from spoiling. Seizing the opportunity before night fully enveloped the sky, Li Yi ventured to the hardware market. However, after circling the market multiple times, he found not a single large diesel generator. Just as he was about to give up, he unexpectedly discovered 5 massive generators in an old shop. Each of these generators was colossal, requiring a large truck for transportation, their size comparable to that of a tank. When Li proposed purchasing the 5 generators, the shop owner scoffed, seemingly assuming Li was jesting. However, upon seeing the luxury car parked outside, the owner's demeanor changed dramatically, his face lighting up with a smile as he began negotiating the price of the generators with Li. After some haggling, Li secured the 5 generators for 500,000. At the owner's suggestion, Li successfully acquired 5 more generators from other shops. Nevertheless, due to the unfinished renovation of the apartment, he had no choice but to temporarily store the generators in the shop. That evening, upon returning to the apartment, Li, disregarding any need for rest, immediately opened his computer to collect classic zombie films. With the apocalypse looming, it was imperative to amass some survival knowledge. As the clock struck 10, his phone's WeChat notification chimed suddenly. Zhao Maya has requested to add you as a friend. Clicking accept, Li was curious about Zhao Maya's intentions. Shortly after becoming friends, she sent a selfie. In the photo, Zhao Maya donned black stockings and high heels, her figure elegantly displayed, showcasing her long legs. Do I look good? She inquired. Not bad, but it seems you're wearing too much, Li replied. Moments later, another photo arrived. This time, Zhao Maya was dressed in a sexy swimsuit, her figure sizzling and curves exquisite, appealing to any man's desires. Yet, seasoned by past experiences, Li recognized this was merely Zhao Maya's strategy to ensnare him, intending to turn him into a mindless spender. Given his previous missteps, Li was determined not to fall for her ploys. Tossing his phone aside, he began searching the system's marketplace for necessary items. With the impending zombie apocalypse, the existence of a zombie virus was inevitable. Based on his extensive viewing of apocalyptic films, he understood that the rapid spread of viruses was often linked to water contamination. The film Train to Busan illustrated this vividly, where a water treatment plant was compromised, resulting in a widespread zombie outbreak. Water, the essence of life, is vital for every individual. Contaminated water was undrinkable. Thus, a water purifier was imperative to install promptly. This would allow for rainwater collection and purification. However, Li felt uneasy about the water purifiers available on the market, given the abundance of counterfeit products. Upon searching, he discovered a model called the Universal Water Purifier in the system's marketplace. According to its description, it could purify any liquid into clean water for a mere 50 survival points. Clicking to redeem, a dazzling blue light flashed. When the brilliance faded, a machine, larger than a refrigerator, appeared in the room. Beside the purifier hung an instruction manual. To conduct a test, Li poured an entire bottle of cola into the machine. In less than a second, clear, transparent water flowed from the other end. By activating the automatic mode, the machine could operate independently. Gritting his teeth, Li redeemed another unit, ensuring that should one machine fail, he would not find himself without water when the apocalypse struck. Thus, his recently acquired 100 survival points were expended entirely. At this rate of expenditure, he might struggle to cover the renovation costs for the apartment building. It was evident he needed to devise alternative means to generate income. The following morning, Li received a phone call bright and early. Mr. Li, good day. This is Wang Jie from Jinlong Company. We have completed the design drawings and are bringing them to you. Before long, Li arrived at the agreed location. There stood Wang Jie, visibly fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes. Li could tell that the design department at Jinlong Company had likely worked through the night without rest. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. Li approached and shook Wang Jie's hand. Wang Jie managed a faint smile, stating there was no choice. This project is immense, exceeding $1 billion in orders. No one dares to be negligent. Li understood that it wasn't merely his influence at play, but rather the backing of Xiao Xinmei that had facilitated the approvals. As a trade-off, Li knew he had to provide this affluent woman with ample emotional support. You have coexisted with 108 zombies for 24 hours. Reward: 108 survival points. Hearing the system's notification, Li realized he had fewer tenants than expected. Reflecting on the advertisements he had previously posted, they had indeed attracted considerable attention, but it was now clear that the advertising effort was insufficient. Tio hastened the filling of the apartment with tenants. Li resolved to lower the rent once more. In this bustling metropolis, securing an affordable living space was a dream for many. As Li distributed advertisements online, his colleague Wu Mingming sent him a message. Gu, hurry over. I need to talk to you urgently. Chapter 19. The proactive woman. Upon arriving at her door, Li Yi knocked. Moments later, he heard rustling from within, followed by a click as the lock turned. Wu Mingming appeared at the door, draped in a pink bath towel that barely concealed her graceful figure, exposing delicate collarbones and a patch of fair skin. Her hair was damp, droplets of water cascading down her cheek, disappearing into the shadow of the towel. Adding to her allure, a faint blush graced her cheeks, lending her an air of shyness. Li's gaze lingered for a fleeting moment before he averted it. "Igu, you're here," she greeted. Li nodded and stepped inside, a subtle fragrance of shower gel enveloping him, mingling with a hint of youthful freshness, tantalizing his senses. The room was illuminated by warm yellow light, casting a soft, intimate glow. A plush carpet lay underfoot, silent and inviting. Wu Mingming moved aside, and as her towel slipped, it revealed a slender, fair elegant. Li averted his eyes and walked into the living room, which was cozy yet compact, adorned with beige fabric sofas, a glass coffee table, and a few decorative paintings gracing the walls, with a potted plant nestled in the corner. After closing the door, Wu Mingming approached Li Yi, her towel loosely tied, as though it could fall at any moment. "Igu, I just moved in and haven't had the chance to tidy up. Please make yourself comfortable." She sat next to him, the proximity between them palpable, her scent enveloping Li Yi. "What brings you to me?" He broke the silence first. Wu Mingming turned to him, her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. "Is it true? Are you really together with Supervisor Xiao?" Li Yi nodded, not denying it. "Is it real? Are you truly in a romantic relationship?" Wu Mingming pressed, her tone urgent. After a moment of silence, Li Yi slowly replied, "Not really." "Not really?" Wu Mingming paused, her eyes brightening as she pressed further. "Then, are you too? I'm just pretending to be her boyfriend," Li Yi confessed. His tone calmed. Wu Mingming's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You mean it's fake?" Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief. Li Yi nodded again. Upon receiving confirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Wu Mingming's face. "That's wonderful." As Li Yi's gaze fell upon her enchanting visage, his heart raced once more. Her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. The towel slipped further, revealing more of her flawless skin. Li's eyes inadvertently swept across that expanse of alabaster, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow hard. As Wu Mingming's smile deepened, their faces drew closer together, her soft lips tantalizingly near. A gentle kiss ignited the warmth within the room in an instant. He reached out, encircling her waist, reciprocating her fervor. Their lips and tongues intertwined, producing delicate sounds of intimacy. Li's breath quickened, his body temperature soaring. He felt on the verge of explosion. Wu Mingming released his lips and whispered in his ear, "Igu, do you like me?" Her voice dripped with allure, carrying a fatal temptation. Li swiftly lifted Wu Mingming, heading toward the bedroom. She wrapped her arms around his neck, breathless. Just as they were about to step into the room, a sudden knock reverberated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of desire within Li Yi's heart. Just as the feast was within reach, it was cruelly snatched away. Wu Mingming froze, the flush on her face fading into a hint of panic. "Who is it?" A woman's voice called from outside. "Mingming, it's me, Su Ting." Li set Wu Mingming down and adjusted his tie. He realized that the joyous moments of the evening had come to an abrupt halt. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mingming tried to steady her emotions. She adjusted her bath towel to cover her exposed skin and walked to the door. "Ting Ting, didn't you go out for an interview? Aren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" Su Ting outside did not respond, continuing to knock. "Mingming, it's no use. They've already filled the positions, so I had to come back." The door swung open, and Su Ting entered with a dejected expression. Upon seeing the handsome young man in the room, she was taken aback. "Who is he?" "Li Yi, the friend I often mention," Wu Mingming replied. Realization dawned on Su Ting as she exclaimed, "So this is the Li you always talk about. He is quite handsome." Su Ting scrutinized him. "Ting Ting, the thing is, when I was showering, I discovered a plumbing issue. So I called Igu to come take a look," Wu Mingming said, her voice tinged with guilt. She did not want her friend to think she was a frivolous woman. The plumbing issue was minor. "I've already fixed it, and it shouldn't leak anymore," Li stated before seeking an excuse to leave the room. Watching Li Yi's retreating figure, Su Ting wrapped her arms around Wu Mengming's slender waist with a mischievous grin. Come clean. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Nothing. Just colleagues, Wu Mengming replied, closing the door and walking into the living room. Su Ting followed closely, her gaze landing on the dining table, which was adorned with several candles and a bottle of perfume. Mingming, what are the candles and perfume doing on the table? And you even lit some aromatherapy. With this atmosphere, you're not thinking of. Su Ting's tone was laced with innuendo. Wu Mengming's face flushed, and she stammered, "No, it's nothing. I just felt the room was a bit stuffy and wanted to light a candle for some fresh air." Fresh air? Do you need candles and perfume for that? And dressed like this? Su Ting pointed at Wu Mengming's bath towel, her tone teasing. Mingming, tell me honestly, are you trying to doubt I'm not? Wu Mengming hastily denied, though her eyes betrayed her evasiveness. You still say no? Just look at your face. It's as red as a tomato. Su Ting seized Wu Mengming's hand, pressing further. Have you been drinking? Wu Mengming paused for a moment before finally nodding. I knew it. Su Ting exclaimed excitedly. You've clearly developed feelings. So, were you just now thinking of? Ting Ting, stop talking. Wu Mengming blushed deeply, covering Su Ting's mouth with her hand. Su Ting wriggled free, grinning. Mingming, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But you must seize the opportunity. A man as outstanding as Li Yi is in high demand. If you had messaged me earlier, I would have gone to stay in a hotel. Why timing couldn't have been worse? But worry not, there will be more chances. You have a great figure and are young. Winning him over should be effortless. I can even teach you a few tricks to easily win over a man. Chapter 20. Community and Old Lady Yu. The next day dawned, and upon rising, Li Yi received a system notification. You have coexisted with 108 zombies for 24 hours. Reward, 108 survival points. Adding to his previous points, he now possessed a total of 316 survival points. If fully converted into Hangzhou currency, it amounted to a staggering 31 million. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wang Jie from the construction company. Mr. Li, our engineering team will be on site today to formulate a detailed construction plan, but some of your people are not allowing them entry. Please take a look. That Lie arrived at the community entrance, where a truck laden with measuring instruments was parked, and a group of workers in uniforms clustered together. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurried towards the crowd. Before he could draw near, a shrill voice pierced the air like a broken gong. No payment, no entry. Li followed the sound to see a short, plump woman in a floral shirt, sporting a wild hairstyle, standing defiantly in front of the truck, aggressively berating the driver. This was none other than the notorious Old Lady Yu of the community. Leveraging her position as a community cadre, extorting bribes had become second nature to her. Old Lady Yu? What are you doing? Li inquired, his voice low, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Old Lady Yu shot him a sidelong glance, a glint of greed flickering in her eyes. Oh, I see this, Li. I heard you've struck it rich recently, even driving luxury cars now. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. If you want your construction team to enter the community, you'll have to go through me first. Old Lady Yu, all our paperwork is in order, Li replied, striving to remain calm. Your obstruction of the construction is illegal. Illegal? Old Lady Yu scoffed. I've been in this community for years. What haven't I seen? She pounded her chest. Today, you will pay, whether you like it or not. I'm collecting money on behalf of the community committee. It's non-negotiable. As more residents gathered, murmurs of sympathy filled the air. Everyone knew this situation was not easily resolved. It's over. This young man has stepped in it. If he gets entangled, 10,000 won suffice. He can only count himself unlucky. Old Lady Yu is a community cadre. We can't afford to offend her. As the crowd swelled, Old Lady Yu's eyes darted, and she quickly changed her tune. I misspoke. The community actually requires 30,000. 30,000 is fine, as long as you stop obstructing the construction. Li smiled, pulling out his phone as if to transfer the funds. Look, I'll transfer it to you right now. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Yu's face lit up, extending her chubby palm. Just scan me. As she gleefully awaited her payment, Li suddenly twisted his wrist, delivering a sharp, resounding slap to Old Lady Yu's face. Smack! The force of the blow left her momentarily stunned. She clutched her quickly swelling cheek, staring at Li in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. The surrounding neighbors were equally dumbfounded, the atmosphere thick with silence, as if time had frozen. No one expected this seemingly refined young man to dare strike a community cadre. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted. He actually hit old lady you. My God, this guy is courting death. This is going to be entertaining. As old lady you regained her composure, she let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. You dare hit me? How audacious. Li chuckled coldly, pulling out his phone and opening WeChat. Scanning 1,000 yuan to old lady US account in front of everyone. Old lady you, this 1,000 is for your medical expenses. That slap just now is worth 1,000. Old lady you cradled her face, her howls abruptly ceasing as she stared blankly at the payment notification on her phone. The neighbors were equally astonished. One slap, 1,000. That's outrageous. What did you say? One slap, 1,000? Old lady you seemed incredulous. Indeed. Li nodded. One slap, 1,000, fair and square. Old lady US eyes darted, her hand slowly lowering from her face as a fawning smile crept onto her lips. Young man, my face is still itching. How about you give me another slap? With that, she even leaned her face closer. The surrounding neighbors were utterly flabbergasted. This old lady you truly was blinded by greed. Willing to sacrifice her dignity for money. All right, I'll oblige. Li delivered another resounding slap, causing blood to seep from the corner of old lady Yu's mouth. Another 1,000. Old lady Yu cradled her swollen cheek, gritting her teeth in pain, but still maintaining her defiance. Again. Smack, smack. Li showed no mercy, delivering swift and decisive blows. With every crisp sound, the echo of 10,000 yuan arriving resonated, accompanied by the increasingly exaggerated wails of old lady Yu. After enduring 10 slaps, her face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood seeping from the corners of her mouth and nostrils, presenting a truly pitiful sight. The surrounding neighbors transitioned from shock to numbness. And now, to gleeful ridicule, pointing and gossiping amongst themselves. This was truly deserved. After all, she had long behaved tyrannically. Now, karma had caught up with her. Let us see how she can be so arrogant now. Old lady Yu spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, her words slurred with anger. A bunch of ignorant paupers. I get to earn 100,000 just from a few slaps. Something you'll never achieve in your entire lives. She shook her phone, displaying the payment notification, brimming with pride. Did you see that? 100,000? I've struck gold today? The neighbors who had initially mocked old lady Yu now had their eyes change upon hearing the sum of 100,000. To these ordinary residents, such an amount represented several years of income. A middle-aged man, rubbing his hands together, cautiously approached. Young man, do you think I could also take a hit? Another auntie chimed in eagerly. Young man, I am fit and can take a beating. How about you hit me instead? An increasing number of people gathered around, gazing at Li Yi with longing, as if he were a benefactor bestowing wealth upon them. Chapter 21. Tales from the tea room. After delivering 10 slaps to old lady Yu, Li Yi did not feel the least bit regretful. His physical condition far surpassed that of an average person. The injuries inflicted would take weeks to heal. To have the opportunity to legally administer a few slaps to that old hag was a tremendous gain. As the surveying team smoothly commenced their work, the measurements for the apartment building officially began. After processing the check-in procedures for some new female residents, the total number of inhabitants in the apartment reached 130. This meant that even if he did nothing all day, he would still earn 130 survival points. The surveying continued until noon, and Li Yi had ordered ice water early on for the workers. In the sweltering summer heat exceeding 30 degrees, one could easily suffer from heat stroke. Soon, the leader of the surveying team approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression grave. Mr. Li, the condition of your building poses some challenges for renovation. He pointed at the data on the report. 25 meters high, 6 stories, and while the number of rooms is adequate, the foundation depth is only 8 meters, rendering a 3:1 height-to-depth ratio. According to safety standards for shelters, it should at least be 2:1, preferably 1.5:1, to withstand higher-level disasters. Li frowned, questioning whether the foundation needed reinforcement as well. Indeed. The leader nodded, adding that this was not the most troublesome aspect. The walls of the shelter require reinforcement with special materials, and considerations for energy supply, ventilation systems, and emergency escape routes must also be taken into account. The structure of your building necessitates significant alterations, which is both difficult and costly. He paused, then added, of course. It's not entirely impossible. It's just what? Li pressed for clarification. The leader rubbed his hands together, stating that many materials would need to be ordered from abroad. He extended 5 fingers, estimating that just these special materials would start at a minimum of 50 million. And no problem, money is not an issue. Please dispatch the construction team as soon as possible, as my time is limited. Leaving the community, Li Yi returned to the company. Upon seeing him, young Wu Mingming's eyes lit up. Ego. Come to the tea room for a moment. Her tone was cheerful, tinged with an imperceptible shyness. Li Yi felt a twinge of curiosity but followed her inside. In the tea room, Wu Mingming, clad in glossy black stockings, had her back to him as she bent over to prepare coffee. The air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, mingling with a faint hint of perfume, creating an intimate atmosphere in the small space. "What is up, Mingming?" Li Yi inquired, his gaze inadvertently drifting over her long, slender legs. Wu Mingming turned to face him, holding 2 cups of coffee, a sweet smile adorning her face. "Here, I made this for you. You worked hard yesterday." She handed a cup to Li Yi, her fingers lightly brushing against his hand. With a playful wink, she leaned closer, whispering, "Actually, I have something else I want to ask you." Just as Li Yi was about to respond, the door to the tea room was abruptly pushed open. A tall figure, impeccably made up and dressed in a sharp business suit, was none other than Xiao Ruoxue. The atmosphere instantly froze, Wu Mingming's smile faltering as she instinctively took a step back, creating distance between herself and Li Yi. Though she now knew that Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue were merely pretending to be a couple, they still had to maintain the facade in the office. "Xiao, Manager Xiao, good da," Wu Mingming stammered, her tone betraying her nervousness. Xiao Ruoxue's gaze swept over the two. She was unaware of their relationship or that Wu Mingming had discovered the truth about their charade. All she knew was that their pretense of being a couple could not be revealed at the office, especially not to the informant Xiao Lie. "Why are you here instead of at your post?" Xiao Ruoxue's tone was icy, laced with accusation. "Don't think that just because you're my boyfriend, you can slack off at work." At that moment, the door to the tea room opened again, this time allowing a group of colleagues to enter, chattering as they headed for the water dispenser. Observing this, Li Yi swiftly stepped forward, taking hold of Xiao Ruoxue's delicate hand, the sensation smooth and soft. With a gentle smile, he said, "I came here specifically to make you a cup of coffee." Seeing the intimate scene unfold, the chatter among the colleagues ceased abruptly, all eyes fixated on Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue. With that, Li pulled Xiao Ruoxue closer, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, adopting a familiar pose, seemingly oblivious to everyone else around them. "My lips are quite dry. Should I give them a kiss?" Xiao Ruoxue's face froze. She hadn't anticipated Li Yi would make such an intimate move in front of everyone. Feeling the warmth at her waist, her heart involuntarily raced. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that this was not the time to be shy. She needed to regain control of the situation. The air thickened with awkwardness, and Wu Mingming turned pale, wishing she could disappear into the ground. While someone exclaimed in a suggestive tone, breaking the silence, "Li Yi and Manager Xiao truly make a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. It seems good fortune is on the horizon." The colleagues began to murmur, their tones filled with envy and jealousy. Some discreetly took out their phones, eager to capture this sweet moment, only to be halted by Xiao Ruoxue's icy glare. "Ahem." Xiao Ruoxue cleared her throat, subtly extricating herself from Li Yi's embrace and reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. "What are you all doing here? Is there too little work to occupy yourselves?" Seeing this, everyone promptly scattered, returning to their respective desks, though their smiles had grown even wider. Wu Mingming also covered her face and rushed out. Li Yi regarded Xiao Ruoxue's slightly flushed cheeks, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Manager Xiao, it seems our acting skills are quite commendable." Xiao Ruoxue shot him a glare, lowering her voice as she warned, "Don't get too cocky. Be careful not to let that informant Xiao Lei catch wind of this." At this moment, Wu Mingming's emotions were a tumultuous mix. She felt disheartened by the intimacy between Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue but relieved to know the truth. However, the thought that her idol was merely playing a part eased her heart considerably. With a little more effort, winning over her idol would be no issue at all. Chapter 22. A sheep in the tiger's den. As the sun set, in the company's underground parking garage, the two stood facing each other, with Xiao Ruoxue breaking the silence first. "You performed well today," Li shrugged. "It was mutual. Your glare nearly terrified my colleagues." Xiao Ruoxue scoffed lightly, retrieving the car keys from her bag. I heard from my aunt that you spent quite a bit on renovating that old apartment building. Have you lost your mind? What investment value could such a place possibly hold? Li Yi took the car keys she handed him, pressing the unlock button, and the lights of a vibrant red sports car flashed nearby. Investment value? Certainly. It's for future preparations. He deliberately left her hanging, opening the car door and gesturing for Xiao Ruoxue to enter. She cast him a skeptical glance before settling into the passenger seat. Future preparations? What preparations? Are you planning to move in there? I advise you to give up on that thought. That place is filthy and chaotic, lacking even decent property management. Starting the car, Li chuckled lightly. I certainly want to be moving in now. But he paused, turning to Xiao Ruoxue with a teasing glint in his eyes. Have you considered living there in the future? Xiao Ruoxue reacted as if she had heard a joke, scoffing. Me? Move in there? You must be joking. Why would I abandon my beautiful villa to live in such a place? Even if my family were in dire straits, I would never set foot in that dump. Driving Xiao Ruoxue's Ferrari, Li Yi returned her to the villa before heading to Xiao Xinmei's residence. The room was infused with a delicate scent of lilies, mingled with the rich aroma of aged red wine. Tantalizing Li Yi's senses, the dining table was adorned with red candles, their flickering flames illuminating Xiao Xinmei's exquisite makeup. At the far end of the table stood Xiao Ruoxue, clad in a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her perfect curves. The slit revealing her long, straight legs, glistening alluringly under the soft light. Li observed that she seemed not to be wearing any inner garments today. Xiao Li, you've arrived, said Xiao Xinmei, as she lifted her goblet. Gently swirling it, leaving traces of the crimson liquid on the glass walls, she gazed into the rippling wine, refraining from drinking immediately, instead lifting her eyes to meet Li Yi's, her gaze intense and penetrating. Within those eyes lay scrutiny, anticipation, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Indeed, playing the role of manager Zhao's faux boyfriend proved to be quite the challenge. Xiao Xinmei set her glass down and leaned forward. Closing the distance between herself and Li, a faint scent of perfume, mingling with her unique aura of mature femininity, wafted toward him. You wouldn't have any designs on my niece, would you? She extended a slender finger, lightly tracing the back of Li Yi's hand, sending a shiver through him. If you dare, I shall bite you to death. Li Yi inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. And he reciprocated by grasping Xiao Xinmei's delicate hand. Manager Xiao, are you threatening me? Xiao Xinmei did not resist. She allowed Li Yi to hold her hand, a sultry smile dancing on her lips. Her eyes gleaming with increasing seduction. Do you not wish to be threatened by me? The flickering candlelight cast shadows of their intertwined hands, elongating and distorting them, as if foreshadowing the events about to unfold. Xiao Xinmei's fingers caressed Li Yi's palm, seemingly conveying some unspoken message. Her eyes brimmed with desire and fervor. Li understood that he could no longer refuse. Threatening me will come at a price. He replied with a subtle smile. Oh, what price might that be? Xiao Xinmei raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. You shall learn soon enough. Suddenly, Li sprang to his feet, yanking Xiao Xinmei from her chair. She gasped, losing her balance and falling into his embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. Leaning down, his nose nearly brushed against hers, his warm breath cascading over her face. Now, let me tell you what the price is. Li's kiss descended upon her like a torrential downpour. He kissed her fervently, and Xiao Xinmei offered no resistance, instead responding passionately to his advances. As the kiss concluded, Li Yi drew her feminine form onto his lap. Xiao Li, I'm so hungry. I crave something to eat. Li picked up a golden, crispy French fry from the platter and took a bite. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xinmei opened her mouth, gently biting the other end of the fry. Li leaned forward, once again closing the distance between them. As Xiao Xinmei attempted to withdraw the fry, he playfully nipped the other end, preventing her from succeeding. How does it taste? It's just okay, she replied. Is that so? Li chuckled softly, slowly bringing the fry toward his mouth, their lips nearly touching. Xiao Xinmei abruptly released her grip, and the fry snapped in two. Don't forget, you're Xiao Shui's boyfriend. You mustn't do anything inappropriate. Li merely smiled, his hand finding its way to the smooth, enticing leg adorned in black stockings. His touch elicited a quickening of Xiao Xinmei's breath. Xiao Li, please don't do this. If Xiao Shui finds out, Li's hand continued its ascent. There are only the two of us here. His fingers glided higher, feeling the warmth and elasticity of her skin through the sheer stockings. Xiao Xinmei's heartbeat quickened, powerless to resist, yet secretly anticipating what was to come. You scoundrel, I shall bite you to death. Xiao Xinmei playfully admonished, sinking her teeth into Li Yi's collarbone, leaving a faint mark. She trembled, as if expending all her strength, i.e. inhaled sharply, feeling the sting and tingling sensation from the bite. Do you have been bitten by the zombie Xiao Xinmei? Please take precautions. The system prompt appeared. He grasped her chin, his gaze laden with ambiguity. Sister Xiao, I will be ordering a batch of materials to be shipped domestically, and I may need your assistance with the procedures, of course, but it depends on your performance, Xiao Xinmei replied, tightening her grip on his tie. Their breaths intertwined, growing increasingly frantic. The air was thick with palpable hormones. Li scooped Xiao Xinmei into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. She buried her head against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. She knew that tonight, she would utterly succumb. And she was more than willing. The bedroom door closed softly, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, leaving only a world of intimacy belonging to the two of them. Chapter 23. The dominant and overbearing Li Yi by the time they returned to the apartment. It was well past midnight. Although Xiao Xinmei wished to keep him from leaving, he pried open her delicate fingers for the sake of those 100 evolution points. Back in his room, Li Yi continued to contemplate his forthcoming plans. The apartment had welcomed additional tenants, which was undoubtedly a positive development, yet the number still failed to satisfy him. Logically speaking, his advertisement should have been enticing enough to attract tenants, offering exceptionally low rents. In this city, he was practically engaging in charity work. After perusing the rental platform, Li noticed something amiss. The user with a pink rabbit avatar was relentlessly disparaging his apartment in the comments section, critiquing everything from hygiene to service quality, rendering it utterly worthless. Upon clicking the user's profile, Li nearly choked on his own blood. The space was filled with selfies of none other than Bai Shui, the very person who had previously caused him trouble. Almost every one of his rental advertisements bore her critical comments. Arriving at room 102 on the 5th floor, Li knocked on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open just a crack, and Bai Shui, clad in a cute pink bear onesie, poked her head out, cautiously glancing around. Upon seeing Li standing outside, she panicked and attempted to shut the door. However, Li was quick, bracing his hand against the doorframe. What do you want? Get out, or I'll call the police, Bai Shui exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Ignoring her threats, Li stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. What do you want? Bai Shui's voice quivered. Let me tell you, assaulting someone can lead to prison time, starting from 3 years. 10 years is not a loss. 3 years is quite the profit, Li chuckled lightly. He advanced step by step toward Bai Shui, causing her to instinctively retreat until her back pressed against the wall. Li reached out, firmly grasping her slender wrist and pinning her against the wall. Sister Shui, I never realized you had such a tantalizing figure. His gaze wandered unabashedly over her form, taking in every alluring curve. Remove your filthy hands, or I'll call for help, Bai Shui bit her lip. Striving to maintain her composure, releasing her, Li casually took a seat on the nearby sofa. Sister Shui, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I merely hope you will refrain from speaking ill of this apartment online. I still need to conduct business. Bai Shui rubbed her sore wrist but remained defiant. What I said is the truth. Those tenants who saw the comments chose not to rent. That's their decision, not mine. You should leave my room right now. My boyfriend will be back from his night shift soon, and if he sees you here, he'll beat you to a pulp. Is that so? I would very much like to meet him, Li replied, casually draping his legs over the coffee table, showing no intention of leaving. That moment. A knock echoed from the door. Bai Shui hurriedly opened it, revealing a burly man with bulging muscles standing in the doorway. Darling, you're finally back, Bai Shui exclaimed, pouting as she rushed into the man's embrace, pointing at Li Wyatt at him. He's been bullying me. The man stepped into the room, seizing Li Yi by the collar, gritting his teeth. You brat, I see you've got a death wish for daring to harass my girlfriend. Li remained calm, merely raising his hand to grip the man's thick wrist, applying slight pressure. The man's face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, as if his bones were about to shatter. He couldn't help but emit a blood-curdling scream. His voice a wretched wail. Li tightened his grip further, and the man could no longer withstand it. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling in agony, his features contorted in distress. "Big bro, I was wrong. Please let me go," the man pleaded, his voice quavering, resembling a dog whose tail had been stepped on. "Let you go? Why should I? Just because you have the face to ask?" Li Yi's tone was icy. Turning his gaze to Bai Shui, he smirked playfully. "Sister Shui, as far as I know, you registered your property in your name alone. You don't have a boyfriend at all. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to drive me away?" Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, Bai Shui's expression hardened. "Xu Yang, how could you be such a useless man, unable to handle something so simple? You think you can pursue me with such incompetence? Dream on. Xiao Shui, give me another chance. I truly like you." The man, once so confident, now seemed to wilt under her scorn. "Get lost, both of you. Otherwise, I'll really call the police." Bai Shui fumed, reaching into her pocket to retrieve her phone, poised to dial the authorities. As Bai Shui sensed the gravity of the situation, Li shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Shuijia, I can take my leave now, but I hope you will delete those comments. Otherwise, you might regret it later." Bai Shui chuckled contemptuously, "Just scram. The word regret has never existed in my vocabulary." Just before exiting, Li Yi suddenly turned around and playfully pinched Bai Shui's curvy backside. The sensation was rather pleasant. Bai Shui was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, gasping and instinctively covering her rear. "You, Li, you scoundrel, just wait." Ignoring her, Li returned to his modest abode. He was disinclined to engage with such a self-righteous woman. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, and she would surely have her moments of sorrow. Li Yi plopped down onto his bed, retrieving his phone from his pocket, unlocking the screen, and opening WeChat. 2 unread messages caught his eye, one from Wu Mingming and the other from Zhao Maya. Wu Mingming was once again inviting him out for a meal, claiming to have discovered an exceptionally delightful restaurant that she insisted he try. He opened Zhao Maya's message, which was the same as usual, 2 tantalizing photos of her alluring legs clad in stockings, accompanied by a coy expression, yet devoid of any words. However, this was not the time for such distractions. The apocalypse loomed, and he needed to prepare. He powered on his computer, accessing a long-treasured folder filled with various zombie films. Although he understood that the narratives were purely fictional, he could glean some valuable survival tactics against zombies. Leaning against the headboard, he immersed himself in the viewing experience, occasionally jotting down key points in his notebook. He was acutely aware that post-apocalypse, women would not be in short supply, especially since he possessed an entire building, allowing him to indulge in whatever whims he desired. Chapter 24. The arrival of the married woman as dawn broke. A sudden phone call jolted Li Yi from his slumber. Groggily reaching for his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. "Hello? Is this Li Yi? You have some audacity to mess with my mother. I see you're quite impatient for life, aren't you? I demand 1 million in emotional damages, not a penny less." A barrage of arrogant insults echoed from the other end. Li frowned. A familiar ugly face surfacing in his mind. "Yu Jianjun, the son of old lady Yu." This man was notorious as a local thug, known for his laziness and penchant for bullying the weak. "What a foolish mutt to call my mother. Come and face me if you dare. You fooled, go eat some dung," Li retorted without hesitation. After exchanging a few more choice words, he abruptly ended the call. It was quite vexing to be disturbed by a rabid dog so early in the morning. In the past, he might have felt some trepidation towards Jianjun, considering the lengths such people would go. Yet now, with the apocalypse on the horizon, he certainly wouldn't regard a petty thug with any significance. His phone buzzed again. It was a text from Yu Jianjun. "Kid, you've got guts. Just wait until I come over to settle this." Moments later, a series of frantic knocks echoed from outside. Accompanied by shouts, Li furrowed his brows and approached the door, peering through the peephole to see a man and a woman outside. Yu Jianjun, sporting a head of dyed yellow hair, exuded an unsavory aura, clearly not a good person. The woman beside him, however, was strikingly beautiful, with curves that captivated attention, dressed in a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her figure exquisitely. It was hard to fathom how such a lovely woman could be with a small-time thug. Li opened the door, stepping out with an impassive expression. Upon seeing Li Yi, Yu Jianjun wasted no time and swung a punch towards his face, cursing with abandon. Yet, he clearly underestimated Li Yi's abilities, as the punch was easily dodged in swift retaliation. Li Yi delivered a powerful kick to Jianjun's abdomen. Clutching his stomach, Yu Jianjun howled in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He never imagined that the seemingly refined Li could possess such remarkable strength. You dare hit me? I'll kill you. Yu Jianjun struggled to rise but was firmly pinned down by Li Yi's foot. Darling, are you all right? The stunning woman rushed forward to assist Yu Jianjun, only to have her wrist seized by Li Yi. Let go of me, she gasped, struggling in vain against his iron grip. Though undeniably beautiful, she was unfortunate to be with a worthless man. Lie scrutinized the woman, his gaze laced with amusement. Her name was Zhou Yan, and she often exploited her association with Yu Jianjun to stir trouble in the neighborhood. What do you want? Zhou Yan feigned calmness, though her voice trembled slightly. What do I want? Why don't you take a wild guess? Leaning closer to Zhou Yan, his warm breath brushed against her earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine. To do anything reckless? Zhou Yan stammered, trying to maintain composure. Your husband? He can barely protect himself. What can he do to me? Li Yi smirked, his other hand sliding down her arm to her waist. Squeezing the soft flesh, let go of me. Zhou Yan attempted to resist, but found herself utterly powerless. Let go? Why would I do that? A wicked smile crept across Li Yi's lips as he leaned in closer, whispering, You are far too beautiful to be wasted on him. Why not come with me? I assure you, Zhou Yan gasped, as Li Yi's hand ventured to her rear, giving it a gentle squeeze. Let go of me, or I'll call the police and make sure you regret it. Zhou Yan's face flushed with both anger and humiliation, her body trembling involuntarily. Oh dear, I'm so scared. You come here to assault me and even think of extorting me, yet you threaten to call the cops on me? Is there no law left? Li chuckled, pulling Zhou Yan closer, their bodies pressed tightly together. Don't do this. Zhou Yan's voice quivered, now tinged with a hint of tears. Don't do what? Like this? Li Yi's hands began to roam more freely over her body. Be pleased. I beg you let me go. As Zhou Yan witnessed her husband being humiliated, Yu Jianjun's rage boiled over, and he screamed frantically, Get your filthy hands off her. She is my wife. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yu Jianjun writhed in a desperate attempt to rise, but Li Yi kept him firmly pinned beneath his foot. Li Yi paid no mind to the man beneath him, his hands becoming increasingly brazen. Zhou Yan had caused him no small amount of trouble, and he certainly could not let her off lightly. His hand glided from Zhou Yan's cheek to her neck, then slowly down her body, finally resting on her waist, gently caressing. Zhou Yan's body tensed, and while she yearned to fight back, she was utterly helpless. A flood of humiliation washed over her. She felt tainted after adequately teaching them both a lesson. Li Yi emerged from the community, satisfied and ready to welcome the construction team that was about to arrive. Today marked the day when the construction team from his company would officially commence work in the neighborhood. In order to facilitate a harmonious relationship between the residents and the workers, he had taken a few days off from work. After all, construction often generated noise and inconveniences that could disrupt the daily lives of the residents, necessitating prior communication to address potential issues. Fortunately, the community committee had already been informed, ensuring that no external resistance would hinder the construction. It wasn't long before the distant sound of rumbling engines reached his ears, as heavy-duty trucks laden with various machinery gradually approached. Upon sighting the convoy, a weight lifted from Li Yi's heart. He hastened to meet them, guiding the vehicles into the community. However, problems soon arose. Due to the narrow entrance of the community, the large machinery could not pass through. Without hesitation, Li Yi swiftly contacted the community committee, offering a donation of 1 million in exchange for permission to temporarily dismantle the community gate, promising to reconstruct it after the completion of the work. Naturally, the street office, enticed by the prospect of funds, readily agreed. Securing the necessary permission, Li Yi promptly instructed the workers to commence the demolition of the gate. With a thunderous crash, the community gate was torn down, clearing a path for the construction vehicles. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other residents, who gathered at the entrance. Curiosity piqued. What on earth is happening? Goodness, why are they tearing down the gate? Are they planning to build a new building with all these big machines? Chapter 25. Commencement of construction. As the convoy came to a halt, Wang Jie leaped from one of the trucks, beaming with a wide smile, "Mr. Li, the company has decided that I will be your point of contact for this project. It is expected to be completed in 3 months." 3 months? Upon hearing this timeline, Li Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Generally, constructing a building takes several years, so completing it in 3 months was quite commendable. You have coexisted with 120 zombies for 24 hours. Reward: 120 survival points. Challenge task: defeat 2 zombies. Reward: 20 survival points. Seeing this task, Li Yi felt a surge of anger. The system was truly frustratingly simplistic. Defeating 2 zombies? Hadn't he just dealt with Yu Jianjun and Zhou Yan, which would have perfectly completed that task? Yet, the mission only appeared after he had already taken action. As he pondered how to fulfill the challenge, 2 police officers approached him, one middle-aged and the other youthful. The older officer, appearing to be in his 40s, had a stern demeanor, while the younger one, a trainee, was in his early 20s. The man produced his identification and spoke first. "Hello, we are from the South Street Public Security Office, and we have a few questions for you. According to our Skynet system, we've noticed that you've been purchasing diesel at prices several times above market value from various truck driver groups. What do you intend to do with the diesel? You should be aware that although diesel is somewhat less stringent than gasoline, the quantity you have purchased is exceedingly excessive, and we must verify it." Upon hearing this, Li was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. With mobile payments, every transaction can be traced. He had spent an exorbitant amount of money in recent times, likely entering the risk management sphere of the Skynet system. Given the sensitive nature of purchasing diesel, it would be astonishing if he were not approached by authorities. The enormity of big data is indeed terrifying, leaving no room for evasion. Turning to the 2 officers, Li Yi forced a smile, stating, "Yes, I did purchase the diesel, but I assure you, I am engaged in legitimate activities." He then led them to the construction team, which was in the midst of preparations. Producing a contract, he declared, "This is the renovation contract I signed on behalf of our company with Jianlong Security Company. Within 3 months, they are to complete the transformation of this apartment." He continued, "All this heavy machinery has been procured for this project, and the diesel consumption for these machines is astronomical. My purchase of diesel is solely to ensure the project's progress." The middle-aged officer accepted the contract, perusing it page by page, while the younger officer busily photographed the machinery. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man nodded, saying, "Mr. Li, given the circumstances, we shall not trouble you further. Diesel is flammable and explosive. You must manage it judiciously." "Rest assured," Li Yi replied with a smile. "However, I am puzzled as to why this building, which appears quite new, requires renovation. It seems a waste of money." The middle-aged officer handed Li Yi a cigarette, stroking his chin as he inquired. "Well, this is primarily to enhance the living conditions for the residents. Most of the inhabitants are young individuals striving to make a living. Improving their living environment is crucial for retention." After this exchange, both officers were moved by the sentiment. Indeed, with housing prices soaring, life is challenging for the youth. "Young man, keep up the good work. The future belongs to you," the man said, patting Li Yi on the shoulder before departing in their police vehicle. With the heavy machinery now deployed, the workers prepared to commence operations. Li envisioned creating an underground storage facility for supplies. To prevent food spoilage, the basement must be equipped with a temperature control system, effectively transforming it into a colossal refrigerator. This approach would allow for the regulation of microbial growth, ensuring that fruits, vegetables, and meats could be preserved for extended periods. Fortunately, the construction team led by Wang Jie is among the nation's finest, relieving Li Yi of excessive concern. Under Li Yi's direction, the construction team promptly descended into the apartment's basement. The cramped and oppressive space was insufficient to accommodate the vast quantities of supplies he had procured, necessitating an expansion of the basement. Wang Jie, a senior executive at Jianlong Security Company, quickly discerned Li Yi's apprehension. He promptly presented a pre-prepared expansion plan, handing it to Li Yi. "Mr. Li, rest assured, we have conducted a thorough survey of the soil beneath your apartment. It is remarkably firm and entirely suitable for basement expansion. We can create multiple levels underground to fully meet your requirements." Wang Jie patiently explained while pointing to the schematic that Li meticulously examined the plan, noting the detailed layout of each space. The 3-tiered underground structure was clearly delineated, the first level designated for living quarters, the second for supply storage, and the third for energy resources. "Excellent," Li Yi affirmed. Nodding in satisfaction. Please expedite the construction of the supply storage area. I require it imminently. Imminently? Wang Jie paused, his face a canvas of confusion. Mr. Li, if I may be frank, stockpiling supplies at this juncture is entirely unnecessary and indeed wasteful. You could wait until the safe house is fully constructed before acquiring supplies, thus avoiding numerous potential complications and losses. Wang Jie, adhering to his professional instincts, offered this sage advice. Exiting the basement, Li Yi guided the construction team to the rooftop of the apartment. The expansive area was cluttered with dilapidated furniture and discarded building materials, resembling a miniature junkyard. Remove all this debris. I intend to establish a fully enclosed home vegetable farm here. Wang Jie, surveying the surroundings, furrowed his brow. A vegetable farm? This is no trivial undertaking. He approached a pile of refuse, crouched down, and sifted through the soil. Constructing a vegetable greenhouse on the rooftop demands exceptionally high standards for soil and climatic conditions. A slight misstep could yield no harvest. Furthermore, your request for a completely enclosed space raises significant questions regarding sunlight and irrigation. Facing Wang Jie's inquiries, Li Yi remained unfazed. He had already discovered an artificial sun in the system's marketplace, capable of simulating various weather conditions, priced at 500 survival points. The irrigation issue was well in hand. The 2 water purifiers he had previously exchanged were more than adequate. He had no intention of watering the vegetables with potentially contaminated rainwater. Purification was imperative before consumption. As for the soil, he had already devised a plan to use the premium black soil from northeast China, renowned as the finest globally for cultivation. Fear not. I have solutions for these concerns. Please expedite a proposal. The outer layer of the greenhouse must be constructed from alloy materials, not standard steel. I require absolute safety. Chapter 26. The young girl's affection. While Li Yi discussed renovation plans with the construction team, a window nearby creaked open. The young girl Wu Mingming leaned out, her gaze following Li Yi's figure. Dressed in a pink nightgown, she accentuated her youthful curves. Sunlight bathed her fair complexion, casting a delicate blush upon her cheeks. With her hands cradling her chin, her eyes glazed over, as if Li Yi were the sole inhabitant of her world. Her breath quickened, her heart raced, akin to a kitten that had pilfered a sweet treat, both exhilarated and anxious. Ming Ming, are you peeking at that handsome guy again? A teasing voice called from behind. Startled, Wu Mingming spun around. Her best friend Su Ting leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smirk gracing her lips. Not at all. I was merely admiring the scenery, Wu Mingming stammered, her cheeks reddening as her gaze flitted away. Still trying to play coy? Your eyes are practically devouring him. Su Ting approached, playfully pinching Wu Mingming's cheek. Now, tell me, what stage are you and that Li Yi at? We're just ordinary colleagues, Wu Mingming mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Ordinary neighbors? Would an ordinary neighbor perch at the window daily to watch someone? Su Ting raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Wu Mingming faltered, unsure how to articulate her feelings. Oh dear. You're simply too timid, Su Ting sighed, pulling Wu Mingming onto the sofa. When you like someone, you must boldly pursue them. If you continue to cower, when will you ever achieve your desires? But I'm afraid he might reject me. Wu Mingming bit her lip, concern etched in her eyes. Oh, what if he does? It's not the end of the world. It's certainly better than your current situation, where you can only furtively watch him, Su Ting chastised gently. Besides, I noticed that Li Yi doesn't seem entirely indifferent to you. Really? Wu Mingming's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Absolutely. The last time I saw you two conversing in the hallway, his gaze upon you was remarkably tender, Su Ting recalled. What should I do then? Wu Mingming gripped Su Ting's hand as if it were a lifeline. Isn't that simple? Be proactive, Su Ting replied with a mysterious smile. How do I do that? Wu Mingming looked perplexed. Silly girl, you must create opportunities for him to develop feelings for you. Ideally, you should make sure the deed is done. Su Ting whispered conspiratorially. Make sure the deed is done? Wu Mingming gasped, her face flushing a deep crimson. That really appropriate? What's wrong with that? Didn't you already try it once? We live in modern times. You can't be so conservative, Su Ting replied, her demeanor that of an experienced confidant. Besides, didn't you say Li Yi is quite handsome with a great physique? Don't you want to experience that? Wu Mingming's mind conjured images of Li Yi's radiant face and his toned physique, causing a rush of warmth to flush through her. Her heart raced even faster. I need to think about it. Wu Mingming lowered her head, unable to meet Su Ting's gaze. What is there to think about? Opportunities are fleeting. If you hesitate, he might be swept away by another woman. Su Ting continued her persuasion. Trust me, act tonight? Wu Mingming was taken aback. Yes, tonight. I will assist you, Su Ting declared confidently, patting Wu Mingming's shoulder. But what should I do? Wu Mingming still hesitated. You truly are a blockhead. Su Ting shook her head in exasperation. First, go take a shower. Put on your most alluring nightgown. And then, Su Ting leaned closer to Wu Mingming, whispering her instructions. Wu Mingming's face turned crimson as her heart thundered in her chest. Is this really going to work? She remained uncertain. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Just wait to be a bride, Su Ting said with unwavering confidence. Wu Mingming bit her lip, finally making up her mind. All right, I'll follow your advice. She took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination igniting in her eyes. As nightfall descended and the city became enveloped in a dazzling array of lights, Li returned to his apartment, weary and collapsing onto the sofa. The day's labors had rendered him both mentally and physically exhausted. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the stillness. Li opened his eyes and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he beheld Wu Mingming standing outside. She was clad in a gossamer silk nightgown, accentuating her graceful figure. Under the glow of the lights, her skin appeared as flawless as snow, her gaze dreamy, resembling an alluring little kitten. As Li opened the door. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into Li. You're home. Wu Mingming's voice trembled slightly, betraying her nervousness. Yes, what is it? Li inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. My light bulb is broken. Could you assist me in replacing it? Wu Mingming lowered her head, unable to meet Li's gaze. Sure. Without further thought, Li followed her to her home. Inside the dimly lit room, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered. Wu Mingming pointed to the light bulb on the ceiling. It's that one. I appreciate your help. Her voice was barely audible. Li retrieved a chair and climbed atop it. As he looked down, he noticed Wu Mingming gazing up at him. The neckline of her nightgown was low, revealing an expanse of porcelain skin. Li's eyes inadvertently swept over her form, and his heart raced slightly. He quickly replaced the bulb and hopped down from the chair. Thank you, Li, Wu Mingming said softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. You're welcome, he replied casually to Are you thirsty? Allow me to pour you a glass of water, Wu Mingming offered, turning to fetch the water. As she bent over the water dispenser, the hem of her nightgown slipped, revealing her long, fair legs. Li's attention was once again captivated. He felt parched, his throat tightening. After filling the glass, Wu Mingming turned back. She noticed Li staring at her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Here, your water, she said, extending the glass, her fingers brushing against his A jolt of electricity coursed through them. Wu Mingming's hand trembled, and the glass shattered upon the floor. She exclaimed, hurriedly crouching to gather the shards. Be careful, don't hurt yourself, Li cautioned, also kneeling to assist. Their hands brushed against one another again. Wu Mingming looked up, meeting Li's intense gaze. His eyes were deep, like a vortex, threatening to draw her in. Her heart raced, and she felt as if she could scarcely breathe. She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Are you nervous? Li inquired softly. Suddenly, the lights extinguished. Chapter 27. Shocked by the scoundrel. Darkness surged like a tidal wave. Engulfing everything, Li felt a soft pressure against his lips. It was Wu Mingming's kiss, imbued with youthful innocence and fervor. He did not resist, wrapping his arms around her slender waist to deepen the kiss. The air thickened with romantic tension, their breaths intertwined, hearts beating in synchrony. Wu Mingming trembled slightly, revealing her nervousness, yet responded with fervor. Li felt a protective instinct surge within him as he sensed her shivers. Moonlight flickered through the window, illuminating Wu Mingming's bashful face. She bit her lip, her gaze soft as water, capable of melting everything. As the lights flickered back on, Wu Mingming, like a startled fawn, swiftly shielded her face and dashed into her room. Moments later, she re-emerged, clad in a provocative ensemble. The fitted black lace dress accentuated her alluring figure, with a daring cutout at the chest that was utterly breath-stealing. The hem barely concealed her curves. Revealing her long, fair legs, she wore red high heels, adding an extra touch of seduction. Li swallowed hard. Wu Mingming sauntered over to Li Yi and gently settled into his lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she asked playfully, "Do you think I look good?" Her voice was sweet and teasing. A warm rush surged through Li Yi as he embraced her delicate waist, feeling the silkiness of her skin. "You look stunning," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. A smirk of satisfaction graced Wu Mingming's face as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "So, do you like it?" Her warm breath sent shivers down Li Yi's spine. "I do," he murmured, lowering his head to capture her ruby lips in a kiss. Suddenly, the lights flickered out again, and no longer hesitating, Li Yi swept Wu Mingming into his arms and strode into the bedroom. Morning light streamed through the curtains, and Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling a dull ache in his body. Turning his head, he noticed Wu Mingming sleeping soundly beside him, a content smile gracing her face. Her long lashes fluttering like those of a serene kitten. He gently rose, dressed, and stepped out of the room and the living room. A figure caught his eye. Su Ting, Wu Mingming's best friend, sat on the sofa. Her legs crossed, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. Clad in a silk robe, its neckline slightly ajar, she revealed her delicate collarbone and flawless skin. Upon seeing Li Yi emerge, a playful smile danced across her lips. "So, how did you sleep last night?" Su Ting inquired. Li Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Clearing his throat, "It was all right." Su Ting stood and approached him. "However, I must remind you, Mingming is a good girl. Do not let her down." She poked his chest lightly with her finger. "If you dare to treat her poorly, I won't let you off easily." Li Yi gazed at Su Ting, his expression serious. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint her. It better be so," Su Ting replied. Withdrawing her finger and returning to the sofa, Li Yi chose not to speak further and exited the room. Watching Li Yi's retreating figure, Su Ting shook her head in resignation, sighing softly. Could he possibly be a scoundrel who abandons a woman after a night? Just then, a groggy Wu Mingming emerged from the bedroom. "Where's Li Yi?" She rubbed her eyes, still appearing half asleep. "He left." "How could he be so heartless?" Su Ting exclaimed, a hint of indignation in her voice. "You've never been in a relationship. He should at least spend more time with you." "Oh, Ting Ting, don't say that. He has his own work." Wu Mingming quickly defended Li Yi, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "You are just too kind-hearted, making excuses for him," Su Ting chided, glancing at Wu Mingming. "Let me tell you, if he dares to mistreat you, I will make sure he pays." "Make him pay?" "For what?" Wu Mingming asked, confusion evident on her face, clearly not grasping Su Ting's meaning. "Oh, you don't need to know about that. It's something from ancient times." Su Ting waved her hand, opting not to elaborate further. As midday approached, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "You scoundrel, you actually know how to come back," Su Ting grumbled, gripping the doorknob. She swung the door open, and a gust of cool air mingled with the morning sunlight rushed in, causing her to squint. Standing outside was a familiar figure. Li Yi. That moment, he was laden with an array of gift boxes. Shimmering with golden hues, nearly obscuring his entire form, Su Ting was momentarily stunned, her mouth forming an shape, her prepared questions dissipating into thin air. Her gaze swept across the boxes, her eyes widening in astonishment. Golden jewelry, diamond earrings, and several pairs of high heels that exuded opulence, adorned with delicate crystals, each more exquisite than the last. The packaging bore the logos of luxury brands, each item radiating an air of nobility. Su Ting felt breathless, her mind blank. Are these for Mingming? A tumult of complex emotions surged within her. Shock, envy, and a tinge of jealousy. Li extended the boxes towards Su Ting. "Yes, these are all for Mingming." Su Ting mechanically accepted the boxes, the weight of them bringing her back to reality. She suddenly remembered that Wu Mingming was still in the bedroom. Hastily, she stepped aside to make way. "Mingming, come out quickly. Li Yi is here." Her voice quivered with barely concealed excitement, even cracking slightly. The bedroom door creaked open, and Wu Mingming peeked out, still wearing a hint of sleepiness. Upon seeing Li Yi, her eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Li Yi, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, her voice sweet and filled with surprise, akin to a jubilant little bird. Li Yi gazed at Wu Mingming, his eyes softening further. He stepped into the room and gently placed the boxes on the table. "I came to see you," he said, his tone tender, imbued with affection. Wu Mingming approached Li Yi, her eyes widening in astonishment and gratitude at the mountain of gifts before her. Are these all for me? Her voice trembled, disbelief coloring her words. Lie nodded, his smile warm and inviting. Do you like them? He asked, anticipation evident in his voice, as if awaiting her response. Wu Mingming vigorously nodded, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. I love them. I absolutely love them, she exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Su Ting stood to the side, witnessing the scene unfold before her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. She had initially perceived Li Yi as a reckless scoundrel, but now realized he was generous and considerate beyond her expectations. Any single gift would have sufficed for years of her own struggles. She felt a surge of envy, even jealousy at Wu Mengming's remarkable fortune. Su Ting gazed at the two individuals locked in an embrace, and an unexpected pang of bitterness surged within her. She came to the realization that she may have truly misjudged Li Yi. He was not the person she had envisioned. Rather, he was a commendable man worthy of a lifelong commitment. At that moment, her prejudices against him dissipated entirely like mist in the morning sun. Just then, Li suddenly released Wu Mingming and turned to Su Ting. Su Ting, there is a car downstairs, a gift for Mingming. You should accompany her to take a look. Chapter 28. Abundant Harvest. Su Ting was momentarily stunned, her mind a blank slate. A car? A gift for Mingming? She felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. Everything seeming so surreal. Wu Mingming also lifted her head to gaze at Li Yi, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. The car? What car? Her voice carried a hint of incredulity, as if she could scarcely believe her ears. Li Yi smiled faintly, opting not to answer directly, instead taking Wu Mengming's hand and leading her towards the door. Come, let us go see. Su Ting hurriedly followed, her heart infused with curiosity and anticipation. The trio descended to the ground floor, where they beheld a brand new Ferrari parked at the roadside. Wu Mengming's eyes widened further, her mouth forming a na shape as she stared at the luxurious vehicle. She felt as though her breath had been snatched away, her mind a whirlpool of disbelief. This was a gift for her? An indescribable thrill surged within her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Su Ting, too, was taken aback. She looked at the magnificent Ferrari before her heart swelling with envy and jealousy. This was a Ferrari, a dream car for countless individuals. How could Li Yi so nonchalantly bestow it upon Wu Mingming? Her admiration for Li Yi deepened, even as she envied Wu Mengming's good fortune. Lie approached the Ferrari, gently opening the car door and gesturing for Wu Mingming to enter. Give it a try. See if you like it. Wu Mingming mechanically settled into the car, her fingers lightly caressing the leather seats, savoring the softness, her heart filled with a sense of unreality. She turned to Li Yi, her eyes radiating gratitude and affection. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Li Yi, in the distance, Zhao Maya was fixated on the trio, her knuckles whitening, her chest heaving violently, as if suppressing a volcano on the brink of eruption. Jealousy burned fiercely in her eyes. That car, the luxury vehicle she had dreamed of possessing, and now, it stood before another woman. How could this be? Zhao Maya mused, comparing herself to that woman. Was she not superior in beauty and figure? Yet, why would Li Yi choose to gift the car to someone else rather than even glance in her direction? Jealousy gnawed at Zhao Maya's heart like a venomous serpent. She could not bear it, could not tolerate Li Yi spending on others, nor the notion of being overshadowed. That car should have been hers. All of Li Yi's wealth belonged to her. After the gifts were exchanged, Li Yi made his way to the construction site. The renovation of the apartment was a daunting task, with the primary objective being to reinforce the foundation. Wang Jie stood at the construction site, methodically directing the cement mixer to pour concrete into the base. Upon spotting Li Yi, Wang Jie hurried over. Mr. Li, do you see how professional our team is? Once the foundation is solidified, we can officially commence work. Wang Jie wore a proud expression. Well done, Manager Wang. Could you assist me in finding 2 workers? I have a small matter that requires help. Lie cut to the chase. Wang Jie readily gestured, and 2 sturdy workers promptly approached. Lie pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to them. Gentlemen, I just need each of you to let me punch you once, then lie on the ground with your eyes closed for a while. Consider this 2,000 yuan your compensation for the trouble. Seeing the money, the workers naturally did not refuse and readily agreed. Lie wasted no time, delivering a punch to each of their stomachs, and they fell to the ground in response. After a considerable interval, the system's voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. Challenge task completed, successfully defeated 2 zombies, reward, 20 survival points, Stamina Potion X1. The Stamina Potion was precisely what he needed at this moment. Although the previous potion had enhanced his strength, his stamina had not kept pace, leaving him lacking in endurance. With enhanced stamina, his physical condition would undergo a transformative improvement. Finding a secluded spot, he took a deep breath and tilted his head back, downing the potion in one swift motion. The liquid slid down his throat, accompanied by a cool sensation, quickly followed by a surge of heat rising from his abdomen. The warmth swiftly spread to his limbs. As if countless ants were crawling within him, bringing waves of tingling discomfort, his muscles began to tremble, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. Li clenched his teeth, enduring this sudden transformation. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Soaking through his clothing, he could sense his body undergoing a metamorphosis, an unprecedented power surging within him. This sensation was both painful and exhilarating. As if every cell in his body rejoiced, he clenched his fists. Feeling the explosive strength coiled within his muscles, as time passed, the intense heat gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Li slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar light flickering in his gaze. He felt as though he had been reborn, brimming with vigor. Approaching a mirror, he examined himself closely. The image reflected back was no longer the slightly frail figure he once was. Instead, he appeared tall and robust. His muscle definition was smooth and powerful, his skin radiating a healthy glow. His gaze was sharper, exuding confidence and determination. Li nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the remarkable efficacy of the stamina enhancement potion. He moved his body, discovering he felt even more agile and nimble than before. He casually picked up a dumbbell, easily lifting it. The weight was substantial, yet it felt as light as a feather compared to before. A surge of ambition welled within him. This was the power one should possess in a zombie apocalypse. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test his physical capabilities. Push-ups, he thought. This would be the ultimate test of stamina. Even some active-duty soldiers could only manage around 200. Finding a clear space, Li positioned himself and began his push-up routine. Initially, his movements were effortless and fluid, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. Each rise and fall was infused with strength, executed at a rapid pace. As the count increased, Li maintained steady breathing, feeling no strain whatsoever. His heart swelled with delight. The changes brought about by the stamina potion exceeded his wildest expectations. 50, 100, 150. Li's speed showed no signs of slowing. In fact, it only intensified. 200 passed, and he showed no inclination to stop. 300, 400. Li's sweat drenched the ground beneath him. Finally, upon reaching 500 push-ups, he gradually halted. Completing 500 push-ups without significant fatigue was nothing short of astonishing. This level of stamina had reached a truly terrifying extent. With his current physical prowess, engaging in any intimate activities was an exhilarating thought. Wu Mingming was still young, so he would have to find another target. Without hesitation, Li climbed into the car and drove towards the company where Zhang Yaoyao worked. Chapter 29. The tears of the campus bell inside the building. Zhang Yaoyao lifted her exquisite Hermes bag, striding towards her office door in her Valentino high heels. Her boyfriend, Sun Tianhao, had reserved a lavish meal at a restaurant. As today was her birthday, having not seen Li Yi for several days, the tension she had been holding finally began to ease. She silently congratulated herself, believing that perhaps Li had forgotten about their outrageous encounter that night. However, just as she was about to step out of the office, Li Yi's playful smile flashed before her eyes. Zhang Yaoyao's heart raced, and her complexion paled instantly. What are you doing here? Li Yi did not respond but instead strode forward and forcefully slammed the door shut behind him. The sharp sound of the door closing resonated like a heavy blow to Zhang Yaoyao's heart. Her expression grew even more troubled as she instinctively took a few steps backward. Why can't I come? Li replied with a smile, closing the distance between them. This is the office. You shouldn't act recklessly. Zhang Yaoyao raised her voice slightly, attempting to mask her inner trepidation. Recklessly? Li chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What is there that we cannot do between us? He reached out, gently tilting Zhang Yaoyao's chin upward. The icy touch of his fingers sent a shiver down her spine. She forcefully swatted his hand away, her eyes brimming with anger and disgust. Li, don't go too far. She ground her teeth, her voice laced with a hint of menace. Am I going too far? Li erupted into laughter as if hearing a great joke. Zhang Yaoyao, have you forgotten who was the one who initiated removing my clothes that night? His tone suddenly turned icy, a chilling glare piercing her. Zhang Yaoyao's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a word. The memories of that night flooded back like a tidal wave, and having drunk too much, she had completely surrendered to her nature. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, she wished she could vanish into the ground. What do you want from me? What do I want? Li Yi's gaze playfully swept over Zhang Yaoyao's curvaceous figure. What do you think? Zhang Yaoyao's heart quivered, her face stiffening to Lie. Don't forget, Sun Tianhao is still waiting for me at the restaurant. He could come looking for me at any moment. Aren't you afraid he might catch you here? Zhang Yaoyao attempted to invoke Sun Tianhao to intimidate Li Yi. Merely chuckled dismissively in response. Sun Tianhao? What is he to me? You. Zhang Yaoyao was utterly infuriated by Li Yi's flippant attitude. Lie, don't be so arrogant. My boyfriend is not someone you can provoke. That night was merely a stroke of luck for you. Luck? Li Yi scoffed. Are you perhaps overestimating him? Do not speak of merely one Sun Tianhao. Even if there were 10, I would not regard them with any esteem. Zhang Yaoyao found herself momentarily speechless. Overwhelmed by Li Yi's imposing presence, it dawned on her that the Li Yi before her was no longer the pathetic figure she had once ridiculed. He had transformed into someone unrecognizable, someone formidable. What would you truly desire? To have you call me daddy? Li Yi's voice was low and laced with an undeniable authority. Zhang Yaoyao trembled, her pupils dilating in shock. She gazed at Li Yi in disbelief, as if confronting a stranger. What did you just say? Her voice quivered, tinged with incredulity. I said, call me daddy. Li Yi reiterated. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yaoyao's tone became sharp, bordering on hysterical. Am I mad? Li Yi let out a derisive laugh. From the moment you sought to imprison me, I ceased to be merciful to you. As he spoke, a pristine qipao was tossed onto the table. I shall grant you 3 minutes to don this qipao. My patience is limited. Zhang Yaoyao stared at the new qipao on the table, her complexion shifting between shades of green and white. The design was exceedingly revealing, barely covering the essential parts. Wearing it would render her nearly as exposed as if she were unclothed. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Li Yi, do not push me too far. Zhang Yaoyao bit her lip, her eyes brimming with humiliation and fury. She had countless admirers at school, revered as a goddess by numerous sycophants. Yet now she found herself reduced to a mere plaything. Pushing too far? Li Yi scoffed. Compared to what you have done to me, this is nothing. He advanced towards Zhang Yaoyao, looking down upon her. I shall offer you one final opportunity. Will you wear it, or not? Zhang Yaoyao trembled, acutely aware that she possessed no options. Should she refuse to wear it, she would inevitably lose Sun Tianhao, the foolish yet wealthy heir. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to marry Sun Tianhao. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yaoyao slowly picked up the qipao from the table and sat on the desk to put it on. The qipao clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, perfectly accentuating her silhouette. Call me daddy, Li Yi commanded. Zhang Yaoyao's body jolted, her eyes tightly shut, as humiliating tears welled in her eyes. However, she had no alternative. To daddy, Zhang Yaoyao's voice was barely a whisper. Trembling with disbelief, Li Yi smiled with satisfaction, releasing her chin and pulling her into his embrace. Now, that is more like it in the city center. At the Blue Ocean restaurant, Sun Tianhao occupied a window-side table, repeatedly dialing Zhang Yaoyao's number on his phone. Yet, the line remained coldly silent, met with the mechanical voice. We're sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sun Tianhao's brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had specifically reserved this upscale restaurant to surprise Zhang Yaoyao, celebrating their 3-month anniversary. However, more than an hour had passed since their agreed-upon time, and Zhang Yaoyao had yet to appear. Frustrated, Sun Tianhao slammed his phone onto the table, the sound echoing sharply. The surrounding patrons turned to look, but he paid them no mind. After waiting for another hour, Sun Tianhao finally could no longer sit still. He rose from his seat and, driving his luxurious sports car, sped back to the company. Coincidentally, Zhang Yaoyao was just exiting the building. Her legs felt weak, each step akin to walking on cotton. Her body trembled. Her complexion was flushed, her gaze dazed, as if all strength had been drained from her, leaving her incapable of coherent thought. Upon seeing Zheng Yaoyao in such a state, Sun Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. He hastened to her side, supporting her arm with concern. Yaoyao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so flushed, and your skin so warm? Zheng Yaoyao lifted her head, her vacant eyes meeting Sun Tianhao's, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Is everything all right? I think I might have a fever." "Tianhao, may I ask you something? Do you truly love me?" Sun Tianhao replied without hesitation, "Of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I spend so much money on you?" A flicker of complex emotion crossed Zheng Yaoyao's eyes. She inhaled deeply and said, "Well then, since you love me, let us get engaged. I wish to settle down." Sun Tianhao froze for a moment before bursting with joy. "Really, Yaoyao, you finally agreed to marry me? Excellent. I will inform my father right away to prepare for our engagement." Chapter 30. Acquiring strategic materials on the way home, Li Yi contemplated his next steps. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up, displaying Wu Mingming's name. He opened the WeChat message to find a forwarded news article. Shocking! The sky over Dachang City is drenched in blood red. Upon watching the video, it was precisely as the headline described. The sky was blood red, enveloping the entire city in crimson. The comments section was filled with local residents discussing the phenomenon. Many shared their own photos of the blood-colored sky, which seemed far from a prank. According to reports, the blood-red sky lasted only a few minutes before vanishing. An ominous premonition surged within him. Li Yi instantly recognized this as an omen of the impending apocalypse, arriving earlier and more violently than he had anticipated. Some cities had already begun to exhibit signs of the end times. He needed to expedite his efforts. The construction of the shelter could not be delayed. He dialed Wang Jie's number, his voice urgent. "Hello, it's me, Li Yi. The plan has changed. Commence immediately. At any cost, I need you to transform that apartment building into a fortress in the shortest time possible. Money is not an issue. What I require is speed and safety." After hanging up, Li Yi tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, his mind racing. He was in a race against time, battling the approach of the apocalypse. With the first sign of doom having appeared, there would surely be a second, a third. Sooner or later, everyone would come to realize this issue. Be why that time. Accumulating supplies would likely be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Moreover, judging by the various items provided by the system shop, the apocalypse would not merely involve slow-moving zombies. It was possible that those infected by the zombie virus would give rise to terrifying new creatures. Impervious to planes or artillery, he had considered notifying the government about the impending apocalypse, seeking their assistance to combat it. However, upon deeper reflection, he deemed it unrealistic. If he declared that the end was nigh, he would only be labeled a madman and confined to a psychiatric hospital. Lost in thought, Li Yi turned into a wholesale market. He needed sugar, an exceedingly vital strategic resource. Sugar is a high-calorie food that can rapidly replenish energy, has a long shelf life, and is less prone to spoilage. Furthermore, it contains more energy per unit volume than other foods, making it ideal as rations or energy supplements. Additionally, it can be used for wound care, promoting drying, inhibiting bacterial growth, and aiding in healing. Its sweetness helps alleviate stress and anxiety, and when mixed with common materials, can be fashioned into explosives. Stopping at a wholesale sugar stall, Li inquired, "How much do you sell your sugar for?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man, was busy organizing his goods and replied without looking up, 8 yuan per jean for bulk, 10 yuan for packaged. I'll take 50 tons, Li stated calmly. How much? The stall owner suddenly looked up, staring at Li as if he were a monster. 50 tons? Are you joking? Li casually revealed his Rolex. Do I appear to be joking? The stall owner's eyes widened. 50 tons of sugar would cost a fortune. This was his first encounter with such a large order in years. May I ask what you need this much sugar for? The stall owner cautiously inquired. To open a beverage factory. Li replied without missing a beat. I recently received a big order and urgently need a batch of raw materials. The stall owner, though skeptical, chose to believe him given Li Yi's affluent appearance. It would be foolish to turn down money. 50 tons, I might not have that much stock on hand. I'll need to source some from the manufacturer, the stall owner said while dialing a number. Hey, Lao Wang, it's me, Lao Lu. I need 50 tons of sugar over here. Yes, white sugar. Do you have any in stock? What? Only 30 tons. Where will I source the remaining 20 tons from? All right, I understand. Please gather it as soon as possible. After hanging up, the stall owner smiled at Li Yi. Boss, I'll have the 50 tons of sugar ready for you. It will be delivered to the specified location in 3 days. How does that sound? That works, Lee nodded. Here's the deposit. I'll pay the remaining balance upon delivery. He handed the stall owner several tens of thousands in cash, leaving an address. Deliver the goods here in 3 days. The stall owner accepted the money and address, his face beaming with joy. All right, boss, you can rest assured. I guarantee it will be delivered. Lee turned and left for the fertilizer factory. Fertilizer was also an extremely important strategic material. On one hand, it aids in crop growth. On the other, it can chemically react with sugar and diesel to create explosives. Should a zombie siege truly occur, he would not remain idle. At the factory entrance, several workers lounged against the wall, soaking up the sun. When a car arrived, they merely lifted their eyelids, showing no interest. Lee exited his vehicle and walked directly into the factory. Hey, what are you doing? One worker finally spoke up. I'm here to buy fertilizer, Lee replied succinctly. Buying fertilizer? There's none available right now. The workers waved their hands dismissively, displaying evident impatience. No goods? How could that be? With such a large factory, how could you possibly be out of stock? Lee furrowed his brow. He certainly did not wish to have made a fruitless trip to the outskirts, if there truly is no stock. It has all been reserved. If you wish to purchase, you may return at a later time, one of the workers stated. Reserved by whom? I'll pay a premium. Lee replied bluntly. A premium? How much of a premium? Another worker, intrigued, leaned in to inquire. 0.3 times the price. How does that sound? Lee replied nonchalantly. 0.3 times? The worker's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Lee as if he were a fool. You can't be serious. 3 times the price for fertilizer? You must be burning money. One worker could not help but scoffed. I am not joking. As long as you sell the fertilizer to me, I will pay immediately. Lee declared, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket and waving it before them. The workers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed. Ahem. Well, that might be negotiable. An older worker cleared his throat and said, However, we have already signed a contract with someone else. This matter needs to be discussed with the boss. Fine, then go call your boss. I will speak with him. Lee nodded. Before long, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly emerged. He was the factory owner. Mr. Wong, I hear you wish to purchase fertilizer? Mr. Wong scrutinized Lee with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Mr. Wong, I am willing to pay 3 times the price for all the fertilizer at your factory. Lee stated directly. 0.3 times? Young man, you are quite generous. Mr. Wong's eyes narrowed with interest. However, I have already signed a contract with someone else for this batch. I cannot sell it to you. Mr. Wong, contracts can be renegotiated. I am offering 3 times the price. What are you hesitating for? Lee's patience was wearing thin. Young man, you may not be aware, but this batch of fertilizer has been reserved by a large-scale farmer who has already paid a deposit. I cannot breach the contract. Mr. Wong shook his head. I will cover the penalty for breach of contract. Will you sell or not? Lee pressed on. Mr. Wong pondered for a moment. 3 times the price was quite the windfall. Although breaching the contract would incur some penalty, it still represented a significant profit. Sell, of course, I will sell, Mr. Wong exclaimed, slapping his thigh with delight. Young man, you truly are a straightforward person. This batch of fertilizer is all yours. Boss, are you really selling? That's an old client. How will we cooperate in the future? A worker whispered. Cooperate my foot. Who would refuse to make money? The future. We'll discuss that later. Mr. Wong shot a glare at the worker. The surrounding workers were taken aback. They had never seen anyone willing to pay 3 times the price for fertilizer. It was simply absurd. Young man, you truly are exceptionally bold. Mr. Wong gave a thumbs up, his heart swelling with glee. Yet, Lee had no time for idle chatter and stated directly, hurry and arrange for the loading of the truck. It should be delivered to the designated location in 3 days. Right away? Right away? Mr. Wong nodded repeatedly, beckoning the workers to begin loading the truck. Chapter 31. The Skynet System at the Dawashi Public Security Bureau, the main duty room. The alarm of the Skynet system rang out once more. Shattering the tranquility, report. A suspicious individual has been identified, making large purchases of sugar and fertilizer. The duty officer quickly rose to report to a square-faced man. Oh, check his identity, the man commanded in a deep voice as he sat poised in his chair. Soon, the computer screen displayed Lee's identity information. Lie, male, 24 years old, an employee of a construction company. The man's brows furrowed slightly as he scanned the screen. "Captain, is there something wrong with this individual?" A young officer inquired. "The quantities of sugar and fertilizer he has purchased far exceed the needs of an ordinary person." The man pointed to the data on the screen. "Moreover, the system indicates he has previously purchased a substantial amount of diesel. He can't possibly be planning to make a bomb, can he?" the young officer speculated. "That possibility cannot be ruled out," the square-faced man nodded. "Bring him to the station. We need to question him." Half an hour later, a police car with flashing lights pulled up outside Li's apartment building. Several uniformed officers quickly ascended the stairs and knocked on Li's door. Knock, knock, knock. Li opened the door, surprised to see several police officers standing at his doorstep. Buying diesel was indeed quite unusual, but he never expected that purchasing sugar and fertilizer would also attract their attention. "You are Li, correct? We are from the Dawashi Public Security Bureau, and we need your cooperation for an investigation," one officer stated sternly, displaying his credentials. "Investigation? What are we investigating?" Li feigned ignorance, putting on an innocent facade. "Did you purchase a large quantity of sugar and fertilizer today?" the officer asked directly. "Yes, and so what?" Li admitted calmly, knowing there was no point in concealing the truth. "Come with us," the officer stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Li realized he was being monitored by the Skynet system. However, he remained unperturbed. He could explain away the diesel purchase and the sugar and fertilizer as well. The police car sped along, lights flashing, soon arriving at the station. Li was led into an interrogation room. Brightly lit and imbued with a serious atmosphere. "Name?" One officer seated behind the desk began the routine questioning. Li. Age? 24. Occupation? Employee of a construction company. After a series of standard inquiries, the officer shifted to the main topic. "Li, why did you purchase such large quantities of sugar and fertilizer?" The square-faced officer's gaze was sharp, fixated on Li. "You should be aware that our company is undergoing renovations. Sugar mixed with cement can enhance its strength. As for the fertilizer, I plan to use it for a rooftop vegetable garden," Li explained, handing over the design plans for the vegetable garden that Wang Jie had provided him. The square-faced officer examined the plans. Momentarily at a loss for any flaws, Li's explanation was reasonable, yet the officer felt something was amiss. The Skynet system rarely made mistakes, and this alert might indeed conceal something deeper. "Your reasoning is valid. However, according to our Skynet system analysis, your actions present a significant risk. Here's what we'll do. Return the fertilizer and sugar, and once we conclude our risk assessment meeting, we will determine whether you may proceed with your purchase." Hearing this, Li felt a chill in his heart. Who knew how long the meeting would take? By the time they concluded, the apocalypse might have already begun. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly pushed open, and an officer hurriedly entered, whispering something into the ear of the square-faced officer. The officer's expression changed instantly, and he quickly rose to exit the interrogation room. Li felt a stir of hope. Could it be that Xiao Xinmei had arrived? Indeed, shortly thereafter, the square-faced officer returned to the interrogation room, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. "Mr. Li, I apologize. It seems this may have been a misunderstanding." The square-faced officer smiled warmly. "We were overly concerned. You indeed have legitimate business, and no problem. Cooperating with your work is a duty of every citizen," Li replied with a faint smile, secretly relieved him or Li is truly understanding. The square-faced officer offered a polite remark, then shifted the topic. "However, for safety's sake, we still need to conduct a security check of your apartment. I hope you can understand that, of course, anytime you wish." Li readily agreed. After a brief conversation, the square-faced officer took his leave. Mere seconds later, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more, revealing a familiar figure. "Sister Xinmei, what brings you here?" Li feigned surprise. The newcomer was indeed Xiao Xinmei, dressed in a sleek black fitted dress that accentuated her curves, her red high heels adding to her commanding presence. "I heard you were called in for questioning. How could I not come?" Xiao Xinmei approached Li, her eyes filled with concern. "So, how did it go? Did you face any injustices?" "Not at all. They only asked a few questions," Li smiled. "Sister Xinmei, you look absolutely stunning today." "Flattery." Xiao Xinmei shot him a playful glare, exuding charm. Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform entered, wearing a warm smile. "Director Xiao, what brings you here in person? If there's anything you need, just let me know," The man was Chen Guodong, the head of the Dawashi Public Security Bureau. Director Chen, I heard you've brought my associate in for questioning, so I came to take a look. Xiao Shimei replied casually. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding, Chen Guodong quickly clarified. We are merely following protocol. We cannot overlook the alerts from the Skynet system. Skynet? Isn't it said to be infallible? Xiao Xinmei asked with a hint of a smirk. Well, Chen Guodong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While the Skynet system rarely erred, it was not infallible. Director Chen, Li Yi frequently conducts business at my residence. I know his character well, and he would never engage in any illegal activities. Xiao Xinmei asserted firmly. Here's the plan. I will vouch for him and have him placed on the Skynet system's white list. Let us prevent similar occurrences in the future. This. Chen Guodong hesitated slightly. Including an individual on the white list of the Tianwang system required a rigorous approval process, a decision not solely within his purview. What is this, Director Chen? Are you unwilling to accommodate me? Xiao Xinmei's expression darkened. CEO Xiao, you jest. How could I possibly deny you such a favor? Chen Guodong quickly replied. I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. That would be much appreciated, Director Chen. Only then did a faint smile grace Xiao Xinmei's lips. Chen Guodong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before turning to leave and arrange the pertinent matters. Xiao Xinmei's enterprises were numerous, constituting a significant portion of Dahu City's tax revenue. It could be said that the salaries of the city's civil servants were funded by her taxes. Such a figure would elicit a smile from even the mayor. Sister Xinmei, thank you. There is no need for such formality between us. Xiao Xinmei chuckled. Let me drive you back. The two walked side by side out of the interrogation room, with Xiao Xinmei behind the wheel of her crimson Aston Martin, speeding along as she returned Li Yi to his apartment. Chapter 32. Treading two boats as Li Yi settled into Xiao Xinmei's luxurious sports car. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and delightful. Buckle your seatbelt, please. Xiao Xinmei gently reminded him while starting the engine. Li complied, fastening his seatbelt, though his gaze involuntarily lingered on Xiao Xinmei's long, elegant legs adorned in black stockings. Why did you purchase such a large quantity of sugar? Your message startled me. Xiao Xinmei glanced at him with a sidelong look while driving. It's a temporary secret. I cannot divulge it yet. You, of all people, would keep me in the dark? Xiao Xinmei feigned reproach. However, I must admit, I find your character rather endearing. With that, she suddenly halted the car by the roadside. Sister Xiao, what is the matter? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Xiao Xinmei turned her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. Have you not yet expressed your gratitude to me? Thank you, Sister Xiao, Li Yi replied. Is that all? Xiao Xinmei pouted her red lips slightly, appearing dissatisfied. Then, how would you like me to show my appreciation, Sister Xiao? Li Yi asked tentatively. Xiao Xinmei leaned closer to him, her breath fragrant as she teased. A kiss from dear sister, or else I shall not return you home. Li gazed at Xiao Xinmei's exquisite face and alluring lips, his heart racing. Sister Xiao, in the middle of the road. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? I shan't devour you. Xiao Xinmei's playful eyes sparkled. Or is it that you find me too old? No, Sister Xiao, you are youthful and beautiful. Li Yi hastily responded. Then what are we waiting for? Xiao Xinmei leaned in even closer, nearly touching her face to his. Li could distinctly feel her warm breath and the enticing fragrance surrounding her. Captivated by her stunning visage so near, he gently pressed a kiss to her cheek. A triumphant smile spread across Xiao Xinmei's face. Now, that's more like it. With that, she restarted the engine and continued driving toward Li Yi's apartment. Realizing he had been playfully teased, Li Yi's left hand moved to grasp her thigh. Sister Xiao, these stockings are of fine quality. How much did they cost? Xiao Xinmei shivered slightly, allowing the bold Li Yi to explore her leg. Perhaps over 1,000 for a pair. Are you considering purchasing them for your little girlfriend? Li Yi was taken aback by Xiao Xinmei's knowledge of his relationship status. Sister Xiao, how do you know I have a girlfriend? Oh, you little rascal, don't forget who I am. Xiao Xinmei replied with a confident smile. If I wish to know, there is nothing I cannot uncover. However, I am not the petty type. Shifting her tone, she continued, I admire you and have feelings for you. Yet I understand that at my age, I should not hinder your pursuit of love. Sister Xiao, Li Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Well then, it's time to get back to business. Xiao Xinmei suddenly parked the car by the roadside again, unbuckled her seatbelt, and lunged into Li Yi's embrace. Xiao Xinmei initiated a kiss, her nimble tongue prying open his lips, claiming him fervently. Taken aback by her sudden passion, Li quickly reciprocated her ardent kiss. Their heads covered by a single piece of clothing, they lost themselves in a fervent embrace within the confines of the car. Oblivious to the curious glances from passers-by. My goodness, this, in broad daylight, how scandalous. The youth of today, truly. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Xiao Xinmei, breathless, leaned against Li Yi, her cheeks flushed. Little rascal, you're quite proficient at kissing. She teased. Li Yi, gazing at the beauty in his arms, found himself momentarily speechless. Do not speak. Let me hold you a little longer. Xiao Xinmei nestled her head against his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. Inside the car, Li Yi and Xiao Xinmei remained closely entwined, savoring the warmth of the moment. Outside, Su Ting stood frozen in disbelief, holding a bag of freshly purchased groceries. That Lie, and who is the woman in his arms? Su Ting rubbed her eyes, convinced she must be mistaken. Yet, upon focusing again, the familiar luxury car and the two recognizable figures left no room for doubt. Why goodness, how could Li Yi be with another woman in the car? Su Ting felt a surge of inexplicable anger. I must return and inform Ming. She needs to see Li Yi's true colors. With this thought, Su Ting turned to leave, but after a few steps, she paused. Wait, if I abruptly tell Ming, will she believe me? Su Ting began to hesitate. After all, she had only recently met Li Yi. Would Ming think she was trying to sow discord? Moreover, Su Ting was aware of the depth of Ming's feelings for Li Yi. If she were to share this information recklessly, it could deliver a significant blow to her friend. Yet, if she remained silent, what if Ming fell deeper into this entanglement, resulting in even greater heartache? Su Ting found herself in a dilemma. Standing still, she pondered for a long while before ultimately deciding against informing Wu Ming. Perhaps it would be wiser to observe the situation first. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Su Ting reassured herself. Upon returning to the apartment, she found Wu Ming busy in the kitchen. Ting, you're back. Come help me wash the vegetables. Wu Ming called out as she peeked her head out upon hearing the door open. Oh, all right. Su Ting feigned calmness as she placed the vegetables on the table and stepped into the kitchen. Ming, what made you decide to cook today? Su Ting asked while washing the vegetables. It's to thank Li Yi for giving me a car. Wu Ming smiled. If it weren't for him, I would never have been able to afford a luxury vehicle in my lifetime. By the way, did you see Li Yi today? Wu Ming suddenly asked. No, not at all. Su Ting's eyes flickered. What's the matter? It's nothing. I was just asking casually. Wu Ming replied. I thought you might run into him in the neighborhood. Su Ting lowered her head, unable to meet Wu Ming's gaze. Sigh, this is truly distressing. Su Ting silently sighed in her heart. Ting, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Wu Ming noticed Su Ting's odd demeanor and inquired with concern. No, it's nothing. Su Ting quickly shook her head. I was just thinking about work. Take your time with work. Don't rush. Wu Ming comforted. I believe you will find a good job soon. Su Ting nodded. Though her heart felt increasingly restless, she had no idea how to face Wu Ming, nor how to handle the situation. It seemed she could only take it one step at a time. Su Ting thought to herself. Chapter 33. The unreasonable old woman Li Yi returned to the front of his apartment building, which had transformed into a vast construction site. He took a deep breath. The air thick with dust and the scent of diesel. At the rear entrance of the apartment, a colossal conveyor belt roared, resembling a black serpent that incessantly transported excavated soil outside. The end of the conveyor. Piles of dirt loomed like small mountains, while workers loaded the soil onto trucks for removal from the complex. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, pointing and discussing the conveyor belt with great interest. Li Yi paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. He understood that these people's short-sightedness and lack of understanding would inevitably morph into endless regret and despair when the reckoning came. What he needed to do now was seize every moment to transform this apartment building into an unassailable fortress. Lie, what on earth are you up to? A sharp female voice sliced through the crowd, laden with evident questioning and dissatisfaction. You're making a mess of this perfectly fine apartment building. Do you realize how disruptive this is? Li Yi turned toward the source of the voice, recognizing it as Aunt Wang from the neighboring building, notorious for her loud voice and meddlesome nature. He laughed. Aunt Wang, I'm renovating the apartment to enhance its safety. Renovating? I see you're just burning money out of boredom." The woman stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of indignation, as she surveyed the mounds of earth that had been excavated, piled high like small hills, obstructing our comings and goings. And this incessant noise, it's enough to give one a headache. Indeed, Shaoli, rather than renovating this building, it would be better to demolish it and construct anew. Others nearby echoed this sentiment, asserting that a new house would be worth far more than this dilapidated structure. It was baffling to comprehend the reasoning behind it all. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Li remained unperturbed. "Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge that this period has caused you inconvenience. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with complimentary eggs as a gesture of my apology." "Eggs? Who cares for your eggs?" Aunt Wang scoffed. "I see you are merely idling away your time, creating chaos for no reason." Li, weary of further debate, understood that words were futile. Only time could validate everything. His immediate task was to expedite the renovation of the apartment building, preparing for the impending apocalypse. As for the misunderstandings and mockery from these individuals, he paid them no mind. At a tea that moment, an elderly woman with a rather prominent head emerged from the crowd, seizing Li Yi's arm and shrieking, "You, Li, have beaten my son to such a degree. You must provide me with an explanation today. I warn you, if you do not compensate me 5 million, this matter will not conclude." 5 million? The residents nearby gasped at the mention of such a sum. Good heavens, has this old crone lost her senses over money? Indeed, who would argue otherwise? That rascal Yu Jianjun deserved his fate. However, it was undeniable that Li Yi had struck Yu Jianjun, making him at fault. But one must ask, do you not know the character of Yu Jianjun? Surely, Li Yi's actions were provoked by Yu Jianjun's own misdeeds. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet the majority seemed to support Li Yi. After all, Yu Jianjun had long been notorious for his bullying in the community. Upon hearing their discussions, Li could not help but smirk inwardly. It appeared many possessed sound judgment. "Old Yu, you know all too well the kind of person your son is. His beating was merely his own doing." Li Yi replied coolly. 5 million. Should you pass away, I could incinerate that sum for you. You dare not compensate? Old Yu trembled with rage. "Very well, if you refuse to pay, I shall take you to court and ensure you rot in prison." "Suit yourself," Li retorted nonchalantly. "But I must remind you, your son has committed numerous wrongdoings. Do not be surprised if he finds himself behind bars." Old Yu was rendered speechless by Li Yi's retort. She had anticipated Li Yi to be an easy target due to his youth, yet she found him a formidable adversary. "Just you wait," she spat, turning on her heel to leave. Witnessing Old Yu's retreat, the onlookers erupted in applause, feeling a sense of relief. "Well done. That old hag has long abused her position as a community worker to extort others. It was high time someone put her in her place." "Exactly. That scoundrel Yu Jianjun bullied us in the community. Even his demise is justified. Li Yi, you have rid our community of a menace." Others gathered around Li Yi, offering well-meaning advice. "Xiao Li, be cautious. This old witch is quite vindictive and will surely seek revenge, possibly scheming against you in the future. Indeed, Xiao Li, given Old Yu's connections in the community, one must tread carefully." Li dismissed their concerns. The threats from Old Yu were of no consequence to him. Upon arriving at the apartment basement, he found Wang Jie directing workers in the excavation. After a day of labor, the basement had expanded significantly. Originally, the foundational structure was slated to take 10 days, but under Li Yi's insistence, Jinlong Company had allocated triple the workforce. "Mr. Li, rest assured, in accordance with your request, we are prioritizing the construction of the cold storage. It will be operational in 3 days," Wang Jie, wearing a white hard hat, explained as he walked alongside Li Yi. "Good. Expedite the process and ensure all building materials are of the highest quality. I am not short on funds. Of course." Wang Jie grinned, instructing the workers to bring forth a batch of mixed concrete. "To enhance the strength and resilience of the concrete, we have incorporated a substantial amount of copper wire into every ton. Approximately 100 kilograms. We refer to this as alloy concrete, among the finest in the world. We have also used the best imported cement." Listening to Wang Jie's description, Li Yi felt reassured. In this world, money certainly facilitated matters. When the apocalypse arrives, the wealthy can retreat to safety, while the impoverished are left to perish in their homes. After leaving the basement, Li hailed a taxi, heading straight for the airport. Originally, The company had arranged for others to travel to Northeast China, but through his assertive reasoning, he secured this business trip for himself. He aimed to acquire some black soil while the signs of the apocalypse were still subtle. Additionally, the Northeast borders Russia, and perhaps he could procure some weapons. While firearms are prohibited domestically, they are not abroad. He had considered using survival points for such purchases, yet weapons were exorbitantly priced in the system. Even a standard pistol cost 3,000 survival points, which was beyond his current means. Upon arriving at the airport, with some time before boarding, Li Yi settled into a seat in the VIP lounge. Before long, the door opened, and a familiar face entered. Chapter 34. A business trip with the boss. He distinctly remembered that the company had initially assigned another female colleague for the trip to Northeast China. How had it suddenly changed to Xiao Ruoxue? Just as Li Yi was grappling with his astonishment, Xiao Ruoxue seemed to sense his gaze. Lifting her head to look his way, their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise danced in Xiao Ruoxue's eyes, clearly indicating she too had not anticipated that her travel companion would be Li Yi. Lie? Xiao Ruoxue spoke softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Li Yi regained his composure, rising to approach her. Manager Xiao, what a coincidence. I did not expect you to be the colleague accompanying me on this trip. Xiao Ruoxue looked up, her dimples appearing as she smiled gently. Indeed? What a coincidence. The company made a last-minute decision to send me. That explains it, Li Yi thought, feeling a twinge of despair. Thiobi traveling with his superior was indeed a predicament. Fortunately, they had collaborated previously and maintained a decent rapport. The plane glided smoothly through the skies, surrounded by a sea of clouds. Lie and Xiao Ruoxue sat side by side by the window. The journey to Northeast China was lengthy, and many passengers chose to close their eyes and rest. Xiao Ruoxue donned a sleep mask, leaning back against her seat, preparing to take a brief nap. Clad in a cream-colored knitted dress, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a delicate, youthful fragrance. The gentle turbulence of the plane lulled many into slumber. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Ruoxue's breathing grew even and deep, indicating she had drifted into a dream. Her head tilted slightly, finding its way onto Li Yi's shoulder. The sudden softness startled Li Yi. Causing him to stiffen momentarily, he instinctively turned to see Xiao Ruoxue's serene sleeping visage. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, and a faint blush adorned her fair cheeks. Her lips slightly pouted as if murmuring something in her dreams. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had never observed Xiao Ruoxue so closely. The typically aloof and commanding female superior now resembled a gentle kitten nestled against him, utterly defenseless as time passed. Li Yi too succumbed to sleep. He was unaware of how long it had been when a sharp pain in his thigh jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiao Ruoxue's delicate hand gripping his thigh. Twisting a piece of flesh with considerable force, she remained oblivious, still wearing her sleep mask, her face contorted in terror, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Another hard twist sent Li Yi wincing as he nearly shed tears from the pain. He gasped. Cautiously, he attempted to shift Xiao Ruoxue's hand from his thigh. Yet, as soon as he did, her hand retracted like an octopus, fiercely clutching his arm as if her nails might embed themselves into his flesh. Xiao Ruoxue trembled, mumbling, "No, don't come near, go away." Clearly, she was ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Manager Xiao, wake up! He nudged her several times before she slowly opened her eyes, her expression fraught with fear and confusion. After a considerable moment, clarity returned to her gaze. Only then did she realize her hand had been tightly gripping Li Yi's arm, her nails nearly breaking the skin. She quickly released him, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. I'm sorry. I had a nightmare. No worries, Manager Xiao. What did you dream about? Li Yi inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Ruoxue's complexion paled, and she shook her head, seemingly reluctant to recall the dream. It was nothing. I dreamt that I died and was devoured by a horde of zombies. Seeing her distress, Li Yi refrained from pressing further, silently offering her a tissue. After disembarking the plane, the two made their way to the hotel in the city center. As the night descended, Li Yi tightened his down jacket, exhaling a puff of white breath as he stepped into the bathing center known as Jinling Bay. The warm air enveloped him, mingled with a faint scent of sulfur. He made his way directly to the front desk, where a middle-aged man clad in a mink coat, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, was idly fiddling with his phone. "Boss, are you busy?" Li Yi greeted with a smile. The proprietor glanced up, sizing up the youthful figure before him, noting his well-considered attire, and immediately donned a welcoming smile. "Ah, young man, here for a bath. Want a scrub? Our scrub masters are exceptional. I'm not here for a bath, boss. I'd like to inquire about something." Lie produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the man. The boss's eyes lit up as he accepted the cigarette, expertly lighting it and taking a deep drag. "What's on your mind? Just say it, and if I know, I won't keep it from you. I'm looking to purchase some black soiled. I wonder if you have any leads?" Lee stated candidly. "Black soil?" The boss paused, scrutinizing Lee closely. "Young man, what do you need black soil for?" "It's not exactly cheap. I enjoy cultivating a few potted plants, and I thought I might acquire some quality soil to nurture my flowers." His handsome face revealed no hint of deceit. The boss eyed him skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. In these times, young people who took to gardening were a rare breed, let alone those willing to spend lavishly on black soil. "What's the matter, boss? Don't you have any?" Lee pressed on seeing the boss's silence. "We do have some, but—" The boss hesitated, puffing on his cigarette. "This black soil is a treasure. The government prohibits its sale, and it's quite laborious to extract from the old forests, so the price is not low. Money is not an issue." Lee pulled out a thick wad of cash, slapping it on the counter. "As long as the soil is good, we can negotiate the price." The boss's eyes widened, fixating on the cash, his throat bobbing. In all his years managing this bathing center, he had seen all types of people, but a young man as extravagant as Lee was indeed a rarity. "How much do you need, young man?" The boss asked cautiously. "At least 20 tons. If I'm going to plant, I might as well use the best." The boss pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, young man, you seem straightforward. I will help you with this. Let me find you a technician. Please wait in the hall for a moment. I'll be right back." After the boss departed, Lee casually reclined in the lounge area. A voluptuous technician soon approached, beginning to massage his feet. Before long, he unexpectedly dozed off. Chapter 35. An unexpected kiss. "Lee, what are you doing here?" After an indeterminate period, Lee was stirred from his slumber by a familiar voice, laced with surprise and disdain. He jolted awake, finding Xiao Ruoxue standing beside the massage table, looking down at him with a complex expression. Xiao Zong." Lee blinked, suddenly alert. It dawned on him that he was lying on the massage table. The technician had already left. Xiao Ruoxue was clad in a stylish black wool coat, her high heels indicating she had just stepped in from outside. Why are you here?" Lee stammered, awkwardness washing over him as he had not anticipated encountering Xiao Ruoxue in such a setting. Without answering his question, she regarded him with a frosty stare. "Lie, I never expected you to be this kind of person." "What kind of person?" Lee was utterly perplexed. "Ha," Xiao Ruoxue scoffed derisively. "You put on a facade of being an upright gentleman, yet secretly come to places like this for amusement. You truly surprise me. Xiao Zong, you misunderstand. I merely came here to relax. I'm not here for anything else." "Relax?" Xiao Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. "I suspect you're here seeking entertainment, aren't you? Is your salary from the company insufficient for your expenses? Or do you think I, your fake girlfriend, can't satisfy you?" "I am just taking a break." "A break?" Xiao Ruoxue laughed coldly. "I believe you're here for special services, aren't you?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front, interrupting their exchange. "Hey there, little lady, you're quite a looker. Come play with the big brothers, won't you?" A greasy voice called out, thickly accented. Lie and Xiao Ruoxue exchanged glances and approached to investigate. A group of hulking men, bare-chested and tattooed, adorned with thick gold chains, surrounded a young girl, speaking lewdly and reaching out to her. Despite the crowd, everyone merely watched with indifference, none daring to intervene. After all, this gang was notorious for their thuggish behavior, and no one wanted to invite trouble. "Stop!" Xiao Ruoxue's commanding voice rang out. The men were startled by the sudden interruption, turning to glare at her. "Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs?" The leader, a man with a gold chain, glared at Xiao Ruoxue with malevolence, as if ready to pounce. But upon recognizing her face, his expression shifted. "Wow, what a stunning lady. Come here and let me have some fun." Ignoring him completely, Xiao Ruoxue strode toward the girl, shielding her protectively. "Are you all right?" she asked with genuine concern. The girl, visibly shaken, seemed terrified. "You're asking for trouble." The gold chain man, enraged at being disregarded, swung his fist at her. The surrounding crowd instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the impending violence against Xiao Ruoxue. However, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Lie suddenly intervened, seizing the man's wrist and twisting it effortlessly. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream from the gold chain man, who bent over in pain. Without granting him a moment to recover, Li lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The man's hefty frame flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing painfully against the wall and curling up in agony. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the remaining thugs in shock. They never expected this seemingly refined young man to possess such terrifying skills. Point one of the larger men stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Lie shot them a cold glare, his eyes brimming with menace. The remaining thugs trembled under his gaze, instinctively retreating a few steps. Get lost, Li spat out the words icily. The thugs, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away, even forgetting their fallen leader. At that moment, the crowd around them snapped back to reality. This young man is truly formidable. Indeed, he is like a martial arts master, saving the damsel in distress. How heroic! Shortly thereafter, the bathing center's boss arrived. Before Xiao Ruoxue, he quoted the price point: 1 ton of soil costs 10,000, for 20 tons. That s 200,000. As Xiao Ruoxue stood in bewilderment, the two signed a contract. With the contract in hand, the boss beamed with delight, having made a tidy profit just by relaying a message. Not long after, in a dimly lit bar, the music thundering, Xiao Ruoxue raised her glass. Li, to thank you for helping me chase away those filthy ruffians. I raise a toast to you. Xiao Ruoxue's exquisite face was flushed with a captivating hue, her gaze slightly unfocused. Clearly having indulged in a few drinks, Li smiled gently, lifting his glass to clink against hers. You're too kind, Xiao Zong. It was merely a small effort. He took a delicate sip, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, barely affecting him. After enhancing his physique, alcohol had become akin to plain water for him. Conversely, Xiao Ruoxue downed her drink in one go, the strong liquor only intensifying the rosy flush on her cheeks. Beneath her wool coat, she wore a fitted black dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her chic attire and refined makeup made her the center of attention in the bar. You have quite the tolerance for alcohol, Xiao Ruoxue remarked, hiccuping slightly, her gaze becoming more dazed. I feel a bit dizzy. Noticing her swaying unsteadily, Li quickly reached out to steady her. Xiao Zong, you've had enough to drink. Let me take you home. No, I can still drink. Xiao Ruoxue stubbornly pushed his hand away, attempting to pour herself another drink. With no other option, Li rose and gently wrapped an arm around her waist. Xiao Zong, let us go. Her body leaned against him, enveloped in a faint scent of perfume mingled with alcohol, causing Li's heart to race uncontrollably. He suppressed the fluttering sensation within him, guiding Xiao Ruoxue toward the bar's exit. As they stepped outside, a sudden gust of cold wind swept by, causing Xiao Ruoxue to stumble. Li instinctively tightened his hold, but lost his footing, and the two tumbled to the ground together. Ah! Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise. Li felt a soft sensation pressing against his lips, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of alcohol and sweetness. His eyes widened in shock as he realized Xiao Ruoxue's face was mere inches away. Her eyes shut, long lashes quivering, her rosy lips firmly pressed against his. Was this an accidental kiss? He could distinctly feel the warmth of her soft lips and her hurried breath, even hearing the rapid thump of her heartbeat. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chapter 36. Purchasing a firearm. Returning to the hotel, Xiao Ruoxue mumbled indistinctly, her body languidly leaning against Li Wyatt. As they reached the front desk, Li supported her while addressing a short, rotund man with a shiny face and beady eyes that sparkled upon seeing them. Sir, looking for a room? The man inquired with a sly grin, his gaze lingering on Xiao Ruoxue. We have rooms available. Wait, where is her room card? Li suddenly recalled that Xiao Ruoxue's card was still in her possession. Room card. Xiao Ruoxue drunkenly fumbled through her belongings but found nothing. Lost the room card? Li furrowed his brow and turned to the small man. Her card is missing. Could you please check her check-in information and issue a replacement? Upon hearing this, the man's smile grew even more lecherous. Ah, That's rather unfortunate. The system is under maintenance and cannot access check-in information at the moment. How about you get a room first so this lovely lady can rest? Fine, let us get a room. Lie, feeling helpless, knew he couldn't leave Xiao Ruoxue to languish in the lobby. Excellent, the small man perked up, swiftly operating his computer before handing Li a room card. Sir, here is your card. Wishing you and this lovely lady a delightful night. As Li accepted the card, he noticed the words exciting, passionate, sweet printed on it, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wait, what do you mean by this? He asked, frowning. Oh, sir, there's no need to play coy. I understand completely. The small man winked. This is our finest room, guaranteed to satisfy you. A lone man and a beautiful woman. It's the perfect opportunity to unleash your passions. Li glared at the man's lascivious demeanor, suppressing his rising anger as he coldly replied, We are merely colleagues. I am simply escorting her back. Don't misconstrue the situation. Of course. The man replied, though his expression clearly conveyed disbelief. A striking couple like them visiting a hotel, just to sleep. He found that hard to swallow. Li chose not to engage further with him. Guiding Xiao Ruoxue into the elevator, he understood that no amount of explanation would suffice and might only exacerbate misunderstandings. He earnestly hoped that when Xiao Ruoxue regained consciousness, she wouldn't misconstrue his intentions. After all, the nature of this suite could easily lead to wild assumptions. Once inside the room, the decor was audaciously bold. The walls were a deep crimson, illuminated by dim, seductive lighting, and a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. Quickening the pulse, a circular, grand bed dominated the center, draped in fiery red satin sheets, adorned with scattered rose petals. The nightstand was cluttered with an array of peculiar bottles and unidentifiable tools. The ceiling was nearly entirely mirrored, reflecting both his and Xiao Ruoxue's figures. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her body languidly resting against him. Li gingerly placed Xiao Ruoxue onto the bed. Water, I need water, she murmured. Still dazed, he found a bottle of mineral water on the nightstand, twisted off the cap, and cautiously offered it to her. After a few sips, she seemed to regain some clarity, slowly opening her eyes and gazing around with a bewildered expression. Where is this? We're at a hotel. Li endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Your room card was lost, so I booked a room for you. Her gaze fell upon the mirrored ceiling, and after a moment of realization, she abruptly sat up in alarm. What kind of room is this? Panic tinged her voice as she pointed at the odd items on the nightstand. What are those? Li cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's a hotel specialty? Specialty? Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she shot him a glare. You did this on purpose? Didn't you? I genuinely had no idea. He quickly defended himself. How could I possibly know this was such a room? Xiao Ruoxue scrutinized him, her eyes filled with skepticism, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Li stood up. You should rest. I'll go get you something to help with the hangover. Leaving the hotel, Li made his way back to the spa center, where he found the owner. Through the owner, he discovered a group of foreigners was secretly dealing in firearms. In a dimly lit alleyway, the pungent scent of inferior tobacco hung in the air. The few burly foreigners leaned against the wall, exhaling clouds of smoke. Li approached them directly. I want to buy a handgun, the blonde Russian, speaking with a heavy accent, asked in broken Chinese, Are you the buyer? Li nodded. 100,000 for a piece. Bullets are 100 each, no bargaining. The Russian exhaled a puff of smoke. Li frowned at the steep price, higher than he anticipated, but without hesitation, he pulled out a black card and swiped it. The Russian took the card and adeptly processed the transaction on a portable POS machine. A satisfied grin spread across his face as the funds transferred. One of his associates produced a Desert Eagle handgun and handed Li a hefty box filled with gleaming bullets. Stuffing the gun and ammunition into his inner pocket, Li prepared to leave. Suddenly, a deafening siren pierced the night, growing ever closer. The cops are coming. Run. One of the foreigners shouted in terror, and they all immediately turned to flee. Li reacted swiftly, darting deeper into the alley. He understood that being caught would not only jeopardize his firearm acquisition, but also land him in prison indefinitely. As the sirens drew nearer, several police cars entered the alley, uniformed officers leaping from the vehicles, shouting, Stop, don't run. More police cars followed, and police dogs leapt from the vehicles, barking furiously as they pursued the group. Utilizing his extraordinary speed and agility, Li Yi maneuvered through the narrow alley like a nimble leopard, quickly distancing himself from the dogs. The foreigners, however, were not as fortunate. They struggled in the confined space and were soon overtaken by the police and their dogs. Pinned to the ground, Li, however, navigated through multiple alleys and scaled walls, ultimately escaping the encirclement, vanishing into the inky night. Chapter 37. Massaging the boss at the Public Security Bureau. In the interrogation room, the captured Russian began to divulge everything he knew, including details about Li Yi's appearance and attire. He is probably in his 20s, quite tall, wearing a black jacket and jeans, with a cap, definitely not a local. As the Russian recalled and described, he continued, his presence was powerful. Like a wolf, the officer in charge of the interrogation furrowed his brow, realizing this young man might be more dangerous than they had anticipated. How many guns did he buy? The officer pressed point one, but a lot of bullets quickly. This information was relayed to the chief's office. After hearing the report, the chief pondered for a moment before decisively ordering. This young man poses a significant threat. We cannot allow him to roam the city with such weapons. We must apprehend him swiftly. Issue an internal wanted notice immediately, focusing on all suspicious individuals who have checked into hotels recently, particularly those matching this young man's description. In the early morning, a black business vehicle cruised steadily down a wide road. Inside, Li Yi sat in the back seat, his gaze fixed outside the window. The vehicle was divided into two sections, preventing the driver from seeing the rear. Xiao Ruoxue sat beside him, engrossed in the documents in her hands. Suddenly, Li Yi's brow furrowed, his expression sharpening. He noted the significant increase in patrolling officers on the streets. Clustered in groups, scanning the crowd with piercing gazes. Outside a hotel, several officers were interrogating travelers, meticulously checking identification. Li's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He recalled his firearm purchase from the previous day and realized the police had begun a large-scale investigation. Fortunately, he had used false names yesterday. What's wrong? Xiao Ruoxue, perceptive as ever, noticed his unease and looked up. Li hesitated, quickly redirecting his gaze and forcing a smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Xiao Ruoxue regarded him skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Are you hiding something from me? You've been acting strangely lately. You seem overly invested in that old apartment renovation project. It's just not normal. Plus, you left me in that room last night. The bed was so soft that I woke up with a sore back. Li chuckled and turned his head. Xiao Zong, with your beauty, how could you possibly have a sore back? Need me, your boyfriend, to give you a massage? I have a massage certification. You have a massage therapist certificate? Yes, Li Yi nodded. Is that true? You actually possess such a skill? Xiao Ruoxue was both skeptical and curious. Yet she gently lifted the hem of her thin inner garment, revealing a slender and fair waist. With a faint outline of defined abs visible above, Li took a deep breath and softly placed his palm over it. Through the sheer fabric, he could distinctly sense the delicate and smooth texture of Xiao Ruoxue's skin, along with its youthful elasticity. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoxue let out a soft moan, her body shivering slightly, as if jolted by the unexpected sensation. Li Yi's technique was professional and appropriately firm, as he gradually kneaded and pressed along the contours of her waist muscles. His fingers seemed to possess a magical quality, sending waves of tingling sensations through Xiao Ruoxue, gradually dissipating her earlier discomfort. You truly know how to massage, Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed with delight, her cheeks flushing a gentle pink, her eyes closed as if lost in the moment. Li remained silent. Continuing his ministrations, he noticed that Xiao Ruoxue's body appeared particularly sensitive. Each press made her involuntarily shudder, her breaths quickening. Heard a bit harder. Xiao Ruoxue's voice dropped to a near whisper. Li's fingers glided along her waistline. Moving with deliberate ease, as the massage concluded, Xiao Ruoxue trembled, releasing a long sigh, her entire being slumping into the chair. Her gaze became dreamy, cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming rose, vibrant and inviting. Xiao Zong, how do you feel? Li Yi gently inquired as he withdrew his hand. Much better. Xiao Ruoxue's voice quivered slightly as she took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Xiao Zong, I see your legs are quite tense as well. Would you like me to massage them too? Li Yi suggested, gazing at Xiao Ruoxue's long, straight legs. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ruoxue sensed the unusual sensations coursing through her body, feelings both unfamiliar and frightening, yet accompanied by an inexplicable anticipation. Then, I'll trouble you with that. She finally nodded, gently placing her legs together in front of Li Yi. Today, she wore a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her figure. Her long, elegant legs clad in sheer black stockings, Li's hands gently kneaded her calves. Through the stockings, he could distinctly feel the smooth and delicate texture, as well as the remarkable elasticity, as long as you're satisfied. Xiao Zong.Li remarked, increasing the pressure of his touch. Given Xiao Ruoxue's demanding work schedule, often in high heels, her leg muscles were undoubtedly fatigued. Standing at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, her long legs formed a significant part of her frame, complemented by her goddess-like visage, rendering her an enchanting beauty. As her faux boyfriend, Li Yi naturally aimed to serve this alluring superior to the best of his abilities. Your technique surpasses that of any massage therapist I've encountered. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was languid. Li smiled quietly, remaining focused on his task. His fingers danced skillfully along her calves, occasionally applying pressure to acupressure points, at times caressing her skin, allowing Xiao Ruoxue to relax completely. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at their destination, a real estate company. Xiao Zong, we arrived, Li softly announced, halting the massage. Xiao Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she said, We arrived so soon, I wish the journey could have lasted longer. She glanced at her legs. After Li Yi's massage, the initial discomfort had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. If you like, I can massage you every day, Li proposed with a smile. You better not go back on your word. Xiao Ruoxue's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. She retrieved a wet wipe from her bag and cleaned her legs before slipping on her high heels, and together with Li Yi, they exited the vehicle. Chapter 38. The formidable man as noon approached. Business thrived thanks to Xiao Ruoxue's presence. During the lunch break, Li Yi made his way to the previous bathing center. Upon reaching the second floor, he knocked on the door of the owner's office. Come in. Li pushed the door open to find a man seated comfortably in a large office chair, idly toying with a purple clay teapot. Brother Ma, you finally made it. Please, take a seat. The owner urged, setting down the teapot. Li sat on the sofa and got straight to the point. Boss Wang, I'm here today to confirm something with you. Oh? What is it? The owner feigned casualness, though anxiety brewed within him. You haven't mentioned my gun purchase to anyone else, have you? The man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. You can rest assured. Old Wang, have a reputation for being tight-lipped. How could I possibly share such matters with anyone, especially not with the authorities? Li scrutinized the man for a moment, recognizing he was not lying, and replied, That is good to know. I have another request today. You say it, Brother Ma. As long as I can do it, I will certainly try my best. Boss Wang patted his chest confidently. The affluent Mr. Ma had made him a substantial profit in less than a day, so he was keen to please such a benefactor. I need to transport the guns to Dahu City, but I'm concerned that taking them out directly might be unsafe. So I'd like to ask for your assistance, Li explained. Transporting to Dahu City? Boss Wang was taken aback, then replied that might be a bit challenging, as the inspections for leaving the city are quite strict. I understand the difficulty, which is precisely why I came to you. Li interrupted. I send either a large truck from Haitu. We could wrap the guns in plastic and hide them in the truck. That should help us pass through. The man hesitated before saying, If we get caught, it would be the end for me. Rest assured. I want to let you do this for free. Li pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a deposit. There will be further compensation once the job is done. Boss Wang's eyes widened at the sight of the thick stack of cash. He gulped, saying, Brotherly, this makes it very hard for me to refuse. Then it's settled. That Li stood, drawing a gun and over 100 rounds of ammunition from his waist. Please arrange for them to be sent to Dahu City as soon as possible. The man gritted his teeth, ultimately agreeing. The allure of wealth was compelling, especially given the generous offer Li had made. Brother Ma, you can count on me. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Boss Wang assured, I trust you, Li replied, patting Boss Wang on the shoulder as he left the office. He understood that while the man was greedy for money, he was also clever enough not to gamble with his life. They were both in the same boat. As night descended, the city lights began to twinkle. The northeastern night air was crisp, yet the bustling streets were alive with energy. Lie and Xiao Ruoxue strolled side by side through the lively market. They paused at a roadside stall, where steam billowed and the aroma of various delicacies wafted through the air. Is this the distinctive cuisine of the Northeast? She inquired softly, her curiosity piqued. Lie nodded. Give it a try. It's quite delectable. They found a vacant spot to sit. The vendor greeted them enthusiastically. What would you like to eat? Li ordered several local specialties while Xiao Ruoxue curiously surveyed her surroundings. This place was a stark contrast to the upscale restaurants she frequented, noisy and chaotic, yet brimming with the vibrancy of life. Soon, the dishes arrived, steaming and fragrant. Xiao Ruoxue picked up her chopsticks and tentatively sampled a piece of guobao roe, her eyes lighting up with delight. This tastes fantastic. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Li noticed a group of men approaching menacingly. At the forefront was a burly bald man, his face a tapestry of scars, exuding a threatening aura. Trailing behind were a few lackeys, swaggering with steel pipes in hand. The bald man marched straight to Li Yi's table, his gaze sweeping over the pair before settling on Li Yi. Lu San, come here and see if this is the guy, he beckoned. Big brother, it's him. This is the brat who beat me up yesterday. The chain-wearing man, who had been admonished by Li Yi at the bathing center, jumped forward, eyes filled with resentment. The bald man rubbed his forehead and sneered. Kid, you are quite bold to lay a hand on my brother. Li set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and met his gaze calmly. What, do you want revenge? In this territory, nobody has dared to speak to me like that. The bald man waved his hand. Brothers, let us teach this kid a lesson. His lackeys immediately surrounded Li Yi, eager to brawl. The surrounding diners hastily retreated, fearing entanglement. Li easily dodged a steel pipe swung by one lackey. In the next moment, he retaliated with a swift punch to the man's abdomen. The blow was powerful. The lackey shrieked in pain, clutching his stomach as he crumpled to the ground. Li's movements were quick and ruthless. Showing no mercy, he fought like a tiger among sheep, each strike accompanied by pained cries. After a few exchanges, several lackeys lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't anticipated Li's prowess, and his lackeys were quickly overwhelmed. Young man, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Li had already approached him. Now, it is your turn. The burly man with the shaved head felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and turned to flee. But Li Yi's speed was swifter. He seized the man's collar and yanked him back. Subsequently, Li Yi delivered a powerful kick to the man's knee, and with a resounding crack, the burly man let out a piercing scream. Collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg, his face turned pale with pain as cold sweat streamed down his brow. Li lifted his foot and stomped down forcefully on the man's hand, producing another crack that echoed the sound of shattering bone. The burly man could no longer contain his agony and screamed like a wounded animal. Witnessing the scene before her, Xiao Ruoxue could hardly believe her eyes. The thug who had just moments ago exuded arrogance was now reduced to a pitiful figure, scrambling for mercy. Was this still the Li Yi she knew? The one who always appeared humble and submissive in her presence? The image of Li Yi at the spa flashed through her mind. Back then, he had effortlessly dealt with those troublemakers in a matter of moments. She had thought it was merely a stroke of luck. But now it seemed the reality was far more complex. Who exactly are you? Xiao Ruoxue could not help but inquire. Li clapped his hands, a sunny smile returning to his face. Me? I am merely your employee, President Xiao. Don't play dumb with me, Xiao Ruoxue retorted, annoyance creeping into her voice. She felt as though Li had deceived her. You are certainly not an ordinary person. Very well, since President Xiao has said so, I shall no longer pretend. Li shrugged, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In truth, I am a superhero concealed within the city, dedicated to combating various criminals and safeguarding world peace. You. Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily speechless. Of course, she did not believe Li Yi was a superhero, yet she could not explain his earlier display of prowess. Chapter 39. The second massage. After driving away the gangsters, Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue returned to the hotel. After bathing, Xiao Ruoxue, wrapped in a pure white towel, entered Li Yi's room. The towel barely covered her thighs. Her slender, fair legs tantalizingly visible beneath it, adding allure to her appearance. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water glistening as they trickled down her delicate collarbone, disappearing into her alluring cleavage. She wore a pair of playful bare slippers on her feet. My legs are still a bit sore today. Could you please give me a massage? Xiao Ruoxue walked directly to the sofa, propping her long legs on the edge of the bed, and began fiddling with her phone. Li nodded in agreement. Certainly, President Xiao. He approached her, crouching down, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her fair, elongated legs for a few seconds. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he extended his hands, gently placing them on her calves, beginning the massage. Li's hands were broad and warm, their slightly coarse texture sending a shiver through Xiao Ruoxue as they made contact with her delicate skin. His pressure was just right, neither painful nor ineffective in alleviating the soreness in her muscles. As Li massaged, Xiao Ruoxue felt waves of tingling sensations radiating from her legs, prompting her to let out soft, involuntary sounds of pleasure. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. So comfortable. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of a phone. It was a video call from Xiao Xinmei. Xiao Ruoxue opened her eyes and picked up her phone, the screen displaying the characters for Aunt. She gently swiped the screen, connecting the call. Xiao Xinmei's exquisite face appeared on the screen, still as beautiful and captivating as ever, as if time had left no mark on her. Auntie, Xiao Ruoxue greeted sweetly. Ruoxue, how are things going over there in the northeast? Is work proceeding smoothly? Xiao Xinmei's voice was gentle. Quite well, Auntie. Everything is progressing smoothly here. Xiao Xinmei's keen eyes noticed the pair of masculine hands gently massaging Xiao Ruoxue's slender, fair legs on the video. Those hands, with their distinct knuckles and long fingers, unmistakably belonged to a young man. She paused slightly, asking, Ruoxue, who is giving you a leg massage? Xiao Ruoxue saw nothing wrong and replied candidly, It's Li. His massage technique is quite good. The name Li fell like a stone into Xiao Xinmei's tranquil heart, sending ripples of unease through her. A surge of inexplicable jealousy welled up within her. How could this young man casually give Ruoxue a massage? Oh, it's Li. Huh. Xiao Xinmei's tone turned slightly sour. What business does a grown man have casually massaging your legs? If that word gets out, it would be quite scandalous. Xiao Ruoxue, oblivious to the jealousy in her aunt's voice, assumed she was merely concerned about her reputation, and smiled as she explained, Auntie, what's the big deal? Li is my employee. Him helping me with a leg massage is nothing to fret over. Besides, his massage skills are genuinely impressive. I could have him give you a massage sometime. Xiao Ruoxue's words were like salt poured into the wound of Xiao Xinmei's heart. Her jealousy intensified, but she could not express it outright. Well, just be mindful of appearances. Don't let others gossip. Understood, Auntie? Xiao Ruoxue replied obediently. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao Xinmei ended the call. She set down her phone, her heart a tumult of emotions, as Li Yi's image lingered in her mind. She recalled his strong hands and his adept massage techniques. Each touch felt like a jolt of electricity coursing through her entire being, leaving her entranced and unable to extricate herself. The sensation was simply exquisite. Xiao Xinmei closed her eyes, relishing the delightful tactile memories. She yearned for the feeling of being cherished and treated with tenderness. Each massage from Li made her feel like a queen, gently cared for by him. This feeling left her with an insatiable longing. With a soft sigh, Xiao Xinmei found herself missing Li terribly, craving the ultimate enjoyment he had brought her. She even began to fantasize about how wonderful it would be if Li were by her side at that very moment. As she pondered, her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, and she felt an increase in her saliva production. In the hotel, Xiao Ruoxue had shifted to a different position, lying on the bed as she enjoyed Li Yi's massage. Li Yi, your technique is extraordinary. I really like it. You flatter me, President Xiao. I'm just giving a casual massage. Li Yi's palms glided over Xiao Ruoxue's smooth back, beneath the bathrobe. Xiao Ruoxue's figure was breathtakingly beautiful, with curves in all the right places, especially those perfectly toned legs devoid of any excess flesh, making one's blood rush. Li suppressed the stirrings of desire within him and continued to focus on the massage. You're making me feel so comfortable. Xiao Ruoxue slightly shifted her body, causing the collar of her bathrobe to slip, revealing a glimpse of her snowy cleavage. Li's breathing grew heavier, his gaze drawn involuntarily to that enticing sight. As a man, he found himself in a dilemma. If he were to act on his impulses now, he could very well end up in prison. After all, Xiao Ruoxue was his superior and a wealthy heiress. He could not take such a risk. President Xiao, perhaps you should take a break. I believe I've done enough for now. Li withdrew his hands and stood up. Xiao Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, turning to face him, her bright gaze locking onto his. I have a question for you. I heard from Auntie that you purchased dozens of tons of sugar and fertilizer. And this time you bought several truckloads of black soil. What exactly are you planning to do? She paused, her brow furrowing slightly, and continued. The fertilizer and black soil could be for your family farm. But what on earth do you need the sugar for? You could never consume that much sugar in a lifetime. Li chuckled, turning the question back to her. President Xiao, do you believe in the apocalypse? Xiao Ruoxue shook her head without hesitation, dismissing the notion. I don't believe it. That's just a trick to scare children. As long as it's not an asteroid colliding with Earth. I am not afraid. What if it were zombies? Xiao Ruoxue shrugged. I'm not afraid of zombies either. Modern weaponry is so powerful, they should be easily dealt with. That's not necessarily the case. Li Yi sat down at the edge of the bed. If the zombie virus has an incubation period and infiltrates key national departments, by the time the apocalypse arrives, the authorities may be unable to respond. Let alone us. Once order collapses, it could take a significant amount of time to restore normalcy. Li's expression was particularly grave. Chapter 40. Time-limited challenge task. Observing Li Yi's serious demeanor, Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, her melodious giggles echoing throughout the room. She found his earnestness both endearing and somewhat foolish. Li, you should be focusing on how to get promoted and earn a salary increase, becoming a winner in life, rather than obsessing over apocalypses and zombies. As she laughed, she playfully poked his forehead with her finger. All right, once the negotiations conclude tomorrow afternoon, we will head back. Good night. Xiao Ruoxue stood up, adjusted her slightly disheveled outfit, and left the room. Suddenly, Li Yi's mind was filled with the voice of the system. Time-limited challenge task. Eliminate 2 zombies within 24 hours. Successful completion will yield 30 survival points and a special reward. Eliminate? Li Yi's brows furrowed. The system's task difficulty was increasing. The previous task merely required the defeat of 2 zombies, yet this time it escalated to outright killing. Though the distinction is but a single word, the difficulty is indeed worlds apart. To defeat merely incapacitates the zombies, while to kill signifies their total annihilation. The challenge is evident. If it were merely a matter of defeat, he could have someone lie on the ground and pretend. But killing necessitates actual death. In order to fulfill the task, Li Yi drove to the crematorium on the outskirts of the city. Hello, I would like to experience the cremation of a body, he stated. The staff, a middle-aged man, raised his head and scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze upon hearing Li Yi's request. Experience? Are you certain, young man? This is no trivial matter. Li pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it on the table. I am aware, but I have my reasons. Is this sufficient? The man's eyes flickered as he regarded the money on the table. He quickly stuffed it into his pocket, nodding vigorously. Very well, follow me. Li trailed the staff to the incinerator. A wave of heat mixed with a pungent odor enveloping him. The staff pointed to a corpse that was about to be thrust into the furnace and said, "This is the first one today. You may operate it." Li took the tools handed to him and, following instructions, pushed the body into the furnace. 1, 2, 3. He mechanically repeated the process, sending corpse after corpse into the inferno. However, as dawn broke, the system notification in his mind remained silent. Time challenge task. Kill 2 zombies within 24 hours. Task progress, 02. The task was still unfulfilled. This realization dawned on Li Yi. The system's definition of killing zombies necessitated them being alive. Departing the crematorium, he arrived at the largest obstetrics and gynecology hospital in the city. The lengthy corridor was packed with people, the scent of disinfectant permeating the air. He surveyed the surroundings. Most were expectant mothers, their faces glowing with the joy of impending motherhood, while numerous young girls displayed vacant gazes, pale complexions, waiting for the cold operating table accompanied by their boyfriends. Li's attention was drawn to a corner where a young man with bleached hair was engaged in a heated argument with a girl. The young man appeared impatient, cursing vehemently. The girl, head bowed, silently wept. Damn it. How many times must I say it? You can't have this child. Can't you understand human language? The young man's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of those around. The girl sobbed softly, her voice barely audible. But this is our child. Child. I can't even support myself. How could I take care of a child? Are you out of your mind? He continued. Besides, my buddies and I need money for food and drink. How would we manage with a child? But I'm carrying twins. The girl wiped her tears, her eyes swollen from crying. Enough chatter. It must be terminated today. No matter who comes. The young man shoved the girl, who stumbled and nearly fell. Lie frowned and approached them. He pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and presented it to the young man. 10,000. Is that enough? The young man stared, momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixated greedily on the cash. Who the hell are you? You don't need to know who I am. Just let me punch your girlfriend in the stomach. And this 10,000 is yours. The young man, bewildered, glanced between Li Yi and the money, finally landing his gaze on the girl. Are you insane? She's my girlfriend. I could never punch her for a mere 10 grand. 20,000, Li replied, expressionless, pulling out another 10,000. You better listen. I said no. The girl's eyes widened in terror as she trembled. Are you out of your mind? The young man hesitated. A stranger proposing such a bizarre request was undoubtedly suspicious. 30,000, one punch, Li reiterated, his tone leaving no room for argument. The young man swallowed hard, wavering for a few seconds before the allure of money triumphed over reason. He snatched the cash from Li Yi's hands and stuffed it into his pockets. Then yelled at the girl, Did you hear that? The boss wants to punch you. Just endure it. The girl's tears flowed even more fiercely, despair etched across her face as she closed her eyes tightly. Li Yi approached her, his expression devoid of emotion as he clenched his fist. He knew he was being cruel, but he had no choice. The apocalypse was imminent. He needed to complete the task swiftly. Only by enhancing his strength could he survive in this brutal world. Taking a deep breath, he controlled his strength and delivered a light punch to her abdomen. Kill you two zombies, Li shouted deliberately. Moments later, under the coercion of the young man, the girl was pushed into the operating room. The young man quickly squeezed back to Li Yi's side, grinning widely. Bro, I have other girlfriends. Do you want to hit one of them? I can call them over. With a swift motion, Li Yi delivered an uppercut to the young man's chin, knocking him unconscious. After a short while, the operating room door reopened, and the girl emerged post-abortion. The system's voice chiming in synchrony. Challenge task completed. Reward, 30 survival points, immunity potion X1. Enhancing immunity will protect you from most ailments and provide some resistance to the zombie virus. Chapter 41. Intercepting at the checkpoint in a secluded corner. Li Yi twisted open the bottle and downed the immunity-enhancing potion in one gulp. The potion had an odd flavor, reminiscent of a metallic blend with an earthy essence, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Initially, he felt no unusual sensations, merely a warmth spreading through his stomach. Just as he began to suspect the potion had expired, a surge of heat suddenly rose from his abdomen, rapidly enveloping his entire being. His heartbeat quickened, blood racing through his veins as if striving to break free from confinement. His vision grew blurry, the surroundings shrouded in a thin mist. Breaths came heavier, each inhalation laborious. Just as Li felt he could bear no more, the wave of heat abruptly subsided, and his body's tremors gradually calmed. As the potion was absorbed, Li noticed the blemishes on his face had entirely vanished. Even the minor imperfections had completely disappeared. The boost in immunity seemed to enhance the vitality of his cells, expelling impurities from his skin. Upon returning to the hotel, he spotted Xiao Ruoxue emerging. Upon seeing Li Yi, she looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her otherwise cool demeanor. Why do you seem different today? She inquired, stepping closer to scrutinize his face, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did your skin improve so drastically? You look like a different person. Li touched his smooth cheek, chuckling as he fabricated a reason. Perhaps it's the nourishing water and soil here in the Northeast. I really don't know how it happened. I just woke up like this. Xiao Ruoxue regarded him with suspicion. Clearly unconvinced by his explanation, yet she didn't press further. All right, enough with the vanity. It's about time we set off, she urged. The two descended the stairs and boarded the waiting business vehicle at the hotel entrance, heading toward the agreed-upon company for a collaboration discussion. After a short while, the vehicle began to slow down. Li peered forward, noticing a temporary roadblock had been established ahead, where several uniformed police officers were checking passing vehicles. "What is going on?" Xiao Ruoxue furrowed her brow and inquired of the driver. "It seems they are conducting some sort of checks," the driver replied. A tightness gripped Li Yi's heart as he recognized a familiar figure standing by the blockade, the foreign man who had previously sold him the gun. At that moment, the foreign man was scanning for buyers through the glass. As the man drew closer, Li Yi quickly covered his head with his clothing and dove into Xiao Ruoxue's embrace. The sudden shift startled her, prompting an instinctual gasp, but she quickly regained her composure, suppressing it. Her face flushed crimson, her body trembling, uncertain if it was from anger or embarrassment. "What are you doing?" she whispered with gritted teeth, firmly pressing her legs together to prevent Li Yi from slipping further down. "Shoo, don't speak. Someone is looking for me." Li Yi's voice emerged muffled from beneath her skirt. Realizing the situation outside, Xiao Ruoxue peered through the car window at the foreign man scanning the area and the armed police nearby. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she chose to cooperate with Li Yi. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm herself, feigning nonchalance as she continued to examine the documents in her hands. At that moment, the vehicle was halted by the police. One officer approached the window. Saluting before stating, "Routine check, please present your identification." The driver promptly handed over the documents. The officer took the documents, scrutinizing them before shifting his gaze to the back seat. The foreign man approached, peering through the window into the vehicle. His gaze lingered on Xiao Ruoxue for a few seconds before shaking his head, signaling that the individual he sought was not present. The officer, upon witnessing this, returned the documents to the driver and waved them through. Both the foreign man and the police were acutely aware that passengers capable of affording such luxurious vehicles in their 20s had no need for scrutiny. They were not lacking heavily armed bodyguards, nor did they require firearms. As the vehicle slowly passed the blockade, Li Yi finally emerged from Xiao Ruoxue's embrace. He let out a long sigh, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "Phew, that was close," Li Yi remarked, his heart still racing with lingering trepidation. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue was engulfed in a whirlwind of shame and fury. She turned to glare at Li Yi, her beautiful eyes almost ablaze with indignation. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation," Xiao Ruoxue fumed, her chest heaving with anger. "What on earth happened just now? Why did you suddenly dive into my embrace? Have you committed some sort of illegal act? Are you afraid of the police?" Li Yi inwardly lamented his predicament, steadying himself as he managed a wry smile. "Xiao Zong, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I experienced a slight drop in blood sugar, and everything went dark for a moment, causing me to inadvertently fall into your arms. I truly did not mean to." Xiao Ruoxue regarded him with suspicion, evidently unconvinced by his explanation. She scrutinized him from head to toe. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his complexion was vibrant, hardly indicative of someone suffering from low blood sugar. "Don't try to deceive me," Xiao Ruoxue huffed. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Low blood sugar? I hardly believe that." Li chuckled awkwardly, continuing to defend himself. "Xiao Zong, I have always had a weaker constitution. As for my rosy complexion, it's merely a result of the cold." Though Xiao Ruoxue remained skeptical of Li Yi's claims, she could not pinpoint any flaws in his story. After all, he had indeed saved her earlier. "Hemph, I shall give you the benefit of the doubt this once." Xiao Ruoxue ultimately chose to temporarily trust Li Yi, but added, "You had better be honest with me. Do not let me uncover any misconduct, or else." She left her warning hanging in the air, her eyes shooting daggers at Li Yi. He quickly nodded in agreement, adopting a compliant demeanor. "Rest assured, Xiao Zong, I am utterly honest and there is nothing amiss." He silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have momentarily evaded her scrutiny. However, he also recognized that Xiao Ruoxue was not easily fooled, and he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. "How are you feeling now? Do you need to see a doctor?" Xiao Ruoxue inquired, still harboring some doubts, but her concern was evident. No, I'm much better now." Li hastily waved away her worry. "I'm quite resilient. A bit of rest will suffice." "Very well then," Xiao Ruoxue nodded. "You should rest for a while. I will call you when it's time." Chapter 42. An unexpected pickup. Another day of negotiations concluded, and the two embarked on their return journey. While waiting for their flight, Li Yi received a message from Wang Jia of Jianlong Company. The basement supply storage level had been completed, and the refrigeration system was fully installed. Upon seeing the swift progress made in just a few days, Li could not help but marvel at the power of wealth. When he had first acquired the system, he had hoped for a free spatial ring to store supplies. However, he soon discovered that the spatial ring came with a price tag of 5,000 survival points. Given his current rate of earning survival points, it would take him approximately 40 days to accumulate enough. Until then, he had to rely on the basement as a substitute. Upon exiting the airport, Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue were captivated by a striking flash of her AIT was a fiery red Aston Martin parked by the roadside, drawing attention. What was even more astonishing was that the person seated in the driver's seat was none other than Xiao Xinmei. Xiao Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she hurried forward, exclaiming, "Aunt, what brings you here?" It was well known to Xiao Ruoxue that Xiao Xinmei was a formidable businesswoman, always busy, her time more precious than gold. And she never engaged in such trivial matters as personally picking someone up. Was today a rare exception? Xiao Xinmei removed her sunglasses, revealing a beautifully delicate visage. She smiled slightly at Xiao Ruoxue while her gaze, seemingly casual, flickered towards Li standing nearby. Today, Xiao Xinmei was dressed exceptionally alluringly in a black deep V-fitted dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with her fair skin tantalizingly visible, sending hearts racing. Her long, fair legs extended from beneath the hem of her dress. Li noticed Xiao Xinmei's transformation and could not help but admire her allure. Mature women exuded a captivating charm in every gesture. "What is this? Aunt is here to pick you up and you're not pleased," Xiao Xinmei teased, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "Of course I'm happy, it's just a bit unexpected." Xiao Ruoxue replied, regaining her composure. "Thank you for your efforts during this trip." As Xiao Xinmei spoke, her gaze returned to Li Yi, her eyes sparkling with interest, particularly as she noted Li Yi's exceptional performance this time. She deliberately emphasized the phrase exceptional performance, her eyes glinting with a teasing undertone. Li understood the implications behind Xiao Xinmei's words and smiled faintly. "You flatter me, Xiao Zong. It is merely my duty." "Oh, you still call me Xiao Zong? How many times must I remind you? Just call me Xinmei Jie in private," Xiao Xinmei chided, casting a playful look at Li Yi, her gaze capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "Yes, Xinmei Jie," Li Yi complied readily. Standing off to the side, Xiao Ruoxue observed the interaction between the two and felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. She sensed that her aunt's demeanor towards Li Yi seemed overly warm today. However, she brushed it off, attributing it to her aunt's appreciation for Li Yi's capabilities. "All right, let us get in the car. I'll take you both out for a meal." Li and Xiao Ruoxue took their places in the passenger and back seats, respectively. As the sports car roared to life, its engine growling in the night, it sped away. While driving, Xiao Xinmei occasionally glanced at Li Yi through the rearview mirror, noting that he appeared even more dashing than before. His already sunny and handsome face now radiated a unique charm that made one want to draw closer. Feeling a rush of warmth in her heart, Xiao Xinmei realized that her intention in dressing so provocatively was to catch Li Yi's attention. She wanted him to know that she, Xiao Xinmei, was not just a successful businesswoman, but also a captivating woman. As the car sped down the highway, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew subtly charged. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Xinmei observed Li Yi, who had closed his eyes to rest, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Li, I heard from Ruoxue that your leg massage technique is quite impressive. Could you possibly give me a massage?" Li Yi opened his eyes slowly, responding calmly. "At that time, Manager Xiao had discomfort in her leg, and I merely helped alleviate it." "Oh, just alleviating it?" Xiao Xinmei teased, her tone suggestive. "I thought you might have some feelings for our Ruoxue." Li smiled lightly, replying, "Xinmei Jie, you just my relationship with Ruoxue is purely professional." "Professional relationship?" Xiao Xinmei chuckled softly. "That may not be the case. Our Ruoxue is a stunning beauty and single. You're not the least bit tempted?" Li Yi remained unflappable, stating, "Manager Xiao is indeed exceptional, but I am not currently considering personal matters." "Oh dear, how can you be so oblivious?" Xiao Xinmei feigned regret, "But a girl as wonderful as Ruoxue is hard to come by. You must seize the opportunity." Seated in the back, Xiao Ruoxue felt her face flush crimson. She had not anticipated her aunt would bring up such matters in the car. And so openly at that. "Aunt, what are you saying?" Xiao Ruoxue protested, her voice laced with embarrassment. "Li Yi and I are truly just ordinary colleagues." All right, ordinary colleagues," Xiao Xinmei chuckled, though she remained unconvinced that Li Yi harbored no feelings for Xiao Ruoxue. What man could resist Xiao Ruoxue's allure? Moreover, Li Yi had even massaged her. The underlying tension between them was palpable. It was entirely normal for something to transpire between a lone man and woman. Xiao Ruoxue discreetly glanced back at Li Yi, finding him still composed, as if the earlier conversation had nothing to do with him. She felt a surge of irritation. Was this guy truly a blockhead? Yet, recalling the sensation of Li Yi's massage, her cheeks flushed anew. The tingling sensation still made her heart race, especially when she had worn a bathrobe and Li Yi's hands had brushed against her thigh. That feeling lingered in her memory. A heavy silence descended upon the car. Only the rumble of the engine filled the air. Xiao Xinmei remained focused on driving, yet the enigmatic smile on her lips never faded. Chapter 43. The Cad Li Yi. That night, Su Ting returned to her apartment, exhausted from her job hunt. To her surprise, the door was unlocked. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. Inside, she was greeted by the sight of a man and woman entwined in a passionate embrace. Locked in an intense kiss. Cad! Su Ting cursed inwardly. Li Yi noticed Su Ting's presence, gently parting their lips and patting Wu Mengming's delicate thighs. All right, your roommate is back. Wu Mengming, her cheeks flushed and her body slightly weak, clung to Li Yi's neck, pouting. I missed you during these few days. In Li Yi's embrace, Wu Mengming wore a white shirt on the top, paired with a pleated skirt, her large, sparkling eyes exuding an irresistible innocence. Unable to resist, Li Yi leaned down to kiss her soft lips once more. Li lowered his head and gently kissed those soft lips once more, whispering tenderly in Wu Mengming's ear. Be good, go take a shower first, and I will find you later. Wu Mengming nodded, rising from Li Yi's embrace, straightening her slightly disheveled clothes. She smiled at Su Ting before stepping into the bathroom. Su Ting watched her enter, her gaze filled with complexity. She realized that Wu Mengming had completely succumbed to Li Yi's charm, yet she could not bear to see her dear friend deceived by a scoundrel. It was imperative that Mengming recognize the true nature of this rogue. Su Ting silently resolved to take action. She turned back to her room, rummaging through her wardrobe to find a black lace camisole dress, her most alluring piece, which she rarely dared to wear. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and donned the dress. Applying an exquisite makeup look in the mirror, she appeared enchanting, a stark contrast to her usual innocent self. Taking a deep breath, Su Ting left her room and entered the living room. Li Yi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her transformation. Li, Su Ting called out in a sweet voice, prompting him to look up, his expression one of mild surprise at her appearance. What is going on? Li Yi asked nonchalantly. Su Ting approached him, deliberately bending over, her neckline revealing a glimpse of skin. And playfully tousling her hair, she casually inquired, Li Yi, do you think I look beautiful? Li Yi regarded her with a deep, inscrutable gaze, revealing no emotions. Instead of answering her question, he countered with, what are you up to? Seeing that Li Yi remained unaffected, Su Ting felt a pang of urgency. Without hesitation, she plopped down beside him, her body brushing against his, whispering almost conspiratorially, actually. Li Yi scrutinized the beautiful woman beside him, noticing her taut body, radiating nervous energy. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, he understood that Su Ting was Wu Mengming's close friend, and he had no desire to jeopardize their relationship. Su Ting, pressing closer to Li Yi, murmured, actually, I've always thought you were a rather special person. Li remained silent, simply observing her. Su Ting bit her lip, summoning her courage to drape her silk-clad leg over his. This provocative gesture made her acutely aware of how Li Yi's body stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure. With a smile, she began to gently rub her leg against him. If he showed even the slightest sign of wavering, she would seize the opportunity to expose this scoundrel's true nature. I believe someone as exceptional as you must have many admirers. So, confess, have you been close to any other women these past few days? Li Yi did not respond directly, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he replied, what do you think? As he spoke, his strong, broad hand found its way to Su Ting's long, beautiful leg. His fingertips gliding over the surface of her stockings, savoring the delicate sensation. These stockings lack elasticity, he remarked in a low voice. I'll ask Mengming for a pair. I've bought her plenty. The sudden intimacy sent a jolt through Su Ting's body, as if an electric current surged from her feet to the top of her head. A rush of warmth flooded her cheeks, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Warmth, comfort, surprise, fear. Just then, a voice emerged from the bathroom. "Lie, could you come in and help me scrub my back, please?" Wu Mengming's voice was sweet, laced with a hint of playfulness. Moments later, laughter and soft murmurs drifted from the bathroom, prompting Su Ting to cautiously approach the door. Peering through the crack, upon witnessing the scene within, her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Her breath quickening. In the Punan New District, at Sumu Manor, Xiao Xinmei lay on her large bed, tossing and turning. After arriving at the dining hall, she had taken advantage of her niece's momentary distraction to flirt with Li Yi. Yet, it was far from sufficient. "Damn it, what is wrong with me?" Xiao Xinmei muttered in frustration, running her fingers through her hair. She owned numerous companies and had encountered all sorts of men, so why was she so captivated by a mere employee from a construction company? She rolled over, attempting to banish Li Yi's image from her mind, but all her efforts were in vain. The more she tried to forget, the clearer his visage became. "No, I must do something." With a sudden resolve, Xiao Xinmei sat upright, snatching her phone and dialing Li Yi's number. After a few rings, the call connected, but instead of Li Yi's voice, she heard strange, suggestive sounds. As someone with experience, Xiao Xinmei instantly understood what was transpiring on the other end. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "I'm sorry for the interruption," she stammered before hastily terminating the call and tossing her phone aside, curling up beneath the covers. She closed her eyes, attempting to calm herself, but the sounds from the phone echoed in her mind like an incantation. Who is he with? Xiao Xinmei was engulfed by confusion and jealousy. She knew Li was exceptional and surely had no shortage of female company. Yet she hadn't anticipated that he would be. "Damn you, Li Yi, when I see you next, I shall teach you a lesson," she cursed inwardly, though her tone betrayed a hint of unacknowledged anticipation. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 44, The Completion of the Basement. You have coexisted with 125 zombies for over 24 hours. Reward, 125 survival points. At dawn, accompanied by the System-S notification, Li Yi arrived at the apartment complex. Wang Jie, the head of Jinlong Company, awaited him with a beaming smile. "Good morning, Mr. Li. I hope you had a restful night." Wang Jie greeted warmly. "The resource storage area you requested has been completed. I'll take you to inspect it." The two made their way to the basement, where the once vacant space had been transformed into 3 distinct levels. Each level was fitted with heavy metal doors. Equipped with advanced electronic locks, "Mr. Li, here is the resource storage area we constructed according to your specifications," Wang Jie explained, opening one of the compartments. Each section is equipped with independent ventilation, temperature control, and humidity regulation systems, ensuring the utmost safety for the stored materials. We also added explosion-proof, fireproof, and waterproof facilities to guarantee everything is secured. Li entered the compartment, meticulously examining every detail, from the wall thickness to the ventilation setup and the power system configuration. Every aspect exceeded his expectations. "Manager Wang, you've done exceptionally well. I am very satisfied," Li Yi praised, nodding in approval. "As long as you're pleased. That's our duty," Wang Jie replied humbly. "Now, it's time to fill this place up," Li stated, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Hello, this is Li Yi. The batch of supplies I ordered previously is ready for delivery." "Yes, the usual location, and since the quantity is significant, please arrange for several trucks." "Good, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Li Yi turned to Wang Jie. "Manager Wang, a few trucks will be arriving shortly. Please arrange for someone to assist them." "Understood, Mr. Li, I'll take care of it right away," Wang Jie replied. Soon after, trucks laden with supplies began to arrive at the complex, parking beneath the apartment building. Wang Jie led the workers in unloading the vehicles, attracting the curiosity of the residents who gathered to watch. Whispering among themselves, "What is going on? Why is Li Yi buying so many things? These young people today, they just love to splurge when they have a bit of money." An elderly man with white hair adjusted his glasses. "I recently came across some news online suggesting that the end of the world might be near." At this proclamation, the crowd turned their attention towards him. "The end of the world? Ha, old Zhao. Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies? Exactly. What era is this? How can you still believe in such things?" The crowd laughed and mocked the old man, clearly skeptical of his words. Cough, cough. The elderly man cleared his throat. trembling as he produced a photograph from his coat. Look at this. The picture depicted a sky of a bizarre blood-red hue, as if a massive tear had opened, revealing something sinister within. The clouds swirled ominously, as if stirred by an invisible force, forming whirlpools that instilled fear. This is what happened a few days ago. Don't you think this celestial phenomenon is quite strange? Strange? The old man's son chuckled dismissively. Dad, you're just overthinking things. It's merely a sunset, nothing to be alarmed about. Right, Grandpa? His granddaughter chimed in, engrossed in her phone. These days, there are all sorts of photos online. Your picture is probably just some special effects. Old Lee opened his mouth as if to argue but ultimately sighed, retracting the photo. You young people just don't believe in omens. He paused momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. In my youth, I had heard from the older generation that when the sky turns a blood-red hue, it heralds the approach of calamity. This could very well be a portent of the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Old man, are you implying that Lee knows of an impending apocalypse and is hoarding supplies in advance? That is utterly ridiculous. Precisely, he has no deity. Just wait and see. Before long he'll be regretting it. Enough, enough. Let us not laugh anymore. The old man's daughter-in-law emerged to mediate. Father, don't overthink it in this day and age. There is no such thing as an apocalypse. At 70, you still have a decade before retirement. Perhaps you should focus on your future retirement life instead. Under Lee's supervision, the workers took an entire morning to move all the food into the basement. Shortly thereafter, a truck delivering a large diesel generator arrived at the community, drawing the attention of many residents. They could not comprehend why, despite the existence of a power supply bureau, there was a need to purchase a generator. As trucks carrying gasoline, fertilizers, and sugar began to arrive in succession, the residents grew increasingly bewildered. Goodness, an entire truckload of sugar. Has Lee lost his mind? What on earth does he need so much sugar for? Could it be that the apocalypse is truly upon us? Some murmured. Impossible. That rascal Lee must have been duped. If there were to be an apocalypse, the authorities would surely notify us in advance. While the crowd debated, Lee ascended to the rooftop accompanied by Wang Jie. After 3 days of non-stop renovations, the rooftop had undergone a remarkable transformation. It had now become a modern greenhouse. Upon entering the greenhouse, a refreshing breeze greeted him, infused with the earthy fragrance of soil and plants. He surveyed his surroundings, observing rows of neatly arranged planting racks adorned with a variety of thriving seedlings, tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers among them. This greenhouse is quite impressive. It surpasses my expectations. Lee marveled. It was constructed entirely to your specifications, Wang Jie explained. Most of the vegetables utilize cutting-edge soilless cultivation technology, but should we incorporate black soil, rich in nutrients, we could achieve year-round vegetable production without interruption. Furthermore, we have installed a solar power system to ensure the greenhouse operates smoothly, even during power outages. To secure the greenhouse, we've added a protective cover. With the press of a button, the entire structure can be enveloped, rendering it impervious to harm. After a short while, a truck delivering black soil from the northeast entered the community. Wang Jie intended to direct the workers but was stopped by Lee. Once Lee retrieved a black plastic bag from the soil, he allowed the workers to continue their tasks. To conceal the fact that he possessed a firearm, Lee temporarily locked his pistol in a safe. Just as he was overseeing the transportation of the black soil, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Xiao Shimei. Chapter 45. Healing. While he was directing the workers with the black soil, his phone buzzed. Xiao Shimei sent him a WeChat message. What are you up to, handsome? Xiao Shimei's voice message was sultry and alluring. I'm busy moving bricks. Do you have any instructions, Xiao? Lee replied. Don't call me Xiao. Just call me Shimei Jie. I'm unwell. Can you come to my house today? Lee. Sure, but I have a condition. What condition? You tell me. Lee. Call me daddy. Lee. Do you want to die? Lee. Calling me hubby is also acceptable. Xiao Shimei. Get lost, Lee. If you curse, you'll end up with a couple of slaps on your backside. Xiao Shimei. Get lost, Lee. 2 slaps. Xiao Shimei. Go away. After a flurry of get lost messages, there was no further response. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Lee resumed his work. The workers first installed all the large generators, then started them up, initiating the refrigeration process for the cold storage on the second floor. Before long, The material storage area on the second floor transformed into a massive freezer. Thanks to this freezer, the food stored within would remain fresh indefinitely. As afternoon approached, Lee's stomach growled. He hopped into his sports car, intending to find a nearby restaurant for a meal. Just as he drove out of the community, he spotted a familiar figure blocking his path. Zhao Maya, his ex-girlfriend. Dressed in a form-fitting dress, her long wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, her makeup flawless and lips strikingly red, she approached with a smile. Swaying her hips, Li rolled down his window, and a strong whiff of perfume mingled with the scent of cosmetics assaulted his senses, causing him slight discomfort. Li, it's been a while. Zhao Maya's voice was sultry, laced with a hint of intentional intimacy as she leaned in. Attempting to reach through the window, Li remained unperturbed, leaning slightly back to evade her touch. Is there something you need? His tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Zhao Maya's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. She circled the front of the car and opened the passenger door. Plopping down beside him, eyeing her surroundings, a glint of greed flickered in her eyes. Li, let us have a chat, shall we? Zhao Maya tilted her body slightly, leaning forward, her ample bosom almost spilling out. She gazed at him seductively, attempting to allure him with her beauty. Li cast a glance, his expression unchanging. There is nothing to discuss between us. Wait. Zhao Maya interjected hastily. Li, I know there have been misunderstandings between us. Her tone softened, tinged with a hint of grievance. I acknowledge my faults. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Now, I've come to my senses. I realize I still have feelings for you. Let us reconcile, shall we? Zhao Maya got straight to the point, her eyes filled with anticipation. If she let such a wealthy individual slip away, she would regret it immensely. Li was momentarily speechless. Back then, Zhao Maya had scorned him for his poverty, callously breaking up with him to embrace another man. Now, seeing him drive a luxury car, she wished to turn back time. Did she think he was a fool? Spare me the pretense. It nauseates me. Get out of my car. Zhao Maya's complexion shifted, unprepared for Li's harsh rejection. Li, don't be like this. She attempted to defend herself. I admit. I was somewhat vain in the past, but I've changed now. I genuinely want to reconcile with you. Please give me a chance, all right? Her voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Li observed her coldly. Devoid of any pity. A chance? You're delusional. Get out. Zhao Maya trembled, tears streaming down her face. Li, are you truly this heartless? I'll ask you one last time. Do you really not want to reconcile with me? Get lost. Li uttered the word icily. Zhao Maya's face turned ashen, her body swaying unsteadily as she opened the car door and stumbled out. She stood by the roadside, watching the Ferrari disappear into the distance, her heart brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Hate. She hated Li's callousness. She hated that she was not the one enjoying financial freedom. After finishing his meal, Li hurried to the furniture store. He intended to create a cozy home for himself in the basement. The rickety wooden bed he currently slept on creaked uncomfortably. Now that he had money, it was time to indulge himself. With this thought, Li parked at the entrance of the furniture store and walked inside. Good sir, how may I assist you? A salesgirl approached him. I'd like to purchase a bed. Right this way. We have various styles and materials of beds. What are you looking for? The salesgirl enthusiastically introduced. Dio, you have something particularly sturdy? Li inquired. Sturdy? The salesgirl paused momentarily, then smiled suggestively. Of course. I recommend this model, a king size. Solid ashwood frame, exceptionally quiet. Its greatest feature is its durability, ensuring you and your girlfriend have a delightful time. Li's eyes lit up. Excellent. I'll take this one. After ordering a plethora of highly durable furniture, Li drove to Yunmu Manor. Entering the villa with practiced ease, he input the password. Upon stepping inside, he discovered Xiao Shimei lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. She wore a thin nightgown, her cheeks displaying an unusual flush. Shimei-jia, what's wrong with you? Li inquired with concern. I have a fever. A fever. Let me check. Li said, reaching out to touch Xiao Shimei's forehead, which was indeed quite hot. I feel terrible. Can you help me? Xiao Shimei lifted her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at Li. I'm not a doctor, Li replied, somewhat at a loss. But I truly feel awful, Xiao Shimei said, gently grasping Li's hand. While I may lack medical knowledge, I do know of a method to reduce fever, Li remarked with a mischievous grin. What method? Xiao Shimei asked curiously. Exercise. Sweating profusely can effectively alleviate fever symptoms. Exercise? But in my current state, how can I exercise? Xiao Shimei expressed confusion. You needn't worry about that. I'll assist you, Li Yi declared, lifting Xiao Shimei into his arms. What are you doing? Xiao Shimei gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm here to help you get better. Lie grinned wickedly, carrying Xiao Shimei to the master bedroom's large bed. You naughty boy. Xiao Shimei could hardly fathom Li Yi's intentions. With a playful pout, she lacked the strength to resist as Li gently laid her onto the soft bed. He then drew the curtains and extinguished the lights. Sister Shimei, are you prepared? I am about to commence your treatment, Xiao Shimei nodded lightly, her face flushed with a rosy hue. The details of the treatment process are omitted here for brevity. Once it concluded, the curtains were drawn back, and the lights illuminated the room once more. How do you feel, Sister Shimei? Are you feeling better? Li inquired, holding a glass of warm water at her bedside. Drenched in fragrant perspiration, Xiao Shimei's previously pallid complexion had transformed into a vibrant glow. Much improved, she gasped softly. That's splendid. It seems my methods are indeed quite effective, Li Yi remarked. Your treatment approach is truly unique. I've never encountered anything like it in a hospital. Are you deceiving me? Xiao Shimei attempted to sit up, a teasing tone in her voice, devoid of any reproach. What? Is Sister Shimei dissatisfied with the results? Shall we proceed with another round of treatment? Li Yi asked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shimei's expression turned anxious, and she quickly waved her hand. No. I'm satisfied, truly. No need for another round. Otherwise, it might ruin everything. However, before she could fully express her thoughts, Li Yi extinguished the lights once again, shrouding the room in darkness. I in the obscurity, his voice resonated. Sister Shimei, since you have been healed, I find myself in discomfort and require treatment as well. Could you assist me? Xiao Shimei hesitated for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. Of course, but you mustn't peek. Otherwise, the treatment will be ineffective. I promise I won't. Look. Li Yi nodded eagerly. Chapter 46. Noise disturbance in a villa within the affluent district. Sun Tianhao lay on his bed, idly scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, one particular video caught his eye. Li Yi stood in front of an apartment building, directing a group of workers as they moved countless boxes of food inside. The boxes were emblazoned with various brand logos, including instant noodles, bottled water, canned goods, and compressed biscuits, showcasing a staggering variety and quantity. What on earth is this kid up to? Sun Tianhao scratched his head. Feeling perplexed, is he hoarding supplies, perhaps preparing for something significant? The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became. With shopping malls abundant outside, there was no need to stockpile goods. Excitement bubbled within him, as if he had seized upon a secret of Li Yi's. Li Yi, once I uncover what you're scheming, just wait and see how I deal with you. He promptly dialed Zheng Yaoyao's number. Yaoyao, what are you up to? I just saw Li Yi moving a vast amount of food. Do you know what he is up to? What? You don't know either. All right then, please look into it for me and let me know as soon as you find anything. After hanging up, Sun Tianhao's mind raced with speculation. Could Li Yi have insider information? Was a disaster imminent, prompting him to stockpile food? Wait, if it were a disaster, my dad would surely inform me. His sources are always reliable. Could it be he intends to open a supermarket? Sun Tianhao chuckled at his own thought before shaking his head. Impossible. Who would open a supermarket in a residential building? What in the world does he plan to do then? He scratched his head, utterly baffled. The memory of being humiliated by Li Yi in front of Zheng Yaoyao stirred anger within him. As a privileged heir, it was intolerable to be taught a lesson by someone he had never regarded. Fueled by his indignation, Sun Tianhao called his uncle, the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, a man of considerable influence. Hello, uncle, it's me, Tianhao. What is the matter, Tianhao? Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. Could you do me a favor? Use your position to give a fellow named Li Yi some trouble? Sun Tianhao stated his purpose directly. Lie? Which Li Yi? The one from our school, who now seems to be working at a construction company. Sun Tianhao struggled to recall any details about Li Yi. Why do you want to trouble him? Did he offend you? He stole my girlfriend and even hit me. Sun Tianhao embellished the story. After a moment of silence, his uncle replied, Tianhao, you should refrain from provoking this Li Yi. Why not? Uncle, do you know him? Sun Tianhao was taken aback by his uncle's response, I don't know him. But trust me, he is not someone you want to mess with. Just leave him alone, do you understand? The man's tone grew serious. But, uncle, Sun Tianhao attempted to argue but was interrupted. No buts. This matter is settled. Don T, call me again. With that, the line went dead. Listening to the dial tone, Sun Tianhao was left in bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Uncle is afraid of him. He was at a loss. Could this Li truly have some formidable connections? Sun Tianhao dismissed the notion. If he truly had a background, he wouldn't be working as an ordinary employee. Yet, the more he thought, the more he struggled to swallow his anger. I refuse to believe that I can't deal with you. If the Housing Bureau route was blocked, he would turn to the Neighborhood Committee. Immediately, he began searching through his contacts for the phone number of the Neighborhood Committee director. Hello, is this director you? I'm Sun Tianhao. Yes, I have a matter I'd like your assistance with. Meanwhile, Li returned to the apartment after the treatment. To his surprise, the area in front of the building was crowded with people. Grandma Yu led numerous members of the Neighborhood Committee, obstructing the machinery and halting the construction. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Li parked his car and stepped out, frowning in inquiry. Li, you're back? Just look at the mess you've caused, Grandma Yu exclaimed, hands on her hips, demanding an explanation. Working late at night, do you have no regard for others' rest? Exactly. It's late. And you are making such a racket. My child was awakened and has been crying incessantly. The surrounding residents chimed in, their voices filled with indignation, as if Li had committed an unspeakable crime. What is the meaning of this? We worked for 5 days without complaint, and now you suddenly choose to raise issues. Li ignored the residents' outbursts and directed his attention to Grandma Yu, coldly questioning her. What do you mean by that? How dare you ask me for an explanation? She retorted with a scoff. You're disturbing the peace. Don't you feel any guilt? Disturbing the peace? I was unaware, Li countered. We have installed soundproofing measures around the building for nighttime work, and yet you claim to hear noise? Enough of your excuses. We, the Neighborhood Committee, represent the residents. If you continue working at night, Don T blame us for reporting you. With a parting threat, Grandma Yu led her group away. Li observed her retreating figure, realizing that this was a deliberate provocation. Although the noise reduction equipment operated continuously, it was impossible to eliminate noise entirely. As long as one person lodged a complaint, Grandma Yu could find a legitimate reason to obstruct the construction. Li had no desire for the situation to escalate, as it would draw undue attention to the apartment building online, ultimately jeopardizing his renovation plans. Until the issue of nighttime noise was resolved, it seemed work would need to be halted. However, ceasing operations would significantly delay progress. It would be utterly foolish to let something as trivial as noise disturbance jeopardize the renovation before the apocalypse. To address the noise issue, he contacted Wang Jia upon returning to his room, arranging for a shipment of imported soundproofing walls. These walls were crafted from top-tier materials and technology, claimed to reduce noise to almost negligible levels. Until these materials arrived, nighttime work would have to be suspended. Chapter 47. Rat Poison. Awakening the next day, Li was greeted by a cacophony outside his window. Pulling back the curtains, he was astonished to see Wang Jia overseeing the unloading of several trucks at the community entrance. The trucks were laden with white soundproof foam boards, and workers busily unloaded the cargo. Li was taken aback, not expecting such rapid action from Jinlong Company. After dressing, he descended to find Wang Jia directing operations. Manager Wang, your speed is astonishing, Li exclaimed with a smile. Upon spotting Li, Wang Jia hurried over. Mr. Li, our company worked through the night to prepare the soundproof foam boards you requested. Thank you for your efforts. I had no idea you would be so swift. This is our duty, Wang Jia replied with a smile. To be honest, Mr. Li, the reason we were able to complete the task so quickly is that someone at the company's upper management intervened, insisting that we meet all your requirements. Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his renovation project had caught the attention of the higher-ups at Jinlong Company. It seemed that Xiao Xinmei had once again come to his aid. Rest assured, Mr. Li, these soundproof boards will encase the entire building, ensuring that the other residents will not hear a thing. Wang Jia assured. That's good. Li nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, by the way, Manager Wang, these soundproof walls are made of foam. Won't they attract mice? You are indeed very thoughtful, Wang Jia replied. We have anticipated this issue, which is why we've brought some beef. As he spoke, He gestured towards a small cart nearby, filled with bulging plastic bags. This cooked beef has been laced with rodent poison. You can place it around the soundproof walls to deter any mice from gnawing. Lie gazed at the cart laden with beef. Feeling a sense of admiration for Wang Jie's meticulousness, he began to take the pieces of beef from the cart, positioning them along the base of the apartment building. He deliberately selected corners where mice might frequent, ensuring that each piece of beef would serve its purpose. To prevent accidental consumption, Li Yi thoughtfully covered each piece of beef with a layer of dirt. After a while, Granny Yu finished her square dance and hummed a tune as she approached. Passing by the apartment building, she was suddenly drawn to a splash of red on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was pieces of beef. Granny Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She hurriedly retrieved a plastic bag from her pocket. Squatting down to pick up the beef pieces, stuffing them into the bag as she collected them, she muttered in annoyance, "Which scoundrel wasted such fine beef? What a disgrace! Luckily, I found it. Otherwise, it would have gone to waste." Before long, her plastic bag was filled to the brim. Granny Yu lifted the bag, brimming with excitement. Back at home, she couldn't wait to take out the beef, planning to treat herself and her son that evening. She placed the beef on the table and went to the kitchen to fetch a knife, preparing to slice some beef for a stir-fry. Just then, Yu Jianjun returned home. Seeing the beef on the table, his eyes widened. "Mom, where did you get all this beef?" "I found it downstairs," Granny Yu replied proudly. "Can you believe it? Such good beef, and someone just threw it away." "Found it?" Yu Jianjun asked, puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it and picked up a piece of beef to eat. "Hey, you little rascal, you haven't even washed it yet," Granny Yu chided, but she too grabbed a piece of beef and started eating. Meanwhile, Li returned to the company after several days. He had taken time off for the apartment renovation. Staying away any longer might jeopardize his job. As he stepped into the office, Wu Mingming approached his desk. "Igu, come help me move something from the storage room." Though unsure of what Wu Mingming was up to, Li followed her inside. The storage room was dimly lit and cluttered with various items. With her back to him, Wu Mingming began organizing a stack of documents. Just as Li reached to help, he unexpectedly shut the door behind him and embraced Wu Mingming's delicate form. She struggled momentarily but then ceased her resistance, whispering, "I missed you." Her voice was soft and slightly playful. "This is the company." Wu Mingming attempted to protest, but before she could say more, Li Yi leaned down to kiss her lips. Just then, the door to the storage room swung open abruptly. "Lie, what are you doing in here?" Xiao Ruoshua's voice cut through the moment, her expression frozen at the doorway. Wu Mingming jumped back in surprise. Xiao Zong." Xiao Ruoshua's face shifted between shades of green and white. It was common knowledge in the company that Li Yi was her boyfriend. Yet here he was, kissing another woman. It felt like a direct affront. What are you two doing?" "Xiao Zong, let me explain," Wu Mingming stammered, struggling to find her words. "Enough, Li Yi, come to my office. We need to talk." Xiao Ruoshua turned on her heel and walked away, the sound of her high heels echoing harshly in the empty corridor. "Don't worry. There's no need to be afraid." Li leaned down to kiss Wu Mingming's fair cheek. "Rest assured, I will clarify everything with Xiao Zong in the office." Xiao Ruoshua regarded him coldly. "Li, listen closely. I don't care who you date, but this is the company. You must refrain from any intimate interactions with other women to avoid exposing our facade as a couple. If someone else had seen this, I would be finished. My mother would find out that I've been deceiving her and would insist I continue with blind dates." "Okay, I understand," Li replied. "That's more like it." Xiao Ruoshua nodded in satisfaction. She certainly did not want anyone to discover the truth about her and Li Yi's relationship. "However, you cannot prevent me from having normal communication with Mingming, can you?" "Normal communication is acceptable, but no hugging or kissing in the office." Xiao Ruoshua shot him a piercing glance. All right, I'll comply," Li quickly responded, not wanting to provoke her further. "Now, give me a massage." Xiao Ruoshua raised her long, fair leg, resting it on the desk. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Li Yi approached, grasping her ankle. Her skin felt smooth to the touch. He began to knead gently. Xiao Ruoshua's legs were beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, her calves elegantly shaped, and her ankles slender. Li Yi's fingers glided up her calf, feeling the elasticity and warmth of her skin. "Apply a bit more pressure." Xiao Ruoshua closed her eyes. Luxuriating in Li Yi's ministrations, he intensified the pressure, massaging her calf muscles. Her breathing gradually quickened, and her body trembled slightly. After a while, Xiao Ruoxue finally stood up from the chair. For some reason, she felt a wave of dizziness. Her body swaying as if she might fall. Li was quick to catch her. "What's wrong?" I'm fine," Xiao Ruoxue replied, her face pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She attempted to push Li away but found herself utterly weak. "You look anything but fine," Li frowned, swiftly picking her up and gently placing her on the sofa to lie down. Xiao Ruoxue shut her eyes, her brow furrowed in apparent distress. He touched her forehead and found it burning. Li Yi hurried to pour a glass of water. When he returned, Xiao Ruoxue had already lost consciousness. Panic surged within him. He knew he could not delay any longer. It appeared that she had fainted due to a high fever. He needed to call for an ambulance immediately. Just then, the office door burst open. Numerous employees stood frozen, shocked to see Xiao Ruoxue's pallid face. "What happened to Xiao Zong? Li Yi, what did you do to Xiao Zong? Quick, call an ambulance." The office erupted into chaos. Wu Mingming rushed to Xiao Ruoxue's side, checking her pulse. "She still has a pulse. Quickly, lay her flat." Two men worked together to lift Xiao Ruoxue off the sofa and onto the floor. "I'll perform CPR," one male colleague volunteered. "You can't, let Li Yi do it," Wu Mingming blocked him. "Why?" the male colleague asked, confused. Because Li Yi is Xiao Zong's boyfriend. He is more suited for this. Yes, Li Yi, hurry," the others urged. Li Yi did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and knelt beside Xiao Ruoxue, pinching her nose and leaning down to kiss her lips. He gently breathed into her, then released, observing her chest for any signs of movement. After several attempts, Xiao Ruoxue still showed no response. Li's heart sank. He realized that if he didn't take action soon, Xiao Ruoxue could be in grave danger. He inhaled deeply once more, preparing to continue the CPR. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. "Xiao Zong, you're awake," the crowd exclaimed in delight. What happened to me?" Xiao Ruoxue asked weakly. "You fainted, and Li Yi performed CPR to save you," Wu Mingming explained. Xiao Ruoxue turned her gaze towards Li Yi, her eyes filled with complexity. "Thank you," she said softly, "and no need to thank me. It's what I should do," Li Yi smiled. "All right, everyone, please leave for now so Xiao Zong can rest." Wu Mingming instructed the others. The colleagues gradually exited the office. Wu Mingming was the last to leave, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yi before closing the door. Only Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue remained in the office, the atmosphere growing awkward. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruoxue spoke up. "Actually, ever since I returned from the Northeast, I felt unwell. I visited numerous hospitals, seen many doctors, and taken various medications, but nothing has improved. In fact, it has only worsened." Li felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled the antidote pills he had exchanged with survival points, wondering if they might help. "Xiao Zong, if I told you I had a way to alleviate your discomfort, how would you express your gratitude?" Li broke the silence, his tone earnest. Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, looking up into his serious eyes, feeling a momentary daze. At that moment, she was dizzy and weak, experiencing symptoms akin to a severe cold, yet far more debilitating. Despite consulting many doctors and even inviting specialists for a consultation, there had been no relief. "Don't joke around. In my condition, even specialists are at a loss." Xiao Ruoxue forced a bitter smile, waving her hand weakly, clearly skeptical of Li Yi's claims. All she desired was to rest. She simply lacked the energy to contemplate anything else. "What if I truly have a solution?" Li Yi persisted, refusing to give up. Xiao Ruoxue fell silent for a moment, her physical discomfort robbing her of the usual composure and rationality she prided herself on. In a moment of impulsiveness, she uttered, "If you can make me feel better right now, I will be your girlfriend." The weight of her words struck her only after they had escaped her lips, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "A promise is a promise," Li responded, retrieving a small vial from his pocket and pouring out a black pill. "I have a pill here that may alleviate your symptoms." Xiao Ruoxue gazed at the dark pill, her brow furrowing, suspicion evident in her eyes. "What kind of medicine is this? Will it cure my illness?" "This is an antidote, capable of counteracting various toxins," Li explained. "Give it a try. It might prove effective." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ruoxue accepted the pill. She scrutinized Li Yi with a complex expression. "How do you come by such a medicine?" "I carried it with me from a trip to the mountains." Kept for emergencies, Li casually deflected. Xiao Ruoxue chose not to press further. She placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it with water. Moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. A warm sensation spread through her body, transforming her once heavy and feeble state into one brimming with vitality. The dizziness, fatigue, and cough that had plagued her for days vanished without a trace. "How did this possible?" Xiao Ruoxue murmured, lifting her gaze to Li Yi, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. "Does this pill truly work?" Li Yi smiled faintly. "Now you believe me, don't you? Do you recall what you just promised me?" "What promise?" Xiao Ruoxue feigned ignorance. "The promise of being my girlfriend." "Oh, that promise," she said, turning her head away. "I was ill at the time, and words spoken in sickness should not be taken seriously. Xiao, you mustn't go back on your word." Li Yi insisted. "Oh dear, I was delirious from the fever and spouted nonsense." "Why would you take it seriously?" "Then, allow me to awaken your senses," Li Yi said, rising from his seat and leaning closer to Xiao Ruoxue. What are you doing?" she stammered, her heartbeat quickening as Li Yi's chiseled face approached her own, his breath warm against her skin. Just as she anticipated in advance, he merely brushed his fingers across her cheek before abruptly standing and exiting the office. "That scoundrel!" Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration, feeling as though she had been toyed with. At midday, Li stretched and prepared to check on the situation at his apartment complex. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a crowd gathering in the square. As he drew closer, he saw a makeshift mourning tent beside the central flower bed. The tent was adorned with white funeral wreaths, fluttering gently in the breeze. Inside, a black and white photograph was displayed. One Li Yi recognized as that of Granny Yu's late husband. Yu Xingwa, a man in white mourning attire, and a woman knelt before the tent, burning paper offerings. It was Yu Jianjun, his eyes red-rimmed, a mask of grief and fury on his face. Li discreetly approached the gathering to listen to their murmurs. "Poor old Yu, taken so suddenly," one elderly woman sighed. "Indeed, I heard it was due to eating beef laced with rat poison," another chimed in. "Such cruelty. Granny Yu is still in the hospital, fighting for her life. Who knows if she'll survive?" An elderly man shook his head. At that moment, Yu Jianjun lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd until it landed on Li Yi, his expression morphing into one of unbridled hostility. He surged to his feet and charged at Li Yi, seizing the collar of his shirt. "You bastard! How dare you show your face here?" The crowd stirred with commotion, all eyes turning towards them as Yu Jianjun's rage boiled over. "My father is dead, and my mother is still in the hospital. This is all you're doing." He swung a fist at Li Yi's face. Li sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Yu Jianjun's abdomen. Why Yu Jianjun recoiled in pain, collapsing to the ground. You dare strike me?" he gasped, clutching his stomach, disbelief etched across his features. "Why wouldn't I?" Li replied coldly. "That beef was intended for rats. Your own greed led you to take it home. Do you still wish to blame me? I'll kill you," Yu Jianjun roared, struggling to rise. But Li was faster, closing the distance and landing a powerful punch squarely on Yu Jianjun's nose. A sharp crack echoed. The sound of bone fracturing and blood gushed forth. Why Yu Jianjun let out a pained cry, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Ignoring the screams of Yu Jianjun's wife, Li turned and approached the vicinity of the apartment building. The soundproof panels he had installed were now complete, encircling the building. Standing outside the sound barrier, he could no longer hear any construction noise. Inside, however, the construction site thrived. Machines roaring and echoing. Li stepped into the bustling scene, feeling as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Wang Jie, donning a white safety helmet, approached with a grin. Hurrying to greet Li Yi. "Mr. Li, you're here. The foundation is complete, and we are ready to commence renovations on the floors. We will need to clear all residents out before we can proceed," Li said, furrowing his brow in thought. Hundreds resided in that apartment building. Elderly, children, pregnant women. Evacuating them all would be no small feat, and finding suitable housing for them in a short time frame was another challenge. "Are there any appropriate hotels nearby?" Li suddenly inquired. "A hotel?" Wang Jie was taken aback, confused. "That I wish to rent out an entire hotel to accommodate all the residents," Li declared. Wang Jie was stunned by the proposition. That would cost a fortune," he stammered. "Money is not an issue," Li waved aside the concern. "What matters is speed. We cannot afford to delay the project." Wang Jie swallowed hard, a storm of emotions swirling within him. He had encountered countless businessmen, yet had never met one so generous. Typically, in such situations, a landlord would simply refund the tenant's rent, costing perhaps hundreds of thousands at most. However, leasing an entire hotel would exponentially increase the expenses. In High City, even the most basic hotel room cost upwards of $500 per night. This was no trifling sum. Renting an entire hotel could easily amount to millions, even tens of millions. Li Yi, however, showed not a flicker of hesitation. How much wealth did he possess? Wang Jie was filled with confusion and awe, increasingly unable to comprehend the young man before him. Did money truly come so easily that one could spend it so freely? Li Yi had his own calculations in mind. By residing with these displaced residents, he could earn hundreds of survival points daily. To expel them would be a significant loss. After some searching, Li Yi finally pinpointed a nearby hotel named Sea and Sky. The hotel's exterior was adorned with beige marble, glistening in the sunlight. A few luxury vehicles were parked at the entrance, showcasing the establishment's high status. Li stepped into the hotel lobby, where crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, illuminating the opulent space. Behind the front desk, a young woman in professional attire was engrossed in organizing documents. Li approached the front desk and lightly tapped the surface. "Excuse me, is the manager available?" The woman looked up, her gaze sweeping over Li Yi. "What do you need to see our manager for?" "I wish to discuss renting the hotel," Li stated. The woman let out a scoff, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. "Rent out our hotel? Do you have any idea how much it costs for one night? Do you have that kind of money?" She scrutinized him from head to toe, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Money is not the issue. Just fetch the manager so we can discuss this in person," Li replied, not wishing to waste time on her. "Our manager is quite busy and has no time for someone like you." She retorted impatiently. "I'll say it again. Bring your manager here," Li Yi insisted. "What is your problem? Can't you understand basic communication?" The woman's irritation flared, her voice sharp. "Our manager is unavailable. You should leave and stop causing a scene." At that moment, a middle-aged man noticed the commotion. "Mr. Li, hello. I am the manager of this hotel, Zhang Chong." Zhang Chong approached Li Yi with politeness and courtesy. "You are the manager of this hotel?" Li Yi assessed Zhang Chong. "Yes, that's me," Zhang Chong replied, nodding quickly, anxiety evident in his demeanor. "I wish to rent out your hotel. Name your price," Li Yi stated directly. "This." Zhang Chong's expression faltered, glancing at the woman at the front desk. "Mr. Li, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I did not come here to hear your apologies. I simply wish to know if your hotel is available for rent." Li Yi's tone grew impatient. "Yes, of course it is," Zhang Chong said hastily. "However, our hotel has many rooms and regarding pricing. Price is not a concern. Just quote me what you wish," Li Yi interrupted. Chapter 50. Bathing. Zhang Chong felt a surge of delight within, secretly contemplating how to propose a high price. "Mr. Li, our hotel boasts a total of 300 guest rooms, each with a different rate." "Enough with the pleasantries. Just state the total price," Li Yi interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, I can offer you a preferential rate, inclusive of all premium services, at 500,000 per day. How does that sound?" Zhang Chong tentatively quoted a price point 500,000. Li Yi frowned slightly. Zhang Chong's heart sank, fearing Li Yi found it exorbitant. "Mr. Li, this price is already quite favorable. If you find it too high, we can certainly negotiate further." "No, it's not that I find it high. Rather, I believe it's too low," Li Yi replied, shaking his head. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. You said what?" "I said 500,000 is too low. I will offer you 1 million daily. And you must ensure all the rooms in the hotel are prepared for guests," Li Yi stated decisively. Zhang Chong was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. He had never encountered such a lavish guest. 1 million. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. "Mr. Li, are you serious?" Zhang Chong's voice trembled in disbelief. "Do I appear to be joking?" Li Yi retorted. Not at all. Zhang Chong hastily shook his head. "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and make the arrangements," Li Yi urged. Yes, I will go arrange it immediately." Zhang Chong, as if awakening from a dream, trembled with excitement as he rushed back to the front desk. He seized the heavily made-up female receptionist and unleashed a torrent of scolding. "You fool! You almost ruined my big deal. Do you not wish to keep your job?" The female receptionist was taken aback, her face paling in terror. She had never seen Zhang Chong in such a state. He had always been relatively polite, even somewhat flirtatious towards her, but today he seemed like a different person. Manager, I didn't know, she stammered, tears welling up in her eyes. Didn't he know? Is that an excuse to offend a customer? Is that an excuse to push away the god of wealth? You can forget about your salary this month. Furthermore, you are fired. Get out immediately, Zhang Chong roared, spittle flying onto the receptionist's face. The surrounding staff were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed their manager lose composure like this, nor had they seen him so harsh with an employee. What are you still standing there for? Get moving. Clean every room in the hotel to the highest standards. Also, notify the kitchen. All chefs must be on duty. After reprimanding the receptionist, Zhang Chong bellowed orders to the other employees. Only then did the staff snap back to reality and hurriedly spring into action. The entire hotel became a hive of activity, as everyone understood that a super VIP customer had arrived, and they could not afford to be negligent. LIE meticulously surveyed the hotel, estimating that approximately 130 people were residing in the apartments. Excluding them, there were still over 100 vacant rooms in the hotel. These rooms could not go to waste. They needed to be utilized effectively. An idea sparked in Li Yi's mind. He quickly opened his phone and crafted an enticing advertisement on several popular social media platforms. Luxury hotel free stay. First come, first served. Don't miss this opportunity. Once the advertisement was posted, it rapidly spread across the internet. The comment section exploded with a flurry of reactions. Is this for real? Free stay at a luxury hotel? Surely, it can't be true. I checked the address. This hotel really exists, and it looks quite upscale. Free stay. Is there still such good fortune in this day and age? There must be a catch. Who cares? I'm going for it. Free luxury hotel? Why not? Within half an hour, the entrance of the hotel was overflowing with people. Under Li Yi's direction, the hotel began processing check-ins for these guests. Upon hearing they could stay for free for several months, many young people were ecstatic. In no time, over 250 individuals were accommodated in the 170 rooms, including the residents of the apartment building. The total number of people swelled to 380. These individuals would provide him with a substantial supply of survival points for his use. With this in mind, Li Yi opened the system store and located the coveted spatial ring. Valued at 5,000 survival points. In just over 10 days, he would be able to purchase the ring. With it, he could carry essential items with him wherever he went. The next step was to relocate all the residents from the apartment building. To facilitate this, he sent out a notification in the apartment management group. Notice, dear residents, greetings. In order to enhance the living quality of the apartment building and create a more comfortable and secure environment for everyone, we have decided to undertake a comprehensive renovation of the premises. During the renovation period, to ensure your safety and minimize disruptions to your daily lives, our company has entered into a partnership with the nearby Haitian Issei Hotel. All residents will be accommodated there free of charge. The specifics of the accommodation arrangements are as follows. Starting today, residents may bring necessary personal items to the hotel for check-in. We understand that the renovation may cause some inconvenience, but this is all to improve your living conditions, and we hope for your understanding and support. We will do our utmost to minimize the duration of the work while ensuring the quality of the renovations, allowing everyone to return to a refreshed apartment as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. The message quickly stirred up a commotion in the group. Li remained at the hotel until evening. Throughout the afternoon, the residents of the apartment building arrived one after another. After finishing her shift, Wu Mingming brought her friend Su Ting to the hotel. As soon as she entered, she spotted Li Yi standing in the lobby and excitedly ran over, leaping into his arms and bestowing a fervent kiss upon him. With a resounding pop, the kiss was both loud and clear. Su Ting, following behind, observed the couple's unabashed intimacy and couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since their physical relationship began, Wu Mingming had completely fallen for Li Yi, her infatuation reaching an unshakable depth. Feeling the softness of the body in his arms, Li Yi gently patted Wu Mingming's back and said, "All right, there are so many people watching." Reluctantly, Wu Mingming detached herself from Li Yi, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Brother Yi, where have you arranged our room?" she asked, clinging to his arm with a flirtatious tone. "I've arranged a presidential suite for you both. Come, let me show you," Li replied with a smile, leading them toward the elevator. Late at night, holding a bouquet of roses, Li arrived at the suite where Wu Mingming was staying. Click! The door swung open. It was unlocked. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Li Yi's heart raced. He knew Wu Mingming was inside taking a shower. He quietly approached the bathroom door and began to remove his clothes. Moments later, he was left in only his underwear. Grasping the doorknob, he turned it, and with a click, the door creaked open. Inside the bathroom, a shower curtain was drawn, obscuring the view. Yet, through the curtain, Li Yi could discern a tantalizing silhouette, alluringly backlit by the cascading water. Steam filled the bathroom, rendering everything hazy and indistinct. For some reason, he felt that Wu Mingming appeared slightly thinner and shorter. Disregarding these thoughts, he pulled back the curtain and strode in boldly, enveloping the soft figure in his arms. Chapter 51. The second ominous sign. Zombie Su Ting. Threat level low. Killing rewards. 10 survival points. The sudden system notification left Li Yi momentarily dazed. Ah! The woman in his arms let out a piercing scream and bit down on his arm. Li Yi froze, only to realize that the figure he embraced was not Wu Mingming, but her friend Su Ting. The woman struggled free from his grasp and dashed out of the bathroom. Wu Mingming, startled by the sudden scream, hurriedly emerged from the bedroom. What is going on? She looked at Li Yi, confusion etched on her face. Li Yi awkwardly scratched his head. That I thought it was you. Su Ting, wrapped in a towel, stood at the door with a flushed face, her expression a mix of panic and embarrassment. Why didn't you knock before entering? Su Ting, still shaken, clearly appeared unsettled. If it had been another man, she would have called the police by now. I heard the water and assumed it was Mingming, Li explained. Ting Ting, are you all right? Wu Mingming asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Su Ting took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Who says you're fine? Look at you. You have handprints on your skin. Brother A, you're too naughty. Wu Mingming turned to Li Yi, feigning annoyance as she lightly smacked his chest. It wasn't intentional. Li offered a wry smile. All right, I know you didn't mean it, but you mustn't let that happen again. You should channel your strength elsewhere. Wu Mingming teased, batting her eyelashes and gently hugging Li Yi. Yes, I understand. After a moment, Su Ting emerged from the bedroom, dressed and looking down, avoiding eye contact with Li Yi. Ting Ting, I'm really sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Li Yi sincerely apologized. Nothing that it's fine. Su Ting's voice was as faint as a whisper. How about this, to express my apologies, tell me what you want and I shall procure it for you, Li Yi proposed. No need. I have no lack. Su Ting shook her head. That won't do. You are the victim and must be properly compensated, Li Yi insisted. Indeed, Ting Ting, don't be polite. Agu is quite affluent. Allow him to make amends. It could serve as a form of comfort for you, Wu Mingming chimed in. Su Ting hesitated for a moment, ultimately nodding. Perhaps just a casual handbag will suffice. To alleviate the awkwardness, Li requested a lavish late-night feast from the hotel. The three gathered around the table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Though Su Ting's mouth was filled with caviar, her thoughts were far removed from the meal. It was her first intimate encounter with a man, and he had touched her. Moreover, this man was none other than Wu Mingming's beloved. The scene replayed incessantly in her mind. Li Yi clad only in shorts, his sculpted abs and robust physique radiating virility. Had she not reacted swiftly and shut her eyes, she could only imagine the consequences that might have ensued. The more she pondered, the hotter her cheeks felt, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. It was hard to fathom that what had just transpired was a daily occurrence for Wu Mingming. This man was undeniably too open. Stealing a glance at Li Yi, she saw him engaged in light-hearted banter with Wu Mingming, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. After finishing their meal, Wu Mingming took the initiative to clear the dishes. Su Ting sat on the sofa, watching television, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. Li remained on the sofa, admiring Wu Mingming's busy figure. Dressed in a loose-fitting bathrobe, the neckline plunged low, revealing ample, pristine skin and a tantalizing décolletage. As she bent to tidy up the remnants of their meal, the hem of her robe lifted, exposing her long, fair legs and the subtle curvature of her dairy. Li found himself irresistibly drawn to her. His throat suddenly dry. Once Wu Mingming had finished washing the dishes, she dried her hands and gracefully settled beside Li Yi. The fragrance of her post-bath scent, mingled with a hint of perfume, was utterly refreshing. Egu, what are you watching? Wu Mingming teased, following Li Yi's gaze to where her attire had slipped. Her cheeks flushed, yet she made no attempt to cover herself. Instead, she arched her back, accentuating her bosom and allowing her robe to part further. Nothing much, Li Yi smiled. Oh really? Wu Mengming's eyes sparkled, leaning closer until nearly pressing against him. But why do I feel as though you're stealing glances at me? With warmth enveloping him, Li Yi felt a surge of heat. Mingming, stop it. Ting Ting is still here. Ting Ting is hardly an outsider. Wu Mingming replied nonchalantly, even deliberately rubbing against Li Yi, adding, besides, Ting Ting has seen it all before. Mingming. Su Ting finally couldn't contain herself, her cheeks aflame. Please, stop messing around. What do you mean messing around? Wu Mingming feigned innocence. I only wanted Yigu to help me see if this new bathrobe looks good on me. With that, she stood and twirled in front of Li Yi, showcasing her figure. The robe's delicate fabric clung to her curves with every movement. Is it pretty, Yigu? Wu Mingming blinked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. It's lovely, really? Her smile blossomed even more then. Does Yigu wish to admire it from a closer distance? As she spoke, Wu Mingming slowly untied the sash of her robe, allowing it to fall away and reveal the seductive lace lingerie beneath. After everything was tidied up, Wu Mingming followed Li Yi back to the room. She went to touch up her makeup while he casually picked up his phone to browse short videos. Since the first signs of the apocalypse had emerged, Li Yi had been particularly attentive to various news reports, especially those that seemed a bit strange. He scrutinized both domestic and international reports, attempting to uncover any traces related to the impending doom. Just as he stumbled upon a live stream featuring a sultry beauty, a news alert caught his attention. Breaking. A massive number of birds mysteriously die in Noxus. Country. Local authorities have launched an investigation. Li Yi furrowed his brow and clicked on the video. The footage depicted a once clear sky suddenly filled with countless birds, appearing as if they had lost their sanity, wildly colliding with the surrounding skyscrapers. The sounds of shattering glass, the eerie cries of the birds, and the gasps of the crowd intertwined one by one. The birds, like moths drawn to a flame, crashed into buildings, then fell lifelessly to the ground, their bodies raining down in a shocking spectacle. Li Yi's heart raced. This scene undoubtedly heralded the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm and continued watching the video. The birds' frenzied behavior persisted for an entire hour, bodies littering the streets and blood staining the walls. Such a phenomenon could not be explained by science. The signs of the apocalypse had once again manifested. He opened his browser and searched for news from around the globe. As he suspected, reports of avian suicides were surfacing worldwide. However, various governments were suppressing their national news to avoid causing panic among the populace. This impending apocalypse seemed to be more than just about zombies. An unease settled within Li Yi. The renovation of the apartment building must be expedited. In the midst of his thoughts, a tantalizing figure emerged from the bathroom. Li Yi tossed his phone aside and activated the ambient lights by the bedside. Chapter 52. A medical miracle. As night fell, a luxurious villa in the city center gleamed with light. Xiao Ruoxue sat quietly on a plush leather sofa, clutching a medical report with a furrowed brow. Before her stood dozens of doctors in white coats, her private medical team, each an elite in the field of medicine, renowned for their expertise. At this moment, the ordinarily esteemed medical experts wore expressions of shock and confusion. They whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at Xiao Ruoxue, their eyes filled with curiosity. How is this possible? An elderly professor murmured, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he scrutinized the report in his hands. Severe cold, fully recovered within hours? This completely defies medical logic. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly in the quiet living room. Professor Zhang, are you suggesting there's an issue with this report? Xiao Ruoxue inquired, lifting her gaze to the professor. No, the report is accurate. Professor Zhang shook his head. All indicators show that you are in excellent health, with no signs of illness. Then what did you just say? Xiao Ruoxue queried, puzzled. It's unscientific. Professor Zhang's voice suddenly rose. According to our diagnosis, you previously suffered from a viral cold, and the condition was quite severe. Ordinarily, even with the best medication, it would take at least 3 days to fully recover. Yet today, within mere hours, you are completely healthy. It's nothing short of a miracle. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Miss Xiao, please tell me how you accomplished this. Who treated your illness? If I could master this method, the next Nobel Prize in medicine might very well be mine. As soon as Professor Zhang finished speaking, the entire living room buzzed with excitement. The doctors crowded around, bombarding her with questions. Miss Xiao, did you take any special medication? Which miraculous healer treated you? Could you share their contact information with us? Faced with their relentless inquiries, Xiao Ruoxue felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She waved her hand to signal for silence. Everyone, I understand your curiosity, but I cannot disclose this matter for the time being. Why not? Professor Zhang pressed urgently. This is a significant breakthrough in the medical field. We have a right to know the truth. This is my personal matter, and it does not concern you, Xiao Ruoxue replied coldly. Furthermore, the person who cured me is nothing extraordinary. He is merely an ordinary individual, an ordinary person. Professor Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. How could an ordinary person possess such miraculous medical skills? Believe it or not, Xiao Ruoxue stated, unwilling to elaborate further. She rose to leave. Miss Xiao, please wait. Professor Zhang suddenly blocked her path. I understand you may have your reasons for secrecy, but please trust us. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to uncover the truth and contribute to the field of medicine. Xiao Ruoxue paused, turning to face them, her gaze icy. I will reiterate, this is my private affair, and it does not concern you. With that, she disregarded them and strode out of the living room. Back in her room, wrapped in a silk robe, she leaned against the headboard, tightly gripping the medical report. Her expression complex and inscrutable. Every data point on the report was clear, indicating her robust health, devoid of any ailments. She recalled the moment when she had been burning with fever, aching all over. On the verge of fainting, it was Li Yi who had handed her a black pill. In a moment of desperation, she hastily sought a remedy, swallowing the pill without a second thought. Almost immediately, a wave of warmth enveloped her entire being, and all discomfort vanished as if it had never existed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, Xiao Ruoxue furrowed her brow, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. What exactly was that pill? Where had Li Yi procured it? How many secrets was he still concealing from her? A relentless barrage of inquiries clouded her thoughts, leaving her restless. She picked up her phone, located Li Yi's number, hesitated for a moment, then dialed. The call connected swiftly, but the voice that emerged rendered Xiao Ruoxue momentarily stunned. A faint, suggestive sound, interspersed with a woman's sultry whispers, reached her ears with unnerving clarity. This voice, hello? President Xiao? Li Yi's voice came through the line. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruoxue suppressed an inexplicable agitation and endeavored to speak as calmly as possible. Lie, are you available to talk right now? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Li Yi's somewhat awkward response. Yes, go ahead. Xiao Ruoxue bit her lip, resolved to be forthright. My private doctor informed me that my body shows no signs of illness at present. That's good news, Li Yi replied lightly, seemingly unfazed. However, I distinctly recall being severely ill with a cold, and you provided me with a pill that cured me. Xiao Ruoxue's tone carried a hint of accusation. What exactly was that pill? Another silence fell over the line, this one stretching longer. Xiao Ruoxue could hear the faint rustling sounds emanating from Li Yi's side. Ruoxue, that pill is a family secret remedy of mine, specifically designed to treat various ailments. Li Yi's voice sounded somewhat guilty. A family secret remedy? Xiao Ruoxue scoffed. You truly expect me to believe that? I doubt, Li Yi. I hope you can be honest with me. Xiao Ruoxue's tone turned serious. What is the origin of that pill? How many things are you hiding from me? On the other end of the line, Li Yi remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling deeply. President Xiao, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. But I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. That pill indeed has the capacity to heal and save lives. Without any side effects. As for its origins, I promise to reveal everything when the time is right. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Xiao Ruoxue felt even more perplexed. She couldn't comprehend why Li Yi chose to keep so many things from her. Did he truly have secrets that were best left undisclosed? Just as Xiao Ruoxue was about to ask further, a sudden uproar erupted on the other end of the line. Digu, who are you on the phone with? A sweet, melodic voice interjected, laced with a tender ambiguity. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Ruoxue's face drained of color. She finally understood the strange sound she had heard earlier. This scoundrel had been engaging with her while simultaneously. How shameless! How indecent! Xiao Ruoxue quickly typed a message to Li Yi and sent it off. After dispatching the text, a grave concern struck her. If Li had a girlfriend, their pretense as a couple would inevitably be exposed by their colleagues. In the workplace, gossip spread with alarming rapidity. She needed to take action to rein in this man who was so casually entangled with her employees. Chapter 53. The Artificial Sun at Dawn. Li Yi rose early and ordered breakfast for the slumbering Wu Mingming. After freshening up, he returned to the community. Today marked the commencement of the building renovation, and he was naturally required on site. However, upon arriving near the construction site, he found the entrance obstructed by a pitch-black coffin. Before the coffin, an elderly woman draped in mourning garments sat on the ground, tears and snot streaking her face. Her wails echoed through the air, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Beside her stood her son, Yu Jianjun, who usually exuded an air of arrogance, now subdued but with a glint of malice in his eyes. Like a venomous serpent fixated on Li Yi, together, they, along with the coffin, barred entry to anyone. Onlookers, including workers and residents, began to murmur amongst themselves, "Lie, you scoundrel, return my father's life." Upon spotting Li Yi, the elderly woman sprang to her feet. As if ignited, clawing and lunging at him, Lie sidestepped her, evading her gnarled hands. "What are you doing, elder you?" Li frowned, his voice frosty. "What am I doing? Do you still have the audacity to ask? You killed my husband, and now you pretend to be innocent? If it weren't for you, my husband would never have consumed that poisoned beef. If it weren't for you, he would still be alive." The elderly woman's voice grew increasingly agitated, drawing a crowd of neighbors. "Aunt you can't just say anything. How could Li possibly harm your husband?" One neighbor interjected, attempting to mediate. "How could he not? This brat is ruthless. He even dares to strike my son. What can't he do? You know your son's character. If I were to kill him, it would be a service to the community," Li retorted with a sneer. "You dare? Regardless, my husband's death is inextricably linked to you, and you must compensate." The elderly woman began to throw a tantrum, resolutely refusing to relent. "Compensation? How much do you want?" Li Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. 10 million? Not a penny less," the elderly woman audaciously demanded. "If you don't pay today, I won't let your construction team through the gate." She flopped down in front of the coffin, entirely blocking the passage. "Li Yi, just give a little to appease her. Aunt Yu is not to be trifled with," a neighbor whispered in Li Yi's ear. "Indeed, Li Yi, sometimes it's better to part with some money than to engage in conflict." Another chimed in. "You don't understand. That old woman has connections in court. If it comes to litigation, you will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage." The crowd buzzed with voices, cautioning Li Yi against acting impulsively, advocating for a peaceful resolution. Li let out a cold laugh. These people, standing idly by, had no idea how urgent the situation was. He chose to disregard their pleas, leaping onto an excavator parked nearby. Skillfully starting the machine, he adjusted the bucket's angle, directing it toward the elderly woman and the obstructive coffin. The excavator roared to life, its tracks grinding against the ground. The massive bucket rose slowly, eventually positioning itself directly above the coffin. Upon witnessing this, the elderly woman's face turned ashen. She hadn't anticipated that Li Yi would truly take action. What are you doing? Are you intending to commit murder?" Her voice quavered, fear lacing her tone. Li Yi's expression remained impassive. "You have 1 minute to remove the coffin. Otherwise, you and it will vanish from here." The end of days loomed ever closer, and bizarre occurrences began to manifest more frequently. Each day of delay in the construction process diminished his chances of survival after the impending apocalypse. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, collectively holding their breath in anticipation of what would unfold. Is he really going to go through with it? Yu Jianjun felt a twinge of panic. He never expected Li Yi would dare to act. The elderly woman, gazing at the enormous bucket suspended above her, reluctantly conceded. She understood that Li Yi was indeed prepared to take action. Should the coffin be destroyed, Li Yi would merely incur some monetary loss and a few days of detention. However, she would be utterly humiliated in the community. The subject of scorn and ridicule. To forsake her late husband's coffin for the sake of money would be a source of everlasting shame. Defeated, the elderly woman and her family hastily departed the scene with the coffin. As the crowd watched the elderly woman leave in disgrace, laughter erupted among them. This old hag, who usually throws her weight around, has finally met her match. Haha, it's a relief to see. Indeed, the wicked should face their reckoning. I've long been fed up with that old woman who exploits her position as a community worker for her own gain. Last time, she insisted my renovations were illegal and threatened me with fines, only to turn around and have her son's home lavishly decorated without a word. Exactly, she's nothing but a double-standard hypocrite, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With the issue resolved, the construction team swiftly resumed operations, the site bustling with activity once more. Heavy cranes roared as their massive mechanical arms extended, lifting bundles of alloy steel and delivering them precisely to the construction platform on the 6th floor. Starting from the 6th floor, the exterior walls of each level were to undergo a thorough transformation. According to the renovation plan, all outer walls were to be reinforced with alloy steel plates measuring 50 centimeters thick. These plates, treated through special processes, boasted a strength far superior to ordinary steel, capable of withstanding immense external forces. Following the installation of the steel plates, the pouring process would commence. Workers would fill the molds with high-grade reinforced concrete, layer upon layer, until the plates were securely encased. Simultaneously with the exterior renovations, the apartment's ventilation system underwent a comprehensive upgrade. Each vent was fitted with multiple layers of filters, including highly efficient activated carbon and dense sponge layers. These filters effectively blocked harmful substances from the air, ensuring that the air entering the premises remained fresh and non-toxic. While the workers toiled, Li made his way alone to the rooftop greenhouse. Thanks to the nourishing black soil, the vegetables thrived, with many green shoots already blossoming. Given the unpredictable weather conditions post-apocalypse, Li accessed the system marketplace. Artificial sun, 500 survival points, capable of altering the weather within a specified range according to your needs. He decided to redeem the artificial sun. Exchange successful. Survival point balance, 11 points. Soon, the sun materialized in his palm. It was a spherical orb, radiating a warm yellow glow, no larger than a soccer ball. Feeling the warmth within his hand, he tossed the orb into the AI. It hovered gracefully, its brilliance intensifying and illuminating the entire warehouse. Transitioning to a cloudy day, as he issued the command, the orb's light rapidly dimmed, and the once bright greenhouse was instantly shrouded in darkness. The temperature plummeting correspondingly, transitioning to a rainy day. Scarcely had he spoken when wisps of vapor began to emanate from around the sun. The vapor quickly coalesced, transforming into dark clouds. Moments later, rain cascaded down. Simultaneously, his phone rang. Wu Mengming's anxious voice came through. Egu, hurry to the company, President Xiao needs to see you. Chapter 54. Unexpected harvest. A flurry of conjectures raced through his mind, yet clarity eluded him. He rushed to the company and entered Xiao Ruoshua's office. The spacious and bright room appeared as usual, save for the addition of a new desk and computer. On it rested a pristine computer, its screen still adorned with protective film. Xiao Ruoshua sat behind the largest desk, lifting her gaze upon hearing the door open. You're here. Li's eyes fell upon the new desk, his confusion deepening. This is... Xiao Ruoshua set down the documents in her hands, her eyes locking onto his. From today onwards, you shall be my secretary. Secretary? Li was momentarily taken aback. Yes, my secretary, Xiao Ruoshua affirmed with a nod. But, President Xiao, as a man, isn't this inappropriate? Li inquired, struggling to comprehend Xiao Ruoshua's reasoning behind this decision. To prevent you from causing trouble with other women at the company, she replied, if I allow you to flirt and pursue women here, it won't be long before our facade as a couple is exposed, tarnishing my reputation. I refuse to wear an unjustified green hat. Therefore, my demands are simple. Outside the company, you may indulge as you please, but within these walls, you shall dutifully play the role of my faux boyfriend. From today onward, this is your workstation. Xiao Ruoshua pointed decisively at the new desk. Li felt helpless. He understood that once Xiao Ruoshua had made a decision, it was challenging to alter. Additionally, I have another matter for you. Xiao Ruoshua slammed a document onto the desk, questioning, you signed a contract worth over 100 million with Jinlong Company on behalf of the company? Just to renovate an old apartment? Li picked up the document and glanced at it. It was indeed the contract he had signed with Jinlong Company. President Xiao, this is my investment strategy. He explained, the old apartment is in a prime location. If the renovation is successful, property values could soar tenfold. Investment strategy? Xiao Ruoxue scoffed. Do you realize that this sum is enough to purchase several villas? Yet you choose to renovate an old apartment? What are you thinking? Although the money was indeed his, she continued, I studied management. I understand investments better than you, as long as you avoid the stock market. Your wealth could last a lifetime. President Xiao, he began, but she interrupted. Why are you constructing a vegetable greenhouse on the rooftop? There's a fresh produce supermarket right at the entrance of the community. Li Yi fell silent, aware that Xiao Ruoxue could not grasp his rationale. After all, the apocalypse had yet to unfold, and she was unaware of what lay ahead. President Xiao, these matters cannot be easily explained at present. But you will soon understand. As noon approached, Li Yi hurried to the underground parking lot. After a morning of contemplation, he realized that the apartment was lacking one crucial element, a signal base station system. Following the apocalypse, power would inevitably be cut off. Once that happened, the surrounding signal base stations would become inoperative. At that point, both telephone and internet signals would cease entirely. Consequently, whether within the community or the apartment building, he would be oblivious to any emergencies. Without communication with the outside world, he would lose the initiative necessary for survival during the apocalypse. He needed to establish a robust network communication system within the apartment building to form a local area network, covering at least the entire community. Coupled with satellite communications, he could completely disregard the repercussions of power outages. Yet, he had no knowledge in this domain. Professionals were required for such tasks. Just as he prepared to head to a specialized company, an elderly man in a white coat with graying hair knocked on his car window. Li turned to see an individual he recognized from Xiao Ruoxue's descriptions, the esteemed medical professor of Dahu City, Zhang Jianghe. Li lowered the window. Professor Zhang, is there something you need? The elderly man beamed with a smile. Xiao Li, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Are you free now? I'd like to have a word. Li glanced at the time. I apologize, Professor Zhang, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Then please, hop in, and we can chat on the way, Zhang Jianghe insisted. Opening the passenger door and taking a seat, the vehicle smoothly exited the parking lot. Professor Zhang eagerly initiated the conversation. Xiao Li, what medicine did you give Ruoxue the other day? The effects were simply miraculous. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered a remedy so immediate in its results. Li offered a mild smile. Professor Zhang, that is a family secret. I cannot divulge it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Jianghe's eyes, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. Xiao Li, name your price. I want that prescription. 10 million enough? Li Yi felt a stir of interest. 10 million. This old man is indeed wealthy. However, his current need for money was minimal. What he truly required was talent, particularly someone as experienced as Zhang Jianghe. With the onset of the apocalypse, medical resources would become exceedingly scarce. If he could establish a medical room within his safe house and have a doctor on hand, he could avert the complications of illness. After all, detox pills could not treat injuries or perform surgeries. Professor Zhang, I'm not interested in money. However, I do have a condition. Zhang Jianghe paused. What condition? I need to set up a medical room in the apartment building. If you agree to work for me, I can provide you with detox pills. Zhang Jianghe furrowed his brow at a medical room. What do you need that for? There are hospitals all over the streets. That's not for you to worry about. Just tell me if you are willing. The elderly man fell silent, weighing the pros and cons on one hand. Li Yi's medicine held a fatal allure for him. On the other, abandoning the lucrative position beside Xiao Ruoxue for an uncertain private medical room gave him pause. Xiao Li, let me think about it. This is rather sudden. That's fine. However, I have limited time. You should decide quickly. The elder pondered for a long time, his gaze gradually firming. All right, I'll agree. However, I have a condition of my own. The items you provide must be authentic and not have significant side effects. As a doctor, I must ensure their safety and efficacy. Li chuckled. Of course. However, you must assist me in establishing that medical room promptly. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Zhang Jianghe assured, patting his chest. The car came to a halt outside a medical equipment company. Li produced 2 detox pills from his pocket and handed them to the elder. Trading 2 pills for a professional doctor seemed fair. Professor Zhang, the medicine is now in your hands. Feel free to study it. Please procure the best equipment for the medical room. Money is no object. Zhang Jianghe nodded, his face alight with joy. As long as he could decipher this medicine, the next Nobel Prize would undoubtedly be his, rest assured. Shout Li. I'll resign immediately and assemble a top-notch medical team for you. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhanghe, Li Yi drove towards the largest telecommunications company in the city. He parked in front of the office building of Huanxia Telecommunications, gazing up at the towering structure that sparkled under the sunlight, epitomizing the might of this state-owned giant. With an annual profit exceeding $1 trillion, Huanxia Telecommunications boasted a nationwide communication network. Li understood that if he was willing to invest, they could lay fiber optics and 5G signals even in the most remote mountains. He entered the spacious and brightly lit lobby, making his way directly to the reception desk. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A young woman in professional attire inquired politely. "I need to establish an independent local area network communication system, covering an area approximately the size of a community, with the capability to support satellite communications, impervious to power outages and network interruptions." Li stated his requirements plainly. Chapter 55. System Vulnerabilities. The receptionist paused, then flashed a professional smile. "Do you have an appointment?" "I do not. Please wait a moment. I will contact someone." The receptionist made a phone call. Moments later, she hung up. "Sir, our technical director is available now. Please follow me." Li followed the receptionist to the office door. She gently knocked. "Come in." Li pushed the door open. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man behind the desk. He wore a pair of spectacles, his hair somewhat sparse, yet his gaze was remarkably sharp. "Are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man lifted his head, scrutinizing Li. "Are you the technical director?" "Indeed, I am. I would like to request your assistance in establishing a local area network, covering an area approximately the size of a neighborhood." The technical director furrowed his brow slightly. "A neighborhood? Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The man took a deep breath to steady himself. "Sir, our Huanxia telecommunication services span the entire nation, and as long as you are within the city, network connectivity is fully covered. There is no need for you to establish a local area network. It would merely be a waste of funds, serving no purpose. Should you encounter any issues with your network, a single phone call will ensure that we dispatch someone to your location within half an hour." Although the man sought to dissuade Li from this notion, their agreement was ultimately reached due to Li's insistence. After departing from the telecommunications company, Li made his way to an abattoir on the outskirts of town. Ever since the system emerged, he had been pondering a thought. If eliminating zombies yields a tenfold reward in survival points, what about slaughtering those zombified animals? Standing before the rusted iron gates of the slaughterhouse, the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent. Li inhaled deeply and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a middle-aged man opened the door, clad in a grease-stained work uniform, a wary expression on his face. "Who are you looking for?" "I wish to purchase some meat," Li replied calmly. "By meat?" The man appraised Li from head to toe, his gaze landing on the luxury car behind him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "We deal in wholesale, not retail. I am aware. I require a substantial quantity." Li gestured towards his vehicle. "At the very least, it must be enough to fill this car." The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he re-evaluated Li. "You drive such an extravagant car, yet come to a place like this to buy meat. Either you're not quite right in the head, or you have ulterior motives. Are you looking to acquire the slaughterhouse?" he inquired tentatively. Li was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a laugh. "Acquire? No, I simply wish to purchase some meat." "How much?" 1,000 jin of lamb, Li stated matter-of-factly. 1,000 jin? The man was taken aback. That was no trivial amount. Typically, a single sheep yields around 40 jin of meat, meaning over 20 sheep would need to be slaughtered for such a quantity. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door wider. "Come in." Following the man into the slaughterhouse, Li was immediately enveloped by an even more pungent odor of blood. The floor was slick with blood, and tiny flecks of meat floated in the air, with a few flies buzzing about. "Our sheep are slaughtered on site, ensuring freshness," the man explained as they walked. "I would like to try it myself," Li suddenly declared. "Try it yourself?" The man halted, looking at Li in disbelief. "Do you know how?" "No, but I am willing to learn." The man shook his head in exasperation, unable to fathom the mindset of the wealthy. Soon, a young worker approached, a laborer from the slaughterhouse. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "This gentleman wishes to personally slaughter a sheep. Teach him how to operate the machine," the man instructed, pointing at Li. The young worker glanced between Li and the boss, a look of confusion on his face. "Boss, this. Just do as you're told." No more unnecessary chatter, the young man was scolded and, lowering his head, led Li Yi to a slaughtering machine to explain the operational procedure. Once the explanation was complete, the young worker connected the power supply and stepped aside. Li stood before the machine, inhaling deeply before pressing the start button. The machine roared to life, its blades whirling rapidly as a live sheep was fed into it. Li watched intently, observing the sheep struggle beneath the blades as blood sprayed everywhere. Before long, the sheep was butchered, but the system's notification remained silent. Clearly, these sheep did not fall under the category of zombies. He continued to slaughter over 20 sheep, yet still, the system's alert failed to materialize. This led Li Yi to realize a crucial point. While the system may possess its shortcomings, it is exceptionally stringent in certain aspects. It is highly likely that mass-farmed animals are still regarded as ordinary creatures in the eyes of the system. This indicated that attempting to accumulate survival points through a slaughterhouse was simply unrealistic. With this notion in mind, Li Yi left the slaughterhouse and proceeded to a hardware market to purchase a slingshot. Venturing into the countryside, he drew back the slingshot, aiming at a sparrow. The sparrow fell, and the system's voice promptly chimed in. Zombie sparrow killed, awarded 2 survival points. Observing this prompt, Li Yi felt a sense of helplessness. 2 points for a sparrow meant that a dog might yield only a few points, while some ferocious beasts could potentially offer dozens. The risk of being discovered while hunting such low-value animals seemed ill-advised. After much contemplation, he concluded that remaining in the company of humans was the most prudent course of action in the face of the impending apocalypse. As he deliberated, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Time-limited challenge task. In the apocalypse, you must outrun the zombies to survive. Please remain alive while running at a speed no less than 9 meters per second. Complete within 24 hours to receive Dragon Essence Tiger Power Pill X1 and 40 survival points. 9 meters per second? Hearing this figure, Li Yi felt somewhat troubled. Ever since his physical enhancements, his running speed had significantly increased, allowing him to easily surpass world sprinting records. However, despite his speed, finding someone capable of running under 11 seconds for 100 meters was exceedingly rare. For an average person to complete it in 12 seconds is already considered fast, while achieving 11 seconds is the level of a professional athlete. Completing it in under 10 seconds places one among the world's elite. After much reflection, he concluded that he would have to seek out a professional athlete. On the other side of the city, the blazing sun scorched the asphalt, distorting the air with heat waves. Outside the Daqing Sports Center, throngs of people gathered, colorful banners fluttering. A grand national athletics championship was about to commence. Su Bin, a national first-class athlete and the holder of the Huanxia sprint record, was leading several teammates in a light jog as they approached the venue. I should still be the champion this time, Su Bin remarked, smiling at his nearby teammates. Those foreign competitors were simply lacking in skill during the last Olympics. In the finals, I barely exerted myself. Upon hearing his words, his teammates frowned in unison. Bin Gu, you shouldn't speak like that. There are always greater talents out there. As national team athletes, we should remain humble. Su Bin raised an eyebrow at this and laughed. Humble? That notion is for the weak. In my view, power is everything. The weak deserve to be trampled by the strong and humiliated. Just then, a figure darted past them. Su Bin felt a gust of wind brush by, bringing a chill. He reached into his pocket, his expression changing abruptly. Where's my phone? It had been in his pocket just moments ago. His teammates also halted, looking over. Did you forget your phone? Impossible. Su Bin shook his head, his tone firm that I remember distinctly. It was in my right pocket. He patted down his pockets again and even shook out his sportswear, yet found nothing. It really is gone. Su Bin's face turned ashen. That phone contained a wealth of training data and personal information, its value immeasurable. Could it be that person from earlier? Another teammate hesitantly suggested. Are you saying that person just now stole my phone? Su Bin could hardly believe it. How could that be possible? Who could stealthily take something from me? Recalling the fleeting figure from earlier, the feeling of unease in Su Bin's heart intensified. He turned his head only to see a young man standing a short distance away, grinning at him. The youth held a black phone in his hand, tauntingly waving it. Upon noticing Su Bin's gaze, the young man turned and fled. Stop, don't run. Without hesitation, Su Bin took off in pursuit. The two engaged in a chase along the broad road. After just a few seconds, Su Bin sensed something was amiss. His prideful speed could not keep up with an ordinary person. How could this be? He was a national first-class athlete and the holder of the Huanxia sprint record. Gritting his teeth, a profound sense of defeat surged within him, igniting an even fiercer determination. He refused to believe that as an Olympic champion, he could not capture a petty thief. Although Su Bin's speed approached its limits, the distance between him and Li remained unchanged as time dragged on. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. He had never imagined that someone could push him to such an extent. Su Bin's teammates followed closely behind, each one gasping for breath. How is this possible? One teammate panted, astonished at Su Bin's speed. He can't catch up to him. I must be seeing things. Is that guy truly human? Another athlete rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept what they were witnessing. They were all national team athletes, fully aware of just how terrifying Su Bin's capabilities were. In their eyes, Su Bin's speed was nearly the pinnacle of human limits, unparalleled by anyone. However, now, an obscure young man has astonishingly outpaced Su Bin, utterly upending their perceptions. Impossible. This is absolutely implausible. One team member shook his head, attempting to deny the reality before them, insisting that Su Bin must be in poor form today. Or perhaps that young man has employed some extraordinary means. Yet, no matter how they rationalized it, they could not alter the undeniable truth. Su Bin, the legendary figure of the sprinting world, could not outrun a thief. At that moment, Li Yi, while running, occasionally glanced back, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure the champion would not lose sight of his target. After running a full kilometer, the system finally indicated that the task was complete. Having fulfilled the task, he set his phone aside and turned to vanish into the crowd. Reaching a secluded corner, Li Yi paused and retrieved the dragon essence and tiger might pill rewarded by the system. Swallowing it whole as the pill settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged toward his waist, as if two flames were igniting, dispelling the fatigue and soreness accumulated from prolonged running. His previously heavy legs now felt remarkably light. Invigorated with newfound strength, Li stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented vitality, distinctly more energetic than before. Glancing back, he noticed that Su Bin and his teammates had long since disappeared, likely left far behind. With no lingering concerns, Li Yi resolved to test the effects of the pill, eager to discover the true power of the dragon essence and tiger might. Without further contemplation, he drove to Sun Tianhao's company. Arriving at the Starshine building, to his surprise, Zheng Yaoyao was not in her office. After inquiring with the staff, he learned that Sun Tianhao had taken Zheng Yaoyao to meet his parents at a luxurious restaurant within the city. On the second floor of a certain restaurant in the city center, the venue had been entirely reserved. Seated at a round table, Sun Tianhao donned an exquisitely tailored suit, his hair meticulously groomed. A triumphant smile graced his face as he occasionally glanced at Zheng Yaoyao, who, adorned in a flowing white gown and sporting delicate makeup, resembled a fairy. Their parents encircled the dining table, the atmosphere vibrant and harmonious. Sun Tianhao's father, a portly middle-aged man, was the first to speak. Yaoyao is truly more delightful with each passing glance. She and our Tianhao are indeed a match made in heaven. He raised his glass in a toast to Zheng Yaoyao's parents. In-laws, from now on, we are family. Let us toast to this. Zheng Yaoyao's father, a man whose face bore the marks of time, promptly stood, cradling his glass with both hands, his face alight with smiles. Mr. Sun, you are too kind. It is a blessing for our Yaoyao to become your family. He carefully clinked glasses with Sun Tianhao's father and drained the contents in one gulp. Zheng Yaoyao's mother, a well-dressed middle-aged woman, chimed in, indeed, Tianhao is a fine young man with a successful career. For Yaoyao to marry him is truly a stroke of fortune for our family. She cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Yaoyao. Yaoyao, why don't you raise a toast to your uncle Sun and aunt? Zheng Yaoyao, momentarily taken aback, quickly picked up her glass and stood to toast. Uncle Sun, aunt, I hope for your guidance in the future. Her voice was sweet, laced with a hint of deliberate gentleness. Sun Tianhao's mother, a well-preserved matron, smiled as she took Zheng Yaoyao's hand. Good child, we are family now. No need for such formality. Her gaze roamed over Zheng Yaoyao, brimming with admiration. If Tianhao could marry a beautiful and capable woman like you, it would indeed be his good fortune. Seeing his parents lavish praise on his girlfriend filled Sun Tianhao with pride, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Darling, you look stunning today. Sun Tianhao's father observed this with satisfaction, nodding inwardly. Tianhao, When do you and Yao Yao plan to wed? He suddenly inquired, steering the conversation toward the crucial topic. We are not getting any younger. We are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Sun Tianhao's mother echoed the sentiment. Yes, you young people shouldn't just be in love. It would be wise to settle the marriage soon for our peace of mind. Sun Tianhao turned to Zhang Yaoyao, his eyes filled with anticipation. Darling, what do you think? Zhang Yaoyao felt a pang of anxiety tighten within her, quickly suppressing her unease and donning a bashful smile. I will follow your lead. Sun Tianhao, observing her reaction, felt even more triumphant. Mom, Dad, I have discussed it with Yao Yao, and we plan to get engaged next month. He grasped Zhang Yaoyao's hand with heartfelt affection. I will ensure that Yao Yao has the grandest wedding, making her the happiest bride. A surge of joy filled Zhang Yaoyao. Once engaged, she would be half a step into the upper echelons of society. Sun Tianhao's parents beamed at this news. Wonderful, wonderful. Next month sounds splendid. We shall begin preparations at once. Sun Tianhao's father decisively proclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. Zhang Yaoyao's parents shared in their joy, realizing that aligning with a wealthy family would lift them from their ordinary lives into a realm of privilege. In-laws, we shall entrust the wedding arrangements to you. We will fully cooperate, Zhang Yaoyao's father promptly asserted, fearful of missing this opportunity to ascend the social ladder. Zhang Yaoyao's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, our Yao Yao has been pampered since childhood and knows little. We will rely on you to look after her. Yao Yao, you must be dutiful and care for your in-laws, ensuring Tianhao is well looked after, understand? Zhang Yaoyao was acutely aware that her mother was reminding her to firmly grasp Sun Tianhao. This lucrative opportunity. Tianhao, I heard that a guy namely hit you last time. This is unacceptable. Do you need me to have someone teach him a lesson? Sun Tianhao's father set down his chopsticks. Speaking with fierce determination, Sun Tianhao gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Dad, that guy seems to have some connections. In my opinion, we should hire some foreign thugs to deal with him. This way, even if he calls the police, they won't trace it back to us. Sun's father narrowed his eyes, his expression grim as he nodded. Fine, I will make arrangements immediately. I want that punk to understand the consequences of provoking the Sun family. He should at least spend 3 months in the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaoyao listened to the father-son duo plotting against Li Yi, a sense of dread creeping over her. She feared that if Li learned of her involvement, he might retaliate violently. She had already experienced his strength firsthand, suffering for days from back pain, and if he came after her again, her delicate frame might not withstand it. Chapter 57. The despairing school bell. Just as they spoke, Zhang Yaoyao's phone vibrated, signaling a new message. I'm downstairs at the restaurant. Upon reading this message, Zhang Yaoyao's heart raced. If Li Yi entered the restaurant and clashed with Sun Tianhao, revealing her secret, it would spell disaster for her. She could not bear to contemplate Sun Tianhao's reaction, nor the implications for her future. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and replied, I will be right down. Setting her phone aside, Zhang Yaoyao's expression darkened considerably. She turned her gaze towards Sun Tianhao, who was animatedly conversing with their parents, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. They were on the brink of marriage, with her ascent to becoming a wealthy wife imminent. She could not allow anything to jeopardize her future. In preparation for their wedding night, she had already arranged for a doctor to perform a restorative procedure, ensuring she could still appear untouched. Zhang Yaoyao stood up and approached Sun Tianhao, whispering, Tianhao, I have a friend visiting. I need to pick her up from the airport. It's urgent. Hearing Zhang Yaoyao's concern for a classmate, Sun Tianhao's parents could not help but commend her. Yao Yao is such a thoughtful girl. Tianhao, you must cherish her. Sun Tianhao's mother smiled warmly. Indeed, it's rare to find a kind-hearted girl like Yao Yao these days, his father added in agreement. Feeling proud of his parents' praises, Sun Tianhao sought to impress. He pulled out a bank card and handed it to Zhang Yaoyao, saying, Yao Yao, take this card. The password is 66. Enjoy some shopping with your friend and don't rush back. It's not every day a friend visits, so spend some quality time together. Rest assured, within a week, I will ensure Li suffers a broken leg. He won't lay a finger on you. You are mine, and I will protect you fiercely. Zhang Yaoyao nodded and exited the restaurant. As she stepped outside, she surveyed her surroundings and her gaze fell upon a luxurious sports car not far away. The window slid down slightly, revealing Li Yi's enigmatic smile. Zhang Yaoyao's heart raced, as if gripped by an invisible hand, a sense of suffocation enveloping her. Clenching her handbag tightly, her knuckles turned white as she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed while slowly approaching the car. Each step felt like walking on a knife's edge, and with every inch closer, her heart sank further. She arrived at the car and locked eyes with Li through the window. A playful smile danced on his lips, his gaze predatory, reminiscent of a leopard watching its prey, sending shivers down her spine. She wore form-fitting blue jeans that accentuated her long legs and paired it with a simple white t-shirt that did little to conceal her figure. "Get in." Zhang Yaoyao hesitated momentarily before opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat. The car was filled with a faint scent of jasmine perfume, Li's signature fragrance. He started the engine, and the vehicle glided smoothly away from the restaurant. "What do you want from me?" Zhang Yaoyao finally spoke, her voice trembling. "What do I want? Haven't you already figured it out?" Li chuckled softly, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. "I'm getting engaged to Tianhao next month. I beg you. Let me go." Zhang Yaoyao implored, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Will you let me go? That would depend on your performance," replied Li Yi with a smile, placing his hand on Zhang Yaoyao's thigh. "Touching a woman's leg while driving is something no man can resist. I truly cannot bear this any longer. What must I do for you to release me?" Zhang Yaoyao bit her lip tightly, almost drawing blood. "It's quite simple. If I collapse in bed before you do, I will let you go." Li pinched her thigh firmly. You are shameless." Zhang Yaoyao trembled with anger. "Shameless? I can be even more shameless. Would you care to find out?" Suddenly, Li pulled over to the roadside, unfastened his seatbelt, and leaned closer to Zhang Yaoyao. She widened her eyes in terror, pressing her body against the seat, attempting to distance herself from him. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Yaoyao's voice trembled even more. "What do you think I intend to do?" Li grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Zhang Yaoyao felt a surge of fear. She struggled fiercely but could not escape Li's grip. "Lie, have you lost your mind? There are people all around." Zhang Yaoyao fought desperately, but it was futile. The car sped along, ultimately halting in front of a private cinema in the city center. "Get out," Li commanded. Zhang Yaoyao mechanically opened the car door and stepped out. She looked up to find crowds of couples at the cinema entrance. "Is this a movie theater?" Zhang Yaoyao asked, puzzled. "What are you bringing me here for?" A foreboding sense arose within her. "What for?" "Of course, to do what we ought to do." Without further ado, he took her into the cinema. Upon entering, all eyes were drawn to Zhang Yaoyao. Her exquisite features and pure aura compelled the men present to steal glances. "This guy is quite fortunate. That girl is truly beautiful, and her figure is splendid. Far surpassing those internet celebrities. I'm so envious. If only I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams." Li was acutely aware of the gazes around him, but he paid them no mind. Amidst the envious and jealous stares, he wrapped his arm around Zhang Yaoyao's slender waist and walked directly towards a private room. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Zhang Yaoyao squirmed slightly and whispered, "There are so many people watching. Could you not do this? What are you afraid of? We are in a legitimate relationship." "What legitimate relationship?" "We?" Zhang Yaoyao attempted to retort, but the words caught in her throat. She knew she had no standing to negotiate with Li Yi at that moment. Upon entering the room, she was met with a large bed, causing her complexion to pale instantly. "Have you lost your mind? This place clearly lacks soundproofing." She never anticipated that Li would bring her here. "Lack of soundproofing? Isn't that even better?" "I relish this thrilling sensation," Li replied with a smirk. You truly intend to do it here?" Zhang Yaoyao glanced warily at the thin door, still hesitating, of course. "Do you wish to go elsewhere?" "But it's genuinely unsafe here. What if someone hears us? What is there to fear? The more unsafe it is, the more thrilling it becomes." Li grinned, locking the door with a soft click. He advanced toward Zhang Yaoyao, his eyes filled with aggression. Instinctively, she retreated until her back hit the wall. With nowhere left to escape, Li gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Now, let us see how you perform." Chapter 58. Cousinly June night quietly descended. That moment, in the cinema's front desk, a young girl clad in a uniform blushed deeply. "Why must I endure such sounds? Why didn't I bring headphones? Help!" 3 hours had passed. Was this even human? The girl couldn't help but internally complain. Even an iron bull would have been ruined by now. The soundproofing in the private rooms was atrociously poor. Every rustle she could hear distinctly. The girl covered her ears, trying to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. The room even had surveillance, but she dared not check. She feared that viewing it would shatter her faith in her boyfriend. After a while, A delivery man entered the cinema and approached the private room, knocking on the door. The door opened slightly, and an arm extended out to take the small blue box from the delivery man. A lengthy period passed, and the torment finally came to an end. A figure emerged from the private room. That moment, Li Yi's face was flushed, appearing invigorated. The front desk girl stared in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had never encountered such a vigorous man. This is astonishing, the girl murmured, utterly incredulous. Li approached the front desk, pulling out a thick wad of cash from his wallet and placing it gently on the counter. Once that lady awakens, could you kindly arrange a taxi for her? Also, find someone to assist her. I suspect her legs might be weak, and she may struggle to stand. The front desk girl's gaze darted between Li Yi and the stack of cash. Her eyes filled with envy and shock. She watched him leave, her heart unable to settle for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, the girl took out her phone, opened an app, and ordered 100 bottles of Luwei Di Huangwan in one go. After placing the order, she dialed her boyfriend's number. Darling, starting today, your dinner will be Luwei Di Huangwan, understood? Don't ask why. If you don't eat it, we break up. On the way back to the hotel, Li couldn't help but chuckle. In the private room, he had perused the chat records between Sun Tianhao and Zheng Yaoyao. Before Zheng Yaoyao, Sun Tianhao had displayed no dignity whatsoever, resembling a devoted Dog. Tio win Zhang Yaoyao's favor. He even made a promise to wait until marriage to consummate their relationship. Tio reassured Zheng Yaoyao about marrying him. Sun Tianhao even drafted a contract. The terms were simple. If he were to cheat during the marriage, he would forfeit 70 of his assets. When dealing with women, lowering oneself too much can sometimes backfire. Since graduating, Li had held this belief. Women are peculiar beings, innately drawn to strength. Being overly submissive and compliant would only lead women to disdain you, never earning their respect. Beautiful women are won over through conquest. Attempting to enter their lives solely through flattery is a challenging endeavor. As Li drove back to the hotel, he was reminded of the handgun tucked beneath his pillow, a constant source of concern. The roar of the engine gradually diminished as the car came to a steady halt in the hotel's spacious parking lot. As he walked, his gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the parking lot. A familiar figure caught his eye. The person was slender, clad in a faded denim jacket, leaning against an old Santana while smoking. Amidst the swirling smoke, that face gradually came into focus. It was Li Jun. His cousin Li's brow furrowed slightly, a complex wave of emotion surging within him. He held a poor impression of this cousin. Li Jun was a few years older, having never applied himself academically and spent his days idly, engaging in all vices, becoming a cautionary tale among relatives. Years ago, Li Jun had been imprisoned for theft, and since then, they had lost contact. It was unexpected to see him here. Li Jun seemed to notice Li Yi's gaze. Looking up, their eyes meeting in the air, the man donned a slightly awkward smile, extinguishing his cigarette and approaching Li Yi's cousin. It's been a while. Li Yi remained silent, merely casting a cool glance at him. I just got out and had nowhere to go, so I thought I'd come to seek refuge with you. Li Jun rubbed his hands together, his eyes flickering, avoiding direct contact with Li Yi's gaze. Li Yi scoffed inwardly, fully aware of Li Jun's intentions. He had likely heard that Li Yi was doing well and sought to gain some benefits. He initially contemplated a direct refusal, but thought it inappropriate to dismiss a relative outright. Let's go. First, we'll head to the hotel. Li turned and walked toward the hotel, with Li Jun hurrying to keep up. Inside the hotel lobby, the opulent decor shone under the illumination of the crystal chandelier. Appearing exceptionally luxurious, Li Jun trailed behind Li Yi, glancing around with curiosity and envy. Li led Li Jun to the front desk. Get me another room. The front desk attendant smiled politely. Certainly, Mr. Li, please hold on for a moment. She adeptly navigated the computer, quickly completing the check-in process. Li received the room key and handed it to Li Jun. This is your room key. It's right next to mine. Tomorrow, I'll arrange some work for you. Li Jun accepted the key, beaming with gratitude. Thank you, cousin. I knew our bond was strong. Now that you've succeeded, you haven't forgotten me. Li did not respond, merely turning toward the elevator. Li Jun hurriedly followed, fearful of being left behind. The elevator ascended slowly, the confined space filled with an awkward atmosphere. Li leaned against the elevator wall, resting his eyes, while Li Jun stood nearby, lost in thought. Ding! The elevator reached their floor. Li Yi exited and approached his room door. He swiped the card, entered, and Li Jun followed, curiously surveying the room. The space was vast and elegantly decorated, with a breathtaking view of the city skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A glimmer of greed flashed in Li Jun's eyes. "Cousin, what work are you involved in now? I heard you've booked the hotel. How did you become so wealthy?" Li Yi offered no response, merely gazing out at the distant nightscape. "And I heard the car you drive is worth $1 million. Li Jun continued probing, and finally, Li Yi turned to look at him. "What is it you wish to say?" Li Jun felt somewhat guilty under Li Yi's penetrating gaze, and he quickly waved his hand. No, it's nothing. I was just asking casually." Li Yi let out a cold laugh. "Let me make this clear. Li Jun, do not entertain any thoughts about me. The only reason I am allowing you to stay here is out of familial obligation. If you dare to harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being impolite." Li Jun was taken aback by Li Yi's words and hastily assured him, "I wouldn't. Why would I have any designs on you? I just want to find a job and live a decent life." Li Yi did not say anything further, merely gesturing with his hand. "You should rest for now. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. "All right, then I shall return to my room." Instead of heading directly back to his own room, Li Yi made his way straight to Wu Mingming's room. He produced a keycard, and with a soft beep, the door lock clicked open. Su Ting was seated on the sofa, and upon seeing Li Yi enter, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be stunned by Li Yi's next action. He strode purposefully to the sofa and, right before her eyes, scooped up Wu Mingming, who was engrossed in her phone, and turned to head into the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed. After a considerable time, the door to Li Jun's room creaked open slightly. He peered out, glancing left and right to ensure the corridor was clear, before swiftly slipping out. Without hesitation, he quickly approached Li Yi's door, retrieving a specially made access card from his pocket and gently placing it against the door lock sensor. With a soft beep, the lock clicked open. A smug smile spread across Li Jun's face as he cautiously pushed the door ajar and slipped into Li Yi's suite. Chapter 59. The Thief as Dawn Broke. Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Wu Mingming remained lost in slumber, her breathing steady. He carefully rose, making sure not to disturb the sleeping Mingming, and quietly exited the bedroom and the living room. Su Ting was seated on the sofa, seemingly just awakened. Her long, dark hair fell loosely around her shoulders, and she was dressed in a loose pale pink tank top, revealing her long, fair legs. Holding a glass of milk, she took small sips. Is Mingming still sleeping? Su Ting looked up and, upon seeing Li Yi emerge from the bedroom, casually inquired. "Yes, she is still asleep," Li Yi replied as he settled down beside Su Ting. "I heard Mingming mention that you've been looking for work lately." "Indeed," Su Ting sighed softly. "Finding a job has become exceedingly difficult. There are countless graduates flooding the market, and for someone like me from an ordinary university, my resumes vanish into the void with no response. Why expectations are modest. I would be content with a monthly salary of 4,000. She paused, her expression dimming as she added, "If I can't find a job soon, my mother will insist I return home to arrange a marriage." "I have a proposition for you," Li Yi said, patting Su Ting's shoulder with a smile. "Come work for me, and I will pay you 300,000 a month." 300,000? Su Ting blinked in surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Li Yi. You can't be serious, can you?" "Of course, I am serious," Li Yi replied earnestly. "If you agree, starting now, 300,000 will be directly deposited into your account each month." "But why would you do this?" Su Ting's voice trembled slightly, struggling to comprehend why Li Yi would offer her such a sum. Suddenly, an unsettling image flashed in her mind. Herself and Wu Mingming lying on the bed, their postures suggestive. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. "How could I even think of such a thing? It's utterly wrong." "It is quite simple," Li smiled. "You are one of Mengming's few good friends, and I wish for you to be there for her, to bring her happiness. Is it really that simple?" Su Ting still found it hard to believe. "Indeed, it is as simple as that," Li Yi affirmed with a nod. Su Ting fell silent, her gaze fixed on Li Yi, her eyes filled with complexity. She was aware of Mengming's affections for Li Yi and recognized the kindness he showed her. Yet she never imagined he would go to such lengths for Mengming's sake. "Are you trying to buy me off?" She suddenly recalled the image of Li Yi passionately kissing another woman in a car. "Buy you off?" Li Yi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You think that's it, do you? But 300,000 is far too much." Su Ting remained hesitant. A monthly salary of 300,000 amounts to 3 million a year. A sum most people would struggle to earn in a lifetime. Not at all, Li shook his head. There are matters you are yet unaware of. When the time comes, you will understand that money is merely a piece of paper. As Li's figure retreated, Su Ting found herself perplexed. What could he possibly mean by saying money is just waste paper? Upon returning to his own room, Li changed into a clean set of clothes. Intending to check on the renovations of the apartment, a casual glance revealed that the safe appeared to have been tampered with. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. When he opened the safe, he discovered that the gun, which had previously been stored inside, was now missing. Li rushed to Li Jun's room, only to find it empty. On the table lay a note. Picking it up, Li read the crooked handwriting that scrawled, "If you want your gun back, bring 10 million in cash to the abandoned chemical factory in the south of the city. Remember, do not alert the police, or you will face the consequences." Reading the note filled Li with a surge of rage, blood rushing to his head. Li Jun had audaciously stolen his gun while he was away. If Li Jun were merely a petty thief, Li would not need to worry. But if he committed a crime with the gun and was apprehended by the police, the investigation would inevitably trace back to him. The regulations surrounding firearms were exceedingly stringent. And even if Li Jun were to remain tight-lipped, there was no escaping the repercussions under the memory restoration technique. He could only pray that Li Jun did not resort to murder or robbery, and that the existence of the gun remained concealed. Yet, events seldom unfold as one wishes. He glanced at the television mounted on the wall, where the morning news was broadcasting. In the early hours of today, a jewelry store in Dazai City was the scene of an armed robbery, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. The suspect is currently at large, and the police have launched an investigation and are pursuing the suspect vigorously. Upon hearing the news, Li's heart sank that Li Jun had spent years in prison and was utterly unaware of the changes in the outside world. Nowadays, surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, monitored under the Skynet system. Not to mention armed robbery. Even the most trivial of offenses could be swiftly reported to the police. Li had to find Li Jun as quickly as possible. He could not allow him to fall into the hands of the law enforcement agency. The illegal possession of a firearm carried a minimum sentence of 3 years. If an apocalypse were to occur while he remained imprisoned, his fate would be sealed. Without further delay, Li rushed to the bank, using the name Xiao Xinmei to withdraw 10 million in cash. Driving at breakneck speed, he arrived near the abandoned chemical factory where Li Jun had indicated. After concealing his vehicle to avoid detection, he pulled a large suitcase and made his way into one of the dilapidated factory buildings, where he found Li Jun. In the span of a single night, Li Jun had transformed, now clad in a suit and adorned with gold chains, presenting himself as nothing short of a nouveau riche. "Well, if it isn't my dear cousin, you've finally arrived," Li Jun exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face as he noticed Li. "Look who's dressed to the nines. You must be doing quite well, wearing a suit and flaunting gold chains," Li remarked, his hands in his pockets as he approached Li Jun leisurely. "Ah, it's nothing. It's all thanks to you. Why petty endeavors pale in comparison to your success," Li Jun replied with a chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Li raised an eyebrow. "You're not just dabbling in petty crimes. You've robbed a jewelry store and taken a life. You are currently wanted throughout the city. And what of it? I spent 5 years in prison. Now that I'm out, I deserve to claim what is rightfully mine." Li Jun laughed, lifting his shirt to reveal a gun strapped to his waist. "I spent 5 long years in prison, surrounded by talent and charm. They told me that in this world, money is power. So I resolved to amass wealth once I was free. When I saw the gun in your safe, it startled me. Turns out, you're not as innocent as I once thought." Li expressionlessly kicked the suitcase filled with cash towards Li Jun's feet and coldly stated, "Enough talk. Here is your money. Now give me back my gun. As per our agreement." Li Jun weighed the heavy suitcase at his feet, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he looked up at Li. His eyes filled with mockery and derision. "Return it to you? Ha ha ha, dear cousin, you remain as naive as ever. Did you truly believe I would honor any so-called promises?" Li's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "We are relatives. Do not force my hand." "Force your hand? Ha ha ha, I'm eager to see how you'll stop me." Li Jun laughed maniacally, suddenly raising the gun he held and aiming it directly at Li's chest. Pulling the trigger without hesitation, bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the empty factory, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 61. The bad brother Li fell to the ground with a thud, his body crashing heavily against the concrete floor. Motionless thereafter, Li Jun gazed coldly at Li Yi's lifeless form, his eyes as frigid as ice in his eyes, familial bonds pale in comparison to the allure of wealth. For the sake of money, he would not hesitate to betray anyone, even his own kin. Otherwise, he would not have found himself imprisoned for stealing from Li Yi's parents. Cousin, you are still too young. Are you not aware of the saying? Men die for wealth, birds perish for food? Out of respect for our blood ties, I shall bury you now. Li Jun tucked the handgun into his waistband and approached the corpse, preparing to collect Li Yi's remains. However, as he drew near, he was astonished to find that there was no blood on Li Yi's chest. Before he could draw his weapon, Li Yi sprang up from the ground with a fierce intensity, delivering a powerful punch to Li Jun's jaw. The impact was tremendous. Li Jun felt a searing pain radiate from his chin, rendering his entire face numb. Immediately following, a swift kick landed in his abdomen, causing his internal organs to shift violently, and an agonizing pain surged from his gut, forcing him to kneel, the gun slipping from his grasp. How are you not dead? Li Jun clutched his belly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Nothing much, just wearing a bulletproof vest. Had you aimed for my head, I would indeed be dead. Li Yi's foot came crashing down upon Li Jun's hand. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The sound of bones fracturing died in an instant. Li Jun's hand contorted grotesquely, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. Li Yi then seized Li Jun by the hair, yanking him upwards. His knee struck Li Jun's face with the force of a cannonball. The sheer power of the blow twisted Li Jun's features, collapsing his nose and sending his teeth flying, blood erupting from his mouth and nose like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Seizing the gun that had fallen, Li Yi pointed its dark muzzle at Li Jun's head. Cousin, you are absolutely right. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Since you wish to kill me, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Bang! In the midst of Li Jun's terrified gaze, a gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing his forehead. A mixture of red and white oozed from the wound, and Li Jun's body ceased its convulsions entirely. Kill zombie Li Jun. Reward 20 survival points. Suddenly, distant barking and the wail of sirens pierced the air. The Public Security Bureau, utilizing the Skynet system, had successfully located the scene. Li Yi used Li Jun's clothing to wipe away any fingerprints he might have left behind. He then hastily vacated the premises. Moments later, the warehouse door was violently flung open, and a pack of robust guard dogs surged inside, followed closely by heavily armed police officers. Li Yi walked cautiously, skillfully avoiding various surveillance cameras, ultimately returning to his hotel. After securing the handgun in a safe, he made his way to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Once he had changed into a fresh outfit, he waited in silence. An hour later, a knock echoed through the room. Li Yi's heart raced as he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, two uniformed officers stood outside, their expressions grave. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. May I ask if you are Mr. One of the officers inquired. I am. What seems to be the matter? We are from the Public Security Bureau, and we need to ask you a few questions. The other officer displayed his identification. Please, come in. Li ushered the two men into the room. They surveyed the surroundings before taking a seat. Mr. Li, your cousin Li Jun has passed away. Are you aware of this? One officer inquired bluntly. What? My cousin is dead. Li Yi's face contorted in shock. How did this happen? When did it occur? He pressed. This afternoon, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, he was shot in the head. The officer replied. How could this be? Li trembled, appearing visibly distraught. Why would he go to such a place? His voice quivered. We are currently investigating. The specifics remain unclear. The officer responded. Mr. Li, when was the last time you saw Li Jun? Another officer asked. Just last night. He came to see me, asking to borrow some money. I booked him a room, and then he disappeared this morning. Did you have any disagreements at that time? The officer continued questioning. No, absolutely not. Li shook his head vigorously. Are you certain? I am certain, Li declared with conviction. We have always had a good relationship. How could we possibly argue? Did he mention where he was going or who he intended to meet? The officer probed further. No, he said nothing. He only mentioned wanting my help to find a job. I never imagined he would die today. Very well, Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation. The officer stood. If we uncover any new leads, we will contact you. The perpetrator is quite cunning, having left no fingerprints. We will inform you as soon as we have results. All right, thank you. Officer Li Yi smiled as he escorted the two officers out. After closing the door, Li Yi exhaled deeply. Leaning against the door, he closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing heart. During the previous conversation, he believed he had revealed no flaws. Had he been an ordinary person, he would certainly have been taken back to the station for interrogation. However, due to the presence of Xiao Xinmei, he had merely undergone a brief inquiry, a mere formality. After the officers departed, Li Yi made his way to the sports arena in the city center. The company was hosting a team-building event, and as one of the few young participants, he had been specifically requested to attend. His gaze scanned the crowd, and soon he locked onto two familiar figures. Xiao Ruoxue donned a form-fitting athletic outfit, her cool demeanor contrasting with the vitality of her attire, creating a unique charm. She stood at the sidelines, engaging in hushed conversation with Wu Mingming, who wore a loose sports t-shirt and shorts. Radiating youthfulness and adorned with a sweet smile, Dai seemed Xiao Ruoxue sensed his presence. She lifted her head, and their eyes met. A slight smile graced her lips as she extended her hand. Clasping Li Yi's to onlookers, this gesture undoubtedly appeared as an intimate display between lovers, precisely the effect Xiao Ruoxue intended to achieve. The team-building activities commenced swiftly, time slipping away rapidly. By afternoon, people began to migrate toward the dining area. Seizing the moment amidst the commotion, Li Yi discreetly grasped Wu Mengming's hand. Her heart raced. She understood his intentions but did not refuse, instead feeling a sense of anticipation. They slipped away to the restroom. The surroundings tranquil and devoid of others, the atmosphere turning swiftly suggestive. Li Yi silently approached from behind, enveloping her soft form in his embrace, tilting his head slightly to breathe warm air against her delicate ear. Chapter 62. Flight attendant team building. Call me brother and I'll listen. But I won't, Wu Mingming teased, sticking out her tongue. Li tightened his embrace around her petite figure. Be more mischievous, and you won't be able to avoid it later. Wu Mengming's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a perfectly ripened apple. She shyly lowered her head, murmuring, brother, good brother, bad brother. Li's lips curled into a smile as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, now that's more like it. Do you like your bad brother? I do. Wu Mengming's voice was barely a whisper, her face aflame. Li exhaled another breath of warmth. Then if your brother falls ill, can you help him recuperate? The girl bashfully lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering. After a moment, she softly replied with a gentle inside the restroom. Everything was left unsaid. Outside, Xiao Ruoxue leaned against the wall, clutching the hem of her clothing tightly, her long, fair legs pressed together. Biting her lip, a mysterious flush crept across her face. After the rendezvous concluded, the restroom doors swung open once more. Li instinctively inhaled deeply, expelling the lingering atmosphere from his lungs. Wu Mingming followed closely behind. Her cheeks still tinted with a remnant blush, her eyes sparkling with shyness and satisfaction. They exited side by side, only to freeze as their gazes fell upon Xiao Ruoxue, who stood silently before them. Arms crossed and leaning slightly against the wall, her eyes, usually tinged with indifference, now bore an unwavering gaze upon them. The air seemed to thicken at that moment, every sound fading away, leaving only the silent confrontation among the three. Li Yi awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to dispel the suffocating silence. Xiao Ruoxue, what are you doing here? Xiao Ruoxue remained silent, her eyes sweeping over the two. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Wu Mingming gasped, covered her face, and fled in panic. Her hurried retreat resembled that of a startled fawn. The corridor was once again engulfed in silence, leaving only Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue. Li felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. Utterly uncomfortable, he forced a smile. Xiao Ruoxue, please don't misunderstand I and Mingming. I don't wish to hear your explanations, Xiao Ruoxue coldly interrupted. She stepped closer, the sound of her heels echoing against the tiles. I merely wanted to remind you that our company will be engaging in team-building activities with the flight attendants shortly. Xiao Ruoxue halted before Li Yi, her icy gaze fixed upon him. I hope you will behave yourself and refrain from causing trouble. Xiao Ruoxue, enough. She interrupted him once more. Remember what I've said. With that, she turned and walked away, the sound of her heels fading into the distance. At 4 p.m, a bus gradually rolled into the expansive parking lot of the sports arena. As the doors swung open, a procession of flight attendants clad in athletic uniforms emerged, creating a captivating spectacle. Their graceful figures and elegant demeanor captivated the attention of every gentleman present. Lie swiftly scanned the crowd, ultimately locking his gaze on a familiar silhouette, Bai Shui. Their relationship had been marred by numerous petty disputes, leading to significant tension between them. Bai Shui had even resorted to using harsh language to insult his parents. To his astonishment, encountering her here was unexpected. At that moment, Bai Shui noticed Li Yi as well and shot him a fierce glare. The team-building activity soon commenced, with the host announcing an engaging and challenging game segment, Intimate Cooperation. The rules were straightforward. Pairs would be randomly assigned through a draw, and each duo would place a balloon between their bellies, racing against the clock to transport it to a designated spot and burst it. This not only tested their synergy, but also subtly drew them closer together. The staff began distributing the slips of paper, and everyone eagerly drew their partners. Li casually picked a slip, unfolding it to reveal a twist of fate. He and Bai Shui were grouped together. As the game began, they stood face to face. How could it be you? Bai Shui's tone was clearly displeased. Li shrugged, adopting a nonchalant expression. This is beyond my control. What terrible luck, Bai Shui muttered under her breath, turning away to ignore him. The staff handed them a bright red balloon, signaling them to prepare. Bai Shui took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil. She knew that regardless of her reluctance, in this public setting, she had to temporarily set aside her grievances with Li Yi. Li appeared considerably more relaxed, devoid of any pressure. Are you ready, Miss Bai Shui? He inquired, placing the balloon between their midsections and leaning slightly closer to her. Bai Shui stiffened. She could feel the pressure from the balloon. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Li blinked innocently. We're supposed to hold the balloon. Otherwise, how do we start the game? Bai Shui gritted her teeth, suppressing her discomfort. She stepped closer to Li once more, their bodies nearly touching. The balloon wobbled gently between them with their movements. Let's begin, Bai Shui said quietly, a hint of resignation in her voice. Li nodded, and they cautiously began to move forward. With each step, they felt the friction of their bodies and the delicate sensations that accompanied it. Bai Shui's heart raced as she struggled to focus on the balloon, attempting to ignore Li Yi's presence. Yet, his breath lingered in her ears, making concentration elusive. Could you exert a bit more force? Bai Shui couldn't help but complain. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it, Sister Shui, Li replied innocently. Stop talking nonsense. The balloon is about to fall. Put some effort into it, Bai Shui commanded. Li smiled, choosing not to retort further. He quickened his pace, guiding Bai Shui toward the finish line. They stumbled along, finally reaching their destination. Burst it, the staff urged from the sidelines. Bai Shui and Li exchanged a glance, inhaled deeply, and then pushed against each other. The balloon exploded with a resounding pop, a result of their combined pressure. Li's strength proved too much, causing the balloon to burst and inadvertently colliding with Bai Shui's abdomen. They both fell to the ground, their bodies entangled uncontrollably. Li felt a slippery sensation beneath his hand, soft and yielding. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find his large hand had somehow slipped inside Bai Shui's shirt. Even more startling, he was sprawled atop her in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to freeze. Bai Shui gasped, her face instantly flushed with shock and embarrassment. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she forgot to resist. Lying there in a daze. What are you doing? After a brief pause, Bai Shui regained her composure, yanking Li Yi's hand out from under her shirt and covering her face as she rushed toward the restroom. Chapter 63. Minor Li Yi's colleagues looked on, their eyes filled with envy as they witnessed his unexpected fortune. Each of them, single and eager, had expended considerable effort to arrange for the flight attendants to join the team-building event, all hoping to forge connections and perhaps find a girlfriend among the attendants. Now, Li had, in full view of everyone, experienced an intimate moment with a beautiful flight attendant. How could they not feel envious? As Li stood up, he immediately sensed the predatory gaze of Xiao Ruoshuer upon him. The surrounding flight attendants instinctively stepped aside, wary of his primal instincts and fearing he might repeat his earlier actions. Noticing the voracious looks from his colleagues, Li wisely withdrew from the team-building activity, exiting the arena. Once in a taxi, he found himself listening to a post-apocalyptic survival tale playing softly in the background. Settling into the back seat, he casually asked, "Driver, Do you also enjoy listening to apocalyptic novels? The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a friendly demeanor, chuckled at the remark, when there's nothing to do. It's nice to have some entertainment. Do you think the world will end? Li Yi inquired. Oh, that's just the author's fanciful imagination. It's impossible. If the apocalypse were truly upon us, I'd just eat this car. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Li Yi's lips. That may not be the case. The driver erupted into hearty laughter, clearly dismissing Li Yi's words. Young man, your priority now is to uninstall that tomato novel app. The end of the world is utterly improbable. Suddenly, the sun-drenched sky darkened without warning. It was a swift descent into darkness, as if the entire world had been plunged into shadow. The surroundings became pitch black, rendering visibility non-existent. The driver's smile vanished, replaced by profound fear. Bang! A rear-end collision jolted the vehicle, setting off a chain reaction of crashes. What's happening? The driver's head slammed against the steering wheel. Blood trickling from his nose, Li remained silent, gazing out the window, eye in the darkness. Headlights flickered on one after another, accompanied by cries and sirens. The apocalypse, has it truly arrived? The driver murmured, I can't be that prophetic. Can I? Is the heavens truly intent on having me consume this car? The darkness came swiftly, but departed just as quickly. Within 10 seconds, the world was illuminated once more. The streets were littered with accident scenes. Vehicles of all sizes piled haphazardly like blocks, metal twisted and contorted, shards of glass scattered everywhere, the air heavy with the scent of gasoline and charred remains. Only Li Yi understood that this was merely a portent of the end times. As time progressed, various bizarre omens would likely become increasingly frequent. Exiting the vehicle, Li Yi chose to walk to his apartment, steering clear of the road to avoid any unnecessary accidents. Time-limited challenge. Instill profound fear in 3 or more zombies. Challenge duration, 24 hours. Task reward, emotion stabilizer X1, survival point. The system's voice echoed softly in his mind. Upon arriving at the construction site, Li Yi's eyes brightened. The exterior of the apartment building had been completely revitalized. Sturdy steel and specially formulated concrete weaving together to form an impregnable outer defense. Stepping inside, he found Wang Jie, the safety company executive responsible for the renovation project, waiting for him. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Wang Jie greeted, his customary serene smile gracing his face. Thank you for your efforts, Supervisor Wang, Li Yi replied, surveying his surroundings. The outer construction was nearly complete, while the interior renovations had only just begun. However, with diligent work over the next 2 months, they should be able to finish. Wang Jie proudly detailed the progress. As per your specifications, all walls have been constructed using special materials, capable of withstanding far greater physical assaults than usual. Excellent, Li Yi nodded, acknowledging Wang Jie's work. However, there have been some recent issues at the site. Wang Jie's tone shifted, his brow furrowing. What's the matter? A gang of thieves has been causing trouble at the site. Wang Jie sighed. Workers have been ambushed and knocked unconscious, and a significant amount of materials have gone missing. The crew is quite fearful and hopes you can resolve this. Have the police been notified? Li Yi inquired. Yes, but their presence has been futile. Wang Jie shook his head. These thieves are rather unusual. You'll understand upon seeing them. As night deepened, the construction site fell into silence. Alone, Li Yi waited quietly inside the apartment building. Time ticked by, the stillness so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. 3 o'clock in the morning. The hour when fatigue weighs heaviest, a subtle noise shattered the tranquility. Li Yi's eyes snapped open, pinpointing the source of the sound. Several shadows stealthily infiltrated the site. The figures approached a storage area filled with building materials, expertly prying open the door. Just as they prepared to make off with the goods, Li Yi sprang into action. He appeared like a wraith behind them, delivering a swift chop to the neck of one shadowy figure. The intruder let out a muffled groan and crumpled to the ground. The remaining culprits, witnessing this, hastily brandished steel pipes and advanced toward Li Yi. He smirked coldly, delivering precise strikes that left them grimacing in pain. After a single exchange, the shadows lay scattered on the ground. Groaning in agony, Li Yi approached, crouching to examine the uninvited guests under the moonlight. To his surprise, these so-called thieves turned out to be a group of teenagers, still clad in their school uniforms. Zombie Su Haolong, 16 years old. Zombie Guamimi, 16 years old. To his astonishment, All 5 individuals were indeed underage students. "Which school do you attend?" Lee inquired in a low voice. "Why have you come here to steal?" One of the youths wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unsteadily rising to his feet, his gaze fiercely fixed on Lee. "Who the hell are you to question me?" "Mind your own business, old man. The police don't dare to mess with us. Who do you think you are?" The shortest girl crouched on the ground, her arms crossed, disdain evident in her eyes. Listening to their threats, Lee felt a smirk tug at the corners of his mouth. Did these students truly perceive him as a law-abiding citizen, believing that a few harsh words could intimidate him? "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" The leader, a boy with bleached hair, felt a tremor of fear at Li's gaze but still mustered the courage to reply. "Let me tell you, we are still minors, and if you push us too hard, we can kill you without facing any consequences." "Oh, is that so? How terrifying," Li retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Enraged by the mockery, the bleached-haired boy shouted, "Brothers, let's get him. Teach him a lesson." Yet, after being thoroughly beaten by Li moments ago, none of the others had the courage to advance. They stood frozen, exchanging glances, too fearful to accede. It was instead the bleached-haired boy who found himself seized by the collar by Li. Lifted off the ground. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as it struck the boy's face. Slap! 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 A series of slaps followed, causing his face to swell visibly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. After several strikes, the once arrogant boy resembled a pig's head, his earlier bravado replaced by sheer terror. Chapter 64. Educating trash. The bleached-haired student lay groaning on the ground, covering his face in pain. He couldn't fathom why. Despite being a minor, this man before him showed no mercy when it came to violence. The personnel from the Security Management Office would merely issue a verbal warning for his theft. Given Li's ruthless demeanor, the group exchanged a few more threats before fleeing the scene. In the dead of night, the South Street Security Management Office was brightly lit. Inside the duty room, a young officer was engrossed in organizing documents. "Hello, comrade," Li said, lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. The officer looked up, his gaze scanning Li with a hint of suspicion. "What brings you here at this hour?" "I came to report a situation," Li replied directly. "I just apprehended a group of students stealing building materials at a construction site." "Students? Which school are they from?" "I'm not sure. They all appeared quite young and were still in their uniforms." The leader had bleached hair and went by the name Su Haolong. Su Haolong. The officer's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating. "Are you certain it's Su Haolong?" "Yes, he said so himself," Li affirmed with a nod. "This might complicate matters," the officer sighed, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Why complicate matters? They were stealing. There must be consequences. You don't understand. They are all minors, and—" The officer hesitated, seemingly burdened by unspoken truths. "And what?" "And this, Su Haolong, the situation is rather complex." The officer lowered his voice, leaning closer to Li. He was previously implicated in a campus murder case. "Murder?" Li's heart raced. "Yes, but he was too young at the time. Below the age of legal responsibility. So, nothing was ever done." The officer shook his head helplessly. "Nothing was done? Isn't that enabling criminal behavior?" "We have no choice. Everyone is aware that he and 2 classmates buried a younger child alive. But there's nothing we can do." The officer spread his hands, his expression one of bitter resignation. "I understand your feelings, but matters like this, we truly cannot intervene. That boy's parents often threaten us with suicide if we take action. If we do, they would end up dead outside our office." "Are you suggesting I should just endure this?" Li retorted. "That's not what I mean. It's just that it's better to avoid trouble." As Li made his way back to the hotel, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. From the officer's implications, it seemed highly likely that he would face retaliation, and the other party had no concerns about repercussions. Upon returning to the vicinity of his apartment building, a sudden, acrid odor invaded his nostrils. The once pristine walls were now defaced with bright red paint, covered in twisted letters that resembled the claws of a vengeful ghost, casting curses with reckless abandon. "Die! Be cut off from descendants! Get hit by a car!" The phrases were shocking, each sentence dripping with malice. Surrounding the expensive soundproof walls were gaping holes, starkly conspicuous. Cold wind whistled through the openings, producing a mournful sound. Akin to the wails of spirits, these little brats truly are lawless. Li clenched his fists, feeling for the first time in days that he had been too lenient, following the trail of paint-stained footprints left by the miscreants. He arrived at a vibrant street filled with neon lights. Looking up, he spotted a KTV establishment named Night Colors. A thought struck him. It seemed like the direction the students had fled. Could they be there? With a glimmer of hope, he stepped inside the KTV. The blaring music assaulted his ears, mingling with a cacophony of noise. Lie frowned as he approached the bar. "Excuse me, have you seen a group of students? Around 16 or 17 years old. One of them has bleached hair," he inquired of the bartender. The bartender appraised Lee with indifference. "Students? We have students coming in every day. How am I supposed to know which ones you're talking about?" Lee retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it on the bar. "Help me find them. If you do, this is all yours." The bartender's eyes lit up, instantly adopting a friendly demeanor. "Sure thing, just a moment. Found them. They're in room 306 on the 3rd floor. Inside room 306, the dim lighting and chaotic array of colorful spotlights created a disorienting atmosphere. The deafening music threatened to rupture eardrums. A group of 7 or 8 boys and girls huddled on the couch, smoking and swaying to the rhythm. At the center of the couch sat Su Haolong, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he counted the cash in his hands. Surrounding him were several boys, eagerly pouring him drinks and lighting his cigarettes. "Bro, you really picked a great spot this time. We only stole a bit of material and made several thousand. When are we going again?" Relishing the flattery, Su Haolong beamed with pride. "In a rush. We splattered paint on that guy. He's probably fuming right now. Let him simmer for a few days before we strike again. Next time, we'll get a vehicle and make a big haul. And then I'll knock that punk out and strip him naked, tossing him on the street. He thinks he can act tough in front of me. I'll show him." Su Haolong's threats excited those around him even more. "Bro, you're amazing. Following you is definitely the way to go. I'm dropping out of school tomorrow to follow you into society. 3 meals a day guaranteed. You're truly bold, no doubt about it. You even managed to say things like put on pants before shoes. Be a grandson before a grandpa." As the beer flowed, the group gradually became intoxicated. Su Haolong, glancing at the rebellious girl Guamimi beside him, felt a surge of mischief and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Mimi, you're so cute. Why don't you take off your clothes so we can have a look, bro? Isn't that inappropriate?" "I'm a girl," Guamimi protested, sensing the atmosphere turning sour. But in the next moment, a resounding slap struck her face. "What the hell are you playing at, you filthy whore? Hurry up and strip. Once I take my pictures, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll post your naked photos online for everyone to see." Just as Guamimi cried and reached for the hem of her shirt, the door to the private room was kicked open. A young man wearing a mask and hat strode in. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" A boy with dyed red hair, adorned with multiple ear piercings, drunkenly pointed at Li Yi. The group, startled by the sudden intrusion, turned to face the entrance. Su Haolong squinted, taking in Li Yi's appearance. "Oh, isn't that the guy from the construction site? You actually found me." Su Haolong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you push me too far, I'll kill you." With that, he brandished a dagger from his waist. "Kill me? Go ahead and try," Li Yi sneered. Chapter 65. Going abroad, try it, then? Su Haolong screamed as he grabbed an empty bottle and hurled it at Li Yi's head. Li sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow. "You dare to dodge?" Su Haolong, furious and humiliated, lunged at Li Yi with the dagger. Li Yi's eyes sharpened, and with a swift kick, he struck Su Haolong in the abdomen. This time, he held nothing back. Su Haolong let out a wail, collapsing to the ground like a boiled shrimp, his body curling in agony. The alcohol in his stomach spewed forth, covering his face. "You dare hit me? I'll get you for this." Su Haolong struggled to rise, but was firmly held down by Li Yi's foot pressing against his chest. "What the hell are you all staring at? Get over here," Su Haolong shouted at the group of youths behind him. The boys exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. They had witnessed Li Yi's prowess and knew they were no match for him. "A bunch of useless fools," Su Haolong cursed in frustration. "You all eat and drink off me. And now you're all cowering?" He fumed that I've wasted my efforts raising you. "Su Gu, we." A bespectacled boy stammered. "We really can't take him." "Even if you can't, you still need to go," Su Haolong bellowed. "Anyone who doesn't step up today can forget about following me in the future." With a foot, Li Yi stomped on Su Haolong's face, grinding down until the sound of breaking bones echoed. He then seized a nearby bottle and brought it down violently upon Su Haolong's head, blood gushing forth instantly. The students, having never witnessed such brutality, felt their legs weaken. Lie's cold gaze swept over the group of students involved in the theft. They trembled at his stare, instinctively retreating. He strode toward one student, who, in terror, attempted to flee but was caught by Li Yi, who yanked him back by the collar. With a swift punch to the boy's face, blood spurted as he collapsed to the ground. Li Yi approached another student, who, frightened, fell to his knees pleading, "Please don't hit me. I know I was wrong." Unmoved, Li Yi kicked him in the knee, the sound of breaking bones piercing the air as the student screamed in agony. Falling to the ground, one bold student attempted to fight back. Raising a bottle to charge at Li Yi in response, Li Yi swiftly slapped him, knocking him unconscious. The last student, with red hair, was paralyzed with fear. A foul liquid seeping from beneath him. After delivering a thorough beating, the system's notification chimed in unison. Time challenge completed. 6 zombies have developed a deep-rooted fear of you. Successfully obtained the title of Zombie Slayer, Beginner, and received an additional reward of a pair of speed shoes. As the voice in his mind faded, Li noticed a vial of blue potion and a pair of black athletic shoes before him. He tilted his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. A refreshing sensation enveloped his body, instantly calming the anger that had surged within him, leaving his mind in tranquil serenity. The potion seemingly enhanced his composure, making him less susceptible to emotional turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Li felt a level of calmness he had never experienced before. His gaze fell upon the peculiar shoes lying at his feet. Their aerodynamic design resembled a pair of stylish black sneakers. He bent down and slipped on the speed shoes. A warm surge of energy coursed through his legs, filling them with strength. Tentatively, he took a step, finding his body as light as a feather. Exiting the KTV in a flash, he arrived on a road. In a mere 5 seconds, he covered 100 meters, averaging 20 meters per second, more than double the world record. At such speed, no ordinary human could catch up to him. When the apocalypse arrived, the true potential of these shoes would surely be realized. Ding dong, the sudden ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Professor Zhang. "Hello, Professor Zhang." On the other end, Zhang's voice was laced with barely concealed excitement, mingled with a hint of anxiety. Lie, the medical team has assembled, comprised of the nation's top experts. However, we are still missing some crucial anesthetic medications. You know how strictly controlled anesthetics are in this country. Even if I wanted to procure them, it would be nearly impossible. Lie's brows furrowed. What specific medications are missing? Primarily morphine and etomidate. Along with some derivatives. These substances can only circulate under extremely tight regulations. I'll find a way, Li assured, hanging up the call and searching online. Everything aligned with what the medical professor had stated. The domestic regulations on such drugs were exceedingly strict, to the point where the loss of even a single vial would prompt an intense investigation. Attempting to use underhanded means to acquire them seemed almost futile. Yet, Li Yi's gaze drifted beyond the city, landing on a distant name, Myanmar. The region, known as the Golden Triangle, was rife with drug proliferation and lawlessness. Any anesthetic medication could be easily obtained there. However, it was also fraught with danger. Drug traffickers, warlords, mercenaries, scams, human trafficking. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. But in order to secure the anesthetic drugs, he felt it imperative to make the journey. That night, Li Yi embarked alone on a flight to Myanmar. Inside the dimly lit cabin, most passengers were already fast asleep, while Li remained wide awake, closing his eyes to mentally rehearse his forthcoming plan. Hours later, the plane landed at Yangon International Airport in Myanmar. A wave of hot, humid air hit him, mingled with unfamiliar scents. Upon exiting the airport, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager taxi drivers. To his surprise, each foreigner fluently spoke the local language, making communication effortless. "Sir, where to? I know a place where you can make a fortune. You just need to make a call. Interested? Hey handsome, want to try some ladyboys? Just got back from Thailand, sir. We offer free health checks, including kidney function tests. Come with us." Li waved his hand, declining their enthusiastic offers. Not one of them seems trustworthy. He ventured alone along the road outside the airport and walked for about half an hour until he reached a dilapidated town. The streets bustled with people, a chaotic mix of individuals. Entering a roadside eatery, he ordered a bowl of the local specialty rice noodles. Moments later, roaring Land Rover pulled up aggressively, coming to a screeching halt in front of him. The door swung open, and a young man wearing glasses jumped out, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Lie. The young man spread his arms wide and enveloped Lee in a warm embrace. Ma Ming, you rascal, still brimming with energy, Lee laughed, patting his back, feeling the joy of reuniting with an old friend. This man, named Ma Ming, was Li's college classmate, with whom he shared a close bond. After graduation, Ma Ming heeded his family's wishes and ventured into business in Myanmar. With his exceptional acumen and familial support, Ma Ming had thrived in the local scene, gaining a measure of fame. Come on, brother, let me treat you to a feast. It's been ages. You're not still a virgin, are you? Ma Ming teased with a grin. Even if I were, it wouldn't matter. I've got everything prepared for you. Tonight, I'll show you a good time. They're all quite enticing. As they bantered, they hopped into the car and drove toward the city center. Chapter 66, a country of extreme danger in front of a resplendent building in downtown Myanmar. Ma Ming brought the car to a steady stop. Brother, this is the most luxurious entertainment venue in all of Myanmar, bar none. At the entrance, 2 rows of young women clad in chipao greeted them with sweet smiles and bows. Welcome! Together, they stepped through the grand doors, and an atmosphere of opulence enveloped them. Inside the hall, crystal chandeliers sparkled magnificently, while elegantly dressed men and women mingled amidst the intoxicating scents of expensive perfumes and alcohol. A man resembling a manager approached them. Mr. Ma, welcome. Everything is ready for you. The manager bowed respectfully. Same old place, Ma Ming replied, navigating through the familiar corridors with ease, until they arrived at a massive private room. Upon pushing the door open, a cacophony of deafening music flooded their ears. The dimly lit room was alive with vibrant lights dancing in the air. A dozen scantily clad women swayed to the rhythm of the music. The coffee table was laden with various drinks, fruits, and snacks. As soon as the women spotted Ma Ming and Lee, they flocked to them. Boss, it's been ages. I've missed you so much. A woman in a red mini-skirt cooed, leaning flirtatiously against Ma Ming. Why, dear? I've missed you too, Ma Ming replied, wrapping his arm around her waist, his hands wandering. This boss is quite handsome. What should I call you? Another woman in a black halter dress leaned toward Lee. I'm Lee, he replied curtly. Mr. Lee, what is your preference? I can help you choose. Ma Ming beckoned Lee to take a seat. No need, I'm not interested in this. Lee shook his head. Oh, come on, brother. You're here to relax. Don't be so stiff. Ma Ming patted Lee on the shoulder. Ladies, give him our Lia dance. The music intensified, and the women began to dance provocatively around Lee, their bodies nearly pressed against him. Brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ma Ming noticed Lee's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. I've heard there are many ladyboys in places like this. I just need to adjust, Lee replied dismissively. Come on, let us drink. Ma Ming handed Lee a glass of beer. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Brother, what exactly brings you to Myanmar this time? Ma Ming set his glass down, his expression turning serious. I need a batch of anesthetic drugs, Lee stated bluntly. Anesthetic drugs? Ma Ming was taken aback. What do you need so much for? This isn't something to joke about. While Myanmar isn't strict about these substances, they're not just readily available either, I know, which is why I came to seek your help. I've seen some news online suggesting that the apocalypse is approaching. Lee lowered his voice. The apocalypse? Ma Ming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Have you watched too many movies? The apocalypse? How could that possibly happen? You don't believe it. Many people online are saying we should stockpile supplies. Lie's expression turned serious. Those are just nonsense. Do you really believe that? Ma Ming shook his head, looking quite unconvinced. Better to believe there's a chance than to dismiss it entirely. What if it really happens? Lee countered. Even if it does happen, what good will stockpiling supplies do? How long can it last? Ma Ming continued to argue. Surely it's better than being completely unprepared. Ma Ming patted Lee on the shoulder. But since you feel so strongly, I can't just stand by. How about this? I'll prepare some supplies as well. So if the worst comes to pass, we can look out for each other. So, the anesthetics you're buying are also for the impending apocalypse? Ma Ming finally hit the nail on the head. Yes, anesthetics can be used not only for surgeries, but many of their components can alleviate pain, reduce inflammation, and prevent wounds from worsening. With these medications, I won't have to suffer and wait for death if I get injured during an apocalypse. Li Yi explained, "You've thought this through quite well." Ma Ming nodded in approval. "However, acquiring these medications is no easy task. I will need to think of a way. I know, which is why I came to find you." Li Yi looked intently at Ma Ming. "Don't worry, I've got this," Ma Ming assured, thumping his chest. "But we can't just talk business. Let us drink." Ma Ming raised his glass. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a group of young, beautiful girls filed in, each tall and clad in revealing outfits, with heavy makeup. "Hello, boss," the girls chorused sweetly. "Come on, gather around and keep Mr. Li company with some drinks." The girls immediately flocked to Li Yi, eager to sit beside him. Some poured drinks, others offered fruits, and a few provided massages. "Brother, these are all newcomers. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy." Ma Ming winked at Li Yi while embracing one of the girls. "Rest assured, all these women have been carefully selected. They're definitely not transgender. I'll pass. I'm not interested." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Then I want to hold back," Ma Ming chuckled, wrapping his arms around the girl beside him, his hands roaming. The girl giggled, playfully resisting. After their entertainment concluded, the two sped through the streets in a car. Ma Ming expertly maneuvered the steering wheel while introducing Li Yi to the local customs and practices. "Here, you must be cautious. Never accept anything from strangers, especially food. And those shabby little clinics, avoid them at all costs. Particularly if someone tries to lure you in for a free checkup. It's easier to get in than to get out. You could end up missing a body part." Ma Ming's tone turned serious. "As for those promises of overnight wealth, don't believe a word of it. There are no free lunches, only traps. There are more con artists here than tourists, and one misstep could leave you destitute." Ma Ming paused, his gaze sweeping outside the car window. "Do you see that group over there?" Ma Ming gestured for Li Yi to look outside. Li followed Ma Ming's indication. On the street corner, a group of locals clad in traditional Burmese attire was mercilessly beating a man who was curled up on the ground, howling in agony. The surrounding crowd watched indifferently, with not a single person stepping forward to intervene. "What is going on?" "That's a scammer who escaped from the fraud park." Ma Ming sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Essentially, that's someone who has been conned here. It's a dead end for them. They will use every means to torment you until you've been drained of every ounce of value. Electric prods, water torture, tiger chairs, there's nothing they want to do. Those who fail to escape face an even worse fate, often losing limbs or vital organs, ultimately discarded in the mountains to feed tigers. This place is hell on earth." The atmosphere in the car grew oppressive. Such occurrences were far too common here. Ma Ming broke the silence. "However, comparatively speaking, as long as you have money here, you can do anything, even murder can be resolved with cash. I've arranged your hotel. The medication should arrive tomorrow." After speaking, Ma Ming slammed down on the accelerator, the Range Rover roaring as it surged through the crowd toward the hotel in the city center. Chapter 67. I want to see you shower. The hotel where Li Yi was staying was situated in the heart of the city, exuding opulence. After Ma Ming departed, he walked on the plush carpet towards his room. The corridor was dimly lit and so quiet that he could hear the sound of his own footsteps. Suddenly, a low scraping sound echoed from ahead. A long-haired man, pulling a large suitcase, brushed past him. The man was slender, pale, with long hair obscuring half of his face, rendering his features indistinct. Li casually glanced at the suitcase. It was black, hard-shelled, and covered in fine scratches, as if it had been scraped repeatedly by some sharp object. The suitcase was rather large, reaching the man's waist, and he tugged at it with some difficulty. However, Li chose not to pry further, retracting his gaze and returning to his room. He inserted the room card into the slot, and the lights flickered on. After tossing his coat onto the bed, he stepped into the bathroom. Water cascaded from the showerhead, soaking his body, while steam enveloped the bathroom. Suddenly, his phone rang. The sound jarring. It was a video call. Li picked up his phone, and the name Wu Mingming danced across the screen. He pressed the answer button. Wu Mingming's delicate face appeared on the screen. "What are you doing?" Dressed in pajamas and lounging on a sofa, her voice dripped with sweetness. "Just taking a shower." Li Yi replied. "Dotto, can I see you shower?" Wu Mingming teased, her big eyes sparkling mischievously. "I've never seen a naked man in my life." Li hesitated for a moment. "You can only see my head." He angled the camera to show only his wet hair. "No, I want to see all of you." Wu Mingming pouted playfully, "No way. Just a little peek, please," she continued to coax, her voice dripping with allure. Li Yi took a deep breath. "Fine. Just the upper half." He lowered the camera slightly, revealing his toned upper body. Water droplets cascaded down his well-defined muscles and ridged abs. "Wow, you have an amazing physique." Wu Mingming's eyes widened in surprise and admiration. "Where else do you want to see?" Li suddenly asked. "Lower, just a little lower," Wu Mingming pleaded again. "That's not happening. Please, just a tiny bit lower." "All right." Wu Mingming's voice became even more beguiling. Li feigned helplessness, as if ensnared by her charms. "All right, just a little." Wu Mingming's eyes sparkled, intent on capturing every detail. He slowly moved the camera down. "No screen recording. I want. I promise." Wu Mingming giggled, secretly pressing the record button. After a while, Li noticed the image of Wu Mingming's friend, Su Ting, appearing on the screen. She had just finished showering, wrapped only in a towel, her hair damp and dripping. When Su Ting looked up, she caught sight of Li Yi in the video, bare and facing the camera, showcasing himself. Her face instantly flushed crimson. You too. Su Ting stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Wu Mingming hurriedly flipped the phone onto the table. Ting, let me explain. No need to explain. I've seen everything, Su Ting retorted, turning on her heel to dash back to her room, slamming the door behind her. After Li finished his shower and lay on the large bed, Wu Mingming activated a live stream from the bathroom. Once the stream ended, Li's stomach growled. He decided to head to the hotel restaurant for a late-night snack. The restaurant, located on the ground floor, was open 24 hours. Brightly lit, a few scattered guests occupied several tables. Li chose a window seat and ordered a local specialty, Burmese curry rice. While waiting, he inadvertently glanced outside. A familiar figure caught his eye, the long-haired man. He had just stepped out of a taxi and was heading toward the restaurant. Strangely, the suitcase he had been dragging earlier was nowhere to be seen. The man raised his head, noticing Li Yi's gaze. Their eyes met, a brief exchange of glances. A flicker of malice flashed in the man's eyes, akin to a snake ready to strike, sending a chill down Li Yi's spine. But it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. As if it had never been there, Li Yi felt a shiver run through him. He knew this man was likely no harmless character. However, he had no desire to get involved. His purpose for being here was to procure anesthetics and find a way to smuggle them back home. This was his main concern. The two maintained their distance over several tables, each quietly eating their meals. Upon returning to his room, Li swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a faint sound of footsteps pierced the tranquility, akin to a needle pricking the silence. The sound was soft and slow, reminiscent of a cat cautiously treading. Yet, in the stillness of the room, it stood out distinctly. His sleep had always been light. The slightest disturbance could rouse him. The sudden voice of the system echoed, proclaiming, "Zombie Sun Haogua is approaching. Killing him grants 20 survival points." Li abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils rapidly constricting in the darkness. The room was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by the faint moonlight seeping through the window. Barely outlining the contours of objects in that dim light, Li Yi discerned a dark figure standing before his bed. A tall silhouette had stealthily approached. It was the long-haired man. A jolt of fear gripped Li Yi's heart, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. Before he could react, the shadow lunged, pouncing toward him on the bed. A glint of cold steel flashed as a dagger emerged, aimed directly at Li Yi's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. With a deft roll, he slipped off the bed like a nimble fish. The dagger grazed his chest, its sharp blade nearly brushing against his skin. It was a close call, so very close. He could have been disemboweled. In an instant, his back was drenched in sweat. Without a hint of hesitation, he retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the shadow. The long-haired man, caught off guard by Li Yi's swift response, was struck squarely in the face. A howl of pain erupted from him as he stumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The dagger slipped from his grasp. Clattering onto the floor, Li sprang to his feet, eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on the man sprawled on the ground. The long-haired man struggled to rise, but it was evident that Li Yi's kick had inflicted considerable pain. Clutching his face, he groaned in agony, blood oozing through his fingers. Why won't you let me be? I merely wished to distance myself from that wretched woman. What have I done wrong?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with desperation. If I kill you, if I just kill you, no one will ever know. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the man suddenly drew a handgun from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed straight at Li. Die? He roared, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet, trailing fire, whizzed past Li in that split second. He dove aside, narrowly evading the lethal shot. The bullet zipped past his ear, striking the wall and leaving a gaping hole. You really want to kill me? Li seethed with rage. Utilizing the speed of his swift shoes, he charged toward the man. The long-haired man attempted to fire again, but Li's fist landed heavily on his wrist. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was unmistakable. The handgun tumbled to the ground. Li offered no respite. Seizing the man's arm, he drove his knee forcefully into the man's face. The long-haired man was sent reeling. Collapsing to the floor, Li mounted him, raining down punches that left his visage a bloodied mess. I won't let you kill me. I won't allow you to point a gun at me. I won't tolerate your intrusion into my room at this hour. It was unclear how long he continued, but eventually, Li ceased his assault, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Looking down at the long-haired man, he found him barely clinging to life, breaths shallow and labored. Searching the man, Li uncovered an identification card. A conspicuous Rolex adorned the man's wrist, indicating he was likely a corporate executive of considerable status. Noticing the man still had some life left in him, Li resolved to call the police. The hotel was equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, and should he kill this man, disposing of the body would be exceedingly troublesome, potentially leading to police scrutiny. Even if it were self-defense, explaining the situation would be incredibly complicated, possibly resulting in a stint in prison. Without further deliberation, he dialed Ma Ming, a seasoned local. Ma Ming might be more resourceful than Li had anticipated. Upon receiving the call, Ma Ming rushed over. Bursting into the room, he meticulously assessed Li for injuries. Confirming he was unscathed, astonishment filled Ma Ming's eyes. What on earth happened? You took down a man with a gun? You're quite impressive. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried about your safety. I had yet to arrange any thrilling activities for you. As he spoke, Ma Ming glanced at the battered figure on the floor. What the hell happened to him? Who is this guy? Sun Guohao. Do you recognize the name? I believe I've heard it somewhere before. I think I recall Sun Tianhao mentioning his second father, who does business abroad. Named Sun Guohao. Sun Tianhao? A shock coursed through Li Yi. A Ming surveyed the grievously injured Sun Guohao and then turned to Li Yi, unable to suppress his admiration. This Sun Guohao clearly isn't a good individual. He's probably committed many misdeeds in Myanmar. His downfall at your hands is simply unfortunate for him. A Ming kicked Sun Guohao in disdain. Let's not concern ourselves with him for now. Help me figure out how to handle this. There are so many surveillance cameras in this hotel. I'm worried about leaving behind any incriminating evidence. Leave this matter to me. You can trust me. I've been navigating Myanmar for years. I can handle this minor issue with ease. Ma Ming patted his chest confidently. That's reassuring. I appreciate your help. Li exhaled, relieved that having connections, whether domestically or abroad, alleviated many burdens. Why be so polite with me? We're practically family. Your issues are my issues. Ma Ming waved his hand dismissively, then pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, Along. Bring a few people over to XX Hotel. Yes, I need assistance with something. Hurry. After hanging up, Ma Ming informed Li. I've summoned a few brothers. They'll be here shortly to take Sun Guohao away and dispose of him discreetly. Won't the police intervene? Li asked hesitantly. Ha. You're still too naive. I have connections. I pay a hefty protection fee every year. Such minor affairs can be effortlessly smoothed over. Who would dare to investigate? I could have them dismissed the next day for simply stepping through the door with their left foot, Ming chuckled. All right, then we'll proceed as you suggest. Li nodded, aware that Ma Ming was indeed correct. The lawlessness of Myanmar was deeply intertwined with local corruption, a significant factor contributing to its status as a global hub for drug trafficking. Under Ma Ming's direction, a group soon arrived at the room. Leading them was Along, a burly man with a fierce countenance, flanked by several robust associates, all exuding an intimidating presence. Upon entering, Along surveyed the incapacitated Sun Guohao, then turned to Ma Ming with a respectful demeanor. This is the one. Load him into a suitcase and ensure it's handled discreetly. Ma Ming pointed towards Sun Guohao. Speaking calmly, Along nodded, signaling his men, who promptly moved to drag the unconscious Sun Guohao upright. With rough efficiency, they stuffed him into a pre-prepared large suitcase. "What about the man and the gun?" Along asked as he zipped up the suitcase. "Find a secluded spot and make both the man and the gun disappear for good. There are plenty of people like him in Myanmar. One less is a service to the community." Ma Ming gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. "Understood," Along acknowledged, leading his associates away with the suitcase. After their departure, Ma Ming called in a few hotel staff. After generously compensating them, he instructed them to meticulously clean the room, ensuring no traces of blood or evidence of the struggle remained. After a considerable effort, the time reached 5 in the morning. Ma Ming and Li Yi decided to rest in the same bed. Awaiting dawn to collect the narcotic supplies, Li pulled out his phone, only to discover that at midnight, Su Ting had sent him dozens of messages. All the messages were identical, consisting of just 2 words: scumbag. Scumbag, scumbag. Among countless scumbag messages, there was a voice note: "Lie, listen closely. You, who feast at the table while eyeing the pot, are not allowed to deceive my best friend's feelings. I will prove to Ming Ming through my actions that you are a scumbag." From Su Ting's voice, Li Yi faintly heard Wu Mengming's laughter. It appeared the two had exchanged something that incited Su Ting's agitation. As for what they discussed, he would only learn upon returning home. While pondering, another message arrived on his phone. Zhao Maya sent him a photographed in the image. Zhao Maya stood in front of an extravagant car, hand in hand with a man. Below the photo was a caption: "Yesterday, you ignored me. Today, you think you can reach me? Don't presume you're the only wealthy person in this world. I found my true love. Regret it if you wish." The next moment, the screen displayed that Zhao Maya had removed him as a WeChat friend. Chapter 69. Lord Level Zombie. In the morning light, Ma Ming and Li Yi exited the hotel side by side. A black Land Rover was parked by the roadside, with Along standing beside it. Upon seeing them approach, he respectfully opened the car door. "Good morning, Brother Ming." "Good morning, Brother Yi," Along greeted in halting Chinese. By the way, what became of Sung Guohao?" Li suddenly recalled last night's events. "We initially intended to lock him in a safe and sink him in a lake. However, he suddenly awakened and offered 10 million to buy his life. In the end, we took the money and still tossed him into the lake." Along handed Li Yi a bank card. "This card contains the 10 million he provided." Li took the card, examining it in his hand. It was a bank card from Huanxia, and upon closer inspection, it bore a faint trace of blood. "Well done." Li tossed the bank card back into Along's hands. "This 10 million, you and your brothers can share it." Upon hearing this, Along's face displayed an expression of disbelief. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just heard an absurd tale. "Why you what?" he stammered, his voice trembling with incredulity, hardly able to trust his own ears. This is 10 million. You are just not giving it to us?" He clutched the bank card tightly, his palms beginning to sweat. This colossal sum was astronomical to him. He had never imagined that he would one day possess such wealth. Working under Ma Ming, he earned just over 10,000 a month. Seeing that Li Yi was not jesting, a look of uncontainable joy spread across Along's face. In Myanmar, 1 Hansa currency equates to 287 Myanmar Chat. 10 million Hansa currency roughly translates to 2.8 billion Myanmar Chat. As long as he refrains from gambling, this fortune could last him a lifetime. The generosity of the boss's friend seemed excessively lavish. Who exactly is this young man before him? A second-generation official? A second-generation wealthy heir? A second-generation gangster? "Thank you, Mr. Li," Along exclaimed, overwhelmed and unwilling to ponder too deeply. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Just work diligently for your boss, and you will undoubtedly reap the rewards." "Yes, Mr. Li," Along nodded vigorously. "We will certainly devote ourselves to serving Brother Ming." The 3 of them boarded the car, traversing through the city until they arrived at the outskirts. Towering skyscrapers faded from view, replaced by low-lying bungalows and dense jungles. Halfway through, Along disembarked to retrieve 3 bulletproof vests and an AK-47. After continuing for a while, the vehicle finally came to a halt at the entrance of a heavily guarded compound. Surrounding the area, tall walls were topped with barbed wire, while several armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity. Along stepped out, engaging in a brief conversation with the guards at the entrance. After a thorough inspection of the vehicle, the guards confirmed there were no issues and opened the gate. The car slowly entered the compound, revealing a vast open area where the air was permeated with the acrid scent of chemicals, and several trucks were parked. This is the cargo you requested. Ma Ming indicated towards one of the trucks. Li approached. Noticing that the bags were marked with incomprehensible Burmese script, he casually tore open one of the bags, revealing boxes of pharmaceuticals inside. Is this anesthetic? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, with a high purity, Ma Ming affirmed. Brother Ming, they are arriving, Along whispered as he approached Ma Ming. Shortly thereafter, a group of burly Burmese men emerged from a warehouse. Each bore a fierce expression and clutched firearms. Leading them was a bald, muscular man with a long scar running down his face, emanating an aura of menace. Elite-level zombie, Li Nua, killing grants 50 survival points. Li Yi was taken aback upon hearing elite-level zombie. Throughout his days, he had encountered numerous high-level zombies, yet this was the first time he had heard of an elite zombie. The imposing figure before him exuded a threatening presence, clearly superior to ordinary individuals, justifying the title of elite zombie. Have you brought the money? The bald man asked in broken Chinese. Yes, we have. Ma Ming stepped forward, responding in Burmese. Where's the money? The bald man inquired. It's all right here. Ma Ming gestured towards the vehicle. Along unloaded several heavy boxes from the car and set them down on the ground. The bald man signaled to his subordinates, who approached the boxes and opened them. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of cash. Count it, the bald man commanded. His subordinates began tallying the money while Li Yi observed the Burmese men. There were 8 individuals before him, 5 ordinary zombies and 3 elite-level zombies. After the apocalypse began, these 3 elite zombies would likely prove formidable adversaries. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Warning, warning, Lord-level zombie detected. The system's alert momentarily stunned Li Yi. A Lord-level zombie. Where? At that moment, the compound's gate slowly swung open, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided in. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, slightly portly, adorned with golden rings on all 10 fingers and a golden chain around his neck. Upon his arrival, those around him bowed deeply, their faces etched with respect. See that? He is the mastermind behind this compound, a warlord in the vicinity. This compound is merely one of his many enterprises. Ma Ming whispered to Li Yi. The bald man is elite level, while his boss is lord level. Understanding dawned on Li Yi. He grasped the correlation between social status and zombie hierarchy. In a wonder when he entered that upscale restaurant. It was teeming with high-level zombies. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Even in death, there existed a hierarchy among zombies. A minor warlord was already a lord level. What of the major warlords? Would they be king-level zombies? If a country's president turned into a zombie, what level would he be? Li Yi dared not entertain such thoughts further, as they treaded dangerously close to sensitive territory. Money counted, all is well, one subordinate reported to the bald man. With a wave of his hand, the bald man handed a car key to Li Yi. Pleasant cooperation. This vehicle and the pharmaceuticals are now yours. Li Yi climbed into the truck and, along with the other 2, departed the compound. Chapter 70. A peculiar passenger. After leaving the compound, Li Yi boarded a flight back to his homeland. Ma Ming had his own methods for discreetly transporting the pharmaceuticals into the country. As the plane ascended, Li Yi closed his eyes to rest, strategizing his next moves. Prior to boarding, he had deliberately searched for domestic and international news. What he discovered sent a shiver down his spine. Ominous signs of the apocalypse had begun to emerge across the globe. In Europe, a city was besieged by black rain, resulting in 20 individuals turning to skeletons on the spot. In North America, beasts ventured out of the forests, launching frenzied attacks on humans. In Africa, a crimson fog appeared, causing entire villages to vanish without a trace. Due to the bizarre nature of these events, local governments suppressed the information, but the truth eventually surfaced. At that moment, Li Yi realized that as these signs of the apocalypse multiplied, various nations would soon recognize the abnormality. When that time came, should material control be implemented, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary people to acquire substantial supplies. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing disrupted his thoughts. Li Yi opened his eyes. Following the sound, he saw a middle-aged man, pale and trembling. Wearing a mask and emitting heart-wrenching coughs, Li Yi paid little attention, assuming it was merely a case of the flu. However, as time passed, the man's cough grew louder and more frequent, as if he were on the verge of expelling his lungs. The surrounding passengers began to display signs of discomfort, summoning a flight attendant. A young flight attendant approached. bending down to inquire softly, "Sir, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" The man lifted his head, his gaze vacant, lips quivering as if he wished to say something but could not utter a sound. Suddenly, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the flight attendant's uniform. The flight attendant gasped, her face turning pale in an instant. The surrounding passengers became agitated, some screaming in terror while others covered their mouths and noses, fearing infection. "Sir, what is wrong with you?" The flight attendant grasped the man's arm. Noticing his rapid breathing, weak pulse, and alarmingly high temperature, Lie's heart clenched. The apocalypse could not possibly arrive this swiftly. If this man were to turn into a zombie on the plane, the contagion would spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, leading to certain death for all. The atmosphere in the cabin grew tense, panic rapidly spreading. "Is there a doctor on board? Is there a doctor? Let me take a look." Li unbuckled his seatbelt and approached the man. The man's pupils began to redden, saliva pooling at his mouth, resembling a rabid animal. He needed to be restrained. Restrain him? The flight attendant was taken aback. Failing to grasp Li's intent, "He is dangerous and may harm others," Li explained, his gaze sweeping over the frightened passengers. "But we have no." The flight attendant's voice trembled. She wished to say they lacked handcuffs or anything of the sort to restrain a patient. Li did not respond. Instead, he tore the man's clothing, fashioning strips of cloth to bind his hands and feet. "What are you doing?" A flight marshal finally reacted, rushing forward to intervene. "He is a patient. You cannot treat him this way." He attempted to pull Li away, only to find Li's arm as immovable as iron. Li lifted his head, his icy gaze locking onto the flight marshal. The flight marshal felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the intensity of a mere passenger's stare. "I am saving him, and I am saving you all," he stated resolutely. This passenger seemed to be suffering from rabies. If he were not restrained, who would be responsible if he harmed someone? "What evidence do you have?" The flight marshal was reluctant to believe, yet Li's gaze compelled him to acquiesce. "Evidence?" Li let out a cold laugh. "What kind of evidence do you want? Wait until he bites you, and you'll know what evidence is." "You." The flight marshal was left speechless by Li's words. He wished to refute but found himself at a loss for words. Li disregarded the flight attendant by his side, producing a piece of cloth that seemed to have been acquired from nowhere, and deftly crumpling it into a ball. He seized the man's chin, compelling him to open his mouth and forcefully stuff the cloth into it. Consequently, the man was rendered completely incapacitated, his mouth blocked so securely that even in the event of an unforeseen incident, he posed no threat. After completing this act, Li turned to the crew members nearby. He instructed them to immediately contact the airport, informing them of a severely rabid patient on board, exhibiting extreme aggression, and to prepare for his reception. They were to remember, under no circumstances were the restraints to be loosened. Any consequences arising from negligence would be borne by them. However, the flight attendant pointed at the dazed man. Still skeptical of Li's claims, she deemed him somewhat melodramatic. While the man appeared odd, he hardly seemed as dangerous as portrayed. Li remained unperturbed, smiling slightly as he abruptly pulled the flight attendant in front of the tightly bound man. Startled by this sudden maneuver, she had no time to react before witnessing the previously subdued man erupt into a frenzy. The man, who had been rational moments ago, now displayed a ferocious glare. Akin to a provoked beast, he emitted muffled sounds from his mouth, his body thrashing violently in an attempt to break free. Desperately, he reached out, attempting to grasp the flight attendant's throat, his eyes burning with a predatory hunger. The flight attendant, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, turned pale and screamed, finally realizing that Li was not exaggerating. This man was indeed perilous. Half an hour passed, and the man's pupils gradually returned to their normal hue. The bloodlust faded from his eyes, replaced by clarity as he bewilderedly surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixating on his tightly bound limbs. "What is happening?" His voice was hoarse. "Why am I restrained?" He struggled to rise but found himself utterly immobile. "What are you doing?" His tone now laced with a hint of anger. Li stood by, observing coldly. "You are finally awake? How do you feel?" The man lifted his gaze to Li. "You bound me? Why?" "I demand an explanation." Li crouched down to meet the man's gaze. "An explanation? Would you like me to remind you of your recent behavior?" The man's eyes flickered, as if recalling some terrifying incident. What happened to me? You nearly killed that flight attendant. Li Yi indicated towards the still pale attendant standing nearby. Had I not subdued you, you would have likely harmed Minnie by now. The man opened his mouth, but could find no words. He genuinely could not remember his actions, only a sudden loss of reason, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to tear apart everything in sight. What did you do in Myanmar? Li Yi inquired. The man's gaze shifted, avoiding Li Yi's penetrating stare. I did nothing. Just went there for a trip. A trip. Li Yi scoffed. I truly just went on a vacation. A resounding slap echoed through the cabin. The man cried out, clutching his face as bloody teeth flew from his mouth, tumbling onto the aircraft floor. Chapter 71. Disaster approaches. You dare hit me? The man stared at Li Yi in disbelief. I will ask you again. What did you do in Myanmar? The man, still covering his face, turned his gaze towards the air marshal beside him, seeking help. Yet the air marshal simply turned away, feigning ignorance. He finally understood that this young man before him was not someone he could provoke. The man hesitated, weighing his options. Speak, Li Yi commanded sharply. The man's body trembled, and he finally spoke. I ate some things over there. What kind of things? Wild game. A lot. A great deal of wild game. His voice dwindled, and, additionally, the man stammered, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. Speak. Li Yi's gaze hardened. I ate some raw, uncooked, smuggled from abroad. The man finally confessed, upon hearing this. The passengers and crew around them gasped in shock. It is well known that wild animals carry numerous unknown viruses, many of which are highly infectious. Especially those from deep forests, they serve as reservoirs for superviruses. Consuming such creatures transforms one into a vessel for these pathogens. The crowd erupted in screams, hastily covering their mouths and noses. At that moment, Li began to suspect that a certain virus might be spreading among the wildlife. This virus could induce extreme aggression in animals, and once ingested by humans, it would infiltrate their bodies, proliferating and mutating. Until the day of reckoning, when the true zombie virus fully gestated within the human host, ready to annihilate the world. This silent infiltration would be difficult for even the mightiest nations to counter. Airborne transmission, waterborne transmission, bloodborne transmission, sexual transmission. There were myriad methods, leaving people defenseless. Even the internal order of the military could collapse as infections spread among comrades, causing soldiers' mental and physical states to deteriorate, rendering them ineffective in battle. Signs of impending doom multiplied, and time was running short. The man was ultimately transported to Haishur City, escorted away by police clad in protective gear. After each passenger on the flight had a vial of blood drawn, they were allowed to leave. As Li Yi exited the airport, his gaze swept over the bustling crowd. Wu Mingming stood not far away, clad in a pale yellow dress, waving at him. Li Yi approached, and Wu Mingming leapt into his arms, embracing him tightly. You are finally back. I missed you so much. Li Yi felt the softness against his chest. Accompanied by a faint, lingering fragrance, Wu Mingming drove. She chattered excitedly about the events that transpired during his absence. Li Yi listened quietly, his hand gently caressing her thigh. Wu Mingming shivered, feeling a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Igu, what are you doing? She stammered. What do you think? Li Yi's fingers glided over her smooth, delicate thigh, evoking a unique sensation. Wu Mingming felt her body weaken, nearly losing her grip on the steering wheel. Focus on driving, Li Yi instructed. Wu Mingming inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Igu, you have no idea. After you left, the company fell into chaos. What happened? A group of parents of students has been protesting at the company since yesterday, claiming you assaulted their children and demanding your imprisonment. Wu Mingming pouted. The situation escalated significantly and even made the local news. And then, CEO Xiao intervened, managing to quell the uproar. Xiao Ruoxue? Li expressed mild surprise. How did she handle it? I'm not sure of the specifics. Wu Mingming shook her head. In any case, those parents stopped causing a scene afterward. It was quite chaotic at the scene, and their remarks were quite harsh. Also, there was a woman named Zhao Maya who brought a man to the hotel looking for you, claiming she wanted you to regret it. Just then, a red Porsche sped by and halted beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a heavily made-up face. Oh, isn't this Li? Zhao Mei sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I considered you a backup during school. I only dated you for your money, and you truly thought of me as your ex-girlfriend. Thankfully, I was clever enough to cut ties with you early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this fortunate life ahead of me. My good days are about to arrive, and even if you come begging, I want to give you the time of day again. She clung to the man beside her, adopting a coy demeanor. Darling, isn't that right? The man wrapped his arm around Zhao Maya's waist, his gaze lewdly roaming her figure. What the babe said is true. Some people just lack self-awareness. He cast a challenging glance at Li Yigu. Don't be upset. That kind of woman isn't worth your concern. Wu Mingming softly reassured him, I'm not angry. Li Yi chuckled, I merely find it tragic that some individuals are so pitiable. As the traffic light turned green, Wu Mingming accelerated towards the apartment building. Upon arriving at the standalone apartment within the community, a line of construction vehicles emblazoned with the Hanxia Telecom insignia stood orderly at the entrance. Workers clad in blue uniforms busily transported various equipment, cables, fiber optics, routers, switches, an array of professional apparatus that dazzled the eye. Mr. Li, you're here. A middle-aged man in a suit, glasses perched on his nose, hastily approached, beaming with a smile. He was the project manager for Hanxia Telecom, overseeing the network construction project. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yi nodded slightly. Not at all, not at all. It's our duty. The project manager waved his hands repeatedly, his demeanor humble. Mr. Li, rest assured, we will adhere to the highest standards during construction, ensuring that even an earthquake of magnitude 8.1 disrupt the network. Certainly, I trust in your expertise. Mr. Li, as you can see, we are utilizing defense-grade optical cables for this project, which ensures rapid transmission speeds and minimal latency. You could even operate an internet CAF within the residential complex. The project manager gestured towards bundles of black optical cables while explaining. Moreover, we will integrate the system with the power supply of your apartment building. As long as your generators are operational, the network will remain uninterrupted. Mr. Li, should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you, the project manager continued. For now, I have no additional requests. I purchased a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes on my way here. I informed the workers that once the job is complete, each would receive one, acknowledging that everyone has their struggles. The manager's eyes lit up, and he began to take command personally. The workers connected the optical cables to the main network of the complex, installed routers and switches in designated locations, and linked the backup power system to the grid. Just as the project was in full swing, a news alert popped up on a mobile device. Foreign media reports suggest multiple incidents of suspected rabies-infected individuals attacking others across various locations in Europe. In that instant, Li Yi realized that time was truly of the essence. Chapter 72. Conquering the Lord-level zombie. As Li Yi scrolled through the news, a voice message from Xiao Xinmei arrived. At 5 this afternoon, at Binhai Manor, be punctual. At 4:50. Li Yi found himself standing before an opulent resort, with the sea visible in the distance. In front of the manor's entrance, a throng of staff members clad in uniforms stood respectfully, as if awaiting the arrival of a sovereign. From afar, the roar of engines grew louder as a luxurious convoy sped toward them. Leading the procession was a long black Rolls-Royce Phantom, a vehicle of considerable value. The convoy gradually came to a halt before the manor. The doors opened, and a woman clad in a lace bodycon dress and red-soled heels descended, surrounded by bodyguards. In Li Yi's memory, Xiao Xinmei had always appeared alluring in her sultry sleepwear. Clad in glossy black stockings, reclining on the sofa, exuding the charm and grace of a mature woman. Now, however, she was impeccably dressed, radiating authority, embodying the essence of a high-ranking leader. Li almost forgot that Xiao Xinmei was among the city's wealthiest individuals. Their gazes met, and he discerned a hint of playful intrigue in her captivating eyes. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Lord-level zombie, Xiao Xinmei. Killing her grants 1,000 survival points, enslaving her yields 5,000 survival points. A jolt of shock coursed through Li Yi. Lord-level, he suspected a system error. When he first encountered Xiao Xinmei, she was merely valued at 10 survival points and was an ordinary zombie. Now, her worth had skyrocketed 100-fold, with the option of enslavement. Had he inadvertently unearthed a hidden clause? Suppressing his astonishment, he maintained an outward composure. You arrived quite early, Xiao Xinmei remarked, stopping before him, her lips parting slightly. Her voice imbued with a languid allure. Upon receiving a call from Sister Xinmei, how could I dare to delay? Li Yi replied with a smile. You are quite perceptive. A subtle smile graced Xiao Xinmei's lips, hinting at deeper meanings. Come inside. There's something I wish to discuss with you. She turned and walked into the manor, with Li Yi following closely. They traversed the expansive, lavish lobby and entered an elegantly appointed reception room. Xiao Xinmei gestured for Li Yi to take a seat while she settled onto the opposite sofa. With her legs crossed, she exuded a relaxed elegance, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate calves. Do you know why I summoned you? Xiao Xinmei casually inquired, toying with her wine glass. I do not. Li shook his head. She set down her glass, leaning slightly forward, exposing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. Her figure pressing against the sofa. I have a question for you. What question? Li Yi responded, though his mind was preoccupied with the prospect of those 5,000 survival points. According to the system's prompt, slaying a Lord-level zombie would yield 1,000 points, but enslaving one would grant 5 times that amount. 5,000 points would be just enough to exchange for a spatial ring. With such an item, he could avoid considerable inconveniences, whether it be gathering resources or relocating them. The alluring woman rose from the sofa, her legs gracefully intertwined as she approached, a smile illuminating her face. Do you genuinely believe in the apocalypse? Xiao Xinmei drew closer, her figure commanding attention, gradually filling his vision. Li nodded, affirming his belief. Oh? Why? Xiao Xinmei inquired, somewhat surprised. You aren't basing your decision to renovate your apartment and create a safe house on those absurd online news reports. Are you? Li chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. I suppose one could say that. However, I believe it is wise to be prepared. Xiao Xinmei gently shook her head. You are far too alarmist. The apocalypse? How could that be possible? With technology being so advanced, if any disaster were to occur, the government would certainly protect us. As she spoke, she placed her slender leg atop Li Yi's. You carry the scent of other women. There are bite marks on your collarbone and scratches on your shoulder. Before arriving here, you were intimate with another woman for quite some time. Li did not refute her observation. Sister Xinmei, you are quite the keen observer. What else do you not know about me? Xiao Xinmei giggled. Rest assured, I am not bothered. But do you not fear that I might inform Ruoxue? If that child discovers our relationship, she would undoubtedly terminate your position. In that case, I shall have to find a way to silence you. Li replied with a grin, as his hand firmly grasped her smooth, supple thigh. The sensation was reminiscent of exquisite jade. Impossible to resist. The alluring woman let out a soft gasp, playfully reaching for an orange on the coffee table, her delicate fingers deftly peeling it. Look at this orange. It has never been touched before. Yet now it is ripe, juicy, and waiting to be savored. Come, open your mouth. Let me feed you. As she spoke, she plucked a segment of the orange and brought it to Li Yi's lips. He opened his mouth, and a burst of sweetness exploded in his mouth. Is it delicious? Xiao Xinmei softly inquired. Delicious, it is sweet to the core, Li replied with a smile, though his gaze lingered on her rosy lips. He suddenly recalled that these lips had once been savored like this orange. Xiao Xinmei seemed to perceive his thoughts. She smiled softly and consumed the remaining segment of the orange. Sister Xinmei, if the apocalypse were truly upon us, what would you do? Li suddenly became serious. I have not considered it, but my villa has a safe house, even in the event of nuclear war. I would not be afraid, as the apocalypse would have little impact on me. Although surprised, Xiao Xinmei answered him. Let us not dwell on such fanciful matters. You are still young and should relish the present. The woman exhaled softly, placing particular emphasis on the word enjoy. With her sultry gaze and slightly parted, full lips, she seemed to anticipate something. Li understood her meaning. She was right. It was time to savor the moment. He suddenly stood up, lifting Xiao Xinmei into his arms and striding toward the bedroom. She gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Their bodies pressed closely together as she felt the warmth radiating from him, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Lord-level zombie Xiao Xinmei has completely submitted to you, rewarding 5,000 survival points. Just as Li Yi stepped out of the manor, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Exchange for spatial ring, Li Yi silently commanded, and no sooner had he spoken than a silver ring appeared in his hand. Eagerly, he slipped the ring onto his left index finger. It fit perfectly, as if custom-made for him. He attempted to immerse his consciousness into the ring, and a vast space unfolded before him, empty and waiting. Open personal panel. he mentally instructed. Strength, 35. Average value for a normal adult male is 10. Agility, 32. Constitution, 25. Spirit, 20. Remaining survival points, 364. Examining his data, Li felt a sense of satisfaction. With his current physical capabilities, while he could not claim to be invulnerable in an apocalypse, he believed he could adequately ensure his survival. Just as he contemplated his next steps, flashing police lights appeared, and 3 police cars came to a halt before him. Several officers disembarked and displayed their credentials. "Hello, please accompany us. We have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 73. Happy New Year. 4 updates today. After some time, the police car arrived at the city's outskirts, stopping in front of a highly futuristic building. The exterior of the building was composed of silver-gray metal panels, seamlessly integrated. Resembling solar panels, Li was escorted into the building, passing through multiple security checkpoints. Along the corridor, various high-tech devices flickered with indicator lights, emitting soft, buzzing sounds. Ultimately, he was brought to a spacious office on the top floor. In the center of the office, a massive electronic screen dominated the wall, displaying a continuous stream of data, akin to an intelligent terminal. An elderly man stood before the screen, his back to Li. Slender and with graying hair, the man slowly turned, revealing a warm smile as he assessed Li from head to toe. "You must be Li?" Li replied calmly. I am Wu Huahai. You may call me Old Wu. This Skynet system was developed under my supervision." He gestured towards the expansive electronic screen. "IT is all-encompassing, monitoring every corner of the city. During this period, you have procured an extensive amount of food and water, along with various strategic supplies, far exceeding the needs of an average person. The system has classified you as an extremely dangerous individual. Therefore, upon your arrival, I require you to elucidate the motivations behind your actions." The elder fixed his gaze intently upon Li, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. "Leader, I am merely an ordinary citizen. All these items are necessary for my business." Li attempted to conceal his intentions. "Ordinary citizen?" Old Wu scoffed. "Would an ordinary citizen acquire such an abundance of supplies? What are you truly hoarding these items for? The system has deemed you a significant threat. I wish to understand why you have purchased such an excessive quantity of provisions." Li inhaled deeply and replied with a smile, "Please do not mock me. I recently had a dreadful nightmare. I dreamt that a zombie crisis erupted across the world, plunging everything into chaos. Thus, I wish to stockpile some supplies for unforeseen circumstances." "A nightmare?" The elder paused, contemplating for a moment, before a warm smile graced his face. "Young man, you are overthinking this. Surely, you have watched too many films. There is no zombie crisis in this world. The Skynet system monitors all anomalies. Nothing escapes its watchful eye. Should any zombies appear, they would be detected immediately." As a doctoral advisor and national research project leader, Wu Huahai placed his faith solely in science. He trusted in 7.62 mm bullets, 105 mm tank cannons, and 2.0 Mach fighter jets far more than in any apocalyptic scenarios. Before such weaponry, no carbon-based life form could withstand even 3 seconds. "Young man, I understand you may still harbor doubts. How about this? I will take you to a certain place." As Old Wu spoke, he turned and pressed a button on the wall. A massive electronic screen gradually slid apart, revealing a deep corridor. "Follow me." Old Wu led the way, with Li closely trailing behind. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door. Old Wu scanned his iris at the device beside the door, and the metal barrier creaked open. Beyond it lay an expansive space, brilliantly illuminated. Numerous researchers clad in white lab coats were testing firearms, while the walls were adorned with an array of advanced weaponry. "This is a colossal weapons laboratory," Wu Huahai indicated, "where we develop our latest armaments, designed to tackle various extreme scenarios." He gestured towards rows of weapons. "Behold. This is the latest model of individual combat rifle, employing electromagnetic acceleration principles, with an initial bullet velocity twice that of conventional rifles, sufficient to penetrate any known biological armor. This is merely a standard weapon." Old Wu pointed to a line of larger apparatuses. "These are Gauss machine guns, capable of firing up to 6,000 rounds per minute, creating a dense metal barrage that can shred any organism to pieces." He then approached a massive metal container, stating, "This is our latest invention, an individual exoskeleton armor, crafted from high-strength alloys, equipped with various weapon modules, significantly enhancing a soldier's combat capability. He directed Li Yi's attention to a video on the wall, depicting a soldier in exoskeleton armor easily lifting a car and effortlessly punching through a standard concrete wall. DOUC. The power of these weapons is more than adequate to confront any threat. Your so-called zombies would be utterly defenseless before them. Even if such creatures existed, they would merely be slow-moving targets. Wu Huahai's tone brimmed with confidence. You can rest easy now, young Ma and Lie remained silent, acutely aware that while these weapons might suffice against ordinary zombies, they would likely struggle against evolved, advanced variants. Moreover, once an apocalypse commenced, every individual could mutate. Without a stable order, it would be challenging for authorities to organize effective measures to curb the spread of the zombie virus. The elder's perspective seemed overly simplistic. Old Wu, although these armaments are formidable, I believe your considerations are insufficiently profound. Typically, a zombie outbreak begins with a silent, widespread infection before culminating in a concentrated assault. Can you guarantee that your subordinates will remain uninfected? Can you assure that those infected will obediently stay home, awaiting your extermination efforts? Will those soldiers truly have the heart to eliminate their transformed loved ones? After several inquiries, Wu Huahai found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed focused on the might of modern weaponry while overlooking the human element. If humanity were to transform into monsters, weapons would be as good as scrap metal. Little Li, how do you possess such profound knowledge of the apocalypse? Wu Huahai inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lie smiled slightly, countering, Old Wu, have you not noticed the peculiar phenomena emerging around the globe? Wu Huahai nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I have observed those strange occurrences which have garnered significant attention from the authorities. However, I do not believe these anomalies are related to an apocalypse. I am a man of science and firmly believe that even the most bizarre phenomena can be explained through scientific reasoning. Li Yi regarded Wu Huahai earnestly. Old Wu, I recognize your esteemed status as a scientist, and I too hold faith in science. Yet, there are instances where science fails to provide explanations. If you would heed my counsel, I propose a suggestion. You must be aware of the inexplicable rise of rabies cases abroad. I suspect that these individuals may be the first wave of mutated zombies. I recommend that Dahu City promptly investigate all suspected rabies cases and isolate them as a precaution. Wu Huahai furrowed his brow, contemplating Li Yi's words. Although he was skeptical of apocalyptic theories, he had indeed heard of rabies patients attacking ordinary citizens. Very well, young man. You may return for now. I need to confer with other departments regarding this matter. Should those rabies patients prove, as you suggest, to be capable of mutation, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity and invite you to assist us in addressing the situation. In response to these somewhat dismissive remarks, Li Yi remained unperturbed. Had an ordinary person uttered such words, they would likely have been reported to a psychiatric facility. This was precisely why he refrained from disclosing the true nature of the apocalypse. Proclaiming such truths would only incite panic and potentially land him in custody, receiving a stern admonition. The fact that this professor was willing to engage in dialogue indicated his inherent decency. After discussing a few more points, Wu Huahai arranged for Li Yi to be escorted back to the city. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled young man entered, holding a tablet. Professor Wu, the detection data has been retrieved. The young man indeed spoke the truth. He appears to be stockpiling supplies in anticipation of an impending apocalypse. Wu Huahai took the tablet from the student and scrutinized the data, his expression growing serious. Little Lu, do you believe there is an apocalypse looming? Wu Huahai suddenly inquired. The student, Little Lu, hesitated before shaking his head. Professor, I believe in science. The notion of an apocalypse is far-fetched, and I cannot subscribe to it. Wu Huahai nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this response. Indeed, I too am a believer in science. However, Little Lu, do you know that the Skynet system issued a warning to me yesterday? A warning? Little Lu inquired, perplexed. What warning? It stated that across the ocean, a certain virus is emerging, mutating rapidly within the human body. Wu Huahai replied gravely. Within 3 months, this virus could transform into something exceedingly terrifying. The student's face paled. Professor, how can this be? The Skynet system.it must be mistaken, right? I cannot say, Wu Huahai sighed. Logically, the Skynet system is based on big data and artificial intelligence, so its predictions should be remarkably accurate. Yet, this warning is truly unfathomable. Then, what shall we do? Little Lu's voice trembled. I do not know. Wu Huahai shook his head. I have reported this matter, and the higher-ups have instructed me to continue monitoring the situation. As for that young man, as long as he does not engage in illegal activities, let him be. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yi eagerly stepped into the presidential suite. He approached the safe, entered the code, and retrieved a handgun, subsequently stowing it within a spatial ring. With this, he had secured a means of self-defense. He then exited the hotel and made his way to the construction site of the apartment complex. Inside the building, the sounds of machinery roared, and the atmosphere buzzed with activity. 3 shifts of workers had been rotating around the clock since his return to the country. The laborers toiled diligently, sweat pouring from their brows as they worked in a coordinated frenzy. Li navigated through the construction site and arrived at a temporary office. Wang Jie stood there, holding blueprints and conversing with several workers. Upon seeing Li Yi approach, Wang Jie broke into a smile and greeted him. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Manager Wang, I have some new ideas I would like to discuss with you. Li Yi responded directly. Without hesitation, Dato, what ideas do you have? I propose that we excavate a separation trench around the apartment complex, Li Yi stated firmly, gesturing toward a nearby vacant area. A separation trench? Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback. Yes, a moat at least 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, encircling the entire apartment complex, Li Yi elucidated. This, Mr. Li, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Wang Jie inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he had never encountered such a request before. It is a precautionary measure. However, such a deep trench might pose a danger to the residents, and I doubt the neighborhood committee would approve. Wang Jie expressed his concern, finding Li Yi's proposal somewhat insane. Money is not an issue. As long as you can make it happen, you may set your price. Li Yi interrupted Wang Jie. Well, I shall do my utmost to arrange it, but, Mr. Li, I need you to visit the neighborhood committee first to secure their consent. Wang Jie reluctantly shook his head. He understood that Li Yi was a wealthy individual, and since he was willing to pay, there was no need for him to refuse, as long as the proper procedures were followed. Construction could commence. Li entered a 24-hour bank and withdrew 1 million in cash. Subsequently, under the cover of night, he arrived at the home of the neighborhood committee secretary and rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened slightly, revealing the balding head of a man peeking through the gap. Upon recognizing Li Yi, the man appeared particularly astonished. What brings you here? Leader, I wish to discuss a matter. Li Yi replied with a smile that I intend to excavate a 3-meter deep water trench near the apartment building and require your official seal and signature. A 3-meter deep water trench? Little Li, this is quite unfeasible. The man furrowed his brow, his tone laden with difficulty. You know that old Lady Yu is the community director and ranks just below me. She harbors enmity towards you. If I sign off on this, that old hag will not let me off the hook. You may return. This matter cannot be facilitated. Observing the balding man before him, Li Yi was not inclined to give up. He retrieved a black suitcase from behind him and tossed it at the man's feet. With a thud, the suitcase bounced slightly, its zipper bursting open to reveal stacks of crimson banknotes. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. He had never encountered someone willing to offer such a substantial sum. This is 1 million. I will return tomorrow morning for your signature, Li Yi declared, fully aware of the man's character. As the head of the neighborhood committee, the man was known for his avarice and lecherous nature. Most of the various subsidies allocated from above had been embezzled by him. The man hastily bent down to retrieve the suitcase, zipping it up, anxious that other neighbors might see. Since you are so earnest, I shall take a chance. Come by tomorrow morning, and I'll provide you with the seal. The man grinned broadly, his mouth stretching into an almost impossible smile. I hope you remember your words, Li said before turning to leave. In this world, having money certainly eased matters. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already midnight. Habitually pushing open the door and heading towards the bathroom to wash away the fatigue of the day, he was taken aback upon entering the room. Su Ting stood in the center, clad in a seductive black lace lingerie set. Beneath the sheer fabric, her alluring figure was tantalizingly visible, her ample bosom almost spilling forth. A hint of shyness adorned her face, yet her gaze was filled with expectation, resembling a kitten yearning for its owner's affection. Chapter 75. Bathing filmed. Su Ting inhaled deeply, mustering her courage to approach Li Yi. She endeavored to appear as alluring as possible, her voice taking on a soft, sweet tone. Igu, why have you returned so late? Li glanced at her, his expression cool. What are you doing here? Where is Ming Ming? Su Ting gracefully moved closer, the faint scent of her perfume wafting into his nostrils. Ming Ming, she has other matters to attend to and won't be returning tonight. Su Ting's voice was soft, tender. She lifted her gaze, her eyes misty as she looked at Li Yi, her luscious lips parting as she exhaled gently. Now that it is just the two of us in this room, why don't we indulge in something entertaining? She continued to approach, nearly pressing her body against his. Su Ting's eyes brimmed with desire as she tiptoed, attempting to kiss Li Yi, however, due to their proximity. The allure of her form was unmistakable. Li Yi grasped her chin, gently pushing her face away. Return home. You are intoxicated. I am not drunk. I like you, Su Ting exclaimed, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck. Attempting to ignite the moment with a passionate kiss, to her surprise, Li pushed her away and called out towards the bathroom, Ming Ming, stop hiding and come out. Upon being exposed, Wu Ming Ming emerged from the bathroom with a smile. Joyfully running to Li Yi and embracing him tightly, Digu, congratulations on passing the test, Wu Ming Ming declared triumphantly. Su Ting sought me out today to see if you truly love me. If you had succumbed to temptation today, then I would. Then what? Bite you. Wu Ming Ming playfully grabbed Li Yi's arm, leaving a light bite mark. The imprint was shallow yet sweet. Li tenderly caressed the mark on his arm, his gaze softening as he looked at Wu Ming Ming in his embrace. You are always so mischievous. Wu Ming Ming stuck out her tongue playfully, snuggling closer to his chest. Who told you to be so exceptional? I must remain vigilant. The two shared a kiss as they entered the bedroom. The next morning, Li Yi arrived at the company behind Wu Ming Ming. As he stepped into the company building, he sensed something amiss. Several girls at the front desk were huddled together, giggling. Curious, he leaned in to overhear their conversation. Have you heard? Someone posted a video in the company group last night. What kind of video? A video of a man taking a shower. I asked that for real. Who would be so bored? I don't know, but that man has an incredible physique. 8-pack abs and a perfect V-line. Quick, show me. Hearing this, Li Yi's heart sank. He quickly took out his phone and opened the company group. Indeed, in the historical messages, he found a video. Clicking on it revealed images of himself showering the previous night abroad. The video depicted him bare-chested, water cascading down his body, accentuating his muscular physique. 8-pack abs were clearly visible, and the V-line was undeniably alluring. Li Yi's expression darkened instantly. Wu Ming Ming had actually recorded the screen and shared it in the company group. Upon entering the office, his colleagues could hardly contain their laughter. Li Yi, your physique is impressive. You're quite the heartthrob. Yeah. How come we never noticed how open you are? Several women in the company want to add you on WeChat. Will you give them your contact? Li Yi smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Last night, in an effort to add some fun, he had shared a few drinks with Wu Ming Ming. Unbeknownst to him, she had too low a tolerance and, in her drunken state, had posted the recording to the company group. He too had been inebriated and had not noticed. Fortunately, Wu Ming Ming had posted anonymously, and no one knew who had shared the video. However, as he was posing as Xiao Ruoshua's fake boyfriend, everyone in the company would likely assume he was engaging in a nude chat with her. The situation appeared to be quite serious. The notion that the aloof goddess secretly enjoyed watching men shower was a sensational topic indeed. Li pushed open the door to Xiao Ruoshua's office, and a wave of cold air greeted him. Xiao Ruoshua sat behind her desk, her face stormy as if a tempest were brewing. What do you want? Xiao Ruoshua's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Li closed the door and approached her. Miss Xiao, I am here to explain the situation regarding the video. Explain? What is there to explain? Xiao Ruoshua lifted her head, her eyes sharp as knives. The entire company is buzzing that eye. Xiao Ruoshua, enjoy watching my boyfriend shower. How am I supposed to maintain my standing in the company now? Li paused for a moment before speaking. This matter is my fault. I will handle it. You will handle it? How do you intend to do that? Xiao Ruoshua scoffed. Are you going to tell everyone that the person in the video is not me, but another woman? That would be even more humiliating for me. Li Yi's brow furrowed. He recognized that Xiao Ruoshua had a point. If the people in the company discovered that the person who recorded the video was not Xiao Ruoshua, it would indeed cast a shadow over her reputation. After all, they were publicly recognized as a couple. If her parents were to find out, they would undoubtedly insist she go on blind dates again to find a suitable man. Then what do you propose we do? Li Yi countered. What else can we do? We can only admit that the pervert is me. I never imagined that you, with such striking features, would enjoy live-streaming your showers. How utterly bizarre. Xiao Ruoshua's expression softened a little as she began to tease him. Seeing her attitude shift, Li placed a stack of printed news articles on the table. The documents contained reports of various ominous signs. Ms. Xiao, I have received information that numerous rabid individuals have appeared in the city recently. Li Yi's expression turned grave. I suspect this is a precursor to an apocalypse. In any case, you must be cautious when going out. It would be best for you to move in with me, as my place is relatively safe. Move in with you? Xiao Ruoshua paused for a moment, her cheeks turning slightly flushed. That might not be appropriate. We are merely pretending to be a couple. Moreover, the apocalypse is unlikely, isn't it? I have my own home. Why would I need to go to yours? Li refrained from elaborating, simply opening the stack of materials. These are the documents I have gathered recently. Please take a look. Xiao Ruoshua lowered her head, her slender fingers gripping a few thin sheets of paper, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. She lifted her gaze to Li Yi, who sat across from her. Her voice trembling slightly, Are these real? Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you? However, Xiao Ruoshua still found it hard to believe. How could I have been oblivious to these matters? That is simply because you have not been observant enough. President shouted. I can assure you that within a month, there will be a surge of reports in the country about people biting each other. Do you believe it? I do not believe it. I might believe that a dog bites a person, but there certainly will not be a plethora of news regarding humans biting humans. Xiao Ruoshua shook her head, feeling that Li Yi's words were somewhat alarmist. Since President Xiao does not believe it, would you dare to wager with me? If there are more than 30 reports, you may punish me as you wish. But if it exceeds 30, then I shall be the victor. Li Yi leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, gradually encroaching upon Xiao Ruoshua. If I win, I want President Xiao to be my genuine girlfriend for a week. Chapter 76. Digging the protective ditch very well, I wager that such events shall not transpire. I trust the authorities. However, a week is too long. 3 days at most. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruoshua agreed to the bet. All right, it is a deal. Upon leaving the company, Li Yi hastened to the community committee of the neighborhood. In the cramped office, several old desks were haphazardly arranged, and the walls were plastered with faded propaganda posters and banners. A bald man sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching videos of women in black stockings, utterly at ease. This man was none other than Secretary Liu from the previous night. Li entered the office and approached the man. Placing the documents he held upon the desk, Secretary Liu, here are the application materials for the construction of the protective ditch. I kindly ask you to sign them and affix your seal. The man lifted his head, and upon seeing Li Yi, a broad smile spread across his face. He swiftly took the documents and began to peruse them. Oh, Li, your speed is truly remarkable. You have prepared the materials so quickly. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to dawdle, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. As Secretary Liu continued to review the documents, he nodded approvingly. Yes, quite good. The materials are comprehensive and meet the requirements. He picked up a pen, inscribed his name upon the document, and retrieved a seal from his drawer, pressing it firmly onto the papers. There, the formalities are complete. Shortly after Li Yi's departure, old Madame Yu stormed into the office. Her triangular eyes fixed menacingly upon the man, as if she intended to devour him whole. Secretary Liu, how can you assist that scoundrel? Are you not aware that he is my enemy? The man's expression shifted, a trace of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Madame Yu, this is merely work. The residents require assistance, and I cannot simply turn them away. Furthermore, as a community official, how can you refuse to assist the citizens due to personal grievances? Isn't our motto to serve the people? You are talking nonsense. You must have accepted that rascal's money. Any renovations in the neighborhood must go through a meeting. You alone do not possess the authority to sign or seal. Old Madame Yu spat out, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Enough. The man slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising sharply. You do not overstep. Do not think that because of your seniority, I will not dare to chastise you. For all the years you have been in this community, every project has been executed by your family, and yet you have the audacity to accuse me of greed. Old Madame Yu was taken aback by the man's imposing demeanor. She opened her mouth but dared not utter another word. After all, he was the one in charge, and she was merely a subordinate. It would serve neither of us well to sever ties. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Do you know what that fellow intends to do by digging the ditch? My suspicions began when he purchased dozens of tons of sugar. What could his intentions possibly be? Surely, it is to make a profit. Secretary Liu scoffed disdainfully. That lad must have received some news. The price of sugar is likely to rise, hence he is hoarding it, waiting to sell at a premium once prices increase. But what purpose does the ditch serve? Old Madam Yu still remained uneasy. Who knows? Perhaps he wishes to create an artificial river in the community to beautify the environment. After all, there is plenty of vacant land beside the apartment buildings. A river would not be amiss. The man waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting evident impatience. Enough. Mind your own business, and do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. But, Old Madam Yu attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by the man. There are no buts. I am the one in charge, and I strongly advise you not to create trouble for him. Secretary Liu's tone had turned resolute. Old Madam Yu gritted her teeth, ultimately refraining from further remarks. Beautifying the community? Nonsense. His intentions are certainly nefarious. No, I must go and investigate. Old Madam Yu stormed out of the office, cursing under her breath, preparing to inspect the construction site. Secretary Liu, what is going on? Why did Old Madam Yu leave in such a huff? A bespectacled young man emerged from the office, curiosity written across his face. Do not concern yourself with her. She is merely a madwoman. The man replied irritably, Xiao Wang, keep an eye on her. Do not let that lunatic ruin my plans. Certainly. Xiao Wang nodded in agreement and departed the office. In front of the apartment complex, 6 excavators roared to life, their deafening noise reverberating through the air as their massive buckets relentlessly dug into the earth, sending soil flying and dust swirling. The excavators gradually carved out a 3-meter-deep, 3-meter-wide trench around the apartment building. The shape slowly taking form, Li observed the emerging protective ditch, a sense of relief washing over him. With this ditch in place, at least some aimless zombies would find it more challenging to approach the apartment. After all, no one wished to gaze out the window in the morning only to be greeted by a grotesque, terrifying face. Furthermore, this trench would prevent certain individuals from driving trucks into the building after the apocalypse. As the protective ditch took shape, the workers commenced reinforcement efforts. They first carefully laid out layers of rebar mesh along the inner walls of the ditch. These rebar meshes crisscrossed, forming a robust framework. Once the concrete was mixed, the workers poured it between the inner walls of the ditch and the rebar mesh. They spread the concrete evenly with shovels and used vibrators to ensure its density. As the concrete continued to be poured, the inner walls of the ditch gradually thickened. Once the cement dried, a waterway encircling the apartment complex was created. The protective ditch was completed. Ensure that guardrails and warning signs are promptly installed along the edges to prevent residents from falling in. Li Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie nodded repeatedly, saying, This is a splendid idea. I will arrange for people to do it right away. And no sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Ah, help! Li Yi and Wang Jie exchanged glances before hastily running in the direction of the sound. Upon reaching the edge of the protective ditch, they beheld Old Madam Yu lying at the bottom. Her face bruised and battered, groaning in agony. Oh, it hurts so much. My back, Dotto. Who the hell dug this pit? This is life-threatening. Upon raising her head, she spotted Li Yi, and her fury ignited as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Cursing vehemently, Well, Li Yi, it must be you, you little rascal. Who did this? You are attempting murder. I tell you, once I get out of here, this matter will not end well. Seeing this, Wang Jie quickly beckoned several workers. Hurry. Help her out, however. Before he could finish, Li stopped him. Why the rush? Since she went down there herself, let us fill the ditch with water. She will float to the surface on her own. What? Wang Jie was left bewildered by this statement. Soon, under Li Yi's direction, several water trucks arrived, filled with water. Chapter 77. The acceleration of the apocalypse. The water trucks roared, powerful jets of water shooting forth. Crashing down into the bottom of the trench, the water level rose swiftly, soon reaching Old Madam Yu's ankles. What are you doing? Old Madam Yu cried out in terror, struggling as she flailed her arms in the water. Li Yi, you devil! If you dare to drown me, I will fight you to the end. Old Madam Yu's curses echoed, grating on the ears. Li remained cold and indifferent, his gaze unwavering. He gestured for the water trucks to continue pouring in water. The water level continued to rise, submerging old Madame Yu's knees. The frigid water soaked through her clothing, chilling her to the bone. Old Madame Yu began to shiver, her teeth chattering. Murderer! Li is trying to kill me. Someone, help! Her cries reverberated across the desolate construction site. Several workers exchanged glances, hesitance evident in their expressions. Wang Jie, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, leaned closer to Li Yi. This seems inappropriate. What if something truly happens? If something happens, I will take responsibility, Li Yi interrupted Wang Jie, his tone eerily calm. The water level continued its ascent, now submerging old Madame Yu's waist. Her body began to float, like a withered leaf adrift in the water. Li Yi, do you truly wish to drown me? Old Madame Yu's curses gradually faded beneath the sound of rushing water. Her face turned crimson, her eyes filled with dread and despair. Li watched quietly, his expression betraying no emotion. The water level continued to rise, now reaching old Madame Yu's chest. She began to choke, coughing violently. Cough, cough, help. In the 3-meter deep protective ditch, the water had only just reached halfway. As old Madame Yu's cries grew louder, her son, Yu Jianjun, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing his mother struggling in the water, rage surged within him as he seized a steel rod and charged forward. How dare you bully my mother? However, as he swung the steel bar, it was deftly seized by Li Yi, who swiftly kicked him into the protective ditch. The entire family was neatly arranged, as the water continued to flood in. The two fought desperately, their bellies swelling like balloons. Wang Jie watched as old lady Yu struggled in the water, his face turning pale, and then turned to Li Yi. She seems to be in dire straits. If this continues, it might cost her life. Li Yi cast a cold glance at the flailing old lady Yu, his expression devoid of any emotion. Don't worry, she won't die. I know what I'm doing. After a few more minutes, seeing that the two had ingested enough water, Li Yi finally instructed the workers to pull them out. Gasping for breath, old lady Yu and her son lay on the ground, retching violently. Cough, cough, cough. Spit, spit, spit. Old lady Yu coughed harshly, expelling murky river water mixed with the acid from her stomach. Yu Jianjun was in no better condition, his face pale and his body drenched, resembling a drenched rat. You, Mr. Li, are quite ruthless. Old lady Yu glared at Li Yi with resentment as she continued to vomit. Aunt Yu, it was you who accidentally fell into the water. I kindly saved you. You shouldn't be so ungrateful. Li Yi squatted down, smiling at the two having been so chastised. Yu Jianjun became much more docile, supporting old lady Yu as they left the apartment. The phone rang. Li pulled out his phone, and a strange number flashed on the screen. He pressed the answer button, and a gruff voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Li Yi furrowed his brow. Yes, who is this? I am the driver hired by Boss Ma. Your shipment has arrived in Dahou City. When would you like to collect it? Oh, it arrived so quickly. A few days earlier than expected. The road was smooth, and the brothers wanted to deliver early to rest sooner. Li Yi pondered for a moment. How about this? Drive the truck to the abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts, and I'll head over shortly. All right, Mr. Li, see you soon. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi arrived at the factory half an hour later. He looked around to ensure no one was following before stepping inside. Inside the factory, a large truck was parked quietly. A bald man leaned against the truck, smoking. Upon seeing Li Yi enter, he quickly stood up. Mr. Li, you're here. The man greeted him with a wide smile. Li nodded. Has the cargo arrived? Yes, it's all in the truck. Would you like to check it? Lao Zhang pointed at the truck. Li waved his hand. No need, I trust you. You may leave, just leave the truck. The man tossed the keys to Li Yi, then pulled out a bicycle from the truck and left the factory. Once he confirmed the man had walked far away, Li Yi approached the truck and opened the door. Inside the truck, wooden crates were neatly stacked, each labeled with various medication names in Burmese. Li Yi casually opened one of the crates, finding it filled with penicillin injections. Another crate contained morphine and other anesthetics. He nodded in satisfaction. This batch of medicine was of excellent quality and ample quantity, fully meeting his expectations. With a flicker of his ring, the entire shipment was stored within it. Now that the medication was mostly assembled, it was time to notify Professor Zhang to bring the medical equipment to the apartment. Half an hour later, a small car stopped in front of the apartment building. Professor Zhang jumped out of the car and hurriedly walked up to Li Yi, asking eagerly, Xiao Li, Where are the medications? Show me. Li pointed to a cardboard box at his feet, indicating it contained a portion of the supplies. Professor Zhang impatiently opened the box, revealing rows of syringes and medications. He picked one up for a closer look, his face displaying astonishment. Is this anesthetic and sedatives? Professor Zhang's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Li, how did you manage to obtain these medications? They are strictly controlled. Li smiled and replied, Professor Zhang, you needn't concern yourself with how I acquired them. As long as they are usable, that's what matters. Professor Zhang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. Xiao Li, you truly impress me. I never expected you to procure such items. Rest assured, regardless of how you obtained them, I will not disclose this to anyone. You're too kind, Professor Zhang, Li humbly responded. I merely had some good fortune and acquaintances. You're too modest. I'll have them deliver the medical equipment right away and set up the medical room. While waiting for the delivery truck, Li suddenly recalled his bet with Xiao Ruoxue. He wanted to know about the rabies patients in the city, and who better to ask than this medical professor? Li looked at Professor Zhang and straightforwardly inquired, Professor Zhang, I've heard that there have recently been some suspected rabies cases in the city. Is that true? Professor Zhang's expression changed, and he lowered his voice to ask, How did you learn about this? Professor Zhang, please don't concern yourself with how I know. Just tell me if it's true. Li pressed. Professor Zhang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. It is indeed true, and the situation is even more severe than you might imagine. All major hospitals are overwhelmed and have yet to identify the cause of these patients' conditions. What's more alarming is that the number of people afflicted with this strange illness is steadily increasing. I estimate that by tomorrow, this will hit the news. Those patients exhibit extreme aggression. When they go mad, they are no different from wild beasts. Some recover after a brief period of madness, while others remain agitated for hours. Tomorrow? So soon? Li was also taken aback. If the current rate of viral transmission continues, it wouldn't take a month for Dahu City to be engulfed. It seemed he needed to prepare himself for the impending apocalypse. Fortunately, the apartment had undergone significant renovations and shifts and was nearly complete. It should be finished in about 2 weeks. Since the mysterious virus situation could no longer be concealed, he needed to act quickly and stockpile resources before stricter controls were implemented. He would buy everything available in the markets and bring it all home. As for the misunderstandings and ridicule from other residents in the neighborhood, he paid them no mind. When the apocalypse struck, they would have their moments of despair. Chapter 78. The residents' mockery. Li immediately set off, driving around the major shopping centers in the city, frantically purchasing supplies. From rice, flour, and oil to meat and vegetables, from canned goods to snacks and beverages, from daily necessities to clothing and footwear, he bought everything he could think of. His purchasing power was astonishing. He directly approached the store managers and requested to rent out entire warehouses. The sheer volume of his order left the store managers dumbfounded. Sir, are you sure you want this much? One manager stammered, having never seen such a large order before. Absolutely, and I want it delivered immediately to my specified location, Li asserted firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This may require some time to arrange. The manager hesitated. I'll pay extra. Just ensure you deliver it as quickly as possible. The price is negotiable, Li interrupted him. He was not short on money. Lured by the prospect of wealth, the manager immediately sprang into action, mobilizing all resources to meet Li's demands. In no time, the warehouses of various shopping centers were filled to the brim with Li's orders, and delivery trucks continuously headed toward his apartment. Upon returning to the community, Li found that his ordered goods had started to arrive. Trucks laden with supplies lined up at the entrance of the community, nearly blocking the entire street. Delivery workers busily transported the goods, creating small mountains of supplies piled up beneath the apartment building. Whose family is moving? That's an incredible amount of stuff. I don't know. That's an absurd quantity. Are they trying to empty an entire shopping center? The residents of the community were astonished by the scene, stopping in their tracks to observe and chatter among themselves. Is this young man crazy? What does he need all this for? Exactly. With that much? He'll never finish eating it in a lifetime. I bet he has some delusions, thinking the world is ending. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Today's youth, truly living in their own fantasy. Unfazed by the doubts and laughter of the crowd, Li remained indifferent. He understood that while these individuals laughed heartily now, they would eventually weep pitifully in the future. Young man, what are you going to do with all this stuff? A familiar voice suddenly rang in Li's ear. He turned to see the elderly man who had previously shown him the blood-red sky photo. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Li asked, somewhat surprised. "I just wanted to ask if the apocalypse is truly upon us." The old man stared intently at Li, seemingly awaiting a significant answer. Li looked at the earnest expression on the old man's face, hesitated for a moment, and decided to reveal the truth. "Grandpa, to be honest, the apocalypse may indeed be approaching." "What?" The old man's eyes widened, and disbelief washed over his face. Are you serious, Grandpa? I have no reason to deceive you," Li replied earnestly. "Do I look like I'm joking given this situation?" The old man gazed at the towering piles of supplies, falling into silence. He believed the young man's words, having seen too many photographs of apocalyptic signs online in recent days. "Thank you, young man." The elderly man's voice trembled slightly, and he expressed his gratitude for the information shared with him. After speaking, he swiftly turned and departed. His steps hurried as though he had pressing matters to attend to. Witnessing the old man's belief in Li, the onlookers could hardly contain their scorn. "Old Li, do you truly believe in the apocalypse? What sort of delusion has he fed you, Old Li? Have you lost your senses? How can you still subscribe to such nonsense? Indeed, old Zhang, what is the point of this? You retired at 80, yet you persist in this foolishness." The elderly gentleman paid no heed to the jeers of the crowd. Racing home in a frenzy, breathless as he addressed his son. "Son, hurry! Sell the house and the car. We must stockpile supplies, Dad. What are you talking about?" His son, engrossed in a computer game, looked at him with confusion. "Are you losing your mind again?" "I am not losing my mind. I am serious," the old man insisted urgently. "The end of the world is approaching. We must prepare. Dad, please stop this nonsense." His son frowned. "What era are we in? How can you still believe in such things? I saw it with my own eyes. Those photographs, enough, enough." The son interrupted impatiently. "Stop worrying unnecessarily. Just rest. You don't believe me?" The elderly man's eyes filled with disappointment. "Dad, it's not that I don't believe you. I just think this is incredibly unreliable." His son patiently explained. "Consider it logically. How could this be possible? But that young man, Dad." The son raised his voice. "How can you trust that guy's words? He clearly seems delusional, a madman. Don't let him deceive you." The elderly man opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at his son's resolute expression, realizing that further argument would be futile. "Dad, please listen to me. Don't get caught up in this madness, all right?" The son softened his tone. "If you're truly worried, I'll take you to the hospital for an examination tomorrow." "I'm not ill," the old man stubbornly retorted. All right, you're not ill," the son replied dismissively. "Just rest for now. I have things to attend to." With that, he turned and walked into his room, slamming the door behind him. The elderly man slumped onto the sofa, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He gazed out at the bustling city, an intense unease swelling within him. Uncertain of what the future held, he knew he had to take action. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" A youthful voice broke through his thoughts. Looking down, he saw his little grandson. "It's nothing, nothing at all," the old man forced a smile, gently ruffling his grandson's hair. "Grandpa, are you unhappy?" the little boy asked with wide, innocent eyes. "No, Grandpa is not unhappy," the old man replied. "But your expression, Grandpa is truly fine." The elderly man interrupted. "Come, let us go back to our rural hometown." "Back home?" The little grandson looked puzzled. "Why?" Because your father is a fool," the elderly man stated. "But what about Dad and Mom? We want to tell them." "We'll sneak away," the old man urged. "How about it?" "Okay." The little grandson nodded excitedly. The elderly man gathered his savings cards, bank books, and other belongings, leading his grandson away from home. Chapter 79. The official response. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this week, aside from relocating various supplies to the underground cold storage, Li remained constantly attuned to the news within the city. Just as Professor Zhang had predicted, the incidents of biting escalated, prompting the television stations to start reporting on these events. A barrage of news articles emerged, each headline more alarming than the last. Shocking. Man suddenly goes berserk on the street, biting anyone in sight. Regains consciousness an hour later. Terrifying. Woman viciously bites her husband at home, resulting in a bloody scene. Urgent. Numerous citizens bitten. Police urge public to exercise caution. As the incidents gained momentum, the authorities swiftly mobilized, initiating isolation protocols for the afflicted individuals. While detaining some who propagated doomsday rhetoric, on the same day, all supermarkets and malls in the city received a directive prohibiting the sale of supplies to individuals in a manner that could deplete stock. In order to prevent panic and soaring prices. In the afternoon, a startling announcement emerged. The Dahu City Rabies Control Center has been established in a spacious conference room of a building in Dahu City. Numerous high-ranking officials were seated around an elongated table, their faces solemn and brows furrowed. "What are your thoughts on the recent incidents involving these rabies patients?" began a middle-aged man in a black suit and glasses. Breaking the silence, the symptoms exhibited by these patients indeed resemble rabies, yet there are notable differences. Their aggression is intense during the onset, attacking anyone in sight, but once the episode subsides, they return to normalcy. This does not entirely align with typical rabies symptoms, reported the Health Bureau director, holding a stack of documents. Could it be a new virus? The mayor inquired. At this stage, we cannot ascertain that. Similar situations are surfacing nationwide, and the causes for these patients' conditions remain unidentified, the Health Bureau director explained. Rest assured, Mayor, we have reinforced police presence, conducting patrols throughout the city. Should any suspected patients be identified, immediate isolation will be enacted, stated a man in uniform. Merely isolating is insufficient. We must swiftly determine the root cause of these patients' conditions to resolve the issue fundamentally. The mayor spoke with grave seriousness. Effective immediately, all public officials will forego their weekend breaks to focus on scrutinizing individuals who have returned from abroad within the last month, establishing a specialized ledger, and strictly controlling personnel movement to mitigate the adverse effects stemming from the biting incidents at their inception. The mayor's tone was particularly stern. "Understood," the crowd responded in unison. In the heart of the city, within a lavish restaurant named Golden Years, soft music flowed through the air as elegantly dressed waiters navigated the space. Lie sat across from Xiao Ruoxue, a table adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wine between them. Zombie Xiao Ruoxue, elite-level zombie, defeating her grants 500 survival points. Enslaving her yields 2,000 survival points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Li Yi was not surprised. After a period of research, he had discerned a pattern. Individuals of higher social standing possessed zombies that were not static in their levels in the system's perspective. The apocalypse had already persisted for a month. Thus, these initially high-level zombies evolved at an accelerated pace. So, how did you know that incidents of people biting others would emerge in the city? Xiao Ruoxue took a sip of wine, her gaze fixed on Li Yi's face. Dressed in a fitting black evening gown that accentuated her graceful figure, adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace resting on her alabaster neck, she exuded an air of noble elegance. Li refrained from answering directly, a playful smile curving his lips. "Xiao, this hardly pertains to the terms of our wager, does it?" He raised his glass, gently swirling its contents. "You?" Xiao Ruoxue's brows furrowed slightly. She disliked being led along. "Fine. I want to ask." She set down her glass, crossing her arms. "But you must tell me how you expect me to fulfill our wager." Very simply, Li placed his glass down, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ruoxue. As previously stated, "All you need to do is be my girlfriend for 3 days. Is that all?" Xiao Ruoxue was somewhat taken aback, expecting a more outrageous demand. "Yes, just that." Li nodded. "However, during these 3 days, you must follow my arrangements." "All right, I accept." Xiao Ruoxue did not hesitate, always adhering to her principles of gambling. "Then from this moment on, you are my girlfriend." Li's smile broadened as he raised his glass. "Come, let us toast." Xiao Ruoxue lifted her glass, gently clinking it against his. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an understanding passing between them. Just then, a sultry voice interrupted. "Li Yi?" Both Li Yi and Xiao Ruoxue turned toward the voice to see a fashionably dressed woman approaching with a middle-aged man. The woman, tall and clad in a form-fitting dress with expertly applied makeup, was none other than Zhao Maya. The man beside her, dressed in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded the air of a successful individual. "Zhao Maya?" Li raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter her here. "It's really you?" Zhao Maya's lips curled into a disdainful smile, her gaze then shifting to Xiao Ruoxue. "And who might this be?" She feigned ignorance. "My girlfriend, Xiao Ruoxue." Li Yi introduced matter-of-factly. "Girlfriend?" Zhao Maya's voice escalated slightly as her eyes roamed over Xiao Ruoxue. Soon, Her gaze landed on the diamond necklace adorning Xiao Ruoshua's neck, her eyes widening in astonishment. Although she lacked expertise in jewelry, she could discern the necklace's considerable value. The central diamond was at least the size of a pigeon egg, unmistakably not an ordinary piece. This necklace. Her voice trembled, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Oh, you mean this? Xiao Ruoshua gently caressed the necklace. It was a gift from a friend, of little valued. No, of little value? Zhao Maya nearly bit her own tongue in disbelief. This necklace, which she had seen in a magazine, was an annual limited edition from a prestigious international jewelry brand, worth over 10 million, a necklace valued at tens of millions. And yet it was dismissed as worthless? Zhao Maya felt her face flush, as if she had received a stinging slap. She had intended to flaunt her new boyfriend before Li Yi and mock him mercilessly. After all, her current partner was a successful individual with a fortune exceeding 10 million, yet now, in comparison to Xiao Ruoshua, her boyfriend seemed like a mere country bumpkin. The middle-aged man beside Zhao Maya's gaze fell upon Xiao Ruoshua. He paused slightly, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this girl before. Memories raced through his mind until he recalled having seen her at an extravagant birthday celebration. It was for her 18th birthday, and her father had orchestrated an incredibly lavish affair. The event was attended by dignitaries and luminaries. He, however, was just a trivial figure who had managed to glimpse that resplendent gathering by following a boss. At that time, the girl stood in the center, surrounded by admirers, radiating brilliance. Now, the future queen of that celestial realm sat directly before him. What shocked him further was that her boyfriend was none other than Li Yi, whom he had previously mocked alongside Zhao Maya. A heavy sense of foreboding gripped the man's heart. If Zhao Maya were to foolishly provoke Xiao Ruoshua in such a setting, the consequences could be dire. Without hesitation, he covered Zhao Maya's mouth and forcibly dragged her out of the restaurant. Chapter 80. The perils that lurk everywhere. Watching Zhao Maya depart, Li Yi felt no ripple of emotion within. He turned to Xiao Ruoshua, only to find her gazing at him with keen interest. What, are you feeling jealous? Li Yi asked with a smile. Jealous? You think too highly of yourself, Xiao Ruoshua huffed lightly. I just didn't expect you to know so many beautiful women. By the way, I've heard some rumors circulating online recently about a mysterious virus that has begun to spread worldwide, even prompting officials to impose restrictions on certain supplies. What is your take on it? Do you believe these rumors? Li Yi countered. I don't know. Xiao Ruoshua shook her head. But I have a feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. You are quite astute, Li Yi nodded in appreciation. A cataclysmic disaster is imminent. It would be wise for you to prepare yourself. Apocalypse? Xiao Ruoshua paused, taken aback. Are you serious? How can you prove that? Li Yi remained silent. Retrieving his phone to show her a video in it, a rabid individual was locked in a room, bloodied, with several half-eaten chickens strewn across the floor. Xiao Ruoshua fought to stifle her nausea as she watched, her complexion paling. This was captured by a doctor I contacted. Li Yi said gravely. My physician friend informed me that while typical rabies patients might bite animals, they would never resort to consuming them raw, especially live ones. The man in the video devoured 4 live chickens in a single day. Does that seem normal to you? Just search online, and you will find news reports everywhere. Xiao Ruoshua felt her thoughts spiral out of control, unsure of whom to trust. The authorities had been vehemently denying the rumors, claiming everything was under control. While Li Yi suggested that it had escalated to apocalyptic proportions, she scrutinized Li Yi, attempting to discern any hint of jest in his gaze. Yet all she found was sincerity. So, you believe these rumors, that this mysterious virus truly exists, and that it can transform people into monsters? It's not merely belief. It is a fact. Li Yi's tone was resolute. This virus is more terrifying than rabies. It strips individuals of their sanity, reducing them to feral beasts driven solely by the urge to kill and consume. Although the officials strive to conceal this, the truth cannot be hidden forever. That moment, a commotion erupted within the restaurant. A man in a suit, who had been dining elegantly, suddenly began to convulse violently. A piercing scream shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. The man collapsed to the floor, his body shaking uncontrollably, incoherent growls escaping his lips. The surrounding patrons recoiled in fear, scrambling to distance themselves. Several waitstaff rushed over to assess the situation. Just then, chaos ensued. The man, previously writhing on the ground, suddenly sprang up like a beast, his eyes bloodshot and wild, contorted with a frenzied expression. He lunged at the nearest waiter. Mouth agape, ah! The waiter screamed in terror, instinctively attempting to evade. But it was too late. The man's teeth sank into the waiter's face, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The restaurant erupted into pandemonium, screams, and the clattering of furniture blending into a cacophony. Rabies! This man is infected with rabies. Someone in the crowd shouted in horror. Run! Panic spread like wildfire, and everyone rushed towards the exit. The frenzied man, after biting the waiter, seemed to become even more exhilarated. He released the fallen waiter and turned his attention towards Xiao Ruoxue, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, blood trickling from his mouth as he advanced towards her step by step. Watch out! Li Yi sprinted in front of Xiao Ruoxue, shielding her behind him. The man lunged at Li Yi, mouth wide open. Li Yi's eyes sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist, striking the man squarely on the head. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the man crashed to the floor. Roar! With a growl, the man struggled to rise again. Li Yi, not daring to relent, seized the opportunity while the man was still unsteady and delivered a powerful uppercut to his jaw. Crack! A sharp sound reverberated as the man's jaw dislocated, producing muffled whimpers. Li Yi, relentless, stepped forward, raising his right leg to deliver a forceful sidekick to the man's abdomen. Thud! The man spat blood, his body flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing into the wall before slumping to the ground. This time, after struggling a few times, the man ultimately succumbed, unconscious. Xiao Ruoxue, shaken and pale as a ghost, trembled as she gripped Li Yi's arm. Seeking a semblance of safety, is he all right? Her voice trembled with fear. He has passed out, Li Yi replied. Do you still think they are merely ordinary rabies patients? Once the apocalypse descends, they will not just bite. They will eviscerate you, consuming you entirely. Li Yi approached the fallen man, tearing a tablecloth into strips to bind him securely. Soon, someone called the police, and law enforcement arrived promptly. A few officers jumped out of their vehicle, startled at the sight of a battered man on the ground, tightly bound. They immediately tensed. Are you certain he is a rabies patient? The lead officer inquired. Absolutely, Li Yi nodded. Their symptoms matched those reported in the news exactly. The officers exchanged glances, astonished. They had been informed of a disturbance, but had not anticipated it involved a rabies patient. How did you subdue him? The lead officer asked, noting that during an outbreak, ordinary individuals would stand no chance, let alone apprehending such a person. Li Yi chuckled. I possess innate strength. The officers looked at him with skepticism, but did not press further as they took the man away. Exiting the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Li escorted the shaken Xiao Ruoxue back to the estate. Throughout the journey, neither spoke a word. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, only the soft strains of music filling the air. As they neared their destination, Xiao Ruoxue suddenly broke the silence. Thank you for today. Thank me for what? Thank you for saving me. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was soft yet sincere. You are my girlfriend. It is my duty. Xiao Ruoxue gazed at Li Yi's smile, her heart racing unexpectedly. She quickly averted her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes again. We arrived. Li Yi parked in front of a luxurious estate. Xiao Ruoxue unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to exit the car. Wait, Li Yi suddenly called out to her. What is it? Li Yi remained silent, simply gazing at her. Xiao Ruoxue felt uneasy under his scrutiny, her heart racing faster. Why are you looking at me like that? Her voice trembled slightly. We are a couple now, right? Li Yi asked abruptly. Xiao Ruoxue froze, recalling their agreement. She nodded lightly. Then, shouldn't couples do something before parting? Xiao Ruoxue instantly understood his implication, her cheeks flushing deeply. What do you want? Her voice dropped to a whisper. What do you think? Li Yi pressed a button, locking the car doors. Chapter 81. Inside the sanctuary, Li Yi pointed to his cheek, the meaning unspoken yet clear. Xiao Ruoxue felt a slight blush bloom on her cheeks, surprised that Li Yi would make such a request. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in and gently pecked his cheek. Li Yi, savoring the soft sensation against his skin, shook his head, pointed to his lips, and remarked, Here, I require a farewell kiss. Xiao Ruoxue's face turned even redder as she shot him an indignant glare and retorted. Don't push your luck. That's not pushing my luck. It's a perfectly reasonable request, Li replied earnestly. We are not merely pretending to be a couple. How can we part without a kiss? Xiao Ruoxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing she could not counter his argument, taking a deep breath, she conceded, fine, just this once, but no tongue. With her eyes closed and her long lashes fluttering slightly, she awaited Li Yi's kiss. Their lips met softly, warm and tender, carrying a hint of sweetness. In that fleeting moment, however, Li Yi's tongue disobediently slipped out, effortlessly prying open Xiao Ruoxue's pearly gates and gliding into her mouth. The warm, moist sensation made her body shudder slightly. Her mind went blank, forgetting both that Li had crossed a boundary and her prior warning against using his tongue. A jolt of electricity coursed through her, leaving her somewhat dizzy and intoxicated. Li Yi's tongue explored her mouth with a gentle yet assertive boldness, an irresistible invasion that left Xiao Ruoxue defenseless, compelled to endure. Her breaths quickened, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. With her eyes tightly shut, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Yi's neck. She had never experienced anything like this. The sensation was both foreign and exhilarating, filling her with a mix of fear and fascination. As the prolonged kiss finally concluded, Xiao Ruoxue descended from the vehicle, her mind still reeling. Li drove to the apartment complex, which was nearing completion. Sturdy railings had been erected around the protective trench, accompanied by bright streetlights to prevent accidental falls by residents. To ensure the project was completed swiftly, Jinlong Safety Company had mobilized all its core personnel. Hundreds of workers were on a 3-shift rotation, tirelessly pushing forward with the construction. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Wang Jie, spotting Li Yi, quickly approached. Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work, Li Yi replied, surveying the bustling construction site. How is the progress? Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly, Wang Jie assured him, thumping his chest. According to our current pace, the renovation of the apartment building is 95% complete in 3 days. It will be entirely finished. That's good to hear, Li Yi nodded. Quality must be strictly controlled. There can be no negligence. I'm not short on funds. You can be absolutely assured of that. Our Jinlong Safety Company has built safe houses for many top-tier tycoons, and the quality is guaranteed. Indeed, I trust you. Show me around, Li Yi gestured. Led by Wang Jie, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. Before him stood a massive silver door. This security door is 2.5 meters thick and weighs 30 tons. It takes a full 3 minutes to open completely, Wang Jie explained, handing Li Yi an axe. Give it a try. Chop this door with all your might. Li Yi accepted the axe, inhaled deeply, swung his arm, and struck the door. A resounding crash echoed, deafening in its intensity. The axe blade collided violently with the door, emitting brilliant sparks. Li felt a powerful recoil, numbing his arm and causing his palm to sting. Yet, upon inspecting the silver door, he was astonished to find it unblemished, without even a superficial scratch. Mr. Li, are you all right? Wang Jie asked with concern. I'm fine. Li Yi waved his hand, unable to articulate his shock. This door was constructed from military-grade special alloy materials, not only incredibly sturdy but also equipped with anti-explosion, fireproof, and radiation-resistant capabilities. Even a tank wouldn't be able to breach it. Wang Jie added proudly. Indeed, I chose wisely, Li Yi remarked, initially believing the door would be comparable to those found in bank vaults. That is only natural, Wang Jie beamed. Come, let me show you inside. The access control system recognized Li Yi's iris patterns, ensuring that once the safe house was completed, only he would be able to open this door. No engineer could do so. With a rumbling mechanical sound, the silver door slowly swung open. Following Wang Jie into the building, Li Yi was greeted by an extraordinarily spacious lobby. Hundreds of surveillance screens adorned the ceiling, each encircling a worker in a red frame. These monitoring devices were connected to an underground central control room, allowing for real-time oversight of all activities within and around the apartment building. In the event of an emergency, the central control room will sound an alarm and initiate appropriate defensive measures. Wang Jie explained, pointing to the screens above. Very thoughtful, Li Yi acknowledged. On either side of the lobby were rows of neatly arranged rooms, each door gleaming silver and exuding a chilling aura. Mr. Li, at your request, we have partitioned all the original rooms in the apartment, transforming one into 2, allowing for accommodation of up to 400 individuals, Wang Jie continued, leading him toward the elevator. As before, the first underground level housed Li Yi's living quarters, followed by the supply storage area and then the energy sector. To ensure his safety, Both the elevator and the door could only be operated by him. Any unauthorized approach would trigger an alarm. Upon descending in the elevator, Li entered a lavishly decorated living area, the opulence overwhelming. Stepping onto a soft Persian carpet, he felt its delicate texture beneath him. The walls were adorned with various art pieces, emanating a gentle glow. Crystal chandeliers sparkled above, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. "Mr. Li, are you satisfied?" Wang Jie stood nearby, a hint of pride on his face. "We have opened up the entire underground level, transforming it into a comprehensive living area that combines residence, entertainment, and leisure. All furniture, appliances, and decorations are equipped to the highest standards." Li approached a large leather sofa and sat down gently. The couch enveloped him in comfort. He glanced up to see an enormous LCD television mounted on the opposite wall, boasting a screen nearly 100 inches wide. "Is this the latest model?" Li inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Li," Wang Jie nodded. "This is currently the largest LCD television on the market, with a resolution of 8K, promising an unparalleled viewing experience." Li nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He noticed a liquor cabinet filled with an assortment of fine wines and spirits. Beside it stood a bar, equipped with various glasses and cocktail-making tools. There's even a private cinema. Wang Jie pointed to one of the rooms. "It comes complete with state-of-the-art sound equipment and a projector for a cinematic audiovisual feast. And a gym." Wang Jie led Li to another room, which contained a plethora of workout equipment to accommodate his daily fitness needs. Li observed treadmills, dumbbells, barbells, and other apparatus, all thoroughly equipped. There's also a sauna, a massage room, and a game room. Wang Jie continued to elaborate. Each room was outfitted with the most advanced facilities, exuding utmost luxury. As Li toured the space, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had never imagined Jinlong Company would transform this place into such a lavish underground palace. The joys of the wealthy were indeed beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. "As long as you are satisfied, it is worth it for us," Wang Jie smiled. "You are our biggest client, and we are committed to creating the most comfortable and secure refuge for you." The living area included a master bedroom and 8 guest rooms, adequately meeting his residential needs. Subsequently, the two descended to the second underground level, the supply storage area. As the door opened once more, they were greeted not by opulence, but by a meticulously organized storage space. Li surveyed the surroundings, noticing tall shelves meticulously arranged, extending to the horizon. The air was notably cold. This was a cold storage area. The shelves were stocked with various supplies, categorized and orderly. Each shelf was custom-made, capable of bearing several tons. "They are equipped with pulleys and lifting devices for your convenience," Wang Jie indicated. Approaching one shelf, Li observed it filled with an assortment of canned goods, beef, fish, fruit, and more. Medical supplies, instruments, clothing, bedding, tools, and weapons. All essential life necessities were abundantly available. Nearby, another shelf held bags of rice, flour, and various dried goods and spices. "These provisions are all items you purchased previously. A preliminary estimation suggests that they would suffice for you to sustain yourself for a century." Li nodded. These supplies represented less than 1/10 of his total purchases. The remaining 90% of the resources had all been stored within his spatial ring, ready for deployment at any moment. Chapter 82. The Colossal Corpse in the Sky. After perusing the energy sector on the 3rd level, Li felt quite satisfied. Jinlong Corporation truly deserved its reputation as a leader in the industry. Every aspect he had not anticipated had been addressed. Had he not exhausted his funds on various materials, he would have gladly settled the construction payments for these individuals. The construction trade was arduous enough. Without receiving wages, how could one indulge in karaoke or assist those skilled women who were compelled to take on part-time jobs for survival? Lost in these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Li pulled out his phone to find Wu Mingming's name flashing on the screen. "Egu, you must look at the sky." The voice on the other end was steeped in terror. Just as Li and Wang Jie exited the shelter's door, they sensed an abrupt dimming of the surroundings. Enveloped by a vast shadow. "This is..." Wang Jie looked up, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The once clear blue sky was now replaced by a massive, ominous cloud formation. The cloud churned and writhed as if concealing something within, rendering it difficult to discern. An ominous premonition surged within Li as the cloud gradually dispersed. A titanic entity began to reveal itself. "And why heavens!" Wang Jie exclaimed, his voice cracking. Li inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Suspended in the sky was an enormous human-like corpse. Li Yi directed his gaze upwards along the body but could not see its head. Looking downwards yielded no sight of its feet either. The corpse was simply too vast for his line of sight to encompass. He estimated its length to be at least 10 kilometers. It was akin to a colossal mountain floating in the air. Several fighter jets circled around it like flies around a giant whale, darting up and down as if engaged in reconnaissance. What on earth is happening? Wang Jie muttered. Clearly still in shock, Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The scene before him transcended all comprehension. A massive corpse in the sky, stretching 10 kilometers long. This was the stuff of fantasy novels. We should return, Li Yi suggested. This place is not safe. Wang Jie nodded, following Li Yi back to the shelter. Upon entering, they activated the surveillance system and switched to the external cameras. The screen displayed the gigantic corpse still hovering in the air. The fighter jets continued to circle, showing no signs of attack, seemingly wary of causing the corpse to plummet into the city. Gazing at the eerie giant, Li could only interpret it as a harbinger of doom. Should that mountain-like body fall, it would be equivalent to dropping an atomic bomb in the city. Li furrowed his brows. The appearance of this corpse was far too bizarre, too coincidental. He pulled out his phone, opened a browser, and typed in keywords related to the colossal corpse. Soon, a shocking news headline emerged. Mysterious giant corpse discovered in the Pacific, huge hollow in its chest. Multiple nations dispatch aircraft carriers to the scene. Identity of the giant corpse remains a mystery. Experts. The corpse is not a carbon-based life form, possibly an extraterrestrial visitor. Li Yi clicked on one of the articles, which included a satellite image. The photo depicted a massive corpse floating on the ocean surface. A gaping void in its chest, a truly horrifying sight. Surrounding it were several aircraft carriers, resembling small boats. Li enlarged the image for a closer look. Although both the corpse above the shelter and this one shared a human form, their sizes and features indicated they were not of the same species. What on earth could this be? Li closed the news and opened a military forum. Discussions about the giant corpse were rampant, with an array of speculation surfacing. Some claimed it was a resurrected prehistoric beast, others posited an alien invasion, while some suggested it was a form of unknown biological weapon. Yet, no one seemed to connect the corpse with an impending apocalypse. Closing the forum, Li navigated to a video-sharing site, eager to find footage of the giant corpse. Indeed, the homepage was inundated with videos related to the spectacle, showcasing various angles, even featuring individuals piloting private planes for close-ups. Li selected the most viewed video to eye in it. A helicopter circled the giant corpse, with the camera continuously zooming in. The strange patterns adorning the corpse became visible, along with its pitch-black, lifeless eyes. Towards the end of the video, the helicopter appeared to approach the head of the giant corpse for filming. Suddenly, the footage shook violently before cutting to black at Li's own. What do you think this thing actually is? Wang Jie's voice broke through from behind. Li shook his head that I don't know, but it certainly isn't anything good. After a pause, he added, we must prepare for the worst. Wang Jie's complexion paled. The worst? You mean Li remained silent? Simply gazing at the giant corpse on the screen, he understood that Wang Jie grasped the implication. The apocalypse was indeed approaching. Li retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Ruoshua's number. Hello, Li? Came Xiao Ruoshua's cool voice from the other end. Ruoshua, do you have time in 3 days? Come to my apartment for dinner. Li endeavored to keep his tone light. All right, I'll definitely come. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruoshua agreed. Bring your aunt, Xiao Xinmei, along as well. I wish to express my gratitude to her properly. Li added. Yes, I will bring her with me. After hanging up, Li called Wu Mingming. Brother, are you all right? I'm so scared. As soon as the call connected, Wu Mingming's voice quivered with tears. I'm fine, Mingming. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Li comforted gently. Meichim, Igu, where are you? I want to see you. Wu Mingming sobbed. I have something to attend to right now. I'll come back to the hotel to find you later. Okay, Li replied. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wu Mingming responded obediently. After ending the call, Li let out a long breath. He approached the window, observing the fighter jets still circling outside, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The apocalypse was truly imminent. The shelter would not be completed for another 3 days. And all he could do was hope that the end would arrive after those 3 days. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone shattered Li's reverie. He glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from Wu Huahai. Chapter 83, The City Lockdown Plan. Hello, old WU.lie answered the call. Xiao Li, do you have time now? We would like to invite you to a meeting. Wu Huahai's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. A meeting? About the corpse? Li inquired. Yes, we wish to hear your perspective. Wu Huahai replied. Li paused for a moment before responding. Old Wu, I don't have time right now. You all have more experience with such matters, so I want to attend. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a long while, Wu Huahai finally spoke. Xiao Li, I now believe what you said before. I apologize. I was too stubborn. Wu Huahai interrupted Li. Now, I need your assistance. Old Wu, you overstate it. Li replied. No, not at all. Wu Huahai's tone grew serious. Xiao Li, everything you said about the apocalypse now appears to be true. That corpse has been studied, and it is not a carbon-based life form. We don't know what it is, why it is here, or whether it poses a threat to us. The entire Dahuai city is gripped by panic. And we need you to tell us what to do next. Wu Huahai's voice was filled with urgency. Li took a deep breath and said, Old Wu, I promise you, I will attend the meeting. However, I have one condition. Go ahead, I need you all to cooperate fully with me. Whatever demands I make, you must fulfill. All right, I agree. Wu Huahai responded without hesitation. As long as we can protect Dahuai City and the lives of millions, I will agree to anything. Good. Then we shall meet shortly. Li concluded. Soon, Li arrived at the municipal government building. It was heavily cordoned off, with guards stationed every few steps, the atmosphere tense and vigilant. Please show your identification. A soldier armed to the teeth blocked Li's path. I am Li. Wu Huahai sent me to attend the meeting. Upon hearing Wu Huahai's name, the soldier immediately saluted and said, Please wait a moment. I need to verify. He picked up a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words before turning back to Li. Mr. Li, you may enter. Li nodded and proceeded into the municipal government building. Inside, the atmosphere was equally tense. Staff members hurried past, each face etched with anxiety. A staff member escorted Li to the conference room. Pushing the door open, Li discovered that the room was already filled with people. He quickly spotted Wu Huahai seated in the front row alongside several city officials. Warning, warning, encountering advanced elite zombies. Warning, warning, encountering intermediate elite zombies. In Li's mind, the system's alert resonated wildly. Xiao Li, you have arrived. Come and take a seat over here. Wu Huahai beckoned as he spotted Li. Li was assigned a place beside the mayor, with Wu Huahai to his left. Li, this is our city's mayor. Zhang Disheng, Wu Huahai introduced. Hello, Mayor Zhang, Li said politely. Greetings, Zhang Disheng nodded, his expression grave. The many officials present below looked at Li with perplexity, unable to comprehend why a young man was seated next to the mayor, especially since he appeared to be quite familiar with Wu Huahai. Now that everyone is here, let us commence, the mayor announced. Around 11 a.m. today, a colossal corpse appeared in the skies over Dahu City. Preliminary monitoring indicates that this giant remains are non-carbon-based life forms and possess a certain energy magnetic field that can cause nearby aircraft to crash. Initial estimates suggest that if the giant were to fall, the energy released would be equivalent to an explosion of 150 million tons of TNT. Almost simultaneously, the Rabies Prevention Center reported that following the appearance of the giant, rabies patients exhibited extreme agitation, even killing doctors and fleeing. Behind the mayor, a massive electronic screen illuminated. In the video, a doctor clad in a white coat lay on the ground, blood gushing profusely. Several individuals in hospital gowns were seen tearing open their own bellies, ravenously stuffing the flesh and blood into their mouths. Witnessing this horrific scene, several officials immediately retched. Zhang Disheng scanned the conference room, his gaze lingering on each face for a moment. Not only this city, but the entire world is witnessing such occurrences. The reason for gathering you all here is to discuss a solution to this crisis. Wu Lao, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Disheng turned his attention to Wu Huahai. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Huahai replied, The most pressing matter is to locate those 2 escaped zombies to prevent the virus from spreading further. We must immediately quarantine the city and prohibit anyone from leaving. We must find a solution at all costs, or else the entire city, and even the entire nation, will be doomed. Wu Huahai's words sent a chill through everyone present. They understood that he was not merely engaging in alarmism. This crisis was far more severe than they had envisioned. What is your opinion? Zhang Disheng suddenly directed his gaze at Li, drawing the attention of all present. Lie paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Wu Lao is correct. We must swiftly regain control of the situation. However, merely sealing off the city is insufficient. We must prepare for the worst. The worst? Zhang Dishing furrowed his brow. Indeed, we must brace ourselves for the possibility of the city succumbing and the end of the world arriving. The city succumbing? Zhang Dishing's countenance darkened further. Lie, do you comprehend what you are saying? I do. Yet, this is a reality we must confront. We cannot harbor any illusions. We must prepare for the worst to secure a sliver of hope. Li Yi's words enveloped the conference room in silence once more. Everyone recognized the truth in his statement, yet they were reluctant to accept that a city housing millions could fall. Then, what do you propose? Wu Lao invited you here. He must have his thoughts, Zhang Dishing insisted, his gaze piercing as he sought an answer from Li Yi. Enforce a city-wide curfew and prepare for a state of war. In 3 days, we declare a clean city. Everyone must remain indoors, and we will conduct grid-based inspections. Any individuals found outside will be executed on the spot. The officials gasped in horror at Li Yi's suggestion. How can this be possible? To kill for 2 zombies? This is utterly insane. Indeed, this city is an international metropolis. Such actions will provoke global outrage. We cannot proceed in this manner. It would render us the laughingstock of the world. The conference room erupted into chaos, with many voicing their objections to Li Yi's radical approach. Silence. Zhang Dishing slammed his hand on the table, commanding immediate quiet. The room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping discernible. Li Yi, I understand that your intentions are for the greater good, but this plan is indeed quite challenging to implement. Zhang Dishing's brow furrowed, revealing his distress. Mayor Zhang, I recognize that this approach seems harsh, but time is not on our side. If we do not take decisive action, this city could fall within a day. The death toll would be far greater. But before Zhang Dishing could respond, Li Yi interrupted. No buts, Mayor Zhang. This is an order, not a request. Zhang Dishing was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Li Yi's commanding presence. I concur with Li Yi's proposal. Wu Huahai suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. Wu Lao. Zhang Dishing stared in astonishment at Wu Huahai, not expecting his support for Li Yi. Based on big data analysis, if we do nothing, within a week, 99.99% of this city will perish. But Zhang Dishing attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Wu Huahai. No buts, Mayor Zhang. Let us proceed as Li Yi suggests. I have faith in him. Zhang Dishing glanced between Wu Huahai and Li Yi before ultimately nodding. Very well. From today onward, all shelters in the city will be opened. All police forces will be armed and patrol 24/7. Any assailants will be shot on sight without prior reporting. We will activate the emergency supply reserves and distribute them to various communities under the guise of government subsidies, ensuring that news of the zombies does not leak to prevent panic and the collapse of order ahead of time. Furthermore, this brother Li Yi will be the only one allowed to move freely post-cleaning. Everyone present, including myself, must understand that if we are seen wandering the streets in 3 days, we will be executed without hesitation. Chapter 84. Countdown to Apocalypse. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Dishing privately invited Li Yi to his office. An elderly man, Wu Huahai, was also seated there. Lie, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time, Zhang Dishing said as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Li Yi. You are too kind, Mayor Zhang, Li Yi replied as he took a sip from the cup. I am aware, Zhang Dishing sighed. In truth, I understand well that what you said is correct. It's just that he hesitated, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. During the meeting, I had to act in such a manner. If I did not, how could those individuals grasp the gravity of the situation? They have all been coddled in comfort, and when problems arise, they merely brush them off and pass the buck. Li nodded, indicating his understanding. Thus, I must apologize to you. I hope you won't take it to heart. Zhang Dishing said earnestly. You are being too harsh, Mayor Zhang. I understand your predicament. Li Yi smiled. I too do not wish for the apocalypse to erupt. I desire a normal life. Good, Zhang Dishing exclaimed thrice. Shaoli, I have a top-secret message to share with you. Wu Huahai suddenly spoke up, producing a document. The reason we believe your words is that in a small country in Africa, over 1,000 incidents of cannibalism occurred overnight. What? Li Yi gasped in shock. So soon? Indeed, far too soon, Wu Huahai sighed. We initially thought this virus would only spread within a limited scope. We never anticipated this. Orders from above have been issued to spare no effort in preventing a zombie outbreak and the fall of the city. However, according to the Skynet system's calculations, our chances of stopping the outbreak are merely 0.0001. Nevertheless, the plan you proposed has already afforded us some time to implement the shelter strategy. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a benefactor of the citizens of Dahu City. Wu Huahai sighed heavily. Shaoli, I have a request. If one day you see me transformed into a zombie on the streets, do not hesitate. Just kill me. I, Wu Huahai, do not wish to become one of those monstrous creatures. Looking at the elderly man before him, Li Yi felt a surge of respect. The architect of the Skynet system, the chief scientist of Huanxia, had already resigned himself to death. He fished out 2 antidote pills and handed them to Zhang Dexing and Wu Huahai. This was the only thing he could do at this moment. Upon receiving the antidote pills, the 2 men looked at each other in confusion. However, upon hearing that they could cure the zombie virus, both were astonished. When they inquired whether the antidote could be mass-produced, Li Yi shook his head, dousing their hopes with cold water. In the affluent district, before a luxurious detached villa, an inconspicuous Volkswagen abruptly halted. Screeching its brakes, the car doors swung open, and a panting official who had just attended the meeting rushed out, stumbling into the villa. The man dashed into the bedroom and yanked open the wardrobe, revealing a tall safe within. Trembling hands entered the password, and the safe clicked open, revealing a dazzling array of gold bars. In a frenzy, the man began shoving the gold bars into a suitcase while simultaneously dialing a phone number. Hello, wife, hurry, pack your bags. On the other end of the line, a languid female voice inquired, What is the matter? Why the urgency? No time for questions. Quickly take our son and leave this place. Now, the man shouted, his voice rising in pitch. Leave? Where are we supposed to go? You are a significant leader in the city. How can you simply abandon your post? The woman remained unhurried, a hint of confusion lingering in her tone. Damn it! When I say go, you go. Enough with the nonsense. The man had utterly lost his composure, lashing out over the phone. The meeting stated that this city is doomed. We must flee immediately. Flee? To where? Aren't you afraid of the integrity department coming after you? What about the millions you oversee? Shut up. What do you care about this now? Their lives mean nothing to me. I became an official for those privileges. Do you think the money for our son's overseas education could be covered by your measly salary? As he yelled, the man hastily shoved the last few gold bars into the suitcase. With a resounding thud, the suitcase was forcefully closed. He lifted the heavy case and stormed out of the bedroom. Departing from the government, Li Yi hurried back to the hotel. Outside, the streets echoed with the wailing of sirens. Red and blue lights flashing in a disorienting rhythm as armored vehicles sped past, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Some individuals, sensing the gravity of the situation, attempted to flee the city, only to discover that the airport had been shut down and all flights canceled. The train station had also ceased operations, with trains standing still on the tracks as if the world had been put on pause. Most people remained oblivious to the impending disaster, continuing to shop and dine as usual. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yi immediately spotted Wu Mengmeng and Su Ting standing at the entrance. The moment Wu Mengmeng saw him, she dashed over as if he were her savior. Igu, what should we do now? I'm so scared. Su Ting followed closely behind, her eyes reflecting the same anxiety without uttering a word. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Li Yi gently reassured Wu Mengmeng with a pat on her back. Let us head to our room first. Li Yi swiftly led the 2 women into the hotel and up to the top floor. From now on, you must not leave this hotel in 2 days. I will take you to a safe house. Safe house? Wu Mengmeng and Su Ting exchanged puzzled glances. I anticipated this day, which is why I modified that old apartment, Li Yi explained. Not only will you stay there, but I also intend to shelter another group of residents, approximately 400 individuals. Why take in so many people? Wu Mengmeng asked, bewildered. Li Yi refrained from elaborating. The reason was known only to him. He needed these individuals to generate resources. Having 400 living souls in the apartment was certainly preferable to 400 zombies. As for the food situation, he was not a saint. Ensuring they remained alive was sufficient. Should anyone cause trouble in the apartment, his bullets would show no mercy. With these thoughts, Li Yi posted an advertisement online. Rental advertisement, Doomsday Shelter, providing secure accommodations, ample water, electricity, and food. First come, first served, females only, ages 18-24, serious inquiries only, must present a recent health check report. Limited time, Deadline in 3 days. Contact number 1325 XXXXXX. Apartment address 36 Jinhua Community, Dahui City. Once the advertisement was released, Li Yi's phone began ringing incessantly. Hello, is this Mr. Li? My name is Xiaomei. I'm 22 years old. 168 centimeters tall, weighing 95 Jin. My measurements are. Mr. Li, I'm a single mother with a 5-year-old daughter. I can do housework. I can do anything. Please, I beg you to take us in. Handsome, my figure is fantastic. I promise to satisfy you. Just look at my photos. Various voices and requests flooded Li's WeChat was instantly bombarded with friend requests, accompanied by numerous explicit photos and provocative messages. Brother, take a look at me. I can do any pose, little brother. Pick me, pick me. I'm good in bed and not clingy, Appa. I want your protection. Li was taken aback by the sheer volume of responses. While scrolling through, he noticed Zhao Maya had re-added him as a WeChat friend and Lie accepted the request, curious about her intentions. Messages poured in rapidly, nearly overwhelming his phone screen. Lie, I know I was wrong. Will you please forgive me? I was really bewitched to believe that scoundrel. He is nothing but a fraud. He deceived me into thinking he was single and promised to take me abroad. But he took all my savings and now I can't even find him. Zhao Maya's voice trembled with tears, sounding utterly pitiful. I'm truly at my wit's end. I have nowhere to go and no money. Li, didn't you say you had a shelter? Could you let me in for a while? I promise I will compensate you well in the future. You can ask me to do anything. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost begging. Li coldly scrutinized the messages, his expression devoid of emotion. He had long seen through Zhao Maya's character, recognizing that her current pitiable demeanor was merely a facade. To achieve her goals, she would resort to any means necessary. Li's fingers glided lightly across the screen, opening Zhao Maya's moments. The most recent post featured her in a luxurious hotel with a man, captioned, grateful for the encounter. The future is bright. In the photograph, she radiated joy, her smile vibrant. There was no trace of the current desperation she claimed to feel. Li scoffed, promptly blocking and deleting Zhao Maya. The phone finally fell silent, allowing Li to redirect his attention to the other friend requests. As he perused, one message caught his eye. Flight attendant Bai Xue had also messaged him. Li vividly recalled that after he had groped Bai Xue in the gym, she had vehemently scolded him and subsequently moved out of the apartment. Surprisingly, just weeks later, she had returned. Bai Xue. Li raised an eyebrow and lightly tapped the screen, approving her friend request. The notification chimed instantly, and Bai Xue sent a voice message. Upon listening, he recognized her familiar tone, now laced with urgency and helplessness. Li, it's me, Bai Xue. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. A smirk played at the corners of Li's lips as he refrained from responding immediately, curious to see how long Bai Xue could hold out. Sure enough, it wasn't long before she sent another message. Are you there? Did you see my message? At last, Li leisurely replied with a simple hum. Bai Xue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly following up with a lengthy voice message. So, you know I moved out recently? But the situation outside is chaotic. My landlord is a total leech. He has jacked up the rent to 10,000 a month. How can I afford that when my salary is so low? It's practically highway robbery. Listening to her, Li felt no stirrings of sympathy. He had anticipated this day would come. So? He replied flatly. Bai Xue fell silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating. Finally, she articulated her true intention. Li, could I possibly move back into the apartment? I promise I won't argue with you anymore, and I will pay the rent on time. Every penny. The last 4 words dripped with a pleading tone. Li surveyed the message with a cold smile. She wanted to return, that was possible, but it would come at a price. He slowly typed his response. You can move back, but I have a condition. Bai Xue quickly replied. What condition? Just tell me. Li's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he typed out his request. Call me daddy 3 times. Send. After dispatching the message, Li tossed his phone aside and reclined on the sofa, eager to see how far this proud flight attendant would go for a place to stay. Time ticked by slowly, yet Bai Xue did not respond. Li remained unperturbed. He had ample patience. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID read, by XUE.Li answered, but before he could speak, Bai Xue's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Li, you scoundrel! Are you out of your mind? You want me to call you daddy? Dream on. I'd rather sleep on the street than bow down to someone like you. With that, she hung up with a sharp click. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Li couldn't help but chuckle. This was the Bai Shui he knew, full of spirit. Nevertheless, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before she called him again, for she had no other options. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The streets remained bustling with traffic as people, upon realizing that the gigantic corpse in the sky had not fallen, chose to continue their daily routines in this city. Not working made it exceedingly difficult to avoid hunger. Sometimes, lacking money was more terrifying than death. Lie arrived at Jinhua Community. In the distance, he beheld the familiar apartment building. Workers were engaged in the final touches of their tasks. As he approached the entrance, intent on taking a look inside, he was abruptly halted by several neighbors. "Oh, isn't that Li?" a woman remarked with a sardonic tone. "So, you actually believe in the apocalypse?" "Indeed," another man echoed. "The authorities debunked it yesterday. There's no such thing as the end of the world. Those in the sky are merely balloons. It's utterly laughable to see you in such a frenzy." Li regarded these neighbors with a stoic expression. He had anticipated this very outcome. After all, in the eyes of most, he was merely an outcast, a madman. "Believe it or not, it's your choice," Li retorted coldly. "Just don't regret it when the time comes." With that, he ignored their banter and strode directly into the apartment building. "What a show-off," the woman scoffed. "I reckon he's lost his marbles, right? He truly thinks he's a prophet." Chapter 86. The last 3 hours 2 days flitted by in the blink of an eye. As incidents of cannibalism erupted throughout the city, the patrols of military and police intensified, and more residents began to sense something amiss. Gradually, queues formed outside various supermarkets. At first, order was maintained, but as supplies dwindled, the crowd grew restless, often resorting to violence in their desperate scramble for food. On this fateful day, the apartment's renovation was declared complete. Lie distributed a detoxification pill to each worker, allowing them the choice to remain in the shelter voluntarily. Ultimately, from the 160 workers, only 13 young individuals opted to stay. As the shelter's doors opened, men and women filtered in. Having been selected by Li, Wu Mingming and Su Ting had already been assigned to the living quarters on the basement level. Now, all that remained was to await Xiao Ruoshu's arrival with Xiao Xinmei for the feast, after which the door would be securely locked, and no matter how the world outside crumbled, it would be of no concern to him. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before Li Bai Shui. She looked considerably haggard, as though she had not slept well. Li Bai Shui's voice was barely audible, laced with an unmistakable fatigue. Li raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by her transformation over just 2 days, Bai Shui approached him, biting her lip, seemingly struggling to find her words. The gazes from those around her only added to her discomfort. "Li, I doubt have you made up your mind?" Li interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. Bai Shui took a deep breath and finally uttered those 2 words, briefly becoming Li's daughter. Her voice was scarcely louder than a whisper. Li's lips curled into a smile louder. "I didn't catch that." Bai Shui abruptly lifted her head and repeated herself. Her voice, though soft, was clear to those nearby. Li nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad." He reached out, playfully patting Bai Shui's fair cheek, akin to treating a pet. Bai Shui shuddered, suppressing her urge to react. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Merely calling out was insufficient. Li chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Bai Shui, noting her tall stature and shapely figure. "It would indeed be a pity if she were to be devoured by zombies. Do you wish to come in?" Li produced a banana from his pocket as if performing a magic trick. He leisurely peeled it and took a bite, the yellow flesh vanishing between his teeth. "Sister Shui, can you guess how you might gain entry?" Bai Shui's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, the peculiar stares from the crowd pricking at her nerves. She clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Yet now, she found herself with no options. The chaos outside was escalating. She had witnessed a man being brutally mauled to death by a rabid individual, blood splattering onto her. She could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited her should she fall into such a predicament. What do you want?" Bai Shui's voice trembled, nearly escaping through gritted teeth. Li offered no reply, instead continuing to savor the banana, his gaze teasingly fixed on her. As time ticked away, Bai Shui inhaled deeply. Seemingly arriving at a difficult resolution, she stepped before Li, her eyes a mixture of complexity and pleading. Biting her lip, she grasped his hand. Before Li could react, Bai Shui pulled his hand to her flat abdomen and abruptly slipped it beneath her clothing. The soft warmth of her skin took him aback. This should suffice, right? Li Yi, feeling the delicate texture and the intense rise and fall of her form beneath his hand, did not immediately withdraw, but rather shifted his palm, relishing the softness and warmth. Bai Shui trembled, straining to endure, yet she did not halt his movements. Time seemed to stand still as they maintained this ambiguous posture to last. Li Yi, satisfied, nodded slowly and withdrew his hand. Not bad, quite ample. Bai Shui shot him a fierce glare, readjusted her disheveled attire, and turned to enter the apartment. Some time later, a luxury car rolled into the community. Xiao Xinmei, linked arm in arm with Xiao Ruoxue, approached the apartment in her high heels. Lie, are you certain you want to invite us to dine here? The ambience seems rather lacking. Xiao Xinmei frowned slightly, surveying the unremarkable apartment building. Though the surroundings may be modest, my culinary skills are unparalleled. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have prepared a sumptuous feast. Xiao Xinmei covered her mouth with a light laugh. Exuding charm. Little Li, your cooking is the best. It's my favorite. I trust you will ensure Auntie is well-fed. As the two women entered the apartment, Li Yi input the code and the door slowly closed behind them. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Xinmei were taken aback by the stark contrast between the interior and the exterior. The corridors were immaculate and well-lit, the organization impeccable, entirely unlike an old apartment. Wow, it's a hidden gem in here, Xiao Xinmei exclaimed, curiously surveying her surroundings. Lie smiled enigmatically, offering little explanation as he guided them to the basement level. Crossing into the living quarters, they immediately beheld a spacious, bright dining area, adorned with a table draped in pristine white cloth, laden with an array of delectable dishes, the air infused with irresistible aromas. Above, an artificial sun radiated warm yellow light. Please, have a seat. Li gallantly pulled out chairs for the two ladies. As they settled in, he called out toward another room, Mingming, Ting, come out for dinner. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Mingming and Su Ting emerged from the room. Wu Mingming retained her lively and charming demeanor, her face aglow with a sweet smile, while Su Ting appeared somewhat reserved, casting shy glances at Li Yi. When their gazes met, a subtle tension filled the air. Xiao Xinmei observed Wu Mingming and Su Ting, a wave of inexplicable emotions washing over her. She instinctively regarded the two girls as part of Li Yi's harem. After all, Li Yi's prowess was evident, and it was hardly surprising for him to be surrounded by beauty. Conversely, Wu Mingming and Su Ting were taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Xinmei. Each woman exuded a powerful aura, one exuding an air of cold elegance, the other mature charm, both far from ordinary. Especially Xiao Ruoxue, with her innate nobility and commanding presence, left Wu Mingming feeling somewhat inadequate. This is Wu Mingming, and this is Su Ting. Li Yi broke the silence with a simple introduction. Hello. Xiao Ruoxue nodded coolly in acknowledgement, her gaze lingering on Wu Mingming for a fleeting moment before swiftly shifting away, as if it were merely a casual glance. At the dining table, each person was lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere growing somewhat heavy. Xiao Ruoxue maintained her usual aloof demeanor, occasionally observing Wu Mingming and Su Ting from the corner of her eye. Xiao Xinmei, on the other hand, enthusiastically served dishes to Wu Mingming and Su Ting, her words imbued with genuine concern. Though Wu Mingming felt a bit shy, she mustered the courage to engage in conversation with Xiao Xinmei from time to time. Su Ting, however, remained silent, quietly eating while occasionally stealing glances at Li Yi, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Li appeared unfazed, enjoying his meal while chatting with Xiao Xinmei and Xiao Ruoxue, seemingly oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. After the meal, as Xiao Xinmei prepared to leave, she realized that with so many people present, she wouldn't have the chance to be with Li Yi today, postponing it for another time. However, before she could rise, Li Yi approached from behind, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain seated. Sister Xinmei, the authorities will soon initiate the city clearing plan. It would be wise for you to stay here. What? The city clearing plan? Little Yi, you must be joking, Xiao Xinmei exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Do you truly think I would jest about such matters? Li Yi replied sternly, the authorities are about to announce the implementation of the city clearing plan. Anyone caught outside will be shot on sight. I can't shake the feeling that you're spinning a tale. A city clearing plan? Do you think this is a film? Xiao Xinmei remained skeptical. Li chose not to respond. Instead, he walked over to the wall and switched on a massive LCD television. The screen flickered to life, broadcasting urgent news, with the anchor reporting with grave seriousness. We interrupt this program for an urgent announcement. In 3 hours, Dahu City will initiate the city clearing plan. All citizens are advised to return home immediately, secure doors and windows, and refrain from going outside. Repeat after me. The city of Dahai is about to launch the urban cleansing plan. Lie pointed to the nearby surveillance screen and said, "Look." The planes are already circling above the city. On the monitoring screen, several helicopters can be seen hovering over Dahai City, continuously dropping flyers. Almost simultaneously, everyone's phones received a text message. Urgent notification: the urban cleansing will commence in 3 hours. At that time, all beings found on the streets will be shot without question. What we need to do now is stay here and go nowhere, Li stated. But we can't just stay here forever. Right? What about food and water? Wu Mingming inquired. You need not worry about that. I have prepared in advance, enough to sustain everyone in the apartment for several millennia. This building is your safe house? Xiao Xinmei asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, I anticipated such a day would come, Li nodded. Chapter 87. The arrival of doom. With the announcement made, the order in Dahai City finally unraveled. The once orderly streets transformed into a frantic escape route in an instant. Roads were choked with traffic, the cacophony of horns blending with shouts of anger. Taxi fares skyrocketed, with 1,000 yuan per kilometer considered a reasonable price. Some drivers even quoted exorbitant rates of 10,000 yuan per kilometer. Master, to Mingzhu community, 1,000. A man shouted anxiously. The taxi driver did not turn around. 10,000, take it or leave it. The man gritted his teeth. Fine, 10,000 it is. He dared not hesitate. Time was of the essence. Along the roadside, some shops had already closed, the owners joining the throngs of fleeing citizens. Others took advantage of the chaos, inflating prices to exorbitant levels. Bottled water, 100 per bottle. Instant noodles, 500 per tub. Batteries, 100 per box. Those who could not make it home began frantically purchasing supplies at supermarkets, preparing to hide in their offices. Shelves were stripped bare, and fights broke out over a single bottle of water. The number of vehicles on the streets dwindled until they vanished altogether. The entire city fell into a deathly silence, resembling a ghost town. With 10 minutes remaining until the cleansing, Li ascended to the rooftop and launched a drone he had previously purchased. The drone, equipped with a 360-degree camera, allowed him to observe the situation outside from the comfort of his home. After the 5 had finished their meal, they sat on the sofa, anxiously watching the surveillance screen. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the urban cleansing plan officially commenced. Military trucks, painted in deep green, slithered into the streets of Dahai City like colossal iron serpents, swiftly advancing towards designated grid zones. Soldiers jumped from their vehicles, seizing every vantage point. Li cast a cursory glance. Tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy artillery, typically a rare sight, were continuously entering the city. Eye in the sky. Armed helicopters, fighter jets, and refueling aircraft obscured the heavens, casting ominous shadows over Dahai City. It was estimated that there were tens of thousands of infantry on the ground. The government's seriousness regarding this operation had reached unprecedented levels. The atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. Bang! In the distance, atop a tall building, a sniper accurately took down an infected individual that was attacking a golden retriever. The bullet pierced the skull, spraying blood, and the infected collapsed while the terrified dog whimpered and fled. This shot ignited a fuse, instantly triggering chaos throughout the city. A barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing through the empty streets like a symphony of death. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Li and the others fixated on the surveillance screen, where the streets appeared deserted, save for a few wandering zombies. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared on screen, quickly dispersing into a combat formation, their weapons aimed forward. Target spotted, a soldier whispered, before pulling the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, striking a zombie squarely in the head. The zombie staggered and fell. Safe. The soldiers continued their advance, searching every corner. A tank rumbled down the street, its turrets slowly rotating to target a group of infected assailing an armored vehicle. Boom! A deafening roar followed as a shell soared, accurately hitting the cluster of infected. The explosion engulfed everything in flames, the shockwave sending nearby infected careening. Flesh and blood stood no chance against the steel onslaught. As the battle unfolded, the number of infected still roaming the streets dwindled rapidly. The soldiers coordinated seamlessly, acting swiftly to clear the streets of infected. Tanks and armored vehicles pressed deeper into the city, eliminating every visible creature. Despite the overwhelming display of force, Li Yi couldn't shake the feeling that things were far from simple. How could the apocalypse erupt and be contained so easily? Something felt amiss. Li furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. What's wrong? Wu Mingming keenly sensed his unease and asked with concern. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels too easy. Almost unreal, Li Yi shook his head, suppressing his inner turmoil. Perhaps you're overthinking it. The government's preparations are thorough. They will definitely resolve the issue. Wu Mingming reassured. Li remained silent, merely staring at the screen. At that moment, the drone's feed revealed a thick cloud of black mist suddenly enveloping the city's sky. The mist spread rapidly, shrouding the entire city in obscurity. Following closely behind, a chorus of frightening roars erupted wherever the black mist passed. Reverberating painfully in their ears, Li's heart sank. His worst fears had come to fruition. The drone quickly adjusted its angle, flying toward the mist-laden area on screen. A group of soldiers was engaged in fierce combat with the infected. Suddenly, the black mist enveloped them. The soldiers emitted agonized screams as their bodies underwent horrific transformations. Their skin rapidly peeled away, their eyes turned crimson, flesh rotted, and nails sharpened into claws in mere seconds. These soldiers morphed into terrifying zombies. Roar! They emitted beastly howls, lunging at their former comrades. What is happening? Wu Mingming gasped, her face drained of color, voice trembling. It's the black mist. Li suddenly realized. This black mist can instantaneously transform ordinary people infected with the virus into zombies. Previously, infected individuals required a significant amount of time to turn, but this black mist facilitated an immediate transformation. The drone weaved through the black mist, capturing gruesome scenes. Wherever the mist spread, both humans and animals mutated in an instant. Those who had been peering out their windows to witness the chaos were caught off guard, touching the black mist and becoming grotesque monsters, rushing toward their families, as the black mist blanketed the city. Waves of soldiers fell victim to infection, and unrest began to ripple through various neighborhoods. The spread of the black mist was alarmingly swift, and soon Li Yi's community was engulfed within it. The sounds of screams, roars, and cries intertwined. Chapter 88. A world of despair. Li Yi switched the feed to the interior of the community. Upon viewing it, everyone gasped in horror. The once calm neighborhood had devolved into a scene of unspeakable horror. A window in one house stood wide open, curtains flapping wildly in the wind. The camera zoomed in, revealing a chilling sight within. A woman, who should have been a gentle and virtuous wife, was now behaving like a beast. Pinning a man beneath her, her eyes were bloodshot, her nails sharp as blades, as she brutally tore open the man's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face, yet she showed no concern, greedily lapping up the man's blood. Wu Mingming could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth and rushing to the bathroom to vomit. In another corner of the room, an infant, merely a few months old, lay in a crib, crying out desperately. In a different room, an elderly person clung tightly to a young man. The young man's gaze was vacant, his skin decaying, clearly transformed into a zombie. Yet the elderly man refused to let go, allowing the zombie to gnaw at his body, only calling out his son's name. A security guard swung a baton, attempting to fend off a zombie dog lunging at him, only to be bitten on the neck. Blood spurting forth. Xiao Ruoxue gasped in terror, covering her mouth, her face pale. She stared intently at the screen, unable to believe her eyes. What is happening? How could they have become like this? She turned to Li Yi. Her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Li's expression was grave as he spoke softly. I warned you that the world would face doom. You knew all along? Xiao Ruoxue's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes, Li Yi nodded, not denying it. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Why not inform everyone? Xiao Ruoxue's emotions flared, struggling to comprehend why Li Yi, knowing all this, chose to remain silent. Would you have believed me if I had told you? Li Yi countered, his tone calm. Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback. She recalled the words that Li Yi had spoken to her earlier, those prophecies concerning the apocalypse and zombies. that time. She merely regarded it as Li Yi's jest, even considering him somewhat neurotic. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such creatures as zombies could truly exist in this world. Moreover, even if she were to inform everyone, what difference would it make? Li Yi continued, his voice tinged with resignation. In the face of such an unknown calamity, ordinary individuals are utterly powerless. Rather than inciting panic and being confined to a mental institution as lunatics, it is far wiser to prepare oneself. Xiao Ruoxue fell silent. She understood that Li Yi spoke the truth, and no matter how formidable an individual's strength, it cannot defy the heavens. The dark mist arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Minutes later, the black haze dissipated, and tranquility was restored. Yet, the city lay in ruins. On the streets, military trucks were overturned, their bodies riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood. Tanks and armored vehicles stood silently, resembling deceased behemoths. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and gunpowder. Drones hovered above the city, capturing scenes of horrific devastation. The streets were littered with the corpses of zombies and the remnants of humanity. Those once trained soldiers had now become bloodthirsty monsters, aimlessly wandering in the sky. Armed helicopters flailed about like headless flies before ultimately crashing to the ground. Erupting into fireballs, one aircraft after another plummeted. None escaped unscathed. From within the tanks and armored vehicles, chilling howls echoed. The plan to cleanse the city had failed. Dahou City had fallen. Observing the city overrun by zombies, Li Yi was not taken aback. Even if the dark mist had not appeared today, there would have been black rain, black winds, and various other bizarre occurrences. The entire world was likely suffering unimaginable disasters at this very moment. In any case, the arrival of the apocalypse was inevitable. Li Yi opened his phone. The community owners' group chat was in an uproar. What on earth is happening? It's over. All is lost. If the military cannot hold, what shall we do? Who will save us? There's a zombie dog in the hallway. Messages flooded the group, panic and despair overwhelming everyone at the horrific scenes they had just witnessed. Li coldly regarded the screen. The messages continued to scroll, filled with various expressions of fear and hopelessness. Suddenly, one message caught his attention. Li, didn't you already know the apocalypse was coming? Why didn't you tell us? Did you want to watch us die? You heartless fiend! The message was from Old Lady Yude. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Li Yi's mouth. This old woman truly had no sense of self-preservation, even at this moment. She still sought to trouble him. He swiftly replied in the group. Old Lady Yu, did I not inform you? Would you have believed me? Would you not think I was insane and have me committed to a mental institution? Old Lady Yu was rendered speechless. She indeed would not believe it. After all, who would accept such absurdity? Furthermore, even if I believed you, do you think I could save you? I am merely an ordinary person. Not a deity, Li continued. We are all neighbors. Had you informed us sooner, we could have prepared in advance. Old Lady Yu persisted. So what? Why should I tell you? When you sought trouble with me, did you think of us as neighbors? Now that you are scared, you remember me? I am under no obligation to save you. Your fate is of no concern to me. With that, Li Yi tossed his phone aside, disregarding the old woman. Given that Xiao Xinmei, Xiao Ruoxue, Wu Mingming, and Su Ting were all frightened by the zombies, he first arranged rooms for them to rest. For ordinary people, witnessing zombies is indeed a harrowing experience that is difficult to recover from in a short time. Li Yi entered the control room, where various screens flickered, displaying the scenes of 400 rooms. Some were undressed, some were gazing into mirrors, some were eating 400 individuals, each day accumulating 400 survival points. This apartment building would serve as his private treasury. He picked up the microphone, pressed the red button, and his voice reverberated throughout the apartment building. Residents, I am Li Yi, the manager of this apartment. You have all been carefully selected, and from today onward, we shall coexist here. There is but one ironclad rule in this apartment. Mutual harm is strictly forbidden. Violators will face severe consequences. I will periodically distribute food to ensure your survival, but should anyone attempt to undermine my authority, I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome. I wish everyone a pleasant stay. With that, Li Yi keenly observed the surveillance screens, eager to see if any among the 400 would dare challenge his authority. Chapter 89. The Harem Group. After a prolonged observation, no challengers emerged, which left Li Yi feeling somewhat bored. He'll manage hundreds during an apocalypse. Mere words would not suffice. Over time, these residents would perceive him as weak, continuously testing his limits, ultimately undermining his control. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. He was in urgent need of a scapegoat to establish his dominance. Exiting the control room, Li Yi made his way to the medical room. Professor Zhang and a group of doctors awaited him at the entrance. How is the research on the rabid patient S-corpse progressing? Li Yi inquired, hands in pockets, his demeanor calm. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Li, we have preliminarily grasped the characteristics of this virus. It bears a striking resemblance to the rabies virus we are familiar with. Yet there are crucial differences, such as, Li Yi raised an eyebrow. For instance, its mode of transmission. Professor Zhang gestured towards the dissected body on the autopsy table. Ordinary rabies is primarily transmitted through bodily fluids. But this corpse, he shook his head. One sneeze can transmit the virus to others. Li's expression hardened. Airborne transmission? That is indeed troubling news. Are there any other findings? Yes, after several days of research, we discovered that the cells of these infected individuals become particularly active at night. Thus, we believe that the zombies outside will be more active and terrifying during the night. Professor Zhang hesitated. It would be best to have a zombie corpse for further study. A zombie? Li Yi was taken aback. Yes, Professor Zhang nodded affirmatively. After all, a rabid person is not a zombie. If we could dissect a zombie, perhaps we could uncover the secrets of the virus. A zombie's corpse, Li pondered for a moment. Such a thing is not easily obtained. While living zombies abound, their corpses have been devoured by other zombies. To retrieve a corpse, he would need to venture outside. But to do so now would be tantamount to seeking death. Even the protective trench in front of the apartment building was home to several zombies. Distributing the antidote to a few individuals and ensuring they consumed it, he left the medical room. Xiao Xinmei sent him a message, requesting his presence in her room. He gently knocked on the door, and a voice called out to enter. Upon pushing the door open, a gentle fragrance enveloped him, mingled with the moist air. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. A woman was bathing. Li took a seat beside the sofa, patiently waiting. He knew that Xiao Xinmei was typically quick in her routines, so he was in no hurry. Fortunately, Xiao Xinmei had not contracted the virus. Otherwise, with her Lord-level zombie status, killing him would likely be as effortless as crushing an ant. The existence of zombie levels undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for him. These zombies were not the sluggish, dim-witted creatures depicted in films. They would evolve and become stronger. This apocalypse was far more perilous than he had imagined. At that moment, the bathroom doors swung open, and the beautiful young woman emerged. Wrapped in a bathrobe, her wet hair cascaded down her shoulders, droplets glistening as they slid down her graceful curves, leaving darkened spots on the robe. The scent of shower gel mingled with the unique aroma of a mature woman emanated from Xiao Xinmei. As she towel-dried her hair, she seated herself beside Li Yi and inquired, "Why did you know the apocalypse was coming, Sister Xinmei?" "I merely had a dream," Li replied with a chuckle, wrapping his arm around the woman's slender waist. "You really just had a dream?" Xiao Xinmei's soft body pressed closely against Li Yi's, allowing him to feel her remarkable elasticity. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he countered, "What do you think?" She laughed lightly, her fingers tracing circles on Li Yi's chest. "I suspect you are hiding some secret from me." She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Li Yi. "Will you tell me?" Li Yi smiled without answering. "Some matters are not yet meant to be disclosed." "Forget it then." Xiao Xinmei pouted, though she was not genuinely upset. "What do you plan to do?" She shifted the topic, intending to remain in this safe house. "Certainly not," Li Yi shook his head. "Once the zombies are dealt with, we shall venture out. And what will you do with me when you go outside?" Xiao Xinmei's eyes sparkled, her tone suggestive. "How would you like me to treat you?" Li Yi tightened his grip, squeezing the soft flesh at her waist. Xiao Xinmei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully scolded, "You're insufferable." She lightly punched Li Yi's chest before nestling into his embrace. "I have another question for you. I see there are other women here. Do you intend to establish a harem? If you think so, then it is, scoundrel," Xiao Xinmei exclaimed, breaking free from Li Yi's embrace. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she stormed back to the bedroom. Li Yi gazed at the firmly shut door, aware that Xiao Xinmei was not genuinely angry. She merely desired his coaxing. Rising, he approached the door and gently knocked. "Sister Xinmei?" There was no response. "Sister Xinmei," Come out for a delightful treat. Your favorite bananas, he continued, yet still received no reply. With a sigh, he feigned resignation and turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, a soft click echoed behind him. The bedroom doors swung open. Xiao Xinmei stood at the threshold, arms crossed, her expression one of playful demand for his consolation. Li promptly turned back, a broad smile illuminating his face. Sister Xinmei, you've opened the door. He stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms. Please don't be upset. All right. Xiao Xinmei buried her head against his chest, murmuring sulkily, who's upset? I understand you're young and may wish to have several girlfriends, but I must remind you that moderation is key. Besides, I merely wanted a banana. Then why did you lock me out? Li Yi chuckled. Xiao Xinmei stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Lowering his head, Li pressed his lips against hers. A slight shiver coursed through Xiao Xinmei's body, yet she soon relaxed, ardently returning his kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Exiting Xiao Xinmei's room, Li Yi made his way to Wu Mengming's chamber. To his surprise, he found two individuals within. Su Ting stood before the mirror, swaying gracefully, while Wu Mengming rummaged through the wardrobe, selecting garments for Su Ting to try on. Mengming, what are you up to? Wu Mengming turned to see Li Yi at the doorway, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Igu, you're here. She tugged Su Ting over to stand before him. What do you think of this outfit I've chosen for Xiao Ting? Su Ting's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze lowered in shyness. Li Yi appraised Su Ting from head to toe. The black lace camisole and glossy thigh-high stockings accentuated her curvaceous figure splendidly. Very beautiful, he nodded in approval. Wu Mengming leaned closer to Li Yi, whispering, Igu. Xiao Ting has never been in a relationship. Li raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled by Wu Mengming's insinuation. Mengming, what do you mean by that? Wu Mengming blinked playfully, responding. One Xunti let the prime opportunity slip away. Mengming, stop it. Su Ting's face turned even redder as she gently tugged at Wu Mengming's sleeve. Li's heart raced with alarm. He sensed this was yet another test. Without another word, he exited the room, leaving a bewildered Wu Mengming behind. Chapter 90. The island plan 100 meters beneath the city of Dahu, within a certain fortress, Mayor Zhang Duxing and Wu Huahai sat across from one another, their eyes fixed anxiously on the flickering screen. The faces of various city mayors reflected despair. The situation in City A is equally grim. The infection rate among the military has surpassed 60%, and mechanized units have completely lost their combat effectiveness, reported a middle-aged mayor. City B is not faring much better. Survivors have retreated underground, with preliminary estimates suggesting that 90% of the city has transformed into monsters. Another mayor added. Hearing the dire news from other cities, Zhang Duxing inhaled deeply. The circumstances in Dahu City were no less bleak. Mere minutes of the encroaching black mist had decimated an entire division, claiming thousands of troops, rendering tanks inoperative, and causing aircraft to crash. This calamity was far more complex than they had anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the gravity of the situation. The most pressing concern now is to devise a solution, Zhang Duxing declared solemnly. The faces on the screen grew increasingly somber, silence enveloping the room. At that moment, Wu Huahai's aged voice broke the stillness. I have a plan that may save a portion of the populace. What plan? The assembly inquired in unison. The island plan, Wu Huahai replied slowly. The island plan? Zhang Duxing echoed in confusion. Indeed, the island plan, Wu Huahai confirmed with a nod. Currently, the order in Dying City has yet to collapse completely. We can detonate nuclear weapons around Dying City, artificially creating a circular zone devoid of zombies, and then concentrate our armed forces to systematically eliminate the undead within Dying City, thereby securing a relatively safe urban area. The conference room fell silent, all present taken aback by the audacity of this proposal. What about the cities surrounding Dying City if we resort to nuclear weapons? A mayor hesitantly questioned. Someone must make sacrifices. It is an unavoidable reality, Wu Huahai sighed. Are you suggesting that the inhabitants of the surrounding cities must perish? Zhang Duxing's voice trembled. It is a necessary evil. Rather than allowing everyone to succumb to zombification, we must preserve hope for a portion of humanity, Wu Huahai asserted. Our research indicates that nuclear radiation can diminish the virulence of the zombie virus, reducing its infectious nature. Under the protective radiation shield of Dying City, the virus can be effectively controlled. According to our supercomputer's calculations, I recognize the cruelty of this decision, but it remains our sole option. Wu Huahai's gaze was resolute. We must make a choice. Let us commence the voting. Soon, out of 31 mayors, 29 consented, and the island plan was approved. Let preparations begin immediately, Wu Huahai instructed, signaling to the others. The mayors on the screen nodded in agreement before vanishing. Desheng, Wu Huahai's voice carried a hint of compassion. I understand you're distressed, I know that for you. Sacrificing the majority to save dying city is profoundly harsh. Yet, we are out of time. The speed at which the virus spreads and mutates far exceeds our expectations. If we delay any longer, we may not even be able to save dying city. Zhang Desheng nodded, acknowledging Wu Huahai's wisdom. Hesitation would only lead to greater loss of life. Lie entered Xiao Ruoshua's room, where he was met with a fierce glare. Lie, do you or do you not have an affair with my aunt? Xiao Ruoshua sat on the sofa, her voice icy and devoid of emotion. Li Yi chose silence as his response. You need not deny it. I have studied microexpression psychology. From the moment you met my aunt, I sensed something amiss. She advanced towards Li Yi, her high heels allowing her to meet his gaze directly. The exchange of glances, the tone, the physical contact between you two. She paused, her voice growing colder. You cannot deceive me. Li regarded her, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding. His slight movement was unmistakably clear to Xiao Ruoshua. To what extent have you two progressed? She pressed, her breath steadying as she fought to contain her emotions. We have engaged in all that is customary between a man and a woman. Li Yi's tone was flat, yet it detonated like a bomb within Xiao Ruoshua's heart. Scoundrel! She raised her hand, poised to slap Li Yi. However, her hand hovered in midair, frozen. Realizing that Xiao Ruoshua was struggling to process the revelation, Li Yi exited the room. Such matters are indeed difficult for most to accept in a short span of time. Fortunately, he had only entangled himself with Xiao Ruoshua's aunt, not a direct relative. Had it been otherwise, he would have to be constantly vigilant for Xiao Ruoshua's wrath. As night fell, the community descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the sporadic growls of wandering zombies. In the control room, Li Yi scrutinized the surveillance screens. By 8 o'clock, it was time for dinner. Some individuals had already begun to eat, while others cautiously stashed their food away, awaiting Li Yi's distribution. Minutes ticked by, and as Li remained inactive, agitation spread among the crowd. Discontented murmurs began to surface in the apartment group chat. What does Li mean by this? Wasn't he supposed to distribute food? He wouldn't be toying with us, would he? Exactly, he speaks but does not act. One individual directly tagged Li Yi. Building manager Li, when will you distribute the food? We are starving. Yes, building manager Li, we are all waiting. If food is not distributed soon, we may very well starve to death. Complaints and pleas echoed throughout the chat. Li observed the messages on the screen and began to respond. Everyone, please remain calm. Food will be distributed on schedule, just not today. Before that, I need you to understand one thing. I am not your babysitter, nor your savior. I will only guarantee your survival. Nothing more. If you expect me to provide for your every need without effort, you may as well give up that hope. The chat group fell silent immediately. All eyes were fixed on the screen, awaiting Li Yi's next words. I have food, water, and various necessities. However, these items must be earned through labor. Cleaning, clearing zombies, patrolling. Each task will earn you corresponding supplies. I will publish the specific tasks and rewards shortly. I am merely responsible for providing a relatively safe environment. Whether you survive or not will depend on your choices. As soon as Li Yi's message was sent, the chat erupted in chaos. What, we have to work for it? This is too harsh. Indeed, we've never had to work a day in our lives. Building manager, you can't just stand by and watch us perish. Yes, building manager, we are all neighbors. Please help us. The clamor of complaints and pleas intensified. Li Yi gazed at the messages with a stoic expression etched upon his face. He had long anticipated such an outcome. These individuals had become utterly spoiled by their comfortable lives, completely oblivious to the harsh realities of a true apocalypse. They believed that as long as they remained sheltered within their homes, they could weather the storm of disaster unscathed. They thought that mere words would suffice to procure everything they desired. They were utterly ignorant of the world's cruelty. Chapter 91. Moral coercion. Li scrolled through the screen, entering the residents group chat of the community. The chat was bustling with activity, messages flooding in one after another. Building 7 Old Wong's building materials. Does anyone have baby formula? My child's supply has run out. Whoever is willing to deliver some to us. I will reward them with 10,000. Building 6 Lone Wolf. Do you take me for a fool? The streets are crawling with zombies, and you think your money is worth more than my life? Building 1 Lu Ife Bin Fi. Ain't you? What does the official word say? Are we to remain holed up at home indefinitely? Building 3 Excavator Xiao Lu. Indeed, all the supermarkets surrounding the community have been stripped bare. We haven't managed to procure anything. A day or two is manageable, but prolonged starvation is untenable. You are a government official. Please reach out to the authorities and see what can be done. Observing the incessant notifications tagging her, Elder Yu's complexion turned pale. Just hours ago, the residence committee group had been silent save for her. The officials were currently overwhelmed, with no time to attend to them. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Yu recalled Li Yi, who had stockpiled a vast amount of supplies prior to the apocalypse. Even a small portion would suffice to sustain them for a considerable time. Building 3 Elder Yu. Li Yi, did you not stockpile an abundance of supplies before? Now that everyone is out of food, could you please share some with us? The moment Elder Yu's message was sent, the group fell into a hush. All eyes were glued to their screens, awaiting Li Yi's response. After all, it was common knowledge that Li Yi had amassed a considerable cache of resources before the catastrophe, which had been the subject of ridicule for many. Yet now, these supplies had become a lifeline. Building 1 Lu Ife Bin Fi. Li Deshao, please show some compassion and save us. Building 6 Lone Wolf. Li Yi, I shouldn't have doubted your sanity. If you are willing to share some food, I will do anything you ask of me in the future. Building 8 Flowers Blooming. Li Yi, Auntie apologizes. I have 2 children at home. Could you spare a little for us? Suddenly, the group erupted into chaos once more. Voices of desperation, threats, moral coercion, and incessant apologies filled the chat, all pleading for Li Yi to provide sustenance. In the dimly lit room, a smug smile crept across Elder Yu's face. She knew that, given the circumstances, Li Yi could not remain indifferent. With so many neighbors voicing their needs, it would be impossible for anyone to decline. In the control room, Li Yi observed the messages on his phone, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The residents were as fickle as they came. He recalled how they had mocked him during his frenzied stockpiling before the apocalypse. Back then, they had treated him as a joke, an oddity, a madman. Now that the end had truly arrived, they had transformed, each one groveling and begging. They even resorted to moral coercion. He was no fool and would not be swayed by their insincere apologies. He remembered vividly how they had turned against him. Did they expect him to suddenly show benevolence? Impossible. With a scoff, Li replied in the group, "Do you think you deserve my food?" His response detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy in the chat. No1 had anticipated Li Yi's unyielding stance. Lie, what do you mean by that? Elder Yu questioned, her voice laced with frustration. Do you intend to watch us starve to death? You know exactly what I mean. Li Yi retorted coldly, don't think for a second that I am unaware of your intentions. Attempting to morally blackmail me? You are sorely mistaken. I will repeat myself. If you want food, find your own way. Don't expect me to play the role of a saint and hand over provisions to you. Elder Yu's complexion shifted from green to white. She had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for her authority. You, she stammered, trembling with rage. You ungrateful wretch. Elder Yu jabbed her finger at her phone screen, as though she could physically extract Li Yi from it. Her wrinkled face contorted with fury, sparse brows bristling. Her murky eyes filled with malice. I knew you had ulterior motives when you stockpiled those supplies. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, you wish to see us perish from hunger. I warn you, Li Yi, this is a crime. If anyone in the community dies of starvation, you will bear the responsibility once this calamity passes. Elder Yu's voice rose to a shrill pitch, sharp as a rusty saw, causing those who heard it to wince. The group erupted once more. Li, you cannot stand idly by while we suffer. Indeed, we are neighbors. How can you be so heartless? Aunt Yu is right. If someone dies, the authorities will not overlook your actions. Accusations flooded toward Li Yi like a tidal wave, in the dimly lit room. A sinister smile spread across Elder Yu's face as she reveled in her perceived victory, envisioning Li Yi's eventual capitulation. To her, no matter how obstinate he appeared, he was merely a young man. How could he possibly contend with someone as seasoned as herself, who had navigated the community for decades? In the control room, Li Yi's gaze turned icier with each passing message. He scoffed and replied in the group, Aunt Yu, who do you think you are? You think the authorities would trouble themselves over me? Have them come after me and see if they would bother with worthless individuals like you. You elder, you trembled with rage, nearly choking on her words, her face drained of color, lips quivering, yet she could not articulate a complete sentence. She had not expected Li to be so brazen, completely disregarding her authority. Li, do not push your luck. Do you think you are so impressive for hoarding a few supplies? I am a government official. My words carry weight, and I advise you to behave yourself, she spat, each word laced with venom. Seeking your own demise? Li scoffed once more, choosing to ignore Elder Yu and silencing the group notifications. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and already these people had begun eyeing his supplies. However, Li was not concerned. No matter how much they clamored, they could not breach the safe house, limited to mere vocal protest. At that moment, his phone chimed again. The woman with the lowly avatar was requesting to add him as a friend. Li accepted, curious to see what else the residents of the community might concoct. Chapter 92. 180 Sexy babe. With a gentle tap of his finger, he accepted the friend request. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Hey there, big brother, are you there? The sender's nickname was 180 Sexy babe. Li raised an eyebrow. 180? That number evoked thoughts of height. Could it be that a tall, alluring woman resided in the community? Curiosity stirred within him. He clicked on the sender's avatar, revealing a photo enhanced by filters. The woman in the image was tall and donned a provocative dress, her luscious waves cascading over her shoulders, undeniably possessing a measure of allure. Interesting, Li mused to himself. Before he could respond, the woman initiated a video call. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the answer button, anticipation building for a visual delight. However, the very next second, his smile froze in place. The figure on the screen was far from the enticing beauty he had envisioned. Instead, it was an exceedingly rotund woman resembling a spherical shape. She wore tattered, stretched stockings, her calves astonishingly thick, nearly exceeding Li's waistline. What unsettled him even further was her face, which could only be described as grotesque, features crammed together, skin rough, and heavily made up, appearing utterly absurd. Hey there, big brother, the overweight woman cooed, her voice gratingly sweet. Li's stomach churned, almost leading him to regurgitate the meal he had consumed at noon. Suppressing his nausea, he struggled to maintain his composure. Who are you? He stammered. Big brother, I'm your neighbor. The rotund woman batted her eyelashes, continuing in her nauseating tone. Don't you remember me? I live just above you. I'm sorry, but I don't eat pork. Li retorted, abruptly hanging up, blocking, and deleting her in one swift motion. Only after confirming her removal did he breathe a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. He had not felt such dread even in the face of zombies. The figure of 180 is not a height but rather a weight of 180 kilograms, which is utterly terrifying. If such an individual were to transform into a zombie, they would undoubtedly be an elite-level zombie. Time swiftly passed to the following day. In the early morning, the artificial sun's rays filtered through the cracks of the window and door, casting a warm glow upon Li's face. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. His nostrils twitched as the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. Li rose from his bed and followed the delightful scent in the kitchen. Wu Mingming and Su Ting busily donned sheer pajamas. Wu Mingming stood at the stove, wielding a spatula, carefully frying eggs, while Su Ting handed her sliced ham sausages. Li stealthily approached Wu Mingming from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He leaned down, intending to plant a kiss on her cheek. Wu Mingming seemed to sense his presence beforehand, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. She swiftly turned, shoving a freshly fried youtiao into Li's mouth. Li was taken by surprise, his mouth now full. Igu, breakfast is ready, come and taste it, Wu Mingming said with a beaming smile. Su Ting watched their playful interaction, stifling a giggle. Chewing on the youtiao, Li mumbled, Mingming, what is this? Hurry and eat. These are all the ingredients I found in the fridge. Wu Mingming interrupted, guiding him to the dining table. On the table lay steaming soy milk, golden and crispy youtiao, perfectly fried eggs, and ham sausages. Igu, try this. It's the egg that Xiao Ting fried. It's absolutely delicious, Wu Mingming said, placing a fried egg into Li's bowl. After taking a bite, he found the egg crisp on the outside yet tender within. Indeed delightful. At that moment, The bedroom door creaked open, and Xiao Xinmei gracefully emerged. Clad in a black lace nightgown, her figure was accentuated, exuding the allure of a mature woman with every movement. Xiao Xinmei glided over to the dining table. Scooping a spoonful of millet porridge into her mouth, she savored it. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Not bad. This porridge is even better than what my private chefs make. Truly worthy of being our charming Li Yi's girlfriend, Xiao Xinmei praised, emphasizing the word girlfriend, her gaze intentionally drifting toward Wu Mingming. Hearing the compliment, Wu Mingming felt a blush rise to her cheeks and softly replied, "Thank you." Xinmei Jie observed the subtle tension between the two. Chuckling inwardly, he picked up a youtiao and offered it to Xiao Xinmei, saying, "Xinmei Jie, do try this youtiao. Mingming's culinary skills are quite impressive." Xiao Xinmei slightly parted her red lips and took a bite of the youtiao, the crisp texture prompting her to squint in delight. Indeed delicious, she nodded in approval, yet her gaze remained fixated on Li Yi. Su Ting watched this exchange, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She was acutely aware of Xiao Xinmei's feelings for Li Yi, as well as Wu Mingming's affection for him. Yet, she felt as though she was merely a bystander. That day, not only did Wu Mingming share the video of Li Yi bathing in the company group, but she also sent it to Su Ting. Upon seeing the naked Li Yi in the video, Su Ting could not comprehend why her heart raced so fervently. Li Yi was her best friend's boyfriend. Upon receiving the video, she should have deleted it, pretending nothing had transpired. Yet, some primal instinct compelled her to save the video, and in the quiet of the night, she would often revisit it. After breakfast, Li made his way to the gym, initiating his morning workout as part of his apocalyptic regimen. 0.5 kilometers of running, 100 long jumps, 300 sit-dash-ups. Li understood well that although he was safe at present, it did not guarantee eternal safety. Otherwise, the system would not encourage him to slay zombies. Coexisting with zombies would only grant him a single survival point, while eliminating them promised rewards many times greater. However, Li Yi was no fool. At present, he was merely an ordinary individual with slightly enhanced physical attributes. Should he encounter a horde of zombies, his fate would be no different from any other. The best course of action was to bide his time and develop his capabilities, waiting for the right moment to emerge and wreak havoc. Suddenly, the jarring sound of his phone ringing disrupted Li Yi's rhythm. He paused, picked up his phone, and saw a familiar name on the screen. Zhao Maya. Chapter 93. A visitor at the door. Li Yi's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Li Yi, please help me." Zhao Maya's terrified voice echoed through the line. The background filled with the growls of zombies. "I'm at home. The community is swarming with zombies, and I'm trapped. You must come to rescue me." Li Yi fell silent, his voice caught in his throat. "Li, we dated for a while. You can't just turn a blind eye." Zhao Maya's voice trembled with desperation. "Do you not remember how happy we were together? Have you forgotten your promise to protect me for a lifetime? Li Yi, I beg you. If you save me, I will do anything you want." Zhao Maya's voice grew increasingly frantic, as if she would be devoured by zombies at any moment. Li took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Zhao Maya, do not call me again. It would be better for you to seek anyone else." Beep, beep, beep. Li hung up the phone and tossed it aside. He resumed his workout, as though the prior call had been an inconsequential interruption. Meanwhile, Zhao Maya, listening to the busy signal, felt utterly dazed. She slumped to the ground, her face etched with despair. She never anticipated that Li Yi would be so heartless. Initially, she had rejected Li Yi for his lack of wealth and turned to a richer man, only to find that when the apocalypse struck, that man fled with his wife and children, leaving her behind. Now, trapped in the community by zombies, she had nowhere to turn but to Li Yi for help. She had believed that their past feelings would compel him to rescue her. But reality dealt her a harsh blow. "No, I cannot die here." Zhao Maya refused to accept this fate. In the gym, Li Yi's movements accelerated, sweat pouring from him. Suddenly, his phone rang again. He paused, picked it up, and discovered it was Zhao Maya once more. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Li, do you truly intend to be this ruthless?" Zhao Maya's voice dripped with resentment. "Let me tell you, if you do not come to save me, I will expose your secret." "What secret?" Li Yi's tone remained calm. "Your sanctuary. I know you have a safe haven," Zhao Maya shouted. "If you do not let me in, I will inform everyone, and they will come to seize your sanctuary. Li fell silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. Zhao Maya, do you think I would be intimidated by your threats? After speaking, Li Yi hung up the phone again, this time turning it off completely. Once his workout concluded, he headed to the control room. On the surveillance screen, the image suddenly shifted, revealing several men approaching. Armed with fire axes and smeared with dark red blood, they emerged from Building 6, cautiously making their way towards the apartment. The group swiftly dispatched zombies along their path, soon arriving at the apartment door. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic series of knocks echoed. Lie, are you in there? Open the door quickly. We are your neighbors. Let us in to take refuge, they pleaded. Please, we do not wish to be eaten by zombies. Outside, several men continued to knock while desperately begging. Lie, I know you have plenty of food. Just give us a little, and we will leave immediately. One man's tone shifted to a threatening note as he noticed Li's silence. Yes, give us some food, and we'll be on our way. Otherwise, we will keep knocking and draw the zombies here. Another man echoed. Lie, are you really going to sit idly by? They urged. As Li remained unresponsive, the men began to curse vehemently. Give you food? Do you think you deserve it? Li finally spoke, his voice resonating through the microphone. You want to open the door? Then I'll just come in myself. One man roared, swinging his fire axe violently against the door. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated as the axe struck the door, leaving no mark. W, is this door made of? The man stammered, staring incredulously at the axe in his hands again. Refusing to be deterred, he swung the axe again with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds echoed throughout the apartment complex, yet the heavy metal door remained steadfast, unyielding to their assault. The leading man's arm began to tingle, his grip strained, blood dripping from his hands onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, he roared like a cornered beast, Damn it, open the door. If you don't, I'll kill you. Yet no matter how hard they tried, that solid metal door remained immovable. Not a single scratch to be found. What in the world is this door? The man finally could bear it no longer. He plopped down onto the ground, despair etched across his face as he gazed at the seemingly indestructible door before him. Another man halted as well, his hands trembling, the fire axe he held clattering to the ground with a sharp clang. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He could not fathom why a door that appeared ordinary could withstand the relentless blows of a fire axe without so much as a scratch. This defied all logic. Perhaps we should just give up and return to devise a new plan. We cannot kill him now, suggested a timid man. Return? Where to? This place is swarming with zombies. Where can we possibly go? But we cannot just linger here indefinitely, can we? We are nearly out of strength. If more zombies are attracted, we will all perish. Before the surveillance screen, Li coldly observed the unfolding events. He took a sip from a chilled bottle of cola, reclining comfortably on a genuine leather sofa, continuing to relish the farce. The sounds of pounding and shouting outside persisted, yet Li seemed entirely unaffected, as if he were an outsider. He was fully aware that this door was utterly secure. A fortified sanctuary crafted at great expense, every detail meticulously considered. The door was constructed from the most advanced alloy materials, its strength far surpassing the imagination of an ordinary person. Not even a fire axe, let alone a bomb, could breach it. Li shifted his gaze to another surveillance screen. There, a horde of zombies staggered towards the apartment, drawn by the earlier commotion, steadily closing in. The real show was just beginning. Roar! Soon, the zombies howled as they surged from all directions, encircling the men. Help! Li, you bastard! I curse you to an unpeaceful death. The voices quickly fell silent. On the surveillance screen, the men had succumbed to the zombies, leaving only a gruesome scene of severed limbs and blood. Chapter 94. The delivery robot. Li gazed at the bloody scene on the screen, his expression impassive as he took another sip of cola. Buzz! Moments later, his phone vibrated, signaling a message from the owner's group chat. Li picked up his phone and opened the WeChat group. Several individuals were vehemently criticizing him. Li, why won't you open the door? My husband just wanted to get some food for the children. Why do you refuse to help? A woman frantically questioned in the group. Indeed, Li, are you even human? My son is only 28. He is still so young. Can you just sit idly by and watch him be devoured by zombies? Another woman joined in the chorus of condemnation. We are all neighbors. How can you be so heartless? Do you think you can hide inside forever and be safe? Sooner or later, you will also be eaten by zombies. Messages flooded in, each one a barrage of accusations and insults directed at Li Yi. Li Yi regarded these messages with indifference. He leisurely replied in the group, "Why should I open the door? Your family members were careless and came to my house to smash the door. Their fate at the hands of the zombies is none of my concern. Why come to me when you have nothing to eat?" The moment his words were uttered, the group erupted in further outrage. "Li Yi, are you even human? Are you just mocking us? You are nothing but a cold-blooded animal," someone suggested. "Let us all go to his house and drag him out. He must give us an explanation." "Yes, let us go together. I refuse to believe he can hide indefinitely. Let us go, right now." The members of the group responded fervently, their emotions running high, each one eager to storm Li Yi's residence and tear him to shreds. Li Yi observed the messages with a smirk. These people were merely posturing, hoping to use others as cannon fodder. The earlier chaos outside had already proven that zombies were neither blind nor deaf. Once discovered, the outcome was inevitable: death. As noon approached, Li Yi pushed a small cart filled with supplies along the corridor of the apartment. The cart was neatly stacked with boxes of bottled water and bags of compressed biscuits. This was his provision for the 400 residents of the safe house. Only one meal a day. There was no choice. Even the landlord had no surplus. Li Yi arrived at a closed door and gently knocked. He then opened two palm-sized iron windows on the door. These small iron windows served as a food delivery port, reminiscent of certain prisons. Within these 400 rooms, no one could open the door without Li Yi's authorization. A precaution taken for their safety. If the door were opened, it would threaten his life with more than just a handful of people. Li Yi retrieved a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits from the cart, passing them through the small iron window. "Thank you," the woman inside said quietly. Li Yi offered no response and turned to the next room. Knock, 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 food delivery. Knock, 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 food delivery. The same dialogue played out in front of each door. Some residents accepted the food submissively, while others expressed dissatisfaction, grumbling about the meager provisions. The few even attempted to bargain, hoping for something more appetizing. "Handsome, look at my delicate skin. I really can't survive on this," a flamboyantly dressed woman cooed. "How about you let me do something else for you in exchange for some better food?" As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her curves. Li Yi regarded her expressionlessly. Responding, "Eat or not is your choice." He then turned away without a backward glance, moving on to the next unit. After a while, Li realized that relying solely on himself for deliveries was too slow. He enlisted a few women to assist him, allowing him to supervise from the control room via the monitors. However, he soon discovered that the women were sneaking bites. Witnessing this, Li decided to replace them with a robot. He opened the system marketplace, clearly seeing the data panel. Remaining survival points, 1634 points. His gaze swiftly scanned the system marketplace until it landed on a delivery robot named Express Courier 200. This robot boasted efficient route planning capabilities, an intelligent obstacle avoidance system, and a large cargo compartment. This is the one. Li spent 1,500 survival points to exchange for the Express Courier 200. Deducted 1,500 survival points. Remaining survival points, 134 points. A silver-white robot appeared before Li. Externally, it resembled a small truck, adorned with 8 mechanical arms capable of rotating 360 degrees, with 4 agile omnidirectional wheels at the base allowing movement in any direction. "Activate." Li commanded. "Express Courier at your service." The robot emitted in a synthesized electronic voice. Li pushed the cart filled with food in front of the robot. "Deliver this food to each room," he instructed, pointing at the cart. "Understood." The robot scanned the food on the cart and began to load them into its compartment, commencing the delivery. Li issued another command. "Planning route, please wait." "Route planning complete." "Commencing task." The robot advanced slowly down the corridor, accurately stopping at each room's door. It utilized its mechanical arms to pass the food through the delivery port. The entire process was smooth and efficient. Most importantly, this robot could navigate stairs independently, requiring no assistance from humans. Li sat in the control room, observing the robot's operations via the surveillance screens. The robot worked with remarkable efficiency, never engaging in idle chatter or pilfering food. Proving to be utterly perfect, with this robot, he could entirely free his hands. However, Li had no intention of allowing the residents of the apartment to eat and drink for free. Once he organized the affairs of the apartment, These individuals would take over the tasks. After completing these arrangements, Li Yi enlarged one of the windows on the monitor. The screen displayed Bai Shui cautiously dividing a piece of compressed biscuit into several portions. After portioning the biscuits, she picked up a bottle of water, pouring it into several empty containers. Every movement she made seemed particularly careful. Li watched Bai Shui's actions. This woman demonstrated a keen sense of foreboding. Bai Shui meticulously concealed the divided food and water before finally taking a small piece of biscuit and slowly beginning to eat. She savored each bite, chewing slowly as if afraid to finish it in one go. As a compassionate individual, adhering to the traditional values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, Li Yi naturally wished to assist this unfortunate woman. He activated the microphone, tuning into Bai Shui's room. Ready to engage in a meaningful conversation with this flight attendant, perhaps he could find a way to ensure she was well-fed and hydrated. Chapter 95. Wang Jia's gratitude. Miss Bai Shui. Do you need assistance? Li Yi's voice resonated within Bai Shui's room. Startled, she looked up at the ceiling, immediately adopting a theatrical tone, her voice tinged with sobs, making her sound utterly pitiable. Li Yi, I haven't eaten in several days. Could you possibly give me some extra food? With 400 residents in the apartment, the food distribution was uniform. Li's voice was cold as ice. Unless you can present something of interest to me, Bai Shui bit her lip, seemingly hesitating. Her delicate features were etched with conflict. Lie, considering that I once called you father, please help me. A bottle of water and a piece of compressed biscuit is utterly insufficient. Bai Shui implored. Now is the apocalypse, and having food is already quite fortunate. You are in the community owners group, and you should know that there are still quite a few people in the neighborhood who are going hungry. Li responded calmly, unaffected by Bai Shui's words. Noticing that Li Yi did not pity himself, Bai Shui immediately adopted a delicate tone. But I am a girl, and girls become ugly when they starve. Their breasts diminish as well. Moreover, since I am so beautiful, you surely wouldn't want me to become unattractive, would you? If I become ugly, so be it. It will be the same when the lights are off. After Li Yi spoke, he promptly ended the call, ignoring Bai Shui any further. Presently, Bai Shui believed she would receive bottled water and biscuits daily and remained optimistic. However, once he set the robot's delivery schedule to once every few days, Bai Shui would soon realize how naive she was. Li was neither a philanthropist nor a saint. After hanging up, Li Yi took the elevator to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened slowly, a breath of fresh air greeted him, mingled with the earthy scent of soil and vegetables. Inside the greenhouse, rows of neatly arranged shelves displayed a thriving assortment of vegetables: emerald cucumbers, vibrant red tomatoes, deep purple eggplants, and tender green lettuce. Under the artificial sun's illumination, these vegetables exuded an enticing luster. Vegetables grown in black soil not only boasted impressive sizes and vivid colors, but also offered exquisite flavors. Li casually plucked a cucumber, wiping it with no care, and took a bite. Crunch! The crisp sound echoed, juices bursting forth, sweet and refreshing. He then picked a tomato. Upon biting into it, the tangy sweetness exploded in his mouth. Leaving a lingering aftertaste, Li felt quite satisfied. The organically grown vegetables were far superior to those laden with pesticide residues from the pre-apocalyptic days. He retrieved a basin and began harvesting cucumbers and tomatoes. Before long, the basin was filled to the brim. Let's give them a watering, he instructed the sun. The sun began its task, transforming the atmosphere into a rainy day, nourishing each plant. Once the watering was complete, the sun emerged. Li reclined in a rocking chair placed within the greenhouse. Sunbathing while savoring fruits, he watched the zombies meandering throughout the community. Whether they were the affluent individuals who once drove Mercedes, the educators who imparted knowledge, or the security guards stationed at the gates, their identities and statuses before the apocalypse varied. Yet, at this moment, they had all transformed into mindless monsters. The apocalypse was remarkably fair. Li Yi consumed the last bite of his tomato. I still need to find an opportunity to obtain a zombie corpse for research, he murmured to himself. Although the gates currently provided a barrier against the zombies, who could foresee what unforeseen events might transpire over time? What if one day the gates malfunctioned, or the zombies evolved? Even this high-rise might not be safe. However, now is not the time. He needed to wait a little longer. While his physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could single-handedly confront the entire horde of zombies in the community. Caution was essential. The sunshine enveloped him warmly, and Li Yi soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself back in the pre-apocalyptic world, transformed into a super-rich heir, surrounded by beautiful women, reveling in nightly festivities. Li Zong, you are truly impressive. Li Zong, another drink, please. Li Zong, do you think I look pretty today? A throng of charming women flocked around him, vying for his attention. Li indulged in their affection, basking in joy. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Zombies roared and lunged at him. Those beautiful women instantly morphed into terrifying monsters. Li jolted awake, realizing he was still reclining in the rocking chair. It had merely been a dream. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Li chuckled bitterly. What one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. For the past few months, thoughts of zombies had occupied his mind, undoubtedly causing him considerable psychological strain. Now that he was safe, he could indeed afford to relax. At that moment, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Wang Jie from Jinlong Company calling him. Upon answering, a choked voice came through the line. Li Zong, you truly are the savior of our family. Wang Jie's voice trembled, tinged with tears. If it weren't for you, our family we would have. The end of the world had indeed arrived. Wang Jie sobbed. I followed your advice and sent my family to the underground safety shelter in advance. Just as we settled in, chaos erupted outside. With monsters everywhere, I witnessed our neighbor being torn apart by those creatures. It was horrifying. Li inquired solemnly, are your family members safe now? Safe. They are all safe. Wang Jie replied repeatedly, thanks to you. We were able to hide beforehand. Otherwise, Li Zong, you are our family's benefactor. Wang Jie was overwhelmed with emotion. My son is only 5. He knows nothing. I will have him recognize you as his godfather, so he can honor you in the future. Li was taken aback, then smiled. That was your choice. I merely made a suggestion. There's no need for such formality. No, Li Zong, you truly are our family's savior. Wang Jie insisted. From now on, our family will heed your guidance. After a moment of silence, Li Yi replied, all right, since you say so, I will accept this godson. Once it's safe, bring him to meet me. After hanging up, the elevator lights flickered on. Wu Mingming pulled Su Ting out of the elevator and into the greenhouse. She curiously gazed around, fascinated by everything. Wow, Xiao Ting, look at how huge this strawberry is, Wu Mingming exclaimed. Pointing at a plump, red strawberry, Su Ting leaned in to take a look and nodded. Indeed, it's larger than any I've seen in the supermarket, and it looks incredibly fresh. Wu Mingming plucked a strawberry and handed it to Su Ting, saying, try this. Su Ting accepted the strawberry, took a bite, and the juices flowed forth, sweet with a hint of tartness, delighting her palate. Delicious. Su Ting's eyes sparkled. Wu Mingming also picked a strawberry, savoring it with satisfaction as she squinted her eyes in bliss. Gu's place is simply a treasure trove. The two strolled and admired the produce, soon cradling an assortment of fruits. Crimson apples, golden pears, purple grapes, and green watermelons. An array of colors, truly a sight to behold. They approached Li Yi's rocking chair, sitting on the wooden seat, and began to indulge in a fruit feast. Wu Mingming turned to Li Yi, who lay with his eyes closed, leisurely resting in the rocking chair. She gently picked a grape, peeled its skin, and brought it to Li Yi's lips. Li Yi did not open his eyes. He merely slightly parted his lips to accept the grape. Sweet? Wu Mingming asked softly. Very sweet, Li Yi replied. Wu Mingming smiled, peeling another grape to enjoy herself. Su Ting watched from the side, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. Chapter 96. Zhao Maya's despair immersed in tenderness. Li pondered other matters. Just moments ago, he discovered that the system had upgraded. Following the upgrade, the system panel displayed the level of the current apartment building, high-level shelter. Beyond this level, there were fortress level, stronghold level, city level, and nation level classifications. Each level of shelter boasted more powerful functions and formidable protective measures. Furthermore, the system sent him a notification. Zombies are not static. They will evolve and become more formidable and cunning as time passes and they consume. Host, please upgrade the shelter in a timely manner to ensure safety. Obtaining survival points can be used to upgrade various functions of the shelter, including defense, attack, living facilities, technological research, etc. Upon reaching a certain level, the shelter will automatically ascend to the next tier. Li glanced over the details. He was currently 30 away from achieving the fortress-level shelter. This indicated that his present shelter could not yet be considered a true fortress, especially in the face of powerful zombies. A chill ran down Li Yi's spine. He realized that the apocalyptic scenario he found himself in was far more perilous than he had initially imagined. It seemed he needed to hasten the upgrade of the shelter. I certainly don't wish to wake up one day only to find myself surrounded by zombies. Li Yi murmured. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine. Clearly, to survive in this apocalypse, constant fighting would be imperative. For him, this was not a daunting task. After all, his physical prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had the system at his side. As long as he continuously upgraded the shelter and fortified himself, his chances of survival would significantly improve. It appeared that in the coming period, he would have much to attend to. Beginning with a small goal, upgrading the shelter to fortress level, Li Yi silently resolved. Observing Li Yi in a state of contemplation, Wu Mingming chose not to disturb him. She gently settled beside him. Beginning to massage his legs, her slender fingers kneaded his leg muscles softly, applying just the right amount of pressure to Igu. Do you have something on your mind? Wu Mingming inquired softly, her voice gentle. Li slowly opened his eyes and bestowed a light kiss on her lips. I might need to venture out of the shelter soon. What for? Wu Mingming blinked her big eyes, inquiring with curiosity. To hunt zombies. Upon hearing this, concern filled Wu Mingming's eyes. Then please be careful, she urged softly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Li Yi smiled, gently caressing Wu Mingming's cheek. I know my own limits. Once my physical prowess reaches 5 times that of an ordinary person, I'll consider going out. Wu Mingming nodded. Resting her head gently on Li Yi's lap. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Diligently exercises every day, steadily enhancing his physical fitness. While the world outside grows increasingly chaotic, the number of wandering zombies within the community has noticeably surged, with sporadic growls and screams occasionally piercing the silence. His phone vibrates incessantly with messages from the homeowners group. Who has any food left? I'm truly on the brink of starvation. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue us? Li Yi, you are heartless. Every day, old lady you stirs up trouble in the homeowners group, inciting the residents' emotions in an attempt to foster hatred towards Li Yi. Naturally, Li responds without reservation, leaving old lady Yu fuming with rage. Her son, Yu Jianjun, seeks to defend his mother's honor but ends up being berated in turn, despite their intense desire to flay Li alive. The ever-present zombies lurking in the community stifle any courage they might muster to venture outside. One day, after emerging from the gym, Li Yi unexpectedly receives a video call from Zhao Maya. After a moment of hesitation, he answers the call. In just a few short days, Zhao Maya's once voluptuous figure has withered to a gaunt frame. Her formerly smooth and delicate skin has become rough and cracked. Resembling the bark of an old tree, her cheeks are sunken, her cheekbones prominent, and her eye sockets deep with a vacant stare. Her lips are chapped, riddled with tiny fissures that bleed at the slightest movement. She lies in bed, devoid of the strength to even turn over, gasping for breath, each inhalation sounding labored and wheezy. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Her voice trembles with despair. I'm truly on the verge of starvation. She pleads, her eyes filled with desperation, resembling a cornered beast making a final struggle for survival. Please, have mercy on me. I apologize. I will make amends. I would do anything for you. If only you would save me. If you could just give me a morsel of food. She stares intently at the screen, hoping for even the faintest glimmer of compassion from Li Yi, yet he remains expressionless, gazing at Zhao Maya as if she were a stranger. Someone entirely unrelated to him. What are you eating? Zhao Maya's gaze falters, landing on the dining table behind Li Yi. What are you eating? Li Yi does not respond. Instead, he rises slowly and turns the camera towards the table. It is laden with food, milk, fruits, and a perfectly seared lamb chop, sizzling with heat. Zhao Maya's eyes widen in disbelief, fixated on the screen, the sound of her swallowing her saliva echoing in the silence. Help me. I'm about to starve, she implores. I'm just in the neighboring community, merely a kilometer away. Please save me. Li takes a bite of the lamb chop, the succulent juices bursting in his mouth. An exquisite delight, he savors each bite, relishing this rare treat in the apocalypse, utterly ignoring Zhao Maya's desperate pleas. As she watches Li Yi eat, her expression shifts from yearning to despair and ultimately to resentment. Li Yi, You will face retribution, she screams, her voice hoarse and ragged. Having finished the last bite of the lamb chop, Li wipes his mouth with a napkin and ends the call. Zhao Maya trembles with rage. Her phone slipping from her grasp, the screen now dark. Despair envelopes her as she shuts her eyes, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, pooling on the cold floor. Bastard. Her cracked lips barely form the words, a feeble sound escaping her parched throat. She hasn't had water in ages, her throat feeling as if it were on fire. She longs for the soothing touch of water. Even a single drop would provide a semblance of comfort. Yet, the room is barren, devoid of even a drop. She knows she is nearing death. Under the dual torment of hunger and thirst, the flame of her life flickers perilously low, unwilling to accept her fate. She clings to thoughts of Li Yi, recalling the tantalizing food on his table. If only he could share a morsel, just a tiny bit, she could survive. But he has rejected her. He gazes at her pleas with cold indifference. Unmoved by her suffering. At that moment, Zhao Maya's regret reaches its pinnacle. Chapter 97. The Guardian of the Community. 3 days have passed once more. It has been a week since the apocalypse began. Li Yi finally prepares himself to venture out and hunt zombies. To upgrade his apartment, he must accumulate a substantial number of survival points. The meager daily stipend of 404 points from the apartment is insufficient. For safety, he dons a thick leather jacket and pants, opting for a half-meter-long machete as his weapon, finding it of manageable weight and easy to wield. Lastly, he tucks a handgun into his pocket as his final line of defense. With all preparations complete, Li takes a deep breath and cracks the apartment door open slightly. Fully opening the door would take several minutes, but creating a small opening for passage only requires a few seconds. A gust of cold wind, carrying a faint stench of decay, hits him, causing him to frown. The zombies that had gathered at the door have since dispersed, leaving behind only a few gnawed bones. As he squeezes through the narrow opening, he observes numerous bloated corpses of zombies floating in the surrounding drainage ditches, having succumbed to drowning. At the entrance, several zombies notice Li Yi and emit excited growls. Lunging toward him with outstretched claws, without a moment's hesitation, Li swiftly raises his machete and strikes down at the head of a zombie. There is a sickening crunch as its skull splits open, dark red blood gushing forth. Survival points 10. The zombie collapses to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Li breathes a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated his first combat experience to go so smoothly. This boosts his confidence as he efficiently dispatches the remaining ordinary zombies. Survival points 10. Survival points 15. Survival points 10. Lie. You finally emerged. Li Yi turns to see Yu Jianjun leading a group of men, brandishing cleavers and advancing towards him with menace. Why Yu Jianjun's face is twisted in rage, eyes glinting with greed. I'm going to chop you up today to feed the zombies. The men behind him echo his threats. Waving their knives, if you know what's good for you, hand over your supplies. Otherwise, you'll die without a trace. Li Yi scoffs, looking disdainfully at this ragtag group. He stretches his limbs, his gaze sharpening. You want my supplies? Let's see if you have the capability. Yu Jianjun is taken aback, not expecting Li Yi to remain so composed. However, seeing Li Yi alone, he shouts, Brothers, charge! Kill him and seize the apartment. A few thugs rush at Li Yi, swinging their cleavers. Li Yi swiftly dodges their attacks, his machete gleaming as it accurately pierces one thug's throat. Blood sprays forth, and the thug clutches his neck, collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before going still. He is dead just like that. The remaining thugs turn pale with fright and begin to retreat in terror, having not anticipated Li Yi's ruthlessness in killing so swiftly. Yu Jianjun is also startled but quickly regains his composure. Don't be afraid. He is just one person. Let us take him down together. Yu Jianjun urges his men once more. Though a few thugs hesitate, they ultimately press forward. Lie, no longer holding back, strikes with lightning speed, each blow hitting vital points. The air fills with screams, and blood stains the ground. In less than a minute, all the thugs lie lifeless on the ground. Yu Jianjun is utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Li Yi to kill without hesitation, treating it as casually as slaughtering livestock. Without a moment's thought, Yu Jianjun turns to flee. Thinking of running, Li Yi sneers, taking a swift step forward and delivering a kick to Yu Jianjun's back. Why Yu Jianjun cries out in pain, tumbling to the ground in a heap. Lie stands over him, looking down from his elevated position. Now, do you still want my supplies? No, pleased, I was wronged. I'll never dare again. Why you Jianjun pleads in terror. Spare me, Eligo. I was wronged, I promise. I won't do it again. Li gazes at him coldly, devoid of any sympathy, raising his knife. Why you Jianjun utterly breaks down, tears and snot streaming down his face, his pants soaked, realizing that Li truly intends to kill him. Li Gu, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. In a desperate bid for survival, Yu Jianjun offers, I'll give you my wife. I'll let you have my wife. Just spare me, and I promise she'll come to you before 6 this evening. In a moment of consideration, Li Yi frowns. Although Yu Jianjun's wife, Zhou Yan, is a young woman, well-preserved and of excellent figure, she had caused Li Yi no small amount of trouble before the apocalypse. It seems that a lesson is indeed in order. However, the timing is not right. Li raises his knife, prepared to take the man's life. Just then, a cacophony of zombie growls echoes from the distance. Turning to look, Li Yi sees a horde of zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, surging toward him. There are a considerable number, easily over 100. Without further hesitation, Li Yi turns and flees. He must escape quickly, or else be surrounded by this horde of zombies, which would spell disaster for him. Seeing Li Yi forced to leave, Yu Jianjun's heart fills with joy. He struggled to rise, fleeing in the opposite direction. Upon reaching the outskirts of the community, he sought refuge within an abandoned supermarket, where Li finally exhaled in relief. The zombies appeared to possess a keen sensitivity to the scent of blood. Having dispatched those individuals merely 3 minutes prior, the zombies were quick to arrive. This indicates that their senses are not dulled, perhaps even superior to those of humans. The absence of zombie carcasses outside the door suggests that these creatures are prone to devouring one another. This could very well be the primary reason for their evolution. Fortunately, the apocalypse has only just begun, and most of the zombies remain ordinary, posing little threat to someone of his extraordinary physical prowess. After slaying 4 zombies and 4 individuals, he had accrued a total of 100 survival points. Li suddenly felt disillusioned with the notion of relying on government aid for sustenance. It is no wonder that the system has set the rewards for slaying zombies at 10 times that of coexisting with them. The system's intent seems to be to compel him to grow stronger through combat, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. Challenge task: eliminate 4 zombies of any level within 24 hours to receive a reward of 100 survival points and an eyesight potion X1. Hearing the system's voice sparked an urge within Li Yi to curse. Having just exterminated 4 zombies, the inept system sent him a new task. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the depths of the supermarket. Chapter 98. The starving survivor. Li Yi's heart raced, and he immediately became alert. He quickly rose and stealthily concealed himself behind a row of shelves, gripping his machete tightly. As the footsteps drew nearer, his heartbeat quickened. He held his breath, peering through the gaps in the shelves. Soon, 4 figures came into view. 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in thick clothing and helmets, wielding kitchen knives, cautiously searched the supermarket. They appeared to be survivors out seeking food. Li refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to observe. The 4 individuals gradually approached the shelves where Li Yi was hiding. His heart leaped to his throat, and he tightened his grip on the machete, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, one of the men abruptly halted, seemingly having sensed something. It seems there is someone here. The other 3 immediately stopped as well. Warily scanning their surroundings, Li realized he had been exposed. He took a deep breath and lunged out from behind the shelves. Who goes there? The 4 were startled by Li Yi's sudden appearance. Raising their kitchen knives defensively, upon recognizing him as a human, they visibly relaxed and lowered their weapons. Brother, are you also out searching for supplies? One of the bald men inquired. Li nodded silently. We are from the neighboring community, and we came to this supermarket in hopes of finding food. We never expected to encounter another survivor. The leader explained, eyeing Li Yi up and down, and upon seeing his robust physique, he considered the prospect of recruiting him. Brother Xiao, since you are alone as well, would you care to join us? There is strength in numbers, and it would be safer to search for supplies together. Rest assured, if you accompany us, I can guarantee you at least half a bottle of mineral water and a small bag of bread each day. What do you say? Li Yi regarded the group, contemplating the possibility of turning on them in the event of an ambush. After some consideration, he concluded that the difficulty was considerable, not to mention that they were all wearing helmets. Even the thick clothing could entangle his machete. And should he hesitate by even a second, he would be cut down by the others. Those who understand the times are wise. Pretending to agree was the best course of action for now. Sure, Lie replied nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his face. Hearing this, the others broke into smiles. They led Li to a corner of the supermarket, where the five of them sat together. Brother, my name is Wang Chong. This is Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Lu Feng. The leader introduced. I am Wang Erniu. Li said coolly. Brother Wang, from now on we are a team, and we will face everything together. Wang Chong clapped Li on the shoulder. Assuming the role of the elder brother. How have you been faring these days? You look like you've been through quite a bit. Wang Chong probed, scrutinizingly wide at Lie's side, adopting a pained expression. Don't even mention it. Ever since this hellish world began, I haven't had a single proper meal. I've been wandering around with an empty stomach, searching for food, too afraid to make a sound lest I attract those monsters. For the past few days, I have managed to survive on the meager scraps left in the supermarket, and if I cannot find food soon, I fear I will starve to death. As he spoke, he pretended to wipe his eyes, as if on the verge of tears. Wang Chong and the others exchanged glances, smiles creeping onto their faces. Sigh, who isd? Wang Chong feigned sympathy, lamenting, we too have gone several days without food. And it was only out of desperation that we risked venturing out to find something to eat. He pulled a piece of sausage from his pocket and handed it to Li. Brother Wang, have something to eat to tide you over. The sausage was only half a piece, its surface slightly yellowing and emitting a peculiar odor, clearly on the verge of spoiling. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Lu Feng's eyes were fixated on the half sausage, as they could not help but swallow. It had been a long time since they had tasted meat, and to them, this half sausage was akin to a delicacy. Li accepted the sausage with a look of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. You are truly kind. I was so hungry I was nearly ready to eat dirt. And I'm fortunate to have you all. Li wiped his eyes again, as if moved, then turned and offered the half sausage to Lu Feng. Beautiful lady, please have some. Lu Feng was taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. Is this for me? Yes, Li nodded. I am young and can withstand hunger. You are a woman, so it is better for you to eat more. Lu Feng excitedly took the sausage, carefully breaking off a small piece and savoring it slowly. The remainder, she cautiously tucked into her pocket. The other two watched Lu Feng's actions, a flicker of jealousy crossing their eyes, but they quickly concealed it. Little brother, you truly are a good person. Even before the apocalypse, if you had offered me lobster and abalone, I wouldn't have cared. But now, such things are treasures that are hard to come by. Lu Feng felt a growing fondness for the young man before her. All right, let us see if there are any more food supplies here. It's nearly noon, and we should all be feeling hungry. Under Wang Chong's direction, the group quickly dispersed to meticulously search through the dilapidated supermarket. Li ascended to the second floor alone, pulling a hamburger from his spatial ring to eat. Ever since his physical abilities had significantly enhanced, his appetite had also increased considerably. His body now resembled a high-speed machine, requiring more energy to sustain its consumption. While eating the hamburger, Li wandered about the second floor, his gaze sweeping over the rows of empty shelves. He knew that even if there were food left here, it had likely been scavenged long ago. Upon finishing the hamburger, Li produced a steaming pack of fried chicken and a bottle of pure milk. These cooked meals, prepared prior to the apocalypse, retained their original state after being stored in the ring, as time within the spatial ring stood still. After consuming the fried chicken and milk, Li disposed of the trash in a corner, covering it with debris. Soon, the group reconvened. Wang Chong had found several bottles of dusty mineral water, while the others found nothing at all. Brother Wang, did you uncover anything on the second floor? No, everything on the shelves has already been cleared out. Li shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Alas, it seems we will have to suffice with water today. Wang Chong sighed, dividing the mineral water into 6 portions, keeping 2 bottles for himself and distributing 1 bottle to each of the others. As they drank, a man named Zhang Long suddenly stood up. Wait, I smell fried chicken. Chapter 99. Serving the people. Hearing his companion's words, Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Long, have you lost your mind from hunger? Where would fried chicken come from in this cursed place? Zhao Hu chimed in, echoing, yes, Long, you must be hallucinating. Lu Feng covered her mouth, giggling, finding Zhang Long rather amusing. Zhang Long ignored their mockery, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air like a hunting dog. No, I truly smell it. A strong scent of fried chicken. He suddenly turned and dashed toward the stairwell. I am going to check the second floor. Wang Chong and the others exchanged glances, their smiles fading. Could it be that someone had indeed been here before them and eaten fried chicken? Li Yi reached for his pocket, where his handgun lay, ready for action at any moment. Moments later, Zhang Long returned from upstairs, holding a plastic bag containing chicken bones and an empty milk bottle. Look, what is this? Zhang Long tossed the plastic bag and milk bottle before the others. Wang Chong picked up the plastic bag, examining the chicken bones closely, and then inhaled deeply. A rich aroma of fried chicken wafted up, causing him to swallow instinctively. The milk bottle still bore some traces of milk, exuding a faint fragrance. How is this possible? Wang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Hu and Lu Feng also crowded closer, staring at the chicken bones and milk bottle, their expressions reflecting shock. Someone has truly eaten here, and not long ago. Zhao Hu's voice trembled. Who could it be? Is there someone else hiding here besides us? Wang Chong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Everyone, remain composed. Let us first analyze the situation. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on Li Yi. Brother Wang, you have been on the second floor. Did you notice any suspicious individuals? Li shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. No, I was just looking for food and didn't see anyone else. Wang Chong fixed his eyes on Li Yi, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. However, Li Yi's gaze was resolute, offering no hint of evasion. Could it be that someone left just after having a meal before we arrived? Zhao Hu speculated. It's possible, but isn't that a bit too coincidental? Lu Feng frowned. Damn it, we are on the verge of starving, and there are people eating fried chicken right under our noses. If I catch them, I will sever their limbs and seize all their food. Zhang Long cursed vehemently, then his eyes fell upon the chicken bones at his feet. He bent down, picked up a chicken bone, and placed it directly into his mouth. Damn, this is delicious. The bone is still warm, Zhang Long mumbled with his mouth full. Zhao Hu and Lu Feng, unable to contain themselves, quickly grabbed bones and stuffed them into their mouths. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of several people gnawing on bones. Wang Chong, unable to resist the temptation, also seized a chicken bone and took a bite. Although it was merely leftover scraps, in this apocalyptic context, it could be considered a culinary delight. Lie, why aren't you eating? Wang Chong inquired, chewing on the bone. I'm allergic to chicken. Li Yi replied nonchalantly, his eyes inadvertently darting toward the pile of chicken bones. You're talking nonsense. Are you looking down on us? Zhang Long retorted, clearly displeased. I truly don't eat. You all can go ahead. Li shook his head. Humph, what are you trying to be so noble for? Not eating is fine. We are still starving, Zhang Long scoffed, continuing to gnaw on the bone. Wang Chong chose not to say anything further, silently chewing the bone and swallowing it. After finishing, Li Yi followed the others onto another street. There was a large supermarket on this street, with a throng of zombies lingering at the entrance, at least 100 of them. Wang Chong pointed to the supermarket not far away and addressed the group. There should be plenty of food inside that supermarket, but there are too many zombies at the entrance. We need someone to lure them away. Then we will have to vote on it, Wang Chong proposed, and no one objected. Soon, the voting results were in. Li Yi received unanimous support. You will be responsible for distracting the zombies while we go in to gather supplies. Once the task is accomplished, we will divide the spoils evenly, Wang Chong said. Patting Li Yi on the shoulder, Li Yi looked at the others, a cold smile forming in his heart. This group truly knew how to play their cards right, making him the bait while they enjoyed the spoils. Big brother, isn't this a bit unfair? With so many zombies, isn't going to my doom? Li Yi countered. Because we are a team. The majority rules, Wang Chong frowned, his tone becoming more assertive. Besides, you are young. You can run fast. Those zombies shouldn't be able to catch you. I just joined you, and this task is too dangerous. I refuse to go. Lie firmly rejected. Lie, don't push your luck. Asking you to lure the zombies is a sign of respect. Zhang Long shouted in anger, having long held a grudge against Li Yi. I don't need your respect. Li replied coolly. It's so. Will you go or not? One word. Zhao Hu's patience was wearing thin. I won't go. Li stated decisively. You son of a. Zhang Long was furious and was about to lash out. Enough, Wang Chong shouted. Stopping Zhang Long, he took a deep breath, looking at Li Yi, trying to keep his tone calm. Li Yi, I understand you have grievances, but now is not the time for a tantrum. We are a team and should support each other. If you help us lure the zombies this time, we will definitely not forget the benefits you will receive later. We promise to give you an extra share of the supplies once we procure them. This is also a way of serving the community. Zhao Hu chimed in. Li scoffed inwardly, lamenting that these individuals were already on a path to self-destruction. Fine, I will go. But when you find food, you better give me an extra portion. After saying this, Li took a machete from the safe house and turned towards the supermarket. Wang Chang watched Li Yi's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. This kid really thinks we would share food with him? Whether he can return alive is still a question. Even if he does come back, he will likely be infected with the virus. At that point, it would be best to kill him for insurance. As Li Yi arrived at the front of the supermarket, he immediately attracted the attention of nearby zombies. They moved sluggishly, swaying toward him while emitting low, guttural growls, their decayed limbs flailing in the air. Faced with these low-level zombies, Li Yi felt no pressure. They were merely the ingredients on his cutting board. However, he had no intention of showcasing his strength, lest the others be frightened away. Li turned and ran. Leading the horde of zombies away as he passed the supermarket entrance, he glanced inside. To his surprise, he spotted a zombie dressed in a suit. This zombie was unlike the others, although its visage was equally grotesque. Its body showed minimal signs of decay. Simultaneously, an alarm rang in Li Yi's mind. Advanced Zombie Lu Meng, killing it grants 100 survival points, high danger level. Chapter 100. Murder. Li Yi's heart trembled. His gaze fixated on the suited zombie. In just a week, an advanced zombie had evolved. This rate of evolution exceeded his expectations. The zombie stood silently in the corner, its milky eyes devoid of any other zombies nearby. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Yi's mind. He deliberately slowed his pace, luring the horde away while calling out loudly, "There are plenty of supplies in the supermarket. Hurry and grab some." Wang Chang and the others, seeing the zombies being led away, rushed into the supermarket without hesitation. Zhang Long took the lead, with Zhao Hu and Lu Feng closely following, while Wang Chang cautiously brought up the rear. Inside the supermarket, the shelves were toppled, products strewn about, creating a scene of chaos. The air was thick with the stench of decay and a faint hint of blood. The group paid little heed to this. Their eyes fixated on the untouched food. "We hit the jackpot. So much food!" Zhang Long exclaimed excitedly, grabbing a bag of cookies and shoving it into his mouth. Zhao Hu and Lu Feng also joined in the fray, frantically stuffing food into their backpacks. Wang Chang remained relatively calm, scavenging for supplies while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed the suited zombie in the corner. This zombie was distinctly different from the others, standing upright as if it possessed awareness. Under the piercing gaze of its milky eyes, Wang Chang felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly realized that this zombie was no ordinary threat. They needed to leave swiftly. "Stop taking things, let's go." Zhang Long and the others seemed deaf to his warning, continuing to loot supplies. "Damn it, are you all deaf? Let's go." Wang Chang shouted angrily, pulling on Zhang Long. Zhang Long shook off Wang Chang's hand. "What are you doing? With so much food, we can't just leave it behind. It's dangerous here. We must leave immediately." Wang Chang explained urgently. "Dangerous? What's dangerous? The zombies have all been led away." Zhao Hu scoffed. "That zombie." Wang Chang pointed toward the corner where the advanced zombie stood, but was interrupted. "It's just one zombie. What is there to fear? We have knives." Lu Feng sneered dismissively. Wang Chang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. This group had been blinded by greed. He ceased his protests and turned to flee towards the exit, thinking that it didn't matter if his teammates perished. He had to save himself. Just then, the advanced zombie sprang into action. It lunged at Zhang Long with an otherworldly speed, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Before Zhang Long could react, he was knocked to the ground. Zhang Long screamed in terror as the zombie bit down hard on his neck. In a single bite, his neck was severed halfway. Fragments of bone mixed with flesh splattered everywhere. Zhao Hu and Lu Feng stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. The advanced zombie lunged again, and Zhang Long's head was severed from his body, falling to the ground. Having claimed one victim, the advanced zombie turned its gaze toward Zhao Hu and Lu Feng. "Run! Quick, run!" Zhao Hu finally snapped out of his stupor, grabbing Lu Feng and bolting for the exit. The advanced zombie pursued them, moving with a speed that far surpassed any human sprinting record. Lu Fang stumbled and fell, twisting her ankle, and a sharp pain shot through her. "Help me! Save me!" Lu Fang cried out, reaching for Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu cast a glance back, unable to hesitate for even a moment. "I'm sorry." However, he never anticipated that Lu Fang would cling desperately to his leg. Her eyes filled with resentment